Hello guys, how are you all? Like this video now, for more crazy parts. Chapter 1. Binhai New Energy Research Institute. Newcomer Press Conference. We welcome all fresh graduates to join our institute. New energy research and development is the trend of the future. I don't need to say more about this. New energy sources include wind energy, solar energy, biomass energy, etc. The starting point of new energy is environmental protection and abandoning the use of traditional fuels for driving. Having said so much, our theme today is independent research and design, using the knowledge you have learned, divergent thinking, and bold creation. The dean on the stage looked at the 4 new freshmen and said, "This is a test that new graduates of the New Energy Research Institute need to undergo every year. Regardless of whether the research design is successful or not, the main thing is to be bold in creation and divergent thinking. It also belongs to brainstorming." Lin Ye listened thoughtfully. The research and development of new energy sources has become a trend nowadays. Every country is researching new energy and has achieved some results. It is also the future trend and the employment prospects are also very good. This is basically the same as the Earth in previous lives. He is actually a time traveler who traveled to the parallel world Blue Star 5 years ago. Because I was engaged in the new energy industry in my previous life. So Lin Ye majored in new energy science and engineering. Finally, I successfully came to this new energy research institute. Lao Lin, isn't this a little too difficult for us? At this time, a boy with a buzz cut lowered his head, looked at Lin Ye and complained. He is Lin Ye's college classmate, Wang Mingming. It's okay. It's not necessary to study it. I guess it's just to practice my hands-on skills. Lin Ye thought for a while and said. What can these fresh graduates research? That's right. If we can come up with other new energy devices, then why do we need them? Wang Mingming felt it made sense, nodded and said. The dean on the stage added, you can use the institute's equipment, laboratories, and materials. I will personally come to inspect your research results in a month. After saying that, the dean picked up his briefcase and left quickly. It's only been a month. What can we learn from this? I have no idea at all. Use wind energy? Or solar energy? Wang Mingming said with some distress. The new energy sources on the market are approaching saturation, and there are almost no other new energy sources. Hey, you can just do it casually, it's not that strict. Lin Ye waved his hand. I heard that this is the case. Fresh graduates who come to work here go through this process every year. The most important thing is to practice their hands-on skills and divergent thinking. The other 2 people also came over. Lin Ye nodded, and then learned through communication that the other 2 people were named Wu Qi and Zhang Long. The 4 of them went to the canteen to eat while talking. After eating, we began to research new energy sources. Lin Ye returned to his dormitory. I took out my laptop to look up some information, and also to find inspiration. After finding inspiration, we deduce feasibility and so on. He entered the keyword, new energy. The web page popped up quickly. Lin Ye swiped through them one by one, browsing web information full of advertisements. Space power station? This is difficult, and it is unrealistic to study it here. Space power stations involve too many fields, and it is too difficult to study them at the New Energy Research Institute. Just as Lin Ye was about to row across, a mechanical electronic sound sounded. Ding! Technical analysis of space power stations and related fields is in progress. There are 200 days left in the analysis progress. The sudden sound made Lin Ye's breath hitch. Is this the system? As a time traveler, he has missed the system for a long time, but he didn't expect it to appear now. But is the system analyzing the space power station? Even if this is analyzed, it's not easy to implement here. Lin Ye calmed down and thought about it in his heart. Space power stations face many problems, and the rate of return is very low or even negative. Because the cost is too high. But, it's not impossible. After all, think divergently and create boldly. Space power stations are also new energy sources, using solar energy to generate electricity in space. Current power generation technology is at least 3 times more efficient than ground-based solar power generation. And there is no need to consider day and night issues, and the output can be stable. Lin Ye thinks it's very feasible. We can't make a real thing here at the moment, but we can write a theory and do a small simulation. Lin Ye immediately decided on the new energy direction he was developing, a space solar power station. But this analysis progress is too slow. Lin Ye was a little distressed. The analysis time of 200 days was too slow. Is there any way to speed up the progress? Lin Ye started to try. Reading? He picked up the new energy-related books on the table and read them. 10 minutes later, Lin Ye looked at the progress bar. Really? 2 days less. There are only 188 days left. Lin Ye suppressed his excitement and continued to read. In the next few days, apart from eating and sleeping, he spent the rest of the time reading. Lin Ye came back from the cafeteria and continued reading. Until evening, he looked at the progress bar again. Ding! Technical analysis of space power stations and related fields is in progress. Remaining analysis progress, 150 days. Related aviation fields, analysis of retrievable heavy-duty launch vehicle technology completed. Lin Ye looked at the prompt and was a little surprised. If you want to send a space power station to the sky, you still need to rely on a launch vehicle. But this is technology that can recycle heavy-duty launch vehicles. In this way, the cost of building a space power station will be greatly reduced. Chapter 2. Although some countries have already started research projects on space power stations. But in the end we have to consider one issue. That's the cost. Not to mention the maintenance cost of the space power plant device after it is launched, let's talk about the cost of the launch vehicle. Just a small launch vehicle costs about 200 million. Moreover, small launch vehicles are simply not enough to send the required devices into space at once. It is also difficult for a large launch vehicle to transport it all at once, and the cost of a single transport is about 1.4 billion. These are the transportation costs required for a launch vehicle that cannot be recovered. This shows how expensive it is to realize a space power station. This is just transportation, not to mention other maintenance costs after going into space. But with a recyclable heavy-lift launch vehicle, it's different. Costs are significantly reduced. Both economy and practicality have increased exponentially. Lin Ye went through it in his mind. With this technology of recyclable heavy-duty launch vehicles, the transportation problem of the space station is no longer a problem. Think divergently and create boldly. I should meet the requirements. Lin Ye said to himself excitedly. The next moment, the system's abrupt electronic sound sounded again. The analysis results have been input into the host's brain. When the beep fell, a large amount of scientific and technological knowledge related to the recyclable heavy-lift launch vehicle was input into Lin Ye's brain. Lin Ye only fully grasped the knowledge after some digestion. The maximum carrying capacity of this heavy-lift rocket in lunar orbit is 200 tons. Low Earth orbit carrying capacity is 500 tons. Lin Ye was startled. At present, mankind's largest lunar orbital rocket has a carrying capacity of only about 45 tons. The low Earth orbit carrying capacity is only about 100 tons. But these are not recyclable and are disposable. The analysis of this recyclable heavy-duty launch vehicle is simply a qualitative leap. It surpasses any other country in the world and can even pin them to the ground and hammer them. Lin Ye suppressed the surprise in his heart and his mind became more active. The location of the space power station is also in low Earth orbit. A transportation of 500 tons means that the space power station can be sent to outer space and low Earth orbit in one go. Let's not mention it there for now. As for whether it is in geostationary orbit or low Earth orbit, these needs depend on the final analysis of the maintenance cost of the space power station and the technology to transmit power to the ground. Of course, different tracks have their own advantages. Boom, boom, boom. Old Lin, are you here? At this moment, Lin Ye's door was suddenly knocked, and Wang Mingming's voice came from outside the door. Here I am. Lin Ye put down the book in his hand, walked over and opened the door, and Wang Mingming walked in. What have you been doing lately? Why don't you go out? Wang Mingming asked curiously. He came here mainly to see what new energy projects Lin Ye was studying. He thought about it for several days without any good ideas. I'm reading and doing research. Lin Ye smiled. Have you got inspiration for your new energy project? Wang Mingming looked at Lin Ye and said doubtfully. We have it now. The research direction has been established. Lin Ye said. After hearing this, Wang Mingming looked at Lin Ye in shock. We all majored in the same school, so why are there such big differences? Let me see what you are researching and get some inspiration from you. Wang Mingming said with curiosity, then walked to Lin Ye's computer and started looking at it. I saw a folder opened on the computer at this time, and the title was Space Solar Power Station. The following is the feasibility derivation idea, as well as related problems of space power stations. This. Old Lin, don't tell me this is the direction you want to research. Wang Mingming was stunned on the spot. Is this something they can study? Lin Ye nodded and said, that's right. Didn't the dean say that we should diversify our thinking and be bold in innovation? You are, too bold, you are completely out of touch with reality. Wang Mingming suddenly felt unreliable. Not to mention the maintenance costs and related technological breakthroughs of the space power station, let's talk about the transportation costs. This is an astronomical figure. It's no different than burning money. With current technology, even if a large amount of money is spent to send a space power station to the sky, it will still lose money. There are too many technical difficulties and it is not economical and practical. At present, some countries are in the research stage and there is no substantial progress. However, there is a foreign company that is researching recyclable launch vehicles, but it is not mature and the chance of recycling is still too small. Hey, are you bold enough? Are you innovative enough? Lin Ye said with a smile. It's bold enough. This is too bold. Wang Mingming said with a thumbs up. New energy, new energy. As the name suggests, whether it is wind energy, solar energy, biomass energy, or atomic energy, as long as the benefits exceed the costs, it is a new energy. On this basis, increasing profits and improving power generation efficiency are also innovations. In essence, Lin Ye's space solar energy does meet the bold requirements, but it is a bit unrealistic. Yet, Lin Ye smiled strangely. Wang Mingming also smiled evilly and said, okay, if that's the case, then I already have the inspiration. Bold, right? Directly to the Dyson ball. Then no more words, I'm leaving. Wang Mingming walked out with excitement on his face. Lin Ye smiled slightly and began to write a theoretical report and technical breakthroughs on recyclable heavy-duty launch vehicles. Chapter 3. In the following time, Lin Ye wrote down the derivation process of the recyclable heavy-lift launch vehicle. In this way, persuasiveness can be enhanced. Equivalent to a R&D log. It's finally written. Lin Ye stretched himself out, then looked at the analysis days and found that there was no change at all. In addition to reading books, are there any other ways to speed up the analysis? Lin Ye thought about it for a while. Reading professional books will speed things up, but not literary and artistic books. So, if you practice it yourself, will it speed up? Try it, it's just right for making a heavy-duty launch vehicle model. Lin Ye picked up the laptop, stood up and left the room. After that, we came to the workshop of the institute, where there are all kinds of tools and equipment. It's not difficult to build a model rocket. After selecting the materials and equipment, let the master process the parts that are not available, and then just wait. During this period, Lin Ye made a surprising discovery. In this process, the number of analysis days will also be reduced. So he was completely immersed in it. 3 o'clock and 1 line every day, canteen, dormitory, laboratory. It wasn't until more than a week later that Lin Ye came up with the launch vehicle model. But it's rough. The analysis progress is only 90 days away. This made Lin Ye quite happy. After that, he started reading again and optimizing the rocket model. 1 week before the time appointed by the dean, all relevant technologies of the space solar power station have been analyzed. Ding! Technical analysis of space power stations and related fields is completed. Listening to the electronic beep in his mind, Lin Ye finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there is still a week left. Otherwise, the technology of the space power station cannot be analyzed. Soon, a large amount of scientific and technological knowledge poured into Lin Ye's brain. After some time to digest, Lin Ye has completely mastered it. New quantum dot solar cells have a peak solar photoelectric conversion efficiency of 60%. Lin Ye was quite surprised. At present, most photovoltaic power generation is based on monocrystalline silicon, polycrystalline silicon, and thin-film solar cells. Others exist, but they cost too much, are not cost-effective, and are not widely used. This new quantum dot solar panel is different. Among the analyzed technologies, the cost is only twice that of polycrystalline silicon panels. But the photoelectric conversion efficiency has increased more than 10 times. Even if you don't put quantum dot solar panels in space, you can get very good electrical energy. Phew, new quantum dot solar panels, this is a bombshell. Lin Ye said with great emotion. In addition to new solar panels, other technologies in space power stations have also made significant breakthroughs. Maintenance costs are almost negligible. If this were placed under the conditions of space where there is light all the time, it would be a perfect generator. And the economy is straight off the charts. Lin Ye is quite excited, this is really a huge breakthrough. He dared to say that putting this thing into space and building a power station would change the world structure in the future. The Dragon Kingdom is the first to truly enter the space age. Because the space power station not only has strong economics, but also has strong strategic significance. After Lin Ye calmed down a little, he sat down and started writing a report, abbreviating the knowledge in his mind and forming a derivation line. It is also equivalent to a feasibility report. After writing, he took his notebook to the laboratory again. This is the National New Energy Research Institute, so the materials for quantum dot solar cells are also available, but they need to be redesigned and processed. Since the space power station is modular, Lin Ye only used this technology to make 3 solar panels of 1 square meter. After finishing it, it happened to be time for the dean to assign tasks. Early in the morning, the 4 fresh graduates were called to a large laboratory. The dean and several scientific researchers stood in front of the 4 people. The dean looked at the 4 people and said seriously, "A month has passed. Have you done all the new energy research you were asked to do?" The 4 of them looked at each other and nodded. After all, this is not an authoritative study, it's just about exercising hands-on skills and logical thinking. Okay, first of all, Wu Qi, let us take a look at your research results. The dean said without a smile. Wu Qi hesitated and took out a document and a solar panel from his backpack. "Hello Dean, this is my research report." Wu Qi handed the document to the dean, then took the solar panel and introduced, "This solar panel is made of monocrystalline silicon. I redesigned it and increased its photovoltaic efficiency by 1%. The cost constant." The dean looked at the research report and listened to what Wu Qi said. He nodded slightly and said, "It's very good. A 1% increase is also an improvement, but its cost does not meet the conditions for widespread use." After finishing speaking, he handed the document to several other researchers. Okay, next is Zhang Long. The dean said again. Zhang Long touched his neck and then walked out, took out the research report and handed it over. The dean looked through it and frowned slightly. Chapter 4. Zhang Long said with some embarrassment, "This is a perovskite solar cell. I only finished half of it because of lack of time. As for the effect, I haven't tested it yet." The dean didn't speak, he just stared at the research report and frowned slightly. After reading it, the dean said, "Your derivation theory is wrong and in the wrong direction. Forget it if it's not finished, let's go to the next one." The dean returned the research report to him. Zhang Long was quite embarrassed, scratched his head, took the report and walked back to the team. "Wang Mingming," the dean said. Wang Mingming walked out confidently and handed the research report to the dean, holding a sun model in his hand. The dean glanced at him suspiciously, then lowered his head to look at the research report. "I saw the feasibility of the Dyson sphere project written above." Seeing this, the dean was startled, his face immediately dropped, and he said in a deep voice, "What is a Dyson sphere?" He asked that on purpose. Wang Mingming explained, "My design concept is that it is also solar energy, but it wraps the entire sun so that no trace of solar energy is wasted. As for the Dyson ball, it's..." Only halfway through speaking, Wang Mingming noticed the change in the dean's expression, stopped immediately, and smiled awkwardly. "Dyson ball, this is completely out of touch with reality. Do you think it's feasible? We are a scientific research institute, not a science fiction institute." The dean looked at Wang Mingming slightly displeased and said. Several other researchers laughed out loud. "It lets you think divergently, but doesn't let you go into science fiction. Good guy, things like Dyson spheres are completely science fiction and unrealistic to us. Your idea is too bold. Ha ha ha, the Dyson sphere is theoretically feasible, but the actual difficulty is beyond our reach. How much material would it take to wrap the entire sun?" Wang Mingming suddenly felt ashamed and looked at Lin Ye helplessly. "Lao Lin, it's really not possible to be too bold. Next time, don't do something so sci-fi, think about practicality and economy." The dean returned the research report to Wang Mingming without even reading it. "I understand, Dean." Wang Mingming walked back to the team. "Old Lin, we can't do this, it's not practical, but the two of them can make it happen." Wang Mingming looked at Lin Ye and whispered. "It's okay, I'm quite practical," Lin Ye said. Wang Mingming smiled evilly and said, "Then I wish you good luck." He could already guess that after the dean saw Lin Ye's project, he would have the same expression as when he saw him. "Next, Lin Ye." The dean looked at Lin Ye and said. Lin Ye walked out, took out the research report and handed it to the dean. The dean nodded slightly, took it, opened it and looked at it. "Then I saw the name of the project, Space Solar Power Station." Seeing this word, the dean also frowned. "The Space Solar Power Station, you and the Dyson sphere have agreed upon it, right?" Zhang Long looked at Lin Ye and said with a smile, "I'll go, you two are so bold, Dyson sphere, space power station. My thinking is quite divergent and bold." To a certain extent, their designs are not as good as those of Lin Ye and Wang Mingming. Because it is very bold and fits the dean's theme. But they also have to consider economics, feasibility, practicality, etc. Even with the current plan, it can be produced. The Dyson sphere and space power station are completely theoretical things. It is impossible to create it now. After hearing this, several researchers covered their mouths and laughed. This, a Dyson sphere, a space power station, are currently unrealistic. I remember they are from the same school. Tell me, which of you copied which? The dean also looked at Lin Ye and Wu Mingming. Dyson sphere and space power station are essentially the same thing. Wu Mingming looked embarrassed and explained, "I reported to the dean that I copied it from Lin Ye." The dean's face immediately became serious. you just heard about the boldness and didn't consider the practical value and technical difficulty. Although the space power station project already exists, it is still being adjusted considering practicality and economy. No substantive action was taken. Because with current technology, it is very uneconomical and may even result in a loss of a lot of money. And in the aerospace field, real money is poured into it. Launch a rocket and hundreds of millions are gone. Not to mention the maintenance costs of the space power station. Therefore, the space power station project has not been vigorously pursued, but it is still under research. Moreover, their new energy research institute is studying things that can be done on Blue Star, and they have not designed outer space. Lin Ye explained without being humble or overbearing, "Dean, I have thought about it and have researched it. It is very practical and the technical difficulty has been solved." After hearing this, Wang Mingming and the three of them shrank their necks. This was too tough. They all graduated from this major, and they all knew the difficulty of the space power station. They could only pray silently for Lin Ye. "What? You said you've got it done," the dean said, staring at Lin Ye. "Yes, Dean." Lin Ye said. The dean smiled and shook his head and said, "Since you said that, I have to take a closer look at your research report." Immediately afterwards, the dean lowered his head and opened it to look at it. "This is, hiss." Chapter 5. The dean stared at Lin Ye's research report, and his expression suddenly became solemn. Several scientific researchers nearby looked at each other in confusion. "Is this true?" They immediately gathered around and looked at the document in the dean's hand. Wang Mingming and the other three looked at Lin Ye suspiciously. "Good guy, isn't this really a show?" The reaction of the dean and the others. "Damn it, Lin Ye, have you really done research on the space elevator?" "I'll go, Lao Lin, what did you write here?" Dean and the others. The three of them suddenly felt that Lin Ye's research report was true. After a while, the dean's hands trembled slightly and he said excitedly, "Lin Ye, are you sure you researched it in this month?" He couldn't believe it. Although the heavy-duty launch vehicle cannot understand it, the new quantum dot solar panels behind it are completely feasible. Even if you don't send it to space, you can still get very high profits on the ground. "Yes, Dean." Lin Ye nodded. The dean took a deep breath and said, "The photoelectric conversion efficiency is 60%. This is too high. This is completely a qualitative breakthrough." In fact, just by looking at Lin Ye's research report, the dean can know how feasible it is and how far the specific photoelectric conversion efficiency can be achieved. 60% is the ideal state, which is the peak value. This ideal state can only be realized in an environment like space. Well, it seems like his original intention in designing it was a space power station. The dean was shocked. There is no need to go to space. It can become an epoch-making solar panel on the Earth. The other researchers stopped joking at this moment and took Lin Ye's research report from the dean and read it carefully. Wu Mingming and the other two stared at Lin Ye in disbelief, as if looking at a monster. They heard something. 60% photoelectric conversion efficiency. They are all students majoring in new energy science and engineering, and they know what this means better than anyone else. "Lin Ye, you are so awesome. You killed so many scientists around the world in just 1 month. It's really awesome. I've witnessed this. The photoelectric conversion efficiency is 60%. This is simply outrageous. The current highest record seems to be only 27%. You have doubled it. Old Lin, you have the confidence, I am the clown, woohoo. Break the Dyson ball." The three of them stared at Lin Ye in shock, suddenly feeling that the optoelectronic equipment they had designed and improved was simply rubbish. This is called boldness and planning. Lin Ye just smiled slightly. The dean looked at Lin Ye, calmed down his restless heart immediately, and asked, "Lin Ye, where did your design idea come from?" "Well, in this case, the idea is deduced, because someone is already studying the space power station, so I just continue to build the house based on the predecessors. Lin Ye replied. After hearing this, the dean couldn't stand it on the spot. Good guy. Building a house on the foundations of previous generations. It's like the predecessors built the first layer, and the second layer you built is directly suspended in the air. The improvement is not just a little bit. Scientific research proceeds step by step, and very few things that transcend the times appear. Even if it appears, it is difficult to understand and needs to be explored slowly. But Lin Ye, in his opinion, is completely beyond the times, and he also listed the theory and derivation ideas for you. What a genius! He can guarantee that if Lin Ye's research report is deleted and published as a paper, it will definitely cause quite a stir in the world. It's enough to win an award. Dean, the design idea of this battery panel is absolutely amazing. At this time, the scientific researchers who had read the research report stared at the dean with great excitement and said, "The photoelectric conversion efficiency of 60% has broken the world record. More than just breaking the world record, this is stepping on the world record underfoot." Several scientific researchers rushed to say. The dean took a deep breath and said, "Calm down first and pay attention to your image." Then, the dean looked at Lin Ye and said, "Lin Ye, have you made this solar panel with 60% photoelectric efficiency?" "That's for sure, otherwise how would I write a research report, but not here, in the laboratory," Lin Ye said. The ones he made were relatively large and difficult to hold. "Then let's go over and take a look now," the dean said impatiently. "Okay." Afterwards, Lin Ye led everyone to the laboratory. The dean and several researchers took the battery panels and started testing them. After testing, the photoelectric conversion rate on Earth is 50%. And it's not heavy, and most importantly, it's not expensive. Mass production can be achieved. Both economical and practical are very high. There are also strategic and military uses. It is unrealistic to send rockets into space because rockets are too expensive and maintenance costs in space are too high. Lin Ye, you gave us a big surprise," the dean said excitedly, holding Lin Ye's hand. A scientific researcher looked at the research report and asked, "Lin Ye, do you really want to send it to space? I see you have also written about this kind of development and recovery of heavy-duty rocket launch technology." Lin Ye nodded, "Yes, this new solar energy can play a real role in space. But I don't know much about this heavy rocket, but I have heard that it is too difficult to send solar panels and power storage launch devices up there." The scholar asked again. Lin Ye said, "I have also considered this. I have made a model of this recyclable heavy-duty launch vehicle and can test it for a test flight." Chapter 6. What? What did you say? The dean and others stared at Lin Ye in horror. Heavy launch vehicle model? Is this definitely a field? The dean swallowed his saliva and looked at Lin Ye. "Lin Ye, are you telling the truth? This is not a joke." Recoverable launch vehicles, although he is not a person in this field, he has heard of it. Almost all aerospace countries are doing this. But the actual progress is not much. Some countries have done it, but the probability of recycling is not high, and there is still a big risk that it will not be recycled. It is still in the experimental stage and is not recyclable in the true sense. Dean, did I lie to you? The newly developed solar panels can only play a real role in space, and it is not easy to send them up, so I also studied heavy lift launch vehicles. Because of the cost issue, we must have a retractable heavy-duty launch vehicle, so that we can ensure that the solar panels can create benefits after they are launched into the air. Lin Ye explained to the dean and others. After hearing this, everyone present could not hold back. Good guy. You are one person supporting a top scientific research team. Developed epoch-making solar panels and also developed a recyclable heavy-duty launch vehicle? The dean took a deep breath. The news he heard today was more shocking than his entire life. Who dares to believe it? A student who just graduated from the institute directly built a solar panel with a photoelectric conversion rate of 60%. If he hadn't seen the things and research reports, he wouldn't believe it to death. Not only that, this recent graduate is working on an entire project. Space solar power station. More evil than evil. Linear. Lin Ye, please let me slow down first. The dean held his head and breathed heavily. Other researchers and scholars are already doubting life at this moment. There are a lot of talented people in their institute, but together they can't even compare to a freshly graduated college student. It's really shameful. Old Lin, you haven't gone out much this month, are you just studying these things? Wang Mingming suddenly felt a little scared. When I was in school, I never saw Lin Ye showing such high talent and IQ. Now Nima is conducting epoch-making research. Are you also doing research in the aerospace field? Are you going to let people live? Lin Ye nodded. Hiss. Wang Mingming and the others suddenly shrank their necks, looking in disbelief. In 1 month, the world's problems were solved. After a while, the dean finally calmed down and said, Lin Ye, you just said that you made a model of a retractable heavy-duty launch vehicle. Lin Ye said, yes, in the laboratory over there, due to time and material constraints, the work was a bit rough. After hearing this, the dean and others finally breathed a sigh of relief. They are a new energy research institute, not an aerospace research institute. Many things are missing, and roughness is normal. But being able to create a rocket model here is pretty awesome. Then do you want to take a test flight now? The dean asked. He doesn't care much about model rockets. What he really cares about are new energy solar panels. Moreover, Lin Ye is also studying new energy. If the aerospace field can surpass the National Space Administration, how can they still survive? I can't survive anymore. It's quite difficult to cross fields, after all, the lines are separated by mountains. However, in his opinion, the idea of Lin Ye Space Power Station may be realized in the future. After all, the people at the space agency are also studying and exploring. After exploring the future, we will cooperate with the space agency to launch quantum dot solar panels. It may not be impossible to build a space power station. Moreover, with new solar panels, the economics of space power stations will also be greatly improved. Don't think too much about reducing costs to the extreme. Because once built, this kind of space power station with a conversion rate of 60% will generate high profits. It won't take long to get your money back. In short, before Lin Ye comes up with new solar panels, if there is a breakthrough in launch costs and conversion efficiency, the space power station project can be realized soon. Lin Ye's current research has made huge breakthroughs. It is really not as difficult as before to build a space power station. Yes, after all, it is part of the research on the space power station. Let's do a test flight first. Lin Ye nodded and said. Okay, let's encrypt this document. After that, everyone except Lin Ye must sign the highest level confidentiality agreement. After the dean finished speaking, he asked his assistant to find a confidentiality agreement and asked Wang Mingming and several other scientific researchers to sign it. The documents were then kept top secret and could only be viewed with permission and a signed confidentiality agreement. Because this is a very important breakthrough in solar energy, there is no room for error. After signing the confidentiality agreement, Lin Ye took everyone to the laboratory where the rocket models were placed. Oh! So big! As soon as the white rocket model caught their eyes, everyone's eyes immediately widened. Because he is at least 3 meters tall. The tires on the minivan are so thick. You call this a model rocket? Chapter 7. Everyone stared at the rocket and marveled. Good guy, this isn't a model rocket, it's just a missile. Is the rocket model so big? It's incredible. It even has a stand. I believe this model of yours is a missile. The dean and other scientific researchers were all amazed. They all thought it was really just a small model, and it wouldn't be that big even if it held up to the sky. But now it seems that they were completely wrong. This thing is no different from a missile, taller than a person. Old Lin, what have you been doing this month? Wang Mingming concealed the shock on his face and whispered beside Lin Ye. No, it's just this model and the solar panels. Lin Ye looked at the rocket model and said. Wang Mingming and the other two people immediately choked on their saliva. You are too Versailles. Old Lin, we didn't seem to learn much about aerospace when we were in school. Is your model reliable? Don't let it explode like a missile. Wang Mingming couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. Did he get a fake major in new energy? Why didn't you learn it yourself? Although it's a little rough, it's definitely reliable and won't explode. Don't worry. Lin Ye waved his hand and said. It is also true that the New Energy Research Institute does not have enough materials and equipment, otherwise he could make it more precise. Ahem, cough, cough. Wang Mingming gave a thumbs up, sighing. After the dean inspected the rocket model, he led the scientific researchers to Lin Ye, but hesitated to speak. Dean, if you have something to say, you can speak directly. Seeing this, Lin Ye said. The dean thought for a moment and said, Xiao Lin, are you sure you want to fly? He was worried that it would explode halfway through the air. After all, some countries spend huge sums of money to buy rockets or build them themselves, and they will explode. Lin Ye might not be safe alone. It's all done, let's test it, and I've also written the relevant research report in the document. Lin Ye said helplessly. He was very confident that this thing would not explode and could be recycled. Okay, let's go to the square over there for a test flight later. There are very few houses and people there. The dean thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. He can't wipe out Lin Ye's creative passion. After all, there are many people with such high hands-on ability these days. Dean, what if this explodes? The scientific researchers on the side said with some worry. After all, they are not professionals and cannot control it. It would be fine if it were a small model, but this one is really too big. To put it nicely, it is a model, to put it worst, it is a missile. Lin Ye explained, don't worry, it won't explode. It's very safe. Okay, let's go test flight now. The dean nodded. Then he took out his phone and dialed a number. Not long after, several people came in. Under the leadership of the dean, everyone carried the rocket model and walked outside. Hey! This thing is really heavy. The staff tried their best to suck the milk, and their expressions were a little ferocious. It's too heavy. The 10 of them could barely move around while carrying it. Hey, be careful, don't explode. 10 staff members carried the rocket model and walked cautiously downstairs. Soon. Then he went downstairs and put the rocket model on the transport truck that had been prepared in advance. Afterwards, everyone came to the empty square. At this time, the sky was clear and there were very few buildings around. Because the movement was so loud, it attracted a lot of onlookers, most of whom were people from the institute. When the New Energy Research Institute built a rocket for launch, everyone felt it was new and unusual. Who made this rocket? Awesome, this shouldn't be able to fly. It's so big, how much thrust is needed? Hey guys, this is a rocket launch pad. It really looks like this. Can it fly? Hey, I heard that this is a rocket model made by a newbie. It's here to test fly. You have to stand far away later. It won't be fun if it flies in your face later. What? A rocket model made by a newcomer? This is not the aerospace department. This is probably a large bomb. Everyone gathered in front of the rocket launch pad and marveled. The dean shouted loudly, "Stop crowding around. Just spread out." Only then did everyone step aside. Scientific researcher, Dean, are you really going to launch here? What if it explodes? The power is probably not small. Where are you going if you're not here? There won't be much movement if nothing happens, and it's not like there's any explosives in here. The Dean waved his hand and said. He just wanted to see if Lin Ye's rocket model could fly. If it could really fly, that would be outrageous. As for the rocket that could surpass the rockets built by the guys at the space agency, he had no hope at all. After all, Lin Ye studied new energy, not aerospace. But being willing to give it a try is commendable. Let me contact the nearby fire department to ensure safety. A researcher took out his mobile phone and dialed the fire department's number. Lin Ye, what to do next? The Dean looked at Lin Ye and asked. Lin Ye arranged the equipment to control the rocket flight, then sat down and said, Dean, take the people away first, the heat wave here will be very big later. Okay, be careful. If it doesn't work, don't fly. The Dean immediately led someone to stand behind Lin Ye. Next, Lin Ye debugged the program and pressed the start button. The self-inspection of the test flight number 1 rocket has been completed, the engine is starting, the flight trajectory is being set, and the flight attitude is being set. On the computer screen, a series of reminders popped up, indicating that the rocket was ready. Lin Ye pressed the ignition button. Start countdown. 10. 9. 8. 1. Ignition. Ignition successful, running normally, take off. The huge roar of the engine suddenly sounded. Chapter 8. As a roar sounded, the smoke from the fuel spread out in all directions instantly. The earth is trembling at this time. The onlookers kept moving back, staring in horror at the model rocket that was about to be launched. I saw flames ejecting from the tail of the rocket model, slowly leaving the launcher accompanied by smoke and roar, and rose into the air. As the roar gets louder, the speed of the rocket model gets faster and faster. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Are you talking about a model rocket? This is a rocket. Damn it, I thought it was one of those model rockets made with water pressure. Flying. Good guy, we are a new energy research institute, not a rocket launch base. This is a real rocket, not a model. Everyone was shocked and stared at the rocket slowly rising into the sky. When the Dean saw this, his mouth suddenly twitched. You call this a model? It's so shocking. The rumbling sound of the rocket and the flames ejected from the tail are enough to prove that this is a real rocket. And they are not small either. Damn it, Lin Ye, you don't have martial ethics. Other researchers were equally confused. They all thought it was really just a model. Although it was a little bigger, it was still a model. The most important thing is that they are the new Energy Research Institute, not the National Space Administration. Moreover, Lin Ye also majored in new energy, which is a career change. Although I don't know what the final result will be, it is already amazing to be able to make the rocket take off. Because some countries' rockets even exploded on the launch pad. Dean, is this true or false? A science and technology scholar asked tremblingly. The Dean glared at him and said, I didn't know this was a real rocket. Lin Ye keeps saying it's a model, but look at it, it doesn't look like a model. Dean, what should we do? Should we ask Lin Ye to stop? Stop? Why stop? Let the fire department come over first. Who knew this rocket model really took off? The Dean was quite worried about what accident might happen at this moment. Because the rocket is in the air, if it falls, it will cause explosions, fires, and a series of hazards. The most important thing is Lin Ye, he works across fields. Safety is questionable. I've already contacted them, they will be here soon. The Dean was filled with excitement and fear as he stared at the rocket taking off. At this time, the rumbling sounds were still coming, and the earth was shaking. The rocket is climbing with its tail flame trailing, and its speed is getting faster and faster. When the surrounding residents heard the noise, they thought there was an earthquake and immediately ran out to check. But soon I discovered that the source of the sound was in the sky. Taking a closer look, it turned out to be a rocket. Damn it, why are there rockets being launched here? I thought it was an earthquake. Isn't that the new Energy Research Institute? Why is there a rocket launcher? Awesome, seeing a rocket launch from such a close distance. The people who rushed out to watch were dumbfounded. They knew there was a new Energy Research Institute here. But I haven't heard of launching a rocket. New Energy Research Institute launches rocket? Are you crazy? Someone had already taken out his mobile phone and started shooting video with an excited expression. Because rocket launches are not common, they are usually launched from the equator, which is closer to space. But this place is obviously not the equator, but rockets are being fired. It also makes people feel incredible. After shooting the video, I immediately sent it out. As the height of the rocket got higher and higher, the noise became louder and louder, and people far away from the institute also heard the noise. More and more people went outside to watch the rocket take off. In the research institute, the dean stared at the increasingly smaller rocket, and then immediately came to where Lin Ye controlled the rocket. Lin Ye, you are such a rocket, why didn't you tell me earlier? The dean's mood was very complicated at this time. He originally thought that the rocket model would only fly a short distance before falling down. But now it's almost out of sight, and it hasn't even fallen yet. What is it if it's not a real rocket? Lin Ye's eyelids twitched and he said, Dean, this is indeed a model rocket. You still said it's a model rocket? You can't even see it. You didn't even ask. According to my initial design, the real rocket is much bigger than this and can transport 500 tons of items into space. Lin Ye said somewhat innocently. He never said that the space power station was a conjecture, but that it could already be implemented, and there were no problems with all aspects of technology. The dean became numb and immediately said, I thought you were just the kind that flew a few hundred meters and fell down. Who knew that the rocket model you were talking about was just a smaller version of a real rocket? Lin Ye said helplessly, it's really a rocket model. Many functions haven't been added yet. If they are added, it will be even bigger than this. Okay, let me not tell you whether it is a model or a rocket. Is this thing safe? Will it fall suddenly? The dean asked. Lin Ye assured, Dean, don't worry, it's very safe. How high can it fly? It's almost going to fall. The dean asked again. Lin Ye glanced at the data and said. Since it is just a model and Taiyuan is not designed, the preliminary design is an altitude of 700,000 meters, which is exactly in low Earth orbit. What did you say? 700,000 meters. Chapter 9. After hearing Lin Ye's words, the dean staggered and almost lost his balance. At this moment, he felt that either he was crazy or Lin Ye was crazy. Can this thing of yours fly 700,000 meters high? If there is no recycling, it can be higher. Because recycling is also considered, it can only be 700,000 meters. Lin Ye explained calmly. Can it still be recycled? The dean and the researchers behind him were completely stunned. Although they are not involved in the aerospace field, they have heard of it. Recyclable rocket technology is currently among the best in the world. And no one can guarantee 100% recycling, but there is a probability that it can be recycled. But, how big is Lin Ye's rocket? Can it fly 700,000 meters? Can it still be recycled? They felt that their brains were running out, and they couldn't tell whether Lin Ye was talking nonsense or the truth. My dear, what did you study in college? In just 1 month, you built a solar panel with a conversion rate of 60%, and also built a rocket. The dean asked in surprise. Well, I usually read more, learn more, and summarize more, and then I'll be good at it. Lin Ye thought for a while and replied. When the dean heard this, he was speechless for a moment and didn't know what to say. At this point the rocket is no longer visible to the naked eye. Lin Ye took a look at the flight trajectory of the rocket. The posture was perfect and all equipment was operating normally. It won't be long before it breaks through the atmosphere. At the same time, in an Air Force base. What's going on? A radar soldier stared at the signal display returned by the radar and shouted. When did this appear? He discovered a UFO through the signal reflected by the radar. Suspected missile. Without thinking, he immediately sounded the alarm. Because in this area, their aircraft do not perform missions, and there are no passenger planes. He continued to stare, surprised. The coordinates of this UFO have not changed, but the altitude is changing. Is this a rocket or a missile? Many flying objects flashed through his mind, but only rockets and missiles fit the bill. Because neither a fighter plane nor a passenger plane can achieve such an abnormal climbing speed. It's climbing. So when did it appear? Where is the launch site? The radar soldiers immediately locked the coordinates and discovered that the missile's coordinates were exactly that of a new energy research institute. But, the new energy research institute does not have this ability. There are no missile units stationed nearby either. So what's going on? Excluding these two possibilities, there is only one possibility. That is, the missile flew silently from other places, and then started to climb here. Hiss. When he thought of this, the radar soldier felt like he was facing a powerful enemy, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. Because the opponent's missiles can be invisible. What's going on? Is there any enemy situation? At this moment, a group of officers rushed in. The leader was a major general, and the people behind him were all school officers. They all looked serious. Chief. A UFO has been discovered and is climbing. The radar soldier reported immediately. That major general was the commander of the military region, named Lu Qi. Lu Qi frowned, put his hands on the table, and looked at the big screen. Why did the coordinates change so little? Lu Qi's face instantly became solemn. Reporting to the leader, after calculation, this is a missile. I don't know when it flew over, but it was near these coordinates when it was discovered. The radar soldier reported immediately. Lu Qi said, does this mean that this UFO appeared suddenly? Report to the leader, yes, said the radar soldier. Lu Qi pondered for a moment and said, this climb is too fast. It is useless to send fighter planes to check. Have you checked the coordinates? Did they launch it here? The radar soldier said, after checking, there are no missile troops stationed nearby, and there is no rocket launch base. There is a new energy research institute. After hearing this, not only Lu Qi, but also other school officials frowned deeply. Strange. There are no rocket launch bases and no missile units. So where did these coordinates come from? Radar is infallible. Could it be that the new Energy Research Institute did it? No way. Can they research new energy sources and also develop rockets? It's not the aerospace department. Could it be a stealth missile? Fly from somewhere else and start climbing here? So what's the purpose? But he hadn't heard of any rockets or missile troops launching them. Contact the nearby missile force and the aerospace department and ask them if they have launched. Lu Qi immediately ordered the school officer behind him. Yes, Chief. School officials immediately started contacting me. Not long after, the results came out. Reporting to the chief, none of them have launched. The aerospace department's launch plan is in a week. Lu Qi felt a little headache. Where did this come from? Then, after thinking about it, he turned around and told the school officer, send troops to the coordinate point immediately to check, and be sure to find the launch site. At this moment, the radar soldier reported again. Report to the chief, the UFO has disappeared. Chapter 10. Lu Qi stared at the screen and found that it had indeed disappeared. This proves that the UFO has broken through the atmosphere and is no longer within the radar detection range. The danger is not yet known. The possibility of stealth missiles flying over and climbing up here cannot be ruled out. Because where the coordinates appear, there are no troops launching missiles, and there are no conditions for launching rockets. Now that it has broken through the atmosphere, is it an intercontinental missile? He couldn't understand it for a while. Who launched this? Lu Qi narrowed his eyes. Continue to keep an eye on it. If you find any sign of the UFO reappearing, immediately give the anti-missile force a launch order. It's the chief. The other side. National Space Administration. Development and Planning Department. Is it the call from Lao Lu and the others just now? The minister received the call from his assistant and rushed over immediately. Yes, Minister. They said they found a UFO suspected to be a missile or rocket in the sky. The assistant reported immediately. We haven't launched rockets recently. Could it be their missile force? The minister pondered. No, they also excluded the missile force. The assistant said. The minister sat down without saying anything, frowning. There are indeed UFOs now, but we are not sure whether they are missiles or rockets. Did they tell you where the coordinates are? There is only one new energy research institute near the coordinates. After hearing this, the minister's frown deepened. Could it have been launched by the new energy research institute? As soon as the idea came up, he immediately rejected it. They are not in the same field at all and have nothing to do with each other. So where did this UFO come from? At this time, the phone in the minister's office suddenly rang. He answered immediately. Hello, I'm Fang Hao, what can I do? Minister Fang, I am from the Earth Observation Center. Have any rockets been launched recently? The other party's voice was filled with deep doubts and bewilderment. Hey? Rocket launch? No, did you observe a UFO? Fang Hao immediately became alert. Yes. According to the flight path, it took off from our territory. The other party responded, do you know, Minister Fang? Fang Hao said, people from the military region came to ask me just now. Their radar scanned a UFO. It should be the same one you observed. The other party pondered for a moment and said, Mr. Fang, can you send me the coordinates of the UFO? No problem, please check carefully. Okay, Minister Fang, wait a moment, I'll do the calculations. Good. After a moment, the person at the observation center lost his voice and said, Mr. Fang, the flight trajectory of this rocket was indeed launched from the coordinates. This rocket has reached the mid-atmosphere. What? It's so fast. The minister said in surprise. The speed is so fast. Based on the detectable height of the radar and the time of the call from the military area, combined with the current detected height, it didn't take long. Are you sure it's a rocket? Fang Hao asked. Minister Fang, according to the flight trajectory calculation, the target of the flying object is low Earth orbit. It's a rocket. The other party quickly gave the answer. Minister Fang took a deep breath. Although there are launch plans in the near future, it is to experiment with recyclable launch vehicles. Whether it fails or not is to obtain data and then continue to optimize. Because the rocket is not recyclable and the cost is too high. Even so, the rocket has not been launched yet. So who launched this rocket? Something is serious. Minister Fang immediately dialed the director's phone number. Hey, director. Xiao Fang, what can you do? Director, the observation center observed a rocket being launched from our country. What? How is this possible? Doesn't our plan last for a week? Director, we have already calculated that the people at the observation center have also observed it, and the air warning radar in the military region has also gone off. The director pondered for a moment and said, I'll go to the observation center right away. You can come over too. Yes. Observation Center. The heads of various departments, including the director and Director Fang, were already present and looked at the big screen, which showed the transmitted data. Among them are 3 national treasure-level aerospace engineers. It seems that this is indeed a rocket, the director said with a serious expression. According to the calculated data, the rocket's target is low Earth orbit. It is also launched from Daxia. But are there any private institutions in Daxia that launch rockets independently? No. Director, could that be coming from the New Energy Research Institute? Minister Feng asked. One of the aerospace engineers said, if these 8 poles can't be used, how can they have the ability to independently develop rockets? Not to mention the New Energy Research Institute, even the rockets developed by some countries with national efforts stalled before taking off. How could an interlaced research institute have such ability? Otherwise, their space agency is just doing nothing? Moreover, they did not study the motivation and direction of the rocket. If you don't study new energy, why study rockets? If you are full and strong, you will not be able to fight with 8 poles. What's going on? Have you asked the New Energy Research Institute? Minister Feng has a toothache. Did a rocket appear out of thin air? At this moment, Minister Feng's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was the call from the military region. So he answered the call. Minister Feng, it has been confirmed that the unidentified flight was a rocket, which was launched from the New Energy Research Institute. Is this your plan? Chapter 11. Is this your plan? There was deep doubt in the other party's words. Minister Feng did not answer immediately and was stunned. Did the New Energy Research Institute develop a rocket? The more I think about it, the more ridiculous it becomes. Is the aerospace sector so worthless these days? An out-of-this-world research institute develops a space rocket. Is the current coverage of new energy so extensive? He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. Xiao Feng, what's going on? The director looked at Feng Hao, who was stunned in place, frowned subconsciously, and said slightly unhappy. Feng Hao came back to his senses, still with a look of surprise on his face. He coughed and said, Director, you may not believe it, but this rocket was launched from the New Energy Research Institute. What? The director of the space agency's pupils shrank sharply. Even if he thought of the most impossible result, he never thought that it was a rocket developed by the New Energy Research Institute. The others stood up almost at the same time, with expressions of disbelief on their faces, as if they were joking. How is this possible? Aren't they studying new energy sources? Yes, maybe they have developed a new fuel? So that rocket is for testing. Impossible. Even if a new fuel is developed and tested, it will still have to go through our space agency, right? This is simply ridiculous. I can't figure it out no matter how hard I think about it. Did the New Energy Research Institute develop a rocket? Everyone looked at the director with expressions as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. The director pondered for a moment, then said with a serious face, Xiao Feng, are you sure? I'm very sure that this call came from someone from the military. They should have confirmed it as soon as possible. Feng Hao nodded numbly. He also couldn't believe it. But at this time, the urging voice of the military region sounded again from the receiver of the phone. Minister Feng? Is Minister Feng still there? Yes, yes. Feng Hao responded, then covered the phone and looked at the director. The director thought for a moment and said, tell the truth. There is no need to hide it. The rocket took off there. Many people must have seen it. He felt there was no need to say that the rocket was the space agency's launch plan. Because he doesn't know whether the rocket can successfully launch into space, many unknowns come with considerable risks. After all, the other party is just a new energy research institute. They are the aerospace sector. Feng Hao nodded, and then replied, this is not our plan. No? Then this. You should go over there and take a look. No one can be held responsible if there is an accident. The other party said in a rather helpless tone, as if new energy can be used in aerospace these days. Okay, Thank you. You're welcome. Goodbye, Minister Feng. After saying that, the phone was hung up. Minister Feng slowly put down the phone and looked at the director. The director frowned and waved, "Come over and take a look. What is this new Energy Research Institute doing?" The three aerospace engineers shook their heads helplessly. "I've learned a lot today. Regardless of anything else, let's just say that they were able to make a rocket and take off. Although I don't know if the rocket can reach low Earth orbit, this is really incredible. Because the other party's major has basically nothing to do with aerospace. The so-called every other line is like a mountain. Director, that rocket has reached the warm layer of the atmosphere, 100,000 meters high." At this time, the observer reported loudly. After hearing this, everyone put down the steps they had just lifted up, with extremely horrified expressions. If it were their spacecraft, they wouldn't be like this. But this rocket is really different. Every time it goes up 1,000 meters, they will be frightened. At an altitude of 100,000 meters, this research institute is so hidden. Unimaginable. If this is successful, is it a milestone? A milestone in the new energy industry. It can be said to be unprecedented. This is currently the top technology of mankind. Everyone stared at the big screen in amazement, seeing that the rocket was still rising in height. The three aerospace engineers' eyelids twitched wildly. Is this a job grab? It is against the rules to launch rockets without permission. Let's go over and have a look, it's too outrageous. Listening to these words, the director nodded. Let's go. Look what the new Energy Research Institute is doing. If an accident occurs, who can bear the responsibility? The other side. The dean of the new Energy Research Institute and several others looked up and saw that the rocket could no longer be seen at all. Even the sound was gone. All that was left was the cracked ground and the dark marks left by the rocket fuel injection. Hey, Lin Ye, you are trying to steal the jobs of those guys at the space agency. The dean withdrew his gaze, looked at Lin Ye who was staring at the computer and said in horror. Lin Ye smiled and said, "The dean praised me. If we really want to build a recyclable heavy-duty launch vehicle, we cannot do without the National Space Administration. How on earth do you have such a big brain? You can build such an awesome solar cell, but you can build a rocket that can really fly. Don't pretend you don't know. In some countries, the rockets exploded before they took off, and in others they exploded after flying more than 20 meters. That's a country." The dean stared at Lin Ye, feeling incredible. This 360-degree rocket can really fly. But he doesn't think it can compare with the space agency's rockets. After all, they are a big team developing big rockets. The so-called profession has specialization. If there is a real comparison, Lin Ye is at best a bit talented. But the greater talent is new energy. Chapter 12. Well. Lin Ye hesitated. At this moment, a group of soldiers with live ammunition rushed over. The leader is a senior colonel. They hurried over, and the senior colonel came directly to Lin Ye. "Which of you is in charge?" the colonel asked with a serious look on his face. The dean replied, "I am." "Are you in charge?" "I am the dean of the institute, my surname is Wu," said the dean. He had already guessed that someone from the army would come. After all, the noise is really loud when the rocket is launched, and the target is also large, and can be detected by air radar. But he didn't expect it to arrive very slowly. The colonel's expression softened a little and he said, "Dean Wu, hello, I have received an order to temporarily seal this place." "Can?" The dean nodded. He could also guess that someone else would be coming later. The only ones who can't guarantee it are the people from the National Space Administration and the National Security Bureau. A few minutes later. Sure enough, the sound of a helicopter sounded in the distance, getting closer and closer. Soon, 3 helicopters landed slowly over the square. A group of people got off the helicopter, including old people, middle-aged people, and young people. People from the National Security Bureau were also there. The dean was a little helpless. Lin Ye, you kid launched a rocket to attract so many people. The old man still needs my help to collect the place. The leader of that group was the director of the space agency. He came directly to Dean Wu. Dean Wu, nice to meet you. The director stretched out his hand and shook Dean Wu, then looked at Lin Ye and the equipment in front of Lin Ye. Seeing this, he raised his eyebrows. Really? Rockets are launched from here. He knew the equipment. Director Gu, you can tell me if you have anything. Dean Wu knew the director of the space agency, but was not familiar with him. Director Gu looked at Lin Ye, then at Dean Wu, and asked, did you develop that rocket here? Yes. Dean Wu was already planning to take Lin Ye's blame. Is there any specific research report? Director Gu asked again. Dean Wu paused. There really is no such thing as a research report. Only Lin Ye's report on the space power station. Lin Ye saw this and said, hello Director Gu, I did all this by myself and have nothing to do with Dean Wu. After hearing this, Dean Wu felt a little helpless. As long as he doesn't admit it, what else can the other party do to you? Oh? Are you alone? Director Gu looked at Lin Ye and suddenly felt interesting. Lin Ye nodded, I did it, including the rocket model. Director Gu was stunned when he heard this. Model rocket? Is that a model rocket? Are you sure you did that? Launching a rocket privately, do you know how serious the consequences are? Director Gu suddenly became serious. I know, but I know the rocket model I made, and there won't be any problems. Lin Ye replied. You are confident enough. Director Gu stared into Lin Ye's eyes and said. Lin Ye said, Director Gu should also know that words like maybe, like, probably are not allowed in scientific research. After hearing this, Director Gu smiled slightly and felt more and more interesting. You said you made this rocket by yourself. Yes. How long did it take you? 1 month, no, to be precise, it was done in 2 weeks, and the rest of the time was spent optimizing. Lin Ye continued. How long did you say? 1 month. Director Gu stared at Lin Ye, which was obviously lying. Make a rocket in a month? It was ready in 2 weeks. Do you know what you are talking about? Not only Director Gu, but also the 3 aerospace engineers behind him couldn't hold back. Good guy, you're bragging and you don't do any drafts. If you can make a rocket in a month, I'll eat that computer. I may not be able to do it if I give you 1 year. This is ridiculous. There is no need to lie. This is not a big problem. To put it another way, your scientific research institute has the technology and ability to build rockets. Lin Ye told the truth, I really can't build a big rocket in a month. Mine is a model rocket. Cough cough cough. Director Gu choked on Lin Ye's words. You call this a model rocket? We are about to break through the atmosphere and reach outer space, but you still call it a model rocket. Dean Wu thought for a while and said, Director Gu, I can testify that this rocket was indeed completed by Lin Ye. We can also testify. Yes, we can also testify. This rocket was indeed made by Lao Lin alone. He was either in the laboratory or reading a book this whole month. Several researchers from the New Energy Research Institute and Lin Ye's classmates said this. Everyone at the space agency stared at Lin Ye in surprise, because so many people testified, there could be no lies. Is it true that this kid did it all by himself? This is outrageous. They suddenly felt a little ridiculous again. This rocket is actually flying now. Can it be built in a month? Still alone? The key is that you are still so young. This is the genius among geniuses. If it is absorbed into the space agency, why should the country's aerospace industry not be prosperous? Director Gu pondered for a moment and asked with a smile, then please introduce your rocket model. Chapter 13 Lin Ye pointed to the launcher over there and said, "You can see from the launcher over there that this rocket is just a model." Everyone looked in the direction Lin Ye pointed. "Is that a launcher? It seems to be true. This launcher is too small. Really a model? Can the model fly so high? How ridiculous." "Ahem, okay, let's just say it's a model for now, go on," Director Gu said. Lin Ye asked, "What aspects are you talking about?" "Well, characteristics and so on," Director Gu said. "Okay." Lin Ye nodded. "This rocket model can reach low Earth orbit at 700,000 meters, and can be recovered after arrival. Since I am only doing experiments and testing, there is no space for load transportation. And the flight trajectory has been calculated to avoid all satellites in low Earth orbit, so there is no need to worry about being hit by other satellites. Also adopted." Before Lin Ye finished speaking, he was interrupted by Director Gu, who confirmed, "Wait, did you just say it can be recycled?" "Yes, it can be recycled." Lin Ye nodded. "What's the recycling rate?" Director Gu's face turned serious. "Recyclable rocket technology? They are still continuing their research, and although they have made some progress, they still cannot ensure that recycling can be successful every time. And if recycling is successful, it may not be reusable." Lin Ye said, 99%. He originally wanted to say 100%, but he felt a little bad, so he said 99%. Lin Ye still has this confidence in recycling technology. "How many? 99%? Aren't you completely talking nonsense?" Director Gu said nothing. An aerospace engineer couldn't bear it any longer and looked at Lin Ye. Dean Wu on the side couldn't help but his eyelids twitched after hearing Lin Ye's words. "Good guy. How dare you say it? 99%? You can say 50%. Director Gu said, "Really 99%? Yes, there's no need to lie, right?" Lin Ye said. "Okay, 99%, I'd like to take a look." Director Gu became more and more interested. Even if the other party is talking big words, it will not help. Because he was very optimistic about the young man in front of him. "Director, 99%, what do you think?" "Well..." The aerospace engineer hesitated to speak. "Obviously, this probability is too outrageous. Almost 100%. No problem. The rocket hasn't reached the scheduled orbit yet. We can recover it after it arrives," Lin Ye said. Director Gu smiled faintly and walked to Lin Ye's computer and receiving equipment to take a look. Although a bit crude, it is quite professional. An aerospace engineer stepped forward, looked at Lin Ye and asked, "Do you have enough fuel for such a small model?" After finishing speaking, he looked at the launcher over there and could roughly see how big the rocket was. This is indeed too small for a rocket. Is there enough fuel? He now even doubts whether it can reach low Earth orbit. Yes, this fuel is not a traditional aerospace fuel, but a new type of aerospace fuel. While obtaining the same power, it can also save a lot of space. Lin Ye explained. New space fuel. When the director over there heard this word, they immediately came over and looked at Lin Ye. "Dean Wu, have you come up with new fuel?" Director Gu looked at Dean Wu again and said. "Dean Wu. No, although we are working on this, we have made very little progress. It should have been done by Lin Ye himself, right?" He looked at Lin Ye with some uncertainty. The latter nodded in confirmation. The scene became quiet. "You looked at me and I looked at you. Forget about making rockets, you still develop new fuels?" However, most of the people present were skeptical. "This is outrageous." Dean Wu was extremely excited at the moment. Lin Ye is really a space genius. It can be seen from the current dialogue and the attitude of the people at the space agency. Even if Lin Ye doesn't have any new fuel and only has this rocket model, people like the space agency can grab people for it. But he won't let Lin Ye be snatched away. After all, Lin Ye is also a genius in new energy. Okay, I want to see what you said. Director Gu patted Lin Ye on the shoulder and said, it's useless to say anything else. Let's just take a look at your rocket recovery function and new fuel. Others wanted to say something else, but were stopped by Director Gu's eyes. Although I don't know what the result will be, I am in good spirits. It doesn't matter if it fails, after all, the road to scientific research is long and difficult. No problem, Director Gu. After Lin Ye finished speaking, he returned to his seat and stared at the data sent back by the rocket on the computer. At this time, it has reached an altitude of 500,000 meters and has entered low Earth orbit, but it is still 200,000 meters away from the planned orbit. I think, it would be difficult to recycle such a small rocket. Is there any specs for the new fuel? Is it feasible? This kid is so confident. Who gave him such confidence? It's not easy for such a small rocket to reach low Earth orbit. Is there still fuel left to recover? Everyone in the space agency whispered. Time passed by minute. Lin Ye said, it has reached the predetermined height, 700,000 meters. Hearing this, everyone stared at the computer in front of Lin Ye. Their eyes widened and they were extremely nervous. It has reached 700,000 meters in low Earth orbit. It cannot really be recovered. Lin Ye took a deep breath, operated the computer to issue instructions, and said, all parts of the rocket are in normal condition. Now adjust the flight attitude and start recovery. Chapter 14. Entering the planned recovery orbit, the rocket status is normal, the propulsion device is normal, and the fuel is sufficient. As the computer program continues to issue prompt instructions, the rocket has begun to recover. Lin Ye stared at the picture of the data simulation, and the rocket entered the scheduled recovery orbit. No need to worry about it at this time. Because the rocket is still in low Earth orbit at this time, the gravity is very small. When the gravity is very small, even if no operations are performed, the rocket can stay drifting in low Earth orbit, and it will take several years before it falls into the atmosphere again. In this case, just predetermine the flight attitude and recovery trajectory. After entering the atmosphere, gravity will change little by little, and at this time, additional adjustment instructions need to be made. Have you started recycling? Director Gu's throat twitched and he looked at Lin Ye in surprise. The current situation is that Lin Ye's rocket has not only reached a low Earth orbit of 700,000 meters, but has also begun recovery. How is this rocket designed? Lin Ye nodded, recovery is faster than liftoff. Hey! It's not simple, it's not simple. Director Gu looked at the screen displayed on the computer screen, which contained rocket status information, information simulation orbit map, altitude, coordinates, radio lights, etc. It can be said that the current status of the rocket can be displayed above. The strange thing is that now all the data is very normal. In other words, this rocket can really be recycled. But when he thought that the person who developed the rocket was a young man or someone from the New Energy Research Institute, he felt extremely complicated. This is a geek. More awesome than a genius. The three aerospace engineers also looked at the data, frowning. These data are very familiar to them and they can understand them. As Lin Ye said, the rocket recovery has begun. It is descending along the planned track at an extremely fast speed. But now their only worry is whether the rocket can continue to fly after entering the atmosphere. Can you hold it steady? Because the gravity outside the atmosphere is very small, it is easy to adjust the flight attitude. But entering the atmosphere is different. At this time, the gravity is already very strong, and the weight of the rocket itself is not light. Once it is not adjusted properly, it will be a free fall and fall into the blue star. It's not a recyclable rocket. The three engineers looked at each other and then pulled Director Gu aside. Director, this young man must be allowed to join our space agency. He is really a genius. Yes, I can research rockets on my own and successfully launch them into space. Now I have started recycling them. Join our space agency and have a bright future. With this kind of aerospace talent, and with the vigorous cultivation of the space agency, conquering space will be just around the corner. The three engineers all looked at Director Gu and begged. They really wanted this young man to join. You don't need to talk about this, I will arrange it. Director Gu signaled the three of them to worry too much. When he learned that this rocket was developed by Lin Ye himself, he began to think about how to recruit people. It would be a pity for such a talented person not to join the space agency. If this rocket can still stabilize when it enters the atmosphere, it will be incredible. It's hard to say. It's easy to adjust the attitude in low Earth orbit. Once you leave low Earth orbit, you'll be free to fall to the ground. It's very difficult to adjust. Hey, how old is he? How dare he ask for too much? Being able to launch a rocket and set up a recovery program is already very rare. If you give him a few more years, his achievements will definitely surpass you and me. The three engineers whispered. Okay, let's take another look. There's no rush. Director Gu waved his hand. He still hopes that the recycling can be successful. As long as the recovery is successful, it really means that the research and development of recyclable rockets has taken another step forward and reached a new milestone. However, in reality, the success rate of recycling is very low. This is a technical problem that plagues astronauts around the world and is difficult to overcome in a short time. Lin Ye is just an individual, not a team, and many technical means are difficult to achieve. If there is a team, the success rate of recycling will be greater. Because the difficulty with recyclable rockets is not in space, but after gravity. The dean not far away smiled faintly when he saw the four people whispering something. Want to rob someone? There are no doors. He doesn't understand rockets, but doesn't he understand solar power panels with a photoelectric conversion rate of 60%? Also understand what this means. Director Gu led the three of them to Lin Ye again and started watching. Lin Ye's classmate Wang Mingming and the other two were completely stunned. Another new solar panel, another rocket. How does this compare? How different the world is. The three of them looked at each other helplessly, as if to say, what kind of freak is this? Time passes minute by minute. Lin Ye looked at the picture on the computer. The rocket had entered the atmosphere at an altitude of 480,000 meters. Everyone in the space agency also looked at it, and their moods became tense. Lin Ye began to control and adjust the rocket's landing attitude. At this time, instead of using thrusters to accelerate, gravity can achieve great acceleration. What he has to do now is to adjust his attitude and start reverse thrust in time to prevent the rocket from stalling and deflecting. Time passed by, and the space agency and others had sweat on their foreheads, and they were extremely nervous. Lin Ye looked at the altitude data. At this time, he had reached the troposphere. According to the ground, it was still 16,000 meters away. He continued to maneuver to stabilize his attitude, and then activated his thrust reversers to counteract the acceleration caused by gravity. The altitude is still falling rapidly. Director Gu sweated in his palms and said, Still not able to stabilize. Chapter 15. The other three engineers were also staring at the data on the computer, in a worse mood than Director Gu. Hiss, it's about to stall, and it's unsteady. Steady, must be steady. It's just a little bit close, just a little bit close. They clenched their fists and muttered subconsciously. They are all too aware of the technical difficulties of reusable rockets. And Lin Ye is now in that difficult point, and they also hope to be able to stabilize and successfully recover. Although Lin Ye was confident, he also became nervous inside. Soon, the speed of descent has slowed down, and the rocket's descent attitude has stabilized. Stabilize, there will basically be no problems from now on. Lin Ye exhaled, spoke with a relaxed expression, and then entered the coordinates of the recycling point. Stable. An engineer said in disbelief. Is this stable? It's still going very fast. Don't relax and adjust your posture quickly. Another aerospace engineer said eagerly. The speed is still very fast, and it is difficult to completely stabilize it. It's okay, I can maintain this speed. Lin Ye said confidently. After everyone heard this, their nervousness still did not relax, and they even became more nervous than before. Because now is a critical time for recycling. Once it fails, all previous efforts will be in vain. Boom! Not long after, a burst of sound came down from the sky, deafening. When everyone heard this sound, they immediately thought that it was a rocket coming down. They looked up and saw a small dot descending with flames trailing behind it. Hold on! It's really stable! Director Gu was excited. This was really stable. Damn it, that's a rocket, it's really stable. What a historic moment. I didn't expect it to be really stable. Awesome, awesome. Really stable. Is this a dream? All the people from the space agency immediately cheered, their faces filled with excitement and their eyes full of disbelief. Director Gu immediately walked up to Lin Ye and held Lin Ye's hand excitedly. Steady. The rocket is really steady. This is undoubtedly a historic moment for them astronauts. They also know how much effort they have to put in if they want to develop this technology. Lin Ye looked a little embarrassed. Upon seeing this, Director Gu immediately let go of his hand and forced himself to calm down. Dean Wu, hold on. He looked at Dean Wu and said in surprise. Dean Wu smiled slightly. Lin Ye, you are such a super genius. Under the gaze of everyone, the white rocket slowly landed, and it could be seen clearly with the naked eye. It was no longer a white dot. When it was only 100 meters away from the ground, landing gear-like devices stretched out from all sides of the rocket and continued to land. As the engine roared louder and louder, the rocket landed steadily on the ground in front of everyone's eyes, with smoke, dust, and heat waves rising everywhere. Everyone immediately retreated a distance. Then, the engine stalled. There are echoes in the sky. Awesome! Recycling successfully. Historic moment. What a super genius! How did you do this? It's unbelievable! Bang bang bang! In an instant, warm applause erupted from the scene, and they were extremely excited. The fire brigade waiting not far away also gave warm applause. It seemed that their trip was in vain, but they witnessed the recovery of a rocket. Even if you are not an astronaut, you know what this means. After waiting for a moment, everyone immediately gathered around. This rocket is only 3 meters long. Good guy, can a 3-meter rocket fly so high? And it was recycled. It's incredible. It's really incredible. I can't imagine how a 3-meter rocket can fly so high. And it can be recovered. The people at the space agency were completely dumbfounded. No wonder Lin Ye said that what he makes is model rockets. For a real rocket, this is not just a model. They really can't figure out how much fuel a 3-meter rocket can hold. Can still fly so high. The most important thing is that he recycled it. How ridiculous! At this moment, no one doubts what Lin Ye said. If they had Lin Ye's awesome ability, they would be crazier than Lin Ye. Director Gu suddenly thought of something and looked at Lin Ye with a shocked expression. Lin Ye, that new fuel you mentioned. Yes, it's a new type of fuel. Lin Ye nodded. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Ye. Can a new type of fuel support this model rocket to fly so high? What fuel is this? Hiss. You. Director Gu suddenly couldn't understand Lin Ye. He was so talented. The ultimate genius. New fuel and recyclable rockets, can they be developed in a month? And it wasn't done in a professional place, it was done in an out-of-the-way research institute. Director Gu felt even more shocked when he thought of this. How was this researched? And this rocket is very small. What is its specific use? Lin Ye said it was a model, but what would a real rocket look like? Director Gu thought for a while and asked, Lin Ye, can you tell me what the original design of this rocket is for? Lin Ye explained, the original rocket is a recyclable heavy-duty launch vehicle that can carry 200 tons in lunar orbit and 500 tons in low Earth orbit. After hearing this, Gu Ju just lowered his head to think, and suddenly realized something and raised his head suddenly. What did you say? How many tons? Chapter 16. The lunar orbit carries 200 tons and the low Earth orbit carries 500 tons. Lin Ye explained. Director Gu was suddenly stunned. 500 tons in low Earth orbit, are you kidding me? The carrying capacity of 500 tons is simply an astronomical figure for their aerospace industry. You must know that every increase in carrying capacity of 1 ton requires strict data calculation and design. At present, mankind's maximum low Earth orbit carrying capacity is only about 100 tons. Is this a 5-fold increase? Is that true? Not only Director Gu, but also people from other space agencies thought it was too outrageous. Isn't 500 tons a bit exaggerated? Currently, the one with the largest carrying capacity in the world is only 100 tons, and the one that goes to the moon is only 40 tons. How should this be designed? How big is the rocket recovered over there? And it doesn't seem to have a carrying function, right? 500 tons, I can't even think about it. It's too far away from us. Everyone felt that Lin Ye was exaggerating. They checked the rocket over there and found that it had no carrying capacity and could not transport anything other than fuel. Even many functions have been eliminated. This kind of rocket can carry something weighing 500 tons after being enlarged? Think too much. The bigger the rocket, the heavier it is and the more fuel it requires. It can also hold 500 tons of other things, which is simply outrageous. Dean Wu smiled awkwardly and said, well, Director Gu, it's understandable that Lin Ye is young and energetic. He was an amateur, but he still found it outrageous to hear that a weight of 500 tons would be transported into space. Not to mention flying, even transport on the ground requires special vehicles. Director Gu didn't take what Lin Ye said to heart and said, young people have ideas. I sincerely invite you to work at the space agency. All benefits are negotiable. The new fuels and recyclable technologies you develop will be reported to you and you will be given the treatment and honor you deserve. In the opinion of people at their space agency, a carrying capacity of 500 tons may be possible in the future. But it doesn't work now. Not to mention whether there is such a large thrust, it is a matter of opinion whether the material can withstand the gravity of something weighing 500 tons. Before Lin Ye could reply, Dean Wu immediately pulled his face and said, Director Gu, this won't work. Director Gu said, why not? Dean Wu must have seen his talent in the aerospace field, right? He must have this person. It is inevitable to win. Because the aerospace field is the future. Wouldn't it be an extreme waste of talent to place someone with such incredible aerospace talent in the New Energy Research Institute? Dean Wu smiled and said, he is talented in the aerospace field, but his talent is even greater in the new energy field. What do you mean, Director Wu? Director Gu frowned. Lin Ye is now a researcher on new energy, and he must have studied this in university. Is it possible? Dean Wu said with a smile, yes, not long ago, his assessment project was a solar panel with a photoelectric conversion rate of 60%. And that rocket was also his project. Director Gu should also know what will happen if the photoelectric conversion efficiency reaches such a high level. After hearing this, Director Gu's expression froze instantly. What? A solar panel with a photoelectric conversion efficiency of 60%? Dean Wu said, yes, you heard it right, it is 60%. Do you know what this means, right? Director Gu and the people from the space agency behind him widened their eyes for a moment. Full of disbelief. The words spoken by Dean Wu are absolutely untrue. And photoelectric conversion efficiency, they also know what it is. 60%? This is really outrageous. Damn it, I'm starting to doubt life. It's a rocket and a solar panel. Doesn't this allow people to live? Really? Why does this sound like a dream? Good guy, this is like rain and dew. You know everything? A super genius who knows everything. What the hell, are new energy and aerospace side by side? This is outrageous. Everyone was extremely shocked. I can't imagine that a person can be so talented. Director Gu took a deep breath and looked at Lin Ye again. The more I look at it, the more amazing it becomes. Could this be a man of God sent by God? Photoelectric efficiency is 60%, recyclable launch vehicle, new fuel. There are qualitative breakthroughs in these three fields. Is this something humans can achieve? Director Gu had to doubt his birthright. That won't work either. Lin Ye must go to the space agency. Space flight is more important. Director Gu said immediately. Dean Wu said, isn't new energy important? It's not as important as aerospace. How can you spaceflight without new energy? How far can it travel? The two were still arguing about Lin Ye's stay. The rest of the people's eyes were filled with shock and envy. Is this how a super genius is treated? A director of a space agency and a dean of a research institute were both jealous of each other. Lin Ye, you decide for yourself. Yes, let Lin Ye decide on his own. The two people's faces turned red and they all looked at Lin Ye. Everyone's eyes also turned to him. The people from the space agency hoped that Lin Ye would choose them. People at the New Energy Research Institute also hoped that Lin Ye will choose to stay. Lin Ye was quite embarrassed and said, is there a possibility that the two can be combined? Dean Wu's eyes suddenly widened. Chapter 17. He suddenly remembered what Lin Ye had written on his previous project report. Space Solar Power Station. Let me go, Lin Ye is not really coming, is he? Now the capability of the rocket has been demonstrated and it can be recycled. This means that launch costs will be greatly reduced. Hiss. It seems like they really go together. Director Gu didn't know what was going on and wondered, Lin Ye, how can this be combined? New energy and aerospace have little to do with each other, right? They are even two fields. Everyone looked at Lin Ye. Yet, how do you combine this? You'd better choose one, everyone will respect your choice. It's not necessary. Once the rocket research is completed, we can continue to research new energy sources. Would it be bad if we take care of both sides? Before Lin Ye could speak, Dean Wu said, I remembered it. Do you know what Lin Ye's assessment items are? What is it? Everyone was confused. Space Solar Power Station. Dean Wu said. What? Space Solar Power Station. Director Gu was really shocked. They are also studying this project, but there is basically no substantial progress because it is too difficult. There is so much to consider. It is not just a matter of launch costs, but also of power station maintenance and power transmission. Waiting for a lot of questions. These need to be overcome one by one. Thinking of this, he also understood why Lin Ye said that the two could be combined. If solar panels with a photoelectric conversion efficiency of 60% are sent into space, a power station can be built. It's true that you can get very high returns. But we cannot ignore practical issues. That is, economics and technical difficulty. Dean Wu confirmed, you heard it right, it is the Space Solar Power Station project. Hiss. Director Gu immediately looked at Lin Ye and said, Lin Ye, this project is too difficult at this stage, but as long as you come to the space agency, it can be realized. I can go anywhere, everyone's goal is for the country, right? Lin Ye said helplessly. Moreover, his technology is already very mature. He just needs to make things according to the technology, right? But I will definitely go to the space agency then. Because they have more professional tools to use, after all, aerospace. Dingwu rolled his eyes at Director Gu and said, "You still want to rob someone? Let's go, this is not the place to talk. Let's go to another place," Director Gu suggested, feeling tired after standing for so long. "I think it's okay. I've been standing here for most of the day. Let's go to the conference room." Dingwu agreed. Then, Dingwu led several people to the conference room. And the rocket was transported away and put away. In the conference room, "Lin Ye, I want to hear your opinion." Director Gu looked at Lin Ye, who was sitting next to Dingwu, and said. Lin Ye said, "My original intention was a space solar power station, which is an extremely efficient way of generating electricity and is also an extremely clean energy source. As Director Gu and Dingwu have seen, solar panels and rockets with a photoelectric conversion efficiency of 60% are all developed for space power stations." After hearing this, everyone fell into silence. This idea is certainly a good one. But the feasibility is low. If a space power station could be built, it would have been built long ago. Because there are huge obstacles in terms of current technology. It's not just about solar panels and rockets. Even if the power generation panels are sent up, they will face a series of problems later. This all requires money to maintain. If the cost of maintenance is more than the cost of generating electricity, it is not worth it. It's completely unnecessary behavior. Only after technological breakthroughs can the benefits created by the electricity exceed the maintenance funds, that will be possible. The original intention of the space power station is to replace some of the unsustainable energy sources. It is still people-oriented. Director Gu also became serious and said, "Then have you considered the feasibility of a space power station? What problems will you face?" "I have considered this, and I have also studied the problems I will face, and have solved them. The cost of subsequent maintenance will not be very high, and it does not even require much maintenance," Lin Ye explained. After hearing this, Director Gu asked again, "Do you have a research report? Or a theory or something?" "There are research reports, but they are not very detailed," Lin Ye said. "Have? Where is it? Let me see." Director Gu suddenly stood up. He thought that Lin Ye was just an idea and had not made anything practical, so he asked him questions to make him quit. "But I didn't expect it to actually exist." "Really? You've thought far enough. Good guy, completing a big project by yourself? The dawn of mankind. Let's take a look first and study the feasibility. After all, we are also studying this thing, and there is no substantial progress." Everyone's eyes were filled with doubts or expectations. Dingwu coughed and said, "There is indeed such a research report, but I have classified it as top secret. If you want to view it, you must sign a confidentiality agreement." "No problem." Director Gu waved his hand. Then, Dingwu asked his assistant to get the confidentiality agreement, while he went to get the top secret documents. After everyone signed, Dingwu handed the document to Director Gu. Director Gu took a deep breath, opened the sealed document, and read it. Title: Space Solar Power Station. The following is about the theoretical technology of recyclable heavy-duty launch vehicles. Director Gu took a quick glance and was completely shocked. Chapter 18. Director Gu stared at the research report on the document with his eyes widened. Seeing Director Gu acting like this, the others also became nervous. Could it be that there is really something in this research report? Is there hope for space power stations? Director, what's wrong? Isn't it exciting? If the space power station can really be built, then our country will really take off in a straight line from now on. Hiss! I smell a real smell. Everyone lowered their heads and whispered. It can be seen from Director Gu's expression that this research report is really not simple. Director Gu stared. The technical difficulties related to this recyclable heavy-duty launch vehicle are described above, and a more detailed solution is also given. Even new fuels have detailed formulas. After an unknown amount of time, Director Gu finished reading the detailed research report on the rocket. The research log including Lin Ye's test flight of the rocket is also on it. There was a buzzing in his head, and the more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. A rocket built according to this theory can definitely carry something weighing 500 tons in low Earth orbit. The lunar orbit can also carry 200 tons. But the design is different. The lunar orbit is designed to have more fuel, so the weight it can carry is only 200 tons. It's just that the size of this rocket is larger than ordinary rockets. This theory also mentions new metals, engine technology, afterburner technology, self-correction technology, etc. In layman's terms, if this theory is sold, it can buy a smaller country. Hey! Director, please say something. What on earth is going on? I'm so anxious. Director, please tell me what you saw. This expression can't be real. Everyone said anxiously. They can't see the document, and every minute and second is torture. Director Gu took a deep breath and said, "This is wonderful. With this theory and technology, the rocket created can really transport 500 tons. And it can also be recycled. One word stirs up 1,000 waves." Everyone seemed to have stopped breathing. Real. 500 tons carrying capacity. This is far ahead in the world. Am I dreaming? Tell me. A super genius, I can't help but feel inferior to you. With a carrying capacity of 500 tons, it is not a problem to launch hundreds of satellites at once. 500 tons can also recover rockets. Why the hell does this feel a bit unreal? Help me quickly, I'm a little dizzy. Everyone said in great astonishment. They thought that the test rocket was already Lin Ye's limit, but they didn't expect that there would be even more extreme ones waiting for them. Director Gu looked at Lin Ye with excitement, and even changed his title, Mr. Lin. When did you develop this rocket theory? Does anyone else know about it? This is so precious. Lin Ye said with some embarrassment, it took a month. Apart from these people here, no one else should know. 1 month, 1 month, is this the world of genius? Director Gu felt numb. It cannot be compared with this. Dean Wu chuckled and said, Director Gu, do you want to take the heart-saving pill quickly? Don't take it later. Go away. You know nothing. This is the theory of rockets. You only see new energy sources, right? This is pure technological innovation. Comrade Lin Ye can be called the strongest astronaut. Director Gu rolled his eyes at Dean Wu. Dean Wu didn't speak, just smiled. He really didn't understand much. Director Gu continued to look down. There is no doubt that in the field of optical rockets, Lin Ye's theory is enough to make him an exceptional academician. This technology is a direct qualitative improvement to the country's aerospace industry. It is no exaggeration to say that it has raised the country's aerospace status to the top in the world, and it will be difficult for other countries to surpass it. Especially beautiful country. Aren't they working on recyclable launch vehicles recently? Although there has been some progress, it is still unstable. And Lin Ye's theory can achieve real recycling. As long as there are no problems with the rocket technology, the recovery rate is 100%. Who can surpass this terrifying recycling rate? Lin Ye is enough to go down in history. If the people at the Dragon Academy of Sciences know about it, there will be no fight. But the technology contained in this rocket can also be used in other ways. For example, that new material can be used on fighter planes. After Director Gu thought about it, he continued to look down. Here's the satellite technology that carries solar panels. Seeing this, Director Gu's eyes lit up. And satellite technology. After a while, his breathing became heavier. Satellite technology is composed of power stations, all of which are modular. They are launched and then docked according to the guidance signal. The accuracy is even higher than the current satellite docking. Can humans study this? Director Gu's face turned pale. A layman might not be able to see it, but an insider would know at a glance that this theory is simply brilliant. The technical difficulties involved were all explained one by one. Some time passed, and Director Gu's breathing became heavy. The satellite technology in the research report is top-notch in the world. He spent some time looking at the back. Then he stood up suddenly and said, "Rocket technology, satellite docking technology, and a series of other technologies related to aerospace, all of which have been revolutionized. In other words, this research report on space solar power stations is very mature. This is so surprising, the feasibility is extremely high." Chapter 19. An aerospace engineer breathed a little quickly. He stood up and looked at Director Gu and asked, "Director Gu, are you saying that this set of research reports can be realized?" Everyone's eyes suddenly became hot, staring at Director Gu. Director Gu suppressed the fear in his heart and said, "To put it simply, this research report on the space electric team can be directly approved as a project. Although this document is not particularly detailed, it provides many research directions and ideas. This alone is enough to study." "What? Isn't this ridiculous? One person has developed the theoretical technology of a space power station. Good guy, Mr. Lin, you are really a genius. It's amazing, the waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves ahead." A heated discussion immediately broke out in the conference room, and everyone's eyes were wandering on Lin Ye. Either admired or surprised. Dean Wu looked at Lin Ye and asked, "Boy Lin, did you do all this in a month?" Even if he doesn't understand, he can still understand the expressions of these space agency people. This proves that Lin Ye's space power station project is feasible. Lin Ye replied, "Yes, Dean. During this period, I have been studying the technical difficulties related to space power stations, and I have also referred to many documents and papers." After hearing this, Dean Wu was immediately surprised. "That's incredible, you. It seems that my small research institute can't stop you." The Dean is serious. "No matter what, I am still a human being and a member of the Dragon Kingdom." Lin Ye respects scientific researchers very much. Because they are promoting the scientific and technological progress of the Dragon Kingdom, and even the scientific and technological progress of all mankind. Is very great. Dean Wu laughed and said, "That's right. Once the space power station is completed, our national strength will increase. Of course you will be indispensable." "Old man, I also got some credit." He was really happy about the improvement of national power. Although he had shown himself to be calm over the past few years, he was not calm secretly. The emergence of Lin Ye may soon change the world structure. Lin Ye assured, "Don't worry, Dean, you will see our rocket take off with the power station soon." "Ha ha ha, okay, you are ambitious. Old man, I am waiting for the solar panels from our institute to take off." Dean Wu burst out laughing. He has no intention of robbing people now. He knew very well that Lin Ye was a rising star in the scientific research world, but such a small place would make him constrained. Space is the real big stage. Director Gu smiled and patted Dean Wu on the shoulder and said, "Lin Ye is right, and I can guarantee that with the direction of this research report, the space power station will be manufactured and deployed in the shortest possible time." After saying this, both of them laughed. It can be seen that these two people, who have served the country for half their lives, are really happy to see the hope of improving the national strength. Dean Wu was so excited that he looked at Director Gu and said with a smile, "Can you believe it? This project of Boy Lin is just an assessment task arranged by me to let them study new energy sources. Who would have thought that Boy Lin would directly build a space power station?" Director Gu's smile suddenly stopped. "You said you asked him to do research on new energy, and he made a bombshell." What's the matter?" "You're awesome," Dean Wu said in a joking tone. "Monster, Boy Lin is such a monster." Director Gu was frightened again. Who would dare to believe it? The origin of Dragon Kingdom's space power station is actually a small introductory test. If those foreign scientists knew this, they would be so scared. When everyone listened to the conversation, they just felt that it was a conversation between big guys, and they couldn't get in the middle of it. Is this the world of big guys? Mr. Lin is really a god sent from heaven. I haven't come to my senses yet. How on earth did you come up with this? One person, 1 month, a huge project. The world is so messy. Newton discovered gravity when his apple fell. If it had been me, I would have scolded you a lot. Today has refreshed all my 3 views. I thought that in this era of slow technological progress, there would be no such innovation. Director, what are our plans next? An aerospace engineer concealed his shock, closed the document and sealed it again, looked at Director Gu and said. The contents of this document are enough to cause a sensation around the world. But their space agency is not responsible for R&D and manufacturing. The most important thing is that this matter has not been reported yet. Director Gu said, let's report it first. We are not responsible for the specific research and manufacturing. They are not responsible for this part, but aerospace technology. Aerospace technology is responsible for the development and manufacturing of rockets, intercontinental missiles, etc. After finishing speaking, Director Gu took the document over, looked at Dean Wu and said, Dean Wu, I'm taking this document with me, and I'll have someone come and handle the transfer procedures later. You can just take it away, it's not a big deal if you leave it here. Dean Wu waved his hand and said. Director Gu looked at Lin Ye again and said, Mr. Lin, I will help you submit this summary of the research report. Just wait here. It will not take long for someone from above to meet you. Director Gu, walk slowly. Lin Ye and the Dean stood up and sent the people from the space agency away together. Look at their backs as they leave. Dean Wu smiled. There's going to be big news from the top because of Lin Ye. Chapter 20. After the meeting, Lin Ye saw Wang Mingming and 3 people downstairs in the dormitory. Old Lin, you. Wang Mingming looked at Lin Ye and hesitated to speak. Lin Ye walked over, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile, You boy, what's your look? No. No, I just can't figure it out, how can you be so awesome? Those big guys were shocked by your research report. Wang Mingming said with a look of amazement. I thought that a solar panel with a conversion rate of 60% was awesome enough, but I didn't expect that there was a rocket behind it. The main thing is, his Dyson sphere was modeled after Lin Ye's space power station. But who would have thought that Lin Ye's space power station is real? Hey, I usually ask you to read and study more, but you go online and play games every day. Lin Ye suddenly showed the look of an old father and touched Wang Mingming's head. Wang Mingming shook his head and said, Is this a matter of study? How can I compare to you, a wall hanging? We were pretty much the same when we were in college. When you first came to the institute, you made a name for yourself with the space power station. Are you going to build a space elevator next? To be honest, he admired Lin Ye from the bottom of his heart. You have to work hard, my father is worried about you. Lin Ye smiled. Wang Mingming twitched the corner of his mouth, Go, go, go. It's okay, you're worried about your brother leaving, right? Lin Ye said suddenly. Wang Mingming stopped talking. Apparently yes. We have been classmates for 4 years and originally planned to work together in the research institute, but who would have thought that Lin Ye would make such a big noise as soon as he arrived? Everyone at the space agency was alarmed. There are also people from the army and national security. Can we grown men stop being so petty? Lin Ye said. Wang Mingming said, You don't understand. What don't you understand? Aren't you always contributing to the country wherever you go? Lin Ye asked again. Wang Mingming nodded, You are right. When we choose to come here, we have already decided to build the country well. Zhang Long on the side also said, Lin Ye, he is doing big things, we are doing small things, we are not all building the country, it's nothing, it's not like we won't see each other again. Yes, Lin Ye built that battery panel. We must continue to study it in the future and strive to improve it on his basis. Isn't it the same if we shoot it into the sky? Wu Qi also said authoritatively. Wang Mingming looked into the distance and said, I know, I'm just a little reluctant to let go. Ha, I didn't see you being too reluctant to leave me when I was in college. Lin Ye chuckled. How can it be the same? Wang Mingming had nothing to say. After thinking for a while, he added, are you going to work for a space agency in the future? Not necessarily. The space agency is not responsible for R&D and manufacturing. I guess they will go to aerospace technology to build big rockets. Lin Ye said. That's right. Judging from their performance today, you don't think the academician has to run away, young academician? Wang Mingming said. Lin Ye kicked Wang Mingming's butt and said, go away. Let's go eat, I've been hungry all day. Okay. After that, the four of them went to the cafeteria to eat. After eating, Lin Ye returned to the dormitory with his laptop. I searched online for space elevators. Sure enough, the panel appeared again. Ding! Space elevator technology analysis is in progress. There are 400 days left in the analysis progress. Looking at the panel in front of him, Lin Ye smiled knowingly. Space elevator. With this thing, there will be no need for rockets in the future. Transporting things directly depends on the space elevator. After that, Lin Ye tried to search the spaceship again. However, this time it was not displayed. He searched again and found that it would not be displayed. It turns out that you can only analyze one at a time, but this one contains a lot of technology, so there's no rush. Lin Ye said thoughtfully. Forget it, let's rest for a while. At the same time, the director of the Space Administration went directly to the Academy of Dragon Science under the escort of the military region troops. During this period, Director Gu had already reported the matter through the internal hotline. After discussion, it was decided to hold an emergency meeting at the Dragon Academy. The meeting included academicians and engineers from aerospace science and technology, as well as academicians and deans from the Dragon Academy of Sciences. In the conference room, Director Gu, led by an assistant, quickly walked into the conference room carrying a briefcase. Lao Gu, what's going on? Is there any new progress? The conference room was already full of people, all looking at Director Gu who had just entered. Director Gu walked to an empty seat and sat down. He took out the document inside and placed it on the table, but did not open it immediately. Qi Baoping, the president of Long Academy, said, please sign this confidentiality agreement. After saying this, the assistant took out the documents and distributed them to everyone. After everyone signed, they looked at the dean and Director Gu with puzzled faces. Dean, what on earth is this? Someone asked in confusion. They didn't know what the meeting was about, but they were called in urgently. It seems not easy to sign the highest level confidentiality agreement as soon as you arrive. Dean Qi Baoping looked at Director Gu and said, Director Gu, please tell everyone. Everyone looked at Director Gu. Director Gu pressed the document with his hand and said, hello everyone, let me introduce to you. This document is a report on the research results of space solar power stations. What is currently confirmed is that solar panels have achieved significant results, with a photoelectric conversion rate of 60%. The retractable heavy-duty launch vehicle has been successfully developed and tested, and it is supported by theoretical and technical knowledge. After hearing this, the whole audience was in an uproar. Chapter 21. After hearing this, the whole audience was in an uproar. Real or fake? Space power station? When was this project? Why haven't I heard about the progress of the space power station? Director Gu, please stop talking nonsense. Two major breakthroughs at once. How is this possible? Yes, yes, why haven't we heard about it? At least we know the current status of these two fields. The photoelectric conversion efficiency is 60%. This is absolutely impossible. The highest in the world is only 30%. About twice as much, it's doubled all of a sudden, it's absolutely impossible. Recyclable heavy-duty launch vehicle? I'm a rocket engineer in aerospace technology. Why haven't I heard of it? And a foreign company is also working on this technology, which is among the best in the world, but their recyclability is only a probability. Test flight? When did it happen? Was it done by another sub-research institute? It doesn't make sense. They have to report to us for their research. Everyone looked extremely confused, frowned, spread their hands and said one after another. They are all industry insiders. If there is a new breakthrough, how could they not know about it? And there were no signs at all. Let me tell you directly that there are two major technological breakthroughs. This is completely impossible. Aerospace science and technology is also developing recyclable launch vehicles and studying satellites for space power stations. They know the situation of domestic aerospace best. How could there be any aerospace research institute that bypassed them and made a major technological breakthrough? Everyone looked at Dean Shi Baoping with curious eyes. Dean Shi didn't know why. But when he was on the phone with Director Gu, he could clearly hear Director Gu's excited tone and the technical breakthroughs he described. Most importantly, there is a research report. This prompted him to immediately call over the engineers and academicians from the Aerospace Science and Technology and Dragon Academy of Sciences. Hold an emergency meeting. Dean Shi looked at Director Gu and said, "Director Gu, please tell everyone what is going on." Director Gu picked up the document, looked at everyone and said, "You may not believe it, but the research report on space power stations comes from a new energy research institute. I have read it all. The content in it is enough to revolutionize the entire aerospace field." After hearing this, everyone stared at Director Gu with wide eyes, full of disbelief. Absurd. If you say that the photoelectric conversion rate reaches 60%, we can still understand it, but for the test flight of a heavy-duty launch vehicle, this is absolutely impossible. Director Gu, you have to speak responsibly. Everyone here doesn't have so much time to fantasize. It's ridiculous. A new energy research institute has developed a heavy-duty launch vehicle and created a space power station project. So what are we doing? To make a living. Director Gu, you can eat randomly, but you can't talk nonsense. Do you know what this means? It means that our country will surpass the beautiful country in a short time. Everyone was so excited that their necks turned red. I think what Director Gu said is absolutely impossible. All of them here are top representatives in the aerospace field, and they have designed many satellites and rockets that have gone into space. It is absolutely impossible for them to believe that a new energy research institute can develop a space power station project. Dean Shi Baoping said, "Everyone, please be quiet." Since Director Gu dares to speak, he is confident. I believe what Director Gu said, so I asked everyone to come over for the meeting immediately. There are too many impossible things in the world, haven't we made them happen? Do you think so? Everyone endured their patience and sat down, but their faces still looked as uncomfortable as if they had eaten flies. But it's too outrageous to cross fields. Isn't this some kind of activity, Dean? Yes, we will believe in their solar energy technology breakthrough. After all, the industry has specialization. Hurry up and explain. I'm still busy and don't have time to chat with you. In that case, let's open the file and show it to everyone to see if what's in it is really what Director Gu said. Everyone was waiting for Director Gu to continue. Director Gu had already guessed that this would be the case. The more capable people are, the less likely they will believe that the new Energy Research Institute can develop a space power station project. He didn't believe it at first, but it was true. Director Gu smiled and said, "Don't worry, everyone. There are too many technological breakthroughs involved. Let me start with the recyclable heavy-duty launch vehicle. With that said, Director Gu opened the document and turned to the recyclable heavy-duty launch vehicle. There were not only technical theories but also Lin Ye's rocket model development log. I'm a person who doesn't understand as well as you, but I was shocked after reading it. Mr. Ma, you are the leader in rocketry, just take a look. After speaking, Director Gu handed the document to an old man in his 50s, Mr. Ma. This person is an academician of aerospace technology and a leading figure in the rocket field. Mr. Ma took the document handed over by Director Gu, lowered his head and frowned and read it. Everyone's eyes immediately stared at Mr. Ma, as if to see Mr. Ma's reaction. Mr. Ma looked carefully and saw that there were theories and formulas at the top, as well as guidance on research directions, which could be said to be quite detailed. After a moment, Mr. Ma's eyes widened with shock, and his hands trembled. What is recorded in this research report is indeed the relevant technical theory of recyclable heavy rockets. It is very mature. Chapter 22. Mr. Ma looked horrified at this time, and even couldn't believe his eyes. He rubbed his eyes and continued reading. When everyone in the conference room who was waiting anxiously saw this, their eyes showed disbelief. You know, the person who is reading the document is a leading figure in the domestic rocket field. He couldn't hold his breath after seeing it, so would it still be fake? But it's still puzzling. Can a new energy research institute develop a recyclable heavy-duty launch vehicle? This is too outrageous. When did you become so awesome across industries? Solved the technical problems plaguing the domestic aerospace industry? This is too exaggerated, I still can't believe it. This, Mr. Ma, is this really about recyclable heavy-duty launch vehicles? That's outrageous. What's going on here, Director Gu? Did someone use the name of the new Energy Research Institute to bring out the results? When did the level of the new Energy Research Institute become so high? And it's still building rockets. Everyone frowned, not knowing what to say for a moment. Because this is simply outrageous. Dean Chi Baoping looked at Director Gu and said, Director Gu, do you think this project is feasible? Very high. Director Gu said with excitement, it can be said that as long as we follow this, we can build a space power station in just a few years. Dean Chi Baoping took a deep breath. It seemed that starting an emergency meeting was the right choice. At this stage, foreign aerospace has always been ahead of Long Guo. A certain company is already working on recyclable rockets and has made considerable achievements. Looking at it now, if the Dragon Kingdom's space power station is the first to launch, then the Dragon Kingdom's aerospace field will immediately surpass other countries. This is not a lie. Although he had never read the document, he could tell from Mr. Ma's eyes and expression that the contents were astonishing. Okay. It seems that our aerospace field is about to take a big step forward. Dean Chi Baoping clenched his fist tightly. Everyone looked at Dean Chi Baoping with anxiety and expectation in their hearts. Is our Dragon Kingdom really going to lead the world in aerospace? New fuel. When Mr. Ma saw the description of new fuels later, he couldn't stand it anymore. Everyone looked over immediately with deep doubts. Mr. Ma? What new type of fuel? Someone asked. Mr. Ma shook his hands slightly and said, it is solid liquid fuel, and the propellant is solid concentrated high-grade borosilicate C2H2, CH4, C2H4, and other composite fuels. The fuel developed according to this theory is not only small in size, but also lighter. After finishing speaking, Mr. Ma's eyes started to get wet, and he said, anyone who can research such a magical fuel is simply a super genius. Everyone listened to Mr. Ma's words. He was suddenly stunned and speechless. In this solid liquid fuel, the propellant is solid and the oxidizer is liquid. The solid composite fuel technology that Mr. Ma mentioned combines several fuels together. It also reduces the size and weight. Just thinking about it, they could imagine how much thrust this fuel would generate. The difficulty of this technology is to combine several different fuels together and then compress them. This is difficult to do. Mr. Ma, are you saying that this is the fuel recorded on it? Let me go, can these fuels be fused together? How did he fuse them? Hiss. If these are fused together, I can't imagine how much thrust it will bring after burning. Everyone looked at Mr. Ma and asked. Mr. Ma took a deep breath and said, there are related technical theories on this. It can be said that according to this research direction, we will be able to develop this kind of fuel soon. Hey, there really is a way. Everyone stared at Mr. Ma in astonishment. Mr. Ma suppressed the fear in his heart, looked at the crowd with bright eyes and said, guess how much thrust the rocket designed in this research report can produce when built. When he saw it, he was extremely horrified. This is definitely the largest span of technological innovation in the world. As long as this fuel is produced, it can directly surpass other countries in the aerospace field. And the Dragon Kingdom will become a well-deserved powerhouse in fuel innovation, no one else. Mr. Ma has absolute confidence. Everyone was confused and said a number based on their own judgment. 1,000 tons. Currently we can build a rocket that produces 800 tons of thrust. An increase of 200 tons at once, is amazing. I think it should be at least 1,050 tons. This kind of composite solid fuel should not only increase the capacity by 200 tons. More than 1,000, I think. Rockets not only have to consider the thrust, but also the strength and temperature resistance of the rocket materials. After all, when the combined fuel produces super large thrust, it will also produce super high thrust. Temperature. Mr. Ma smiled and shook his head, and said excitedly. According to the rocket design in the research report, it can generate 3,000 tons of thrust. Chapter 23. What? 3,000 tons of thrust? Are you kidding me? 3,000 tons? Damn, this is scary to death. What exactly is the design of this rocket? Can it produce 3,000 tons of thrust? Is the body material made of conventional rocket materials? If not, it won't be able to withstand it. Good guy, 3,000 tons, is there such a big difference from the 1,500 tons I estimated? Everyone looked in disbelief and thought this was ridiculous. Mr. Ma was in an extremely comfortable mood and said with a smile, you can't believe it. The design of this rocket has innovated technology in many aspects, including the body material, which is also a new type of alloy. The strength can naturally withstand the thrust of 3,000 tons. Pressure and heat. In his heart, he already admired the person who devised this theory. Super talent. I didn't expect that there would be a crouching tiger, hidden dragon in a small new energy research institute. Everyone's eyes widened, thinking this was a dream. Are domestic scientific research talents already so extraordinary? Could it be that this generation of astronauts has ushered in their own dawn? Mr. Ma, are you sure you read it correctly? This feels like a dream to me. Yet, my head feels so light. I've never felt like this before. New Energy Research Institute, how did you research this? Mr. Ma continued, the payload transported to low Earth orbit has reached 500 tons. 200 tons to lunar orbit. This does not include fuel. When he said this, Mr. Ma himself was extremely shocked by the world. 500 tons, low Earth orbit, this is a god. The lunar orbit is 200 tons, and the beautiful countries is only 60 tons. What an improvement! It's so shocking. This year must be the spring for us astronauts. Everyone's mood was beyond words. They can guarantee that the news they heard today is the most surprising news they have ever heard in their lives. At this time, Dean Chi Baoping looked at Mr. Ma and asked, Mr. Ma, after looking at it, do you think the feasibility of the space elevator is high? He felt that if the feasibility was high, then he would submit the report as soon as possible and apply for funds to start working on it. After all, the space power station is not just run by the Dragon Kingdom. With such help, it would be better to get it done as soon as possible. Well, except for rockets, I took a quick look at the others. The feasibility is very high. Just take rockets as an example. It can be studied for the space power station project. Mr. Ma thought for a moment, and then said, and this solar panel, the photoelectric conversion efficiency reaches 60%. With these two technological breakthroughs, space power stations already have the ability to generate economy. The recyclable heavy-duty launch vehicle greatly reduces the cost of rocket transportation, and the photoelectric conversion efficiency is very high, and the revenue generated is very considerable. There are also satellites equipped with solar panels. I don't know much about this. Let Lao Lu come and take a look. After saying that, Mr. Ma handed the document to Mr. Lu, who was sitting beside him. This is a meritorious figure in the field of domestic satellites and an academician. He has designed and manufactured at least hundreds of satellites in the sky. Ahem, let me see how the satellite technology is. Mr. Lu took the document and read it. He also frowned. After a while, Mr. Lu said in surprise, the theory of this satellite technology is also very mature. It is all modular and the accuracy of satellite orbit determination is as accurate as millimeters. And the data between satellites is interoperable, which means that the satellites can complete the docking independently. This theory also takes into account the problem of being hit by others. After the modular satellite battery is full, it can automatically find the docking target, collect all the electricity in a satellite launched from the ground, and then automatically break away and continue to generate electricity. This solves the collision problem caused by the oversized space power station composed of satellites. If someone wants to destroy the satellite, it will be very difficult. A meteorite impact will not destroy the entire satellite. This set of theoretical technology is really wonderful. It can be said that it tramples all the known satellite technologies in the world under its feet. Mr. Lu said in a sonorous voice with great excitement. After hearing this, everyone also looked horrified. New energy for rockets and satellites, is this the New Energy Research Institute? Damn it! What kind of god is this in the New Energy Research Institute? Dean Chi Baoping said in amazement, Director Gu, you really brought us great news. The space power station can be said to be the perfect substitute for controllable nuclear fusion. At this stage, there has been no major breakthrough in controllable nuclear fusion, and it will take time to research. The space power station can just make up for the gap that nuclear fusion has not yet been researched. The research difficulty of controllable nuclear fusion is quite high, otherwise it would not be difficult for so many top scientists around the world. Director Gu was so excited that he also laughed and said, the rocket test flight and this research theory report were all written by a young man. As soon as this was said, the excited smiles on everyone's faces suddenly stopped. Chapter 24. Director Gu, what did you just say? Dean Chi Baoping was stunned, and then looked at Director Gu again. Everyone stopped smiling almost instantly and looked at Director Gu. Well, to be precise, it was a project that a recently graduated college student made during the examination at the institute, a space power station. Director Gu was stared at by more than a dozen eyes, and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, and said with an embarrassed look. What? A recent college graduate? Dean Chi Baoping's eyes widened with disbelief. Yes, when I first learned about it, I couldn't believe it either, but it is the truth. Director Gu explained. This. Everyone was completely stunned. If a team or research institute had come up with it, they would have accepted it just now. Now I tell them that this is an assessment project for one person. Is this person a recent graduate? That's not how you play with heartbeats. Good guy, Director Gu needs to be responsible when he speaks. How can a freshly graduated college student do that? No, I'm going to have a heart attack. Are you kidding? This is really not a joke. Everyone didn't know what to say at this moment, they just thought it was too ridiculous. Qi Baoping straightened his expression and said, Director Gu, you don't dare to cheat on this kind of thing, and you don't dare to replace it casually. Once found out, the consequences will be huge. Dean, everyone, everything I said is true and can be verified. This person is now in the New Energy Research Institute. Director Gu said truthfully, I can vouch for my honor and the director. After hearing this, Director Gu has guaranteed his honor and position. Can there still be a holiday? But this news undoubtedly makes everyone feel incredible. A newly graduated college student, still majoring in new energy. Isn't this related to aerospace? The super genius among geniuses? Qi Baoping was already impatient and wanted to meet this so-called genius college student. In that case, let's go to the New Energy Research Institute to take a look at this super genius. Qi Baoping said. Everyone sorted out their emotions and expressed their opinions one after another. Yes, let's go take a look first. If there really is such a person, let's jointly submit a report to him for selection as an academician. We remain skeptical now. Only people who actually see this person will believe it. Otherwise, I don't believe that a newly graduated college student can solve the problem of the century. It's hard to imagine what Director Gu said. I was still playing at that time. This is so magical. If it were true, he would really be a super genius. Academicians can just take it and don't have to think about anything in this life. Director Gu said, okay, in that case, let's go together to meet him. His name is Lin Ye. No problem, old man, I want to see how this wave goes. Mr. Liu closed the document and said forcefully. Qi Baoping thought for a while and said, let's handle the project as soon as possible. Let all units cheer up and make sure to build the space power station. Others, follow me to the New Energy Research Institute. He looked at everyone's arrangements and finally decided to ask an academician to report the research report and then apply for approval. The others followed Dean Qi Baoping and immediately went to the New Energy Research Institute. At the same time, the video of the rocket launch was uploaded to the internet and quickly gained a lot of traffic. Someone deduced the location of the rocket launch based on the scenery in the video. Some people think this is fake, while others think it is a breakthrough in new rocket technology. Anyway, there are different opinions. The video from one angle alone has received more than 1 million likes and more than 200,000. In any comment section, you can see many people arguing online. I checked that this is fake. Based on the scenery and roads in the video, I can tell that there is indeed a research institute somewhere, but it is not developing rockets. How could it be fake? Can the video be approved? There is no trace of the approved video. Good guy, are you launching a rocket in this geographical location? Are you crazy? There are many people living here. What about the safety factor? And you don't even consider the rotation of the blue star, right? Is there so much fuel? It's impossible to launch rockets here. There's a problem with the geographical location here. Do you think rockets can be launched casually? It looks very real to me. I can't see any traces of PS, let alone the prop model. Based on the distance and surrounding reference objects, this so-called rocket is only more than 3 meters high. Is your rocket so small? At this time, there are quarrels and abuses in the comment area, and everyone has different opinions. Someone inferred the size of the rocket and where it was launched based on the limited information in the video. To sum it up, the video is fake. Because the selection of rocket launch bases is relatively strict, not just any place can be used as a launch base. Generally, rocket launch bases are selected based on location, latitude, safety factors, and climate factors. The location in the video obviously does not match at all. But with the release of the second rocket recycling video, the popularity of the new rocket has skyrocketed again. Chapter 25. Since the release of the second rocket recovery video, many people have shut up, and some have found opportunities to start outputting. Number is there a Tianyi rocket launch base in Daxia? Number on the gap between beautiful countries and my country's aerospace capabilities. Number crazy, rockets videos dare to be fake to deceive traffic. Number. The topic of the rockets has also begun to heat up. At this time, the number of likes on the rocket recycling video has reached more than 500,000, and there are more than 100,000. The truth is out. The video is fake. Domestic rocket recycling technology is not good enough, and it is impossible to recycle it like in the video. Good guy, there are still rockets with excess fuel? Are you kidding me? You can tell whether it's true or false at a glance. It was hard to say whether the video was true before, but now that this video has come out, the truth is clear. It's fake because domestic rocket recovery technology is still very backward. The rocket recovery technology in the video is illusory. Haha, you people just don't see the country being strong, right? People must be self-aware. We are patriotic too, but we must face the gap. A large foreign company has entered commercial rocket launches and spent billions or tens of billions of dollars on research into rocket recycling, and it has only made some progress. Yes, the correct answer is to face up to the gap and not be blindly patriotic. The rocket recycling in the video is so outrageous that it doesn't look real at all. Yes, how is this possible? Our beautiful country doesn't have this kind of technology yet. Can we have it in our country? You're overthinking it. As the abuses and quarrels became louder and louder, demons, as well as civilians who thought they were very powerful, came to point out the mistakes. These quarrels brought greater popularity to the video, and even spread abroad. It also caused a lot of popularity on foreign video social platforms. But most people still don't believe it because there are too many difficulties in rocket recovery technology. Beautiful NASA headquarters. At this time, the conference room was full of people. Among them are aerospace scientists, astronauts, and rocket engineers from the beautiful country, including the director. They all looked at the large screen to one side, which showed a captured space orbit map. What do you think? It has been confirmed by many parties and our satellite observations that this rocket indeed flew from the Dragon Kingdom and has been recovered. The bearded NASA director Mike looked at everyone and said, "Mr. Director, does Long Guo have the ability to recycle rockets?" A rocket engineer asked doubtfully, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. The aerospace capabilities of the Dragon Kingdom should not be underestimated. It is not certain that they are indeed developing recyclable rockets, but it is difficult to say whether the recovery has been successful. NASA Administrator Mike looked at the person who asked the question and said, "Their rocket recovery technology shouldn't be better than ours, right? There's no need to hold a special meeting for this." "My time is very limited," said an old man in his 50s wearing a beautiful national military uniform. Although Long Guo's aerospace is at the forefront of the world, compared with them, it is much inferior. Recyclable rocket technology cannot be developed within more than 10 years. Moreover, Musk spent a lot of money to build a team and invest money in researching rocket recyclability technology. Although some breakthroughs were made, it was still not enough. The Dragon Kingdom seemed even more impossible to him. Mike looked at the man and said, "General Jack is right, but according to the orbit calculation, the latitude of their rocket launch is not suitable at all, which means that more fuel is needed." Have they made a breakthrough in fuel? Otherwise, why would they not consider the latitude of the rocket launch? After all, using the rotation of the blue star can save a lot of fuel weight. I think you are overly worried. The Dragon Kingdom has launched a lot of satellites and rockets. If you are so concerned this time, are you still afraid of what will happen to the Dragon Kingdom? The general said with some seriousness. The rocket engineer added, "It is true. Dragon Kingdom's aerospace strength cannot match ours. Besides, we have already made new breakthroughs here. How easy is it to catch up? You are too sensitive." Director Mike smiled slightly and said, "Maybe, we did find some abnormalities this time. There are a lot of videos about the Dragon Kingdom rockets on the internet. Someone has calculated that the height of their rocket is only 3 meters. Then the rocket engineer said with some disdain, 3 meters? Is this a model? Not to mention the fuel, the rocket engine is not enough, and going into space is a big joke. He has seen the video and it is completely fake. It can no longer be fake. Although the Dragon Kingdom launched the rocket, the location and satellite detection position are very imaginary, but the very cunning nature of the Dragon Kingdom people cannot be ruled out. Because the internet is full of various military videos of the Dragon Kingdom, some say that the Dragon Kingdom is backward, and others say that the Dragon Kingdom has a strong military. There are even computer-generated CG animations pretending to be Dragon Kingdom's new equipment. It's not believable. He also felt that those videos were posted to confuse the public. In that case, I'd like to thank you all for coming. Let's break up the meeting. Director Mike waved his hand and said. The other side. The big guys from Long Academy have already rushed to the New Energy Research Institute. Dean Wu of the institute immediately came out to greet him. You don't need to think about it to know why they came. Qi Baoping immediately asked Dean Wu. Dean Wu, Director Gu said that the research report on the space power station was written by you, a newly graduated college student. Chapter 26. Everyone looked at Dean Wu, wanting to get the real facts from him. Dean Wu smiled and said, Dean Qi is right. His name is Lin Ye, and he was the one who created the space power station project. Also a college student. After saying this, there was a hint of pride in Dean Wu's expression. After Qi Baoping heard this, his head suddenly buzzed. A newly graduated college student comes up with a research project on a space power station? This is too outrageous. Dean Wu, what major did this student named Lin Ye study in college? Isn't it also a major in new energy? Qi Baoping asked again. What you are thinking is true. His major in college is new energy technology and engineering. Dean Wu said quite proudly. Lin Ye is from here, and he knows what the people in front of him are doing here. It must be for Lin Ye. Otherwise, how could he, a small place like his, usually have so many big guys gathered at once? As the dean, he is naturally proud to have such an awesome person under his command. Everyone was shocked and felt incredible. It's true, but it's too outrageous for a college student from a different field to come up with something that we haven't been able to study for half a lifetime. The waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. Each generation is stronger than the last. It seems that we are indeed old. Young people are so powerful. No, Lin Ye, this is too surprising. People like this don't always appear. I would like to meet this super genius and see how his brain grew. What a geek! Everyone said in great horror. In the past, there were awesome people like Newton and Einstein, but now such people are almost invisible. However, a super genius appeared in the Dragon Kingdom, who built a floating castle directly on the foundation. Dean Qi Baoping took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. How could this news not be exciting? It is no exaggeration to say that the emergence of Lin Ye will change the entire world. The Dragon Kingdom will no longer be suppressed. And technical blockade. And Dragon Kingdom will also become the first country in the world to build a power station in space. Unprecedented. Everything Lin Ye has done will be remembered by future generations, the true founder of aerospace. Dean Wu, where is he? We want to see him. Dean Qi Baoping asked expectantly. Dean Wu said, he should be in the dormitory right now. Let me call him and ask him to come down. With that said, Dean Wu was about to take out his phone and make a call. But Qi Baoping and others immediately stopped him and said, No, we just go find him. He should be researching something new. This, you really don't have any heirs. Dean Wu said helplessly. Qi Baoping rolled his eyes and said jokingly, whatever you want, the master will respect you. For such a powerful person, I can serve him tea and water. After everyone heard Qi Baoping's joking words, they didn't think it was really a joke or that he could really do it. As long as Lin Ye says a word, serving tea and pouring water is really good. After all, this kind of super genius is so rare. You must take good care of her. There is no need to serve tea and pour water. He is still so young, so don't be too arrogant, lest you miss him. Besides, you, the Chief Dean of the Academy of Dragon Science, don't think it's outrageous to serve tea and pour water to a young man. Dean Wu also said jokingly. Then he led everyone towards Lin Ye's dormitory. Soon. Arrive at the dormitory building. When passing Lin Ye's classmate Wang Mingming's room, Wang Mingming inside seemed to hear some movement outside and came out to check. As soon as he saw it, he was dumbfounded. He had seen these people on the news. He seems to be an academician. And the person leading it seems to be the president of the Huxia Academy of Sciences. Wang Mingming's entire body will be at the door. Even with his butt, he knew that he was here to find Lao Lin. House, Dean. Wang Mingming looked at Dean Wu and said. It's okay, you are busy with your business, we are looking for Lin Ye. Dean Wu waved his hand. Okay, then I'll get to work first. Wang Mingming closed the door, his heart pounding, and he thought, with all these big shots, Lao Lin, you are really my god. Boom, boom, boom. Dean Wu stood at the door and knocked. Soon, the door was opened by Lin Ye. Lin Ye looked up and saw many people standing at the door, and was immediately startled. Dean Wu smiled and then introduced Lin Ye. Boy Lin, this is the Dean of the Academy of Dragon Science, that is Academician Ma of Aerospace Science and Technology, and the one over there is Academician Lu of the Satellite Field. After hearing this, Lin Ye looked serious and said, Hello, Dean Qi. Hello, Mr. Ma, Mr. Lu. Naturally, he recognized some of these people, almost the top scientists in the country. Oh! What a hero! It's incredible! Dean Qi Baoping looked at Lin Ye up and down as if he were looking at a priceless treasure. Even though the others knew that Lin Ye was very young, they still felt extremely shocked when they saw it at the scene. It is really unimaginable that the world's top research report on space power stations was actually written by the young people in front of me. Logically speaking, shouldn't he be a bad old man? Dean Qi Baoping stretched out his hand to shake Lin Ye's hand and said excitedly. Boy Lin Ye, we have all read your space power station research report. It is absolutely shocking. And the old man, on behalf of the Dragon Science Academy, I am here to formally invite you to be the chief designer of the space power station. I wonder what your wishes are. Chapter 27. Lin Ye hesitated for a moment, he had never seen such a big scene before. Dean Wu on the side said for Lin Ye, Dean Qi, if Mr. Lin follows you, don't let others bully him. After all, Lin Ye is still young and may not understand some of this. We must strive for benefits, and we must strive for the honors we deserve to ensure that Lin Ye can get the best, and the scientific research environment must be the best. Qi Baoping patted his chest and assured, that's for sure. Dean Wu, don't worry. It's too late for me to surrender a talent like Lin Ye. Whoever dares to bully him, I will tear him up on the spot. Such a talented person, if anyone dares to bully him or put him in a bad position, it will be a life-threatening situation. Not to mention him, let's just say that those old scholars who love talents can eat that person alive. After all, everyone knows about the domestic environment. Although the scientific and technological field has advanced by leaps and bounds in just a few decades. But now it is almost stagnant and has encountered a big bottleneck. Those old scholars came from those difficult times and know how to cherish talents better than anyone else. After hearing this, Dean Wu felt relieved and looked at Lin Ye and said, Boy Lin, make your decision. Lin Ye had already thought about it and said, Dean Qi, I am from the Dragon Kingdom. I chose to work in the country's research institute. Naturally, I have made the determination to serve the country, so I obey the arrangement. In fact, Lin Ye discovered a pattern. As long as he is doing research or reading, he can shorten the system's analysis time. If we go to a better scientific research environment, we will inevitably be able to analyze the space elevator in the shortest possible time. By then, whether it is transporting satellites or astronauts to space, it will become simpler. Qi Baoping was relieved. If Lin Ye didn't go, there was really nothing he could do. That's good, we are all in the same camp, serving the country and the people. Qi Baoping said happily. The joining of Lin Ye will definitely make a mark in the history of Long Guo's aerospace industry. Everyone behind Qi Baoping cried with joy. Because they have read Lin Ye's research report and know what it contains, they hope to see the Dragon Kingdom making rapid progress before they die. Then you will feel relieved after death. They, the older generation of scientists, have never changed, whether it is their complex towards the Dragon Kingdom or their unwillingness to admit defeat. After all, they are people who have come through that extremely difficult era. They have witnessed too much and experienced too much. Okay. We welcome Lin Ye Tongzi to join. Welcome. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, tell us, no matter who it is, we will skin him alive for you. The vast stage from now on belongs to you young people after all. Welcome. There were tears in everyone's eyes. They are very pleased to see the young fresh blood of the Dragon Kingdom join the front line of scientific research in their lifetime. Because young people mean the future of the Dragon Kingdom. After all, their lifespan is limited, and they worry that this country will be bullied. Thank you, seniors. I, Lin Ye, hereby promise that I will lead the Dragon Kingdom to a brighter future. Lin Ye also made a determination. Anyone who has known the difficult years of Long Kingdom will understand the hardships and even shed tears uncontrollably. Dean Wu patted Lin Ye on the shoulder and said, "Okay, from now on, your stage will be this vast space. I leave it to you, young people." Dean Qi Baoping wiped his face and said, "In that case, Lin Ye, boy, you can follow us back. The project has been submitted and you have been appointed as the chief engineer." "No problem, I'll do it anytime," Lin Ye said. "Okay, then you pack your luggage and let's go." "Good." After that, Lin Ye packed his luggage, and after saying goodbye to his classmate Wang Mingming and the dean, he also took the test rocket with him and set off for the Academy of Dragon Science together. Dragon Academy. When we arrived at the Dragon Academy, it was already dark. Under the enthusiastic care of the scientific research leaders of Long Academy, Lin Ye was called to rest after eating. "Lao Ma, has Mr. Lin gone to bed?" Mr. Lu looked at Mr. Ma, who was walking towards him, and said, "Go to sleep, let him have a good rest first, he is still reading a book at the moment." Ma Mao shook his head and sighed, somewhat dumbfounded. The body is the capital of revolution. Young people will understand in the future. They now wish they could live a few more years so that they could spend more time doing research. Tisk, tisk, you can't compare, you deserve to be such a genius," Mr. Lu said with a helpless smile. "Let's not talk about this for now. Have you made arrangements for tomorrow?" Mr. Ma asked. "It's been arranged." After hearing about it, the second-in-command came here in person to attend tomorrow's top-secret meeting. Hiss, that person is here in person. It's amazing. Maybe we can also witness the completion of the space power station. No, Boy Lin is really too evil. His future is beyond our imagination. Okay, no more chatting, there are still a lot of things to deal with. Noon the next day. A top-secret meeting was held in the huge conference room of Long Academy, and it was extremely serious. The participants are all experts in their fields and have signed the highest-level confidentiality agreement. Even the leader who came down personally appointed Lin Ye. "Since everyone is here, let me tell you directly. We have made a decision on this space power station project after research and unanimously approved it. The subsequent scientific research manpower, material resources, funding, etc. will be arranged immediately. This top-secret project is named Sunday Project. Chapter 28. Because the scientific research project is too advanced, it has been set as the country's top-secret project. During the research and development period, everyone will probably have to fight on the front line of scientific research for a long time. The next step is to be the chief designer and general person in charge of the scientific research project. After organizational research and decision-making, Comrade Lin Ye will be appointed with full authority. Do you have any opinions? If you have any, please post them. Everyone was silent at that time and all recognized Lin Ye. The leader waited for a moment, and then said, "Okay, let's proceed with the internal commendation. Lin Ye Tongzi has made great achievements in scientific research and solved problems that the domestic aerospace and new energy circles are trying to solve. Since the scientific research project is top secret this time, there will be no actual commendation, only verbal commendation. After the project is completed, Lin Ye Tongzi will be commended. Everyone, sincerity leads to gold and stone. Next, let Lin Ye Tongzi explain it to everyone." After speaking, the leader looked at Lin Ye sitting not far away. Bang bang bang! Suddenly, the conference room burst into warm and sincere applause. Everyone looked excited and had a burning light in their eyes. Although there was no actual commendation, everyone here knows that when the space power station is completed, Lin Ye's career achievements have just begun. The academicians are already young. After all, he is so young, but possesses the ability to advance the entire human civilization. This has become the swan song of this century. Next, the microphone was handed to Lin Ye. Lin Ye took the microphone and said, "I am honored to work with all the seniors in the future. I hope that everyone will cooperate sincerely to overcome the difficulties and let the Dragon Kingdom take off into space. Our future is not just a small blue star, but a sea of stars. Today we are here, firing the first shot in the real war in space. The road ahead will be long, seniors, we have a long way to go." After he finished speaking, warm applause rang out again. Especially Mr. Ma and Mr. Lu. As leaders in the aerospace field, they now have tears in their eyes when they see such outstanding juniors taking over the baton from them. Why should the Dragon Kingdom be unhappy? Dean Chi Baoping took the microphone, looked at the crowd and said, "Lin Ye Tongzi is right. We have fired the first shot into space and built the first space power station in space to benefit the people. It is no exaggeration to say that by the time that day comes, our dragon country's aerospace strength will have become the strongest in the world, bar none. I hope you can cooperate sincerely." After Dean Chi Baoping finished speaking, the audience burst into warm applause again. The leader thought for a while and then said, "Then let's get familiar with each other." After all, Lin Ye Tongzi came to Long Academy for the first time. After getting familiar with it, it will be easier to work. If you have any questions, you can ask them, including technical ones. Actually, this meeting is about discussing related technologies of space power stations. After hearing this, everyone looked at each other. Confused, there were so many of them that I didn't even know where to start. Only when you reach the stage of practice can you ask questions when they arise. Mr. Lin, since you are the chief designer, what are your plans for the next project, or what is the expected completion time? Someone looked at Lin Ye and asked. Lin Ye smiled helplessly and said, "First of all, you don't need to call me Mr. Lin. I'm not used to it. Just call me Xiao Lin. You are all seniors. I admire you for your contribution to the Dragon Kingdom. I strive to pay tribute to you all. Keep up with the seniors." After hearing this, everyone nodded. To be honest, although the masters are respected, they are not used to being called this way. Lin Ye continued, "About the space power station project, there are mainly the following aspects. The first is the heavy-duty recyclable launch vehicle. I have already conducted rocket model tests on this issue. There is no big problem. It just needs to be developed in accordance with the technology and process. The second is the issue of solar panel energy. In this regard, solar panels with a photoelectric conversion rate of 60% are enough. Let the Energy Research Institute be responsible for the production and processing of this aspect. The third problem is satellites. Satellites need to be equipped with solar panels, so satellites and solar panels need to be designed together. I have written a research report on this aspect. The fourth is the issue of maintenance in space. Research reports have also written about this. As long as the power station is launched, it basically does not need to be maintained frequently. If maintenance is required, the minimum cycle is about once every 5 years. The fifth issue is the location of the space power station. Geostationary orbit is a better choice. Of course, it can also be in low Earth orbit, but low Earth orbit is still risky. After all, there is still a little gravity from the blue star. It is best to be a blue star. Synchronous orbit, this is for the consideration of other possible projects in the future, such as lunar exploration, lunar base, etc. These are all for future considerations. Building a base for long-term living on the moon will greatly improve our country's space exploration capabilities. This will pave the way for going out of the solar system. I'm going too far. Everyone should be more concerned about one issue: how to transmit the converted electric energy back to the ground. You can use electromagnetic waves or lasers. My research report says that laser and electromagnetic waves are two methods. They are used together. The transmission loss rate is only 10%. In other words, 90% of the electrical energy can be transmitted back to the ground. The heat dissipation issue is relatively simple. Just read the research report. Laser is a carrier for transmitting energy. In fact, another reason why I added it is that it can be concentrated into a laser beam containing huge energy and used as a weapon. Chapter 29. The development of Dragon Kingdom is not just one thing, but a long-term consideration. When the space power station is completed, there will be enough energy for use, both on the ground and in space. Spaceships and satellites in space, and a series of spacecraft on the space station, can replenish energy in the space power station. However, in space, the electric ion thruster only needs to give the spacecraft a force. Of course, gaseous working fluids can be obtained from blue stars or from space. This requires exploring other planets. In the solar system, there are many planets with gaseous working fluids. After certain progress, we can directly obtain them from replenishing energy in space. As long as energy is free in space, humans will be able to set foot in the entire solar system, find ways to leave the solar system, and explore the entire universe. It's a bit far-fetched, that's about it. Everyone listened to Lin Ye's story attentively, and took out their notebooks to take notes. When they heard the blueprint drawn by Lin Ye, he couldn't help but get excited. Lin Ye Tongzi has thought too far. He is indeed a genius. We feel inferior to him. We have never dared to think about setting foot on other planets in the solar system. The future of the Dragon Kingdom is not in Blue Star, but in the Sea of Stars. Lin Ye Tongzi is a good start for our future generations. I can't imagine what it will be like when the Dragon Kingdom truly enters the space age in the future. It's extremely exciting to think about it. There was a blazing fire in everyone's eyes. They never wanted to conquer the universe. But in the end, due to technological limitations, he could only hibernate around Blue Star. And with the appearance of Lin Ye, they finally saw the light. They even think that they can see such a scene in their lifetime, and the Dragon Kingdom has officially entered the great century of space. Bang bang bang! In an instant, warm applause once again occurred in the conference room. Each of their faces is full of hope for the future. Mr. Ma and Mr. Lu had tears in their eyes. They had been working in the aerospace industry for most of their lives, and they felt happy at this moment. Dean Chi Baoping exhaled quietly and had to admire the young man in front of him. I feel so impressed and dare to do it. Without that research report, in fact, these are all empty talk. But now that we have it, it's only a matter of time before these words become reality. Dragon Kingdom will take off completely on the day the space power station is built. Fulfill their wish to transcend the beautiful country and embark on a further journey. The leader stood up, faced everyone, and said sonorously, "My colleagues, today's meeting is the first shot for our Dragon Kingdom to conquer space and conquer the greatness of space. Once we were invaded, our ancestors built the Great Wall with flesh and blood, protected their homeland with faith, and fought off the invaders with will and unity. These are all great achievements that every one of us in the Dragon Kingdom should remember. And now, at this moment, we, like them, are working hard and fighting on the front line for the future generations to live a happy life without being bullied. We need to stay awake at all times and not slack off, because behind us are thousands of lights. If we are defeated, where will the people behind us go? We are all old people on the front line of scientific research, so I won't continue talking about many things here. Today's meeting can be regarded as a swearing-in meeting. The first step in the long march into space. Since we are in this position, we must play the role of this position. I hope you will cooperate sincerely, and the gold and stone will be opened. For the future of the Dragon Kingdom, and for the lights of thousands of families behind us." After finishing speaking, the leader picked up the tea on the table and said, "There is no wine today, so let's use tea instead of wine." After hearing this, everyone picked up the tea in front of them and stood up, their eyes full of determination. "Let's all raise a toast to the prosperity of the Dragon Kingdom." After saying this, everyone drank it all. Director Gu also said, "Our space agency is always ready to advance and retreat together with everyone." "Good. Old man, even though I'm half buried in the earth, I'm the first one to feel the blood today. Yet, I haven't felt like this in a long time. It's just like the time when my technology was limited and I was humiliated. How I felt when I made the mushroom eggs. I have to thank Lin Ye for this. You have made us old guys rekindle the passion and blood that we only had when we were young. Ha ha ha. Yes, with the addition of Lin Ye Long Guo's aerospace will definitely go further." Everyone spoke impassionedly. "I am fully prepared in my heart, waiting for the moment when the Long Guo space power station is completed. Lin Ye, we respect you." Everyone picked up the mineral water on the table and toasted Lin Ye together. And Lin Ye also quickly filled up the water and said, "Respect all seniors." "Okay, that's it for today's meeting. The rest will be left to you. I'll cover you from the front. Leave the rest to Dean Chi Baoping." The meeting ended as the leader left. Dean Chi Baoping immediately led everyone, took out the research report, and began to divide the work in their respective fields: research, summary, and experiment. A battle that poses a real challenge to space has begun at this moment. The daily project is officially launched. Chapter 30. In the following time, Dean Chi Baoping almost went there personally to contact various materials, resources, scientific researchers, etc. There are also relevant procedures to go through. At the New Energy Research Institute, under the leadership of Dean Wu, a group of scientific researchers began to study quantum dot solar panels to reduce costs as much as possible while ensuring quality and conversion rate. Then we started discussions with the Satellite Department of Aerospace Science and Technology to conduct joint research on panels and satellites. In order for the solar panels to work normally after the satellite is launched, there will be no glitches. After the research was completed, production work was in full swing. Each link is carefully controlled by dedicated personnel, striving to achieve the level of craftsmanship listed in Lin Ye's research report. As for the aerospace science and technology rocket manufacturing side, Lin Ye personally led the rocket engineers in the development of rocket outer body materials, rocket engine development, new fuel analysis and remanufacturing, etc. At the same time, Lin Ye also ran in both directions, running back and forth between the rocket and the satellite, guiding the engineers in their work. After all, satellites have to stay in space for a long time. The process needs to be well controlled, otherwise problems may easily arise. Since the satellite is modular, it needs to carry many sub-satellites. These sub-satellites are responsible for daily solar energy absorption and conversion, and then connect with the space power station according to program guidance and transmit energy to it. Then it goes through the process of converting electrical energy into electromagnetic waves through the space power station, or transmitting laser beams to the ground. There is loss in these processes, but with the support of Lin Ye's theoretical technology, the loss can be minimized. There is only a 10% loss in energy transmission. This means that after the energy transmitted from space to the ground is converted, there is still a 100% surplus. It can be said to be the top technological means in the world today. The modular design is also for safety reasons. If a large satellite unfolds its solar panels, it would be too big. Not only would there be a risk of being hit by space meteorites, but there would also be a chance of being hit by other countries. After modularization, only the large satellite as a whole of the power station needs to be protected. Xiaolin, while this satellite is transmitting energy, it will also generate a large amount of high-temperature heat. There is no medium in space. How is this heat dissipated? In the laboratory, Mr. Liu looked at Lin Ye with a puzzled look and asked. Lin Ye took out the computer, took out the files, and explained and demonstrated to Mr. Liu in person. This is a brand new heat dissipation design that can effectively dissipate a large amount of accumulated heat into space through radiation. As the first person in satellites, Mr. Liu also has extensive research on heat dissipation, so it is not difficult to understand when listening to Lin Ye's explanation. Because Lin Ye's heat dissipation method is also redesigned based on the original heat dissipation, and then uses a new coolant and heat pipe. After explaining for several hours, Mr. Liu suddenly had an enlightenment and understood everything. Xiaolin, you are truly a genius. This cooling method is not only efficient, but also has low maintenance costs. Mr. Liu said excitedly. Mr. Liu is too praised. Lin Ye smiled and said. Mr. Liu just smiled and said nothing. He had never seen such a low-key young man. If someone else had Lin Ye's achievements, wouldn't his tail be raised to the sky? Xiaolin, you should also pay more attention to rest. You have been running around harder than anyone else these days. In fact, you only need to give instructions, you don't have to run yourself. Mr. Liu looked at Lin Ye and said helplessly. It's okay, Mr. Liu, it's nothing. I'll rest when it's almost done. Mr. Liu smiled and shook his head. Then if Mr. Liu has nothing to do, I will go and get busy first. Okay, go ahead and be safe. After saying that, Lin Ye left again. We took a special plane to the Research and Development Center of the ground base station. As the energy transmitted from space by the base station received by the ground, it also needs to be controlled well. After all, it has to withstand a lot of energy. Regarding the reception problems of the ground receiving base station, heat dissipation problems, etc., Lin Ye personally went over to guide the work to avoid unnecessary accidents. The ideal aspect of a space power station is to establish a base station wherever needed and directly transmit energy to wherever it is needed in space. After several days of guidance, Lin Ye returned to the Aerospace Science and Technology Satellite Department again to conduct the final experimental stage with Mr. Liu. The experiment was a success within a few days. Then production begins. The problem with satellites is almost over. Lin Ye went to the Rocket Development Center again. The rocket is also being built at the moment. This rocket is designed to be 150 meters high. The world record is 110 meters, but theirs needs to be classified. That is to say, after sending the rocket up into the air for a certain distance, the bottom layer will fall off to reduce the weight, and the second stage rocket will continue to ignite and head towards space. By the time we reach space, it won't be long. The rocket designed by Lin Ye does not need to be graded at all. After all, the force is so great that bricks fly. Pulling satellites into space. The closer it is to space, the smaller the blue star's gravity is. Therefore, as long as it breaks through the constraints of the Earth's gravity, it does not require much fuel, as long as some fuel is left for the rocket to recover. Lin Ye returned to the dormitory. The parsing panel is opened. Ding! Technical analysis of space elevators and related fields is in progress. Analysis progress remaining, 10 days. Related space elevator field, analysis of nanomaterial technology completed. Looking at the panel, Lin Ye exhaled and said, "It has been 3 months, and the analysis of the space elevator technology is almost complete. But fortunately, the giant space power station project has come to an end." Sure enough, the title of infrastructure madman is not for nothing. Lin Ye stood up, looked out the window, and said cheerfully, "It's time to prepare the rocket to lift off the space power plant." Chapter 31. The next day, Lin Ye just got up and washed up, then went directly to the rocket manufacturing center. He needs to watch closely at the last moment. Prevent accidents. After all, this rocket is not an ordinary rocket. It is not graded and has a large load capacity. It is extremely important for the rocket manufacturing process, because this will affect the operation of the rocket and the overall performance. Don't be careless. Come to the rocket manufacturing center. When an usher at the front desk saw Lin Ye, he immediately came over and said with a smile, "Mr. Lin Ye, Mr. Ma and the others are here. Please follow me." "Thank you." Lin Ye nodded. Then we followed the guide and came to a conference room. In the conference room, Mr. Ma and a group of rocket engineers were discussing issues. "Mr. Ma, Mr. Lin Ye is here." The usher knocked on the door and said, "Xiao Lin? Invite him in quickly. We just have questions to ask him." The door to the conference room was quickly opened. Mr. Ma immediately invited Lin Ye in. All the rocket engineers immediately stood up and stood in awe of Lin Ye. Lin Ye is already a godlike existence to them. It only took 3 months, and the development of the rocket has come to an end, the final testing stage. This is all thanks to Lin Ye. Lin Ye answered almost all technical questions and explained them to them very patiently. That's why the recyclable heavy-duty launch vehicle was manufactured at such a fast speed. With the support of mature technology, all that remains is manufacturing. As an infrastructure madman, Long Guo is very fast in terms of manufacturing. Stop standing, sit down. Mr. Ma waved his hand and said to everyone. Lin Ye was also numb. He was not used to this feeling. So he sat down, looked at Mr. Ma and asked, "Mr. Ma, did you just say you encountered a problem?" Mr. Ma nodded, handed the laptop on the table to Lin Ye, and said, "Now in terms of the final program of the rocket, which requires self-correction of the flight path, it is technically possible, but there are still many bugs in the program." Lin Ye nodded, and then looked at the laptop. A group of rocket engineers gathered around. This is a program that automatically senses and corrects the track. Whether during recovery or ascent, once there is a problem with the rocket's orbit, it will directly affect the balance of the rocket. In the end, it will directly cause the rocket to crash directly. So this is crucial. After Lin Ye scanned it, he explained and modified the demonstration for everyone to see. Everyone also took out their notebooks and started recording, concentrating on it for fear of missing something. Lin Ye's explanation is still very detailed, and as rocket engineers, it is not difficult for them to understand. It wasn't until an hour passed that I explained. The rocket engineers present were suddenly enlightened and had a deeper understanding of the application of the program. "Boy Lin, you are really not simple. At first, I was worried about the program." Mr. Ma's eyes were filled with deep shock. The other rocket engineers already have great admiration for Lin Ye in their hearts. They couldn't believe that the person explaining it to them was actually a young man. "Mr. Lin Ye, you are really great. In these 3 months, I have witnessed what manufacturing speed is. Yet, I can't believe it. This highly technological rocket actually entered the final work in just 3 months. I can't even think about it, has it only been 3 months? Everyone looked at Lin Ye in shock. They have really seen each other. What is manufacturing speed? This is all thanks to Lin Ye. Lin Ye said, well, the technology is almost mature. We, the title of infrastructure madman, did not come for nothing. We made it bit by everyone. Indeed so. So what if he masters the technology? Can one person build a rocket? This is actually all thanks to these engineers and workers. Without them, it is impossible to build a rocket in such a short period of time. After finishing speaking, Lin Ye looked at Mr. Ma and said, Mr. Ma, do you have any questions? If not, I have to go to the satellite department to have a look. There's no problem. This is the last problem. Then go ahead and get some rest. Don't be too tired. Mr. Ma said helplessly. Lin Ye nodded and said, okay, then Mr. Ma, you guys are busy first, and I'll leave first. After saying that, Lin Ye took a look at the overall rocket, and then went straight to the satellite manufacturing center. After arriving, after communicating with Mr. Lu, I learned that there was no major problem with the satellite and the solar panels had been installed. The satellite is progressing very smoothly and is already being transported to the rocket launch base. Because these satellites need to be loaded into rockets, and the rockets send the satellites into space. It is estimated that it will be completely completed in a few days. In the following time, Lin Ye checked all the processes of the space power station. There were no problems and the finishing work had been completed. All satellites have been loaded into the rocket and are ready for launch. At the rocket launch base, a huge rocket with the words Dragon State Aerospace written on it stood there like a sharp blade. Academicians from the Dragon Academy of Sciences and Aerospace Science and Technology looked at the rocket and were stunned. I can't imagine that we built a rocket with a carrying capacity of 500 tons in 3 months. Chapter 32. Rocket Launch Base. The academicians and engineers, including the president of the Academy of Dragon Science, stared at the huge rocket in a daze. As if all this is an illusion. Some are hard to believe. A rocket that is currently Blue Star's most high-tech rocket was born. It took just over 3 months. What a miracle! I feel like I'm dreaming. This rocket is so beautiful. Yet, if someone hadn't told me that it had only been 3 months, I wouldn't have believed it. I didn't expect that. I didn't pay much attention to time when I got busy. Only 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye. It's so shocking. Lin Ye Tongzi has created a miracle. Everyone was amazed, with tears welling up in their eyes. After watching for a moment, everyone turned their attention to Lin Ye. Lin Ye Tongzi, there are people like you in the Dragon Kingdom, so why worry about it? The Dean of the Academy of Dragon Science said very solemnly at this moment, his hands trembling slightly. Since the project was launched, everyone has seen what Lin Ye has done. I do a lot of things myself and I never feel impatient. Busy in and out, never tired of taking the trouble. This kind of spirit is really admirable. Mr. Ma also became sad and said, I didn't expect it. I thought I would be able to see the rocket built in my lifetime, but now the rocket is standing in front of me. I feel extremely happy at this moment. Boy Lin, we are very grateful to you. Without you, we would not have seen such a miracle. Mr. Lu sighed and said, yes, thanks to Mr. Lin, if I hadn't buried my old bones, I wouldn't have been able to see such a majestic rocket. Lin Ye said, these are all due to everyone's efforts, and I am just one of them. Without all the seniors, this rocket would not have appeared here so quickly. Everyone laughed. How could they not know that the one who made the greatest contribution to this was Lin Ye? None of them. At this moment, the internal phone of Qi Baoping, the president of Long Academy, rang. He took it out and saw that it was the leader from above calling. Everyone looked at Qi Baoping. Qi Baoping signaled to answer the phone, then moved some distance away. After a while, he turned back again. Everyone, come back to the Academy of Dragon Science. There is an important meeting to be held. Everyone looked at each other and could obviously guess the content of the meeting. In the huge conference room of Long Academy, it was already packed with people at this moment. These people cover almost 80% of the top scientists in Dragon Kingdom. Among them, there are more than 20 academicians. The leader from above sat in the main seat, while the Dean of the Academy of Dragon Science and Lin Ye sat on both sides. The leader picked up the microphone and said, "Today's meeting will not be made public because the confidentiality of the project is top secret. After the space power station is deployed, the real information must not be revealed. The main contents of today's meeting are as follows. On the one hand, it is the final summary work, on the other hand, it is to celebrate the successful completion of the space power station project, and on the other hand, it is to award the chief designer of this project, Lin Ye Tongzi, with the honor he deserves." After saying that, everyone's eyes immediately turned to Lin Ye, who was sitting next to the leader. Some people who didn't know about it also had their eyes widened at this moment, wondering who this person was, and that he could actually sit with him. Tied with the Dean of the Academy of Dragon Science. The leader seemed to see some of the people's doubts, and then said, "I believe that although you have not participated in this project, you have always heard of the space power station. The person sitting next to me is the chief designer of the space power station, Lin Ye Tongzi." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes suddenly widened. The news exploded in their heads like a bombshell. They had indeed heard of the space power station project, but they had not participated. "We also know that the chief designer is Lin Ye. But I never imagined that I would be so young. He looks like he is in his 20s. At this moment a huge question also emerged. When did the Dragon Kingdom have such a powerful young man? The next moment, thunderous applause erupted in the conference room. Bang bang bang. After a moment, the leader waved his hand and said, "This space power station project amazed us. We thought it would take several years, but in the end, under the leadership of Lin Ye Tongzi, it only took 3 months. To be precise, it's 3 months and 1 week. What a feat! The moment I heard the news that the project was about to be completed, I was just as dumbfounded as you are. This is so shocking. A miracle was born in the Dragon Kingdom in 3 months. This time, as the chief designer of the space power station, Lin Ye. Due to his outstanding achievements, he not only brought many technological breakthroughs to the country, but also worked tirelessly on the front line of scientific research. After our extensive research and discussion, we have decided to award him the following awards and honors. Chapter 33. Congratulations to Lin Ye Tongzi for winning the honorary title of People's Scientist. The title of Reform Pioneer. August 1st Medal. The highest national science and technology award. 2 bombs and 1 star Meritorious Service Medal. The honor of being an academician of the Academy of Sciences. As the leader finished reading, the sound of needle dropping could be heard in the huge conference room, and everyone's eyes widened in shock. These awards, honors, and titles can be said to be among the best in the country. And I got all 6 of them together. Simply appalling. Because there has never been such a precedent. Some people have won these awards individually, but they have all been won together at once, which has never happened before. Just getting one would be amazing. The main thing is, the other party is still a young man in his 20s. In other words, Lin Ye is now the youngest academician of the Academy of Sciences in the history of Dragon Kingdom. There was horror in everyone's eyes. This, am I witnessing history? Lin Ye Tongzi deserves these honors. He deserves this. Just a space power station project has already led to many technological breakthroughs. It's so shocking. It's the first time someone can win such an award and honor. Hey, young people are too fierce, we can't compare, we can't compare. I think this is the pinnacle of our country's honor, not Lin Ye Tongzi's personal pinnacle. As the last words were spoken, everyone felt incredible. Yes. How old is Lin Ye? He has already won the country's highest honors and awards. As time went by, there were no more awards and honors awarded to him. The future achievements of such a person are simply immeasurable. Everyone actually felt a little horrified at this moment. The leader waved his hand to signal everyone to stop, and then said, "These awards have been carefully considered. You don't have to worry about anything. Lin Ye is excellent both in terms of technological breakthroughs and personal qualities. That's why Lin Ye was awarded the Tongzi Honor and Award all at once. He knows it too." Some people worry that awarding the top domestic honors and awards to Lin Ye at once will make Lin Ye too aggressive. However, after this period of investigation, it is impossible for Lin Ye to lose himself because of these awards and honors. And because Lin Ye's contribution is so great, he is afraid of being disappointed. That's why all the highest awards and honors are presented together. Does anyone object? You can tell me. The leader said again. Everyone shook their heads. Lin Ye's achievements are seen by everyone, and they don't have any respect. And who is this person speaking? Who dares to refute what they have decided after research? Congratulations to Lin Ye Tongzi. Congratulations. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, the entire conference room burst into warm applause, and everyone had extremely excited expressions on their faces. They are also witnessing history. Witnessed the Dragon Kingdom's youngest recipient of the country's top 6 honors at the same time. Qi Baoping, president of the Academy of Dragon Science, also said, "The emergence of Lin Ye Tongzi has undoubtedly promoted our country's aerospace industry for at least 50 years. So everyone, let's learn from Lin Ye Tongzi." Everyone's mouth twitched. Study? Learn shit. This is a real talent, coupled with the spirit of working harder than anyone else, who can compare with this? The leader added, "This space power station project was successfully completed thanks to Lin Ye Tongzi. Let us ask Lin Ye Tongzi to say a few words for everyone." After saying this, the microphone was handed to Lin Ye. Everyone applauded and looked at Lin Ye. Lin Ye looked serious and said, "I am very happy to win these honors. I can win these honors thanks to everyone's sincere cooperation. It also allows me to see the strong execution ability of senior domestic scientists, engineers, and workers. Without them, the space power station project would not have been completed, let alone realized in such a short period of time. This is the result of everyone's joint efforts. Thank you to the country for cultivating me, thank you to the country for its recognition, thank you to all the seniors for making me what I am, and thank you to everyone involved for their sincere cooperation. Thank you. Since I am a native of the Dragon Kingdom, standing in this position, I will work hard to build this country for the country and the people." After saying this, thunderous applause broke out. After a while, the leader said, "Thank you Lin Ye Tongzi for your efforts. The next thing I want to say is that although the outside world does not know what this space power station project is, it has been aroused. After all, the movement is not small. I hope you will not disclose it to anyone until the space power station is deployed." Everyone nodded. Who dares to leak this? A magnificent project that can change the world. The leader continued. Okay, what needs to be said has been said. Now we are just talking internally. Official notification will be made later, and people will come to interview to reassure the people. Lin Ye Tongzi is too special, so these awards will not be awarded to Lin Ye Tongzi publicly. Yes, let's make it public within us. Of course, Lin Ye Tongzi's name will be remembered by every Long Guo person, but Lin Ye Tongzi's information is top secret and no one can find it. Everyone should be careful not to let it slip, so as not to be deliberately exposed. Someone is watching. Everyone agreed that such a young super genius must be protected. As for those who are interested, there is a high probability that they will find a beautiful country on the other side of the ocean. Everyone knows it. After the leader finished speaking, he said in a solemn tone. And one more thing. The rocket is about to be launched. I hope you all stay in high spirits. Only success is allowed, no failure is allowed. Chapter 34. At this time in the outside world. Since videos of previous rocket model test flights have become popular on the internet, various speculations are also pouring out. In addition, the recent space power plant project requires the transportation of materials and equipment, and there is a lot of movement. People at home and abroad are constantly speculating about what secret projects Long Guo is working on. On a certain video's social platform, a video about the analysis of new rockets quickly became a hot search topic. It attracted the attention of many people, including military fans and aerospace fans. There are also ordinary people. I have different opinions about the video from 3 months ago. After analysis and comparison, this video is not fake and should have been shot in real time. Recently, some people claim to have seen military vehicles transporting something. So combined, it may be that the domestic aerospace industry is really doing something big. In that video, a rocket was successfully recovered, and it was still an unclassified rocket. I think they are developing retractable rockets. This kind of rocket that does not require classification must be a breakthrough in new technology. After all, the cost of a launch is not low. If the rocket can be recycled, the cost will be greatly reduced, which will also be a powerful boost to the aerospace industry. In general, the video is true and the domestic aerospace industry is really making some big moves. But as for what it is, let's wait for the official announcement. The video blogger created a second version of the previous video and added a voiceover, which made it more convincing. Only 2 hours after the video was released, it attracted a lot of traffic. The number of likes alone has reached more than 200,000, and there are even half as many as the video. Marketing account, how is this possible? Your rocket is only this big? There is indeed something being researched in Daxia, but it is definitely not in the aerospace field. I vomited. How long ago did this happen? Why are you using it to make a fool of yourself? Is it hard to see military vehicles in the country? What big move can be made? Yet, if there is really any big move, why don't the officials take the video off the shelves? And let you create something else here? Look at it rationally. No matter what it is, we should be rational. We are not arguing here. Some experts have already analyzed it. The video is not true. How can an unclassified rocket fly into space and be recycled? Just think about it. Yes, this video is fake. Musk from Beautiful Country has come out and confirmed that recyclable rockets are not recycled this way. If it is like the video, Long Guo Aerospace will be at least 100 years ahead of the world. Do you think it's possible? Correct, Musk of the Beautiful Country is spending a lot of money to research recyclable rockets. Although it is a commercial rocket, his technology is awesome. The breakthroughs in the aerospace technology of the Beautiful Country are all counted on him, but don't believe that there are any major domestic aerospace projects. There's progress. It makes me laugh so hard. You really dare to brag about anything. If you are lagging behind, you have to admit it. If you are not as good as others, you are not as good as others. In the worst case, just copy it. Don't be brainwashed. Look at it rationally, what's the point of arguing here? Why don't you 500,000 people go build it? What's the point of belittling here? If you're still lagging behind, you have to admit it. It's like you are awesome. Licking a big face Beautiful Country, he is your father. There are more and more quarrels and abuses in the comment area, and the trend is getting more intense. As the official live broadcast was broadcast, a lot of attention shifted. This program is also narrated by authoritative people, and netizens all know him as the director. As soon as the live broadcast started, it attracted a large number of viewers. Hello everyone in front of the screen, I am the host Yingjiang. Recently, the video of a recyclable rocket has caused a lot of controversy on the internet and attracted the attention of many people at home and abroad. Today we have invited this accomplished expert in the domestic military field, Mr. Zhang. I would like to ask Mr. Zhang to analyze it for everyone. After finishing speaking, the host looked at Mr. Zhang. But the barrage started at this time. I'll go, Bureau Chief. His analysis is indeed very reliable. Ha ha ha, I'm laughing so hard. Bureau Boss is famous for being a liar. No matter what, they are all experts in this field, and their analysis is quite reasonable. Let's not talk about it for now. I saw that 59 has changed to the sky. J20 is 2J10s put together. Mr. Zhang faced the camera and said with a smile, "Hello everyone, I am Zhang. Regarding the recent discussions on the internet, I have also seen that what everyone is most concerned about is the authenticity of the video and whether our country is developing new projects. Let's take a look at the video first. In the video, there is obviously a rocket being launched, and there is a loud noise. It does look like a real rocket launch." Speaking of this, Mr. Zhang paused and said with a smile, "Actually, this is true. I asked someone to analyze the authenticity of the video and found that there was no trace of editing, nor was it a special effect. It can be seen in the video that this so-called rocket was launched from this place. According to the reference objects, this place is easy to find. After analysis, it is not suitable for launching rockets here, because rocket launches need to consider many factors, including weather factors, latitude, etc. In the final analysis, it is actually to save fuel and safety issues." The host on the side glanced at the barrage, then looked at Mr. Zhang and asked. "Mr. Zhang," some netizens asked, "since Mr. Zhang said there are people living here and the latitude is wrong, why do you still launch rockets here? Aren't you afraid of accidents? So the video is fake. You also said that it's not suitable for launching rockets, so what's going on?" Mr. Zhang smiled, pretending to be mysterious. Chapter 35. Mr. Zhang smiled and said, "I'm here to tell you that the video is real, not fake. As for the so-called rocket, it doesn't exist. Everyone has to ask again, if rockets don't exist, how can the video still be real? It's clearly a rocket on the video, so the video must be fake. Actually, everyone is wrong. This is not a rocket, but a new missile." As soon as this statement came out, the barrage completely exploded. "Damn it! Are you not pretending? Are you going to show your cards right away? It seems like this can really be explained by missiles. So it's really a missile. The Bureau's analysis is awesome." The fellow governors of the Jean Lu Bureau came out to clean up the ground. "It looks like this does look like a missile. Missiles don't have to worry too much about weather and latitude. It turns out that everyone was wrong. This is not a rocket at all, but a missile. Let me tell you, I analyzed this video for a long time, and it doesn't look fake at all. It turns out it's not a rocket, but a new type of missile." Hey, then the question comes again. Is this missile a new type of missile? What is its function? Can it be recycled? There are still missiles. The video is obviously wrong, and the place is wrong. Not only the audience in the live broadcast room, but also the host was shocked and said, "Mr. Zhang, what is the purpose of this missile? Can you tell me?" The answer, not rockets, but missiles, is indeed more convincing. It's also unimaginable. You say I am a rocket, but actually I am a missile. Surprised or not, unexpected or not? Mr. Zhang said with a smile, "This new missile is the latest model. Everyone has seen its specific functions. It can be recycled. Everyone will think that recyclable missiles are unnecessary. After all, they have been launched, so why recycle them? Aren't you afraid that they will explode in your own place? Everyone should think so, so let me analyze it for you. First of all, let me ask a question: how powerful is a nuclear bomb? What is its function? Mr. Jiang said, pretending to be mysterious. The host was also confused and glanced at the barrage. Isn't the function of nuclear bombs just nuclear radiation? Nuclear fission produces huge energy and then radiates. This is a big killer. That must be huge. Nuclear bombs and hydrogen bombs are currently the most powerful man-made weapons on the surface. Their role must be to maintain homeland security and serve as a deterrent. Yes, this is a country's trump card, it must be very powerful. Come on, Chief, don't hang around. Your analysis is much more reasonable than others. If it's a missile, everything can be easily explained. Why don't those people who say the video is fake come out and jump out? They are obviously missiles, but you insist on calling them rockets. Recyclable rockets are also being developed in Daxia, and they have been successfully recycled. The barrage passed by one, and the host selected one of the most representative ones and said, Mr. Jiang, the nuclear bomb is very powerful and its function is deterrence. Mr. Jiang smiled and said, by the way, nuclear bombs are very powerful and their function is also a deterrent. Then does this have any necessary connection with the new missile in the video? The host asked again. Mr. Jiang replied, the biggest deterrent effect of a nuclear bomb is on the launcher. Once launched, the nuclear bomb will no longer have the deterrent effect it should have because many countries have nuclear bombs. And this new missile is also used as a deterrent. Why do you say that? A recyclable missile is hovering over a country and you don't know when it will fall. Are you afraid? I'll scare you, then fly back, and it'll still work the second time. Of course, it is wrong to invade other people's airspace, but what about in space? I said I was going to space on a rocket, can you still say that I violated you? Space is not your airspace, right? That's where its intimidation comes from. After hearing this, the host suddenly realized that this was the case. The barrage in the live broadcast room started again. It does make sense, the analysis is awesome. The position is awesome, it's rare to be serious. It's true, I'm just playing, I won't explode, I'll scare you to death. Everything about the missile has been solved, but why do you want to say it? What if other countries have defensive measures? Haha, don't you understand this? Only by saying it can it be a deterrent. Tell others, I have this thing, and you'd better not mess around with it, otherwise I'll go to your place to play with it. Because the game was analyzed during the live broadcast, the confusion of many netizens was solved. That's not a rocket at all, but a missile. Otherwise, how could the rocket be so small? How could a rocket be launched in such a place? It's obviously a missile. These news spread at an extremely fast speed at home and abroad. The other side. After the senior officials of beautiful country learned of the news, they immediately held relevant meetings. That video has been confirmed to be a new missile, not a newly developed rocket. Now we don't have to worry about Long Guo surpassing us in the aerospace field. Besides, they can't surpass it. This meeting is about the discussion of Long Guo's recyclable missile. What do you think? Chapter 36. A group of senior officials from beautiful country were sitting in the conference room, looking at the general on the main seat. What do you think of Dragon Kingdom's new recyclable missile? The general asked. Everyone was confused. Isn't that a rocket? The video is also fake. Why does it become a new missile now? Those people from the Dragon Kingdom just like to cheat. I don't think there are any new missiles at all. The video is fake. They are all liars. Yes, how else can we look at it? They are all liars. They tricked us into dismantling the production line before and then built it themselves. This time, I think they are also deceiving us into developing new missiles with them. They defrauded us of our research and development funds. This bullshit new missile is just a decoration. Haha, it's definitely a liar. Let's just watch quietly. Everyone said quite angrily. Because they had been deceived by the Dragon Kingdom many times before. The most classic one is being deceived and having the production line dismantled. Now, in their opinion, the people of Long Guo are completely liars, and all the news released cannot be trusted. And what the people of the Dragon Kingdom are best at is cheating. Those bullshit rockets and new missiles are all fake, created to confuse the public. After hearing this, the general frowned and said, I think there is no need for the Dragon Kingdom to deceive us in this regard. Moreover, these information are not officially released by them, but are spread among the people. They are more or less credible. In his opinion, if it was officially announced by the Dragon Kingdom, it would probably be false. But now most of the news on the internet is spread by the public. Although rumors will spread, there is no smoke without fire. Regardless of whether the rocket is real or fake or the new missile is real or fake, there is always a project that no one knows about. General Chris, what is the purpose of this new missile? Someone asked. General Chris said, perhaps as their commentator said, the main function of this new missile is deterrence. Another point is that since they have launched a new type of missile, there must be another generation that has also been developed, but it is still being kept secret. We must take countermeasures and cannot watch the Dragon Kingdom doing things behind our backs. After hearing this, everyone shook their heads. I think General Chris is too worried. How old is the Dragon Kingdom? How many years have they been beautiful? The level of technology is simply not on the same level. Moreover, many of the weapons and equipment currently in service in the beautiful country are products of the last century. The products of the last century are hailed as the strongest in the world. What can the Dragon Kingdom do to catch up? What's more, they also have new weapons being developed. Dragon Kingdom is not the only one doing research and development. Anyone can hide their clumsiness. General Chris, we are not afraid whether they are rockets or missiles. Who doesn't have missiles anymore? Isn't it just a recyclable one? Yes, this kind of recyclable missile is only useful for those weak countries, but it has no effect on us, the world's largest war power, and our stealth bombers are not vegetarian. That's right. This kind of missile seems to be rich in high technology, but in fact it has very little use and is basically useless to big countries. Everyone expressed their opinions one after another, and their words revealed that it was impossible for the Dragon Kingdom to surpass them. General Chris pondered for a moment and said, everyone, let's take a look at this video first. Next, Chris picked up a remote control and played a video. Everyone's eyes turned to the video. The content of the video is really that the Bureau is analyzing the rocket launch video, and there are English subtitles below the video. Soon, the video was finished. Everyone must have seen this person, right? General Chris looked at everyone and asked. Everyone was furious when they saw the man in the video. That's him. He's the one who often cheats on the internet, and our production line was dismantled by him. I can recognize him even when he turns to ashes. His words are totally untrustworthy. Don't be gullible. His mouth is so good at deceiving people. It fully reflects the nature of people in the Dragon Kingdom who love to deceive. If it's him, there's no need to believe him. He's the head of the Dragon Kingdom or something, the War Bureau. He often likes to deceive others on the internet. General Chris shook his head and said, no, I think what he said last time is very reasonable. Since the video of the rocket launch was not fake, it must be a new missile, and his usual style is to like to use very powerful missiles. What he said is very backward, so I think Long Guo's new missile is even more powerful than what he said. No, General Chris, you will know if you have been in contact with the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Their military tactics are recorded in them. This is a strategy, someone retorted. At this time, a beautiful American military analyst said. General, you may or may not pay attention to Dragon Kingdom's new missile. In short, the technical content of this missile is not high, and Dragon Kingdom has the more powerful Dongfeng series. There is no need to specially develop such recyclable missiles. The missiles are simply launched and exploded. To develop recyclable missiles just for the sake of being slightly inferior to nuclear bombs in deterrence, it can only be said that Long Guo's vision is too short. After hearing this, everyone nodded, feeling that it made sense. Chris thought for a while and said, "Is it possible to combine it with the idea that this recyclable missile is an experimental product of recyclable rockets?" Chapter 37. As soon as General Chris said these words, everyone's laughter suddenly subsided. "General? You mean the rocket detected by NASA 3 months ago?" Someone asked doubtfully. General Chris nodded and said, "Yes, maybe the Dragon Kingdom is really researching recyclable rockets, and has made considerable progress. It is possible. Recently, Musk and others are also working on commercial rockets, which are also recyclable. They have made some progress. Not sure, let the NASA director come." Chris felt that it was necessary to discuss it. If the Dragon Kingdom really has technology that surpasses theirs, they must find a way to sanction it. Afterwards, Chris called the director of the NASA and called the person over. The director of NASA walked in with 2 aerospace engineers. "General Chris? Why are you so anxious to see me?" the director of the space agency asked in confusion. "Look at this." General Chris didn't say anything more and played the video just now to the NASA director. After reading this, the NASA director frowned. "What do you mean to say that the rockets that flew into space before were actually not rockets but missiles?" Then the missile was recovered again. The NASA director grasped the key points and looked at General Chris. General Chris nodded. "We have analyzed the video and flight trajectory before. The missile in the video is only 3 meters high and not thick. It may not have enough fuel to fly into space." The director of the space agency analyzed a wave. The 2 aerospace engineers who came with me also added, "Yes, if it is a missile, then the fuel is not enough to fly into space, let alone recovery. I'm overthinking it. How much fuel can such a small missile hold? How can it fly into space? Not to mention other countries, not even their beautiful country has this technology. None of them have it. Will other countries have it? But what a joke." General Chris added, "It seems that the Dragon Kingdom has made some big moves recently, and there has been a lot of commotion on the internet. After all, there is no smoke without fire, and the Dragon Kingdom must be doing something secretly." He was worried about this. The director of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration explained, "Now we can conclude that the missile in the video is not the same rocket we detected. Now it seems that only this explanation is more logical. The missile is so small that it cannot fly into space. And what they detected was a rocket, not a missile." As soon as these words came out, they immediately aroused opposition from others. "What you mean is that the Dragon Kingdom is developing new missiles and rockets at the same time? Impossible, how could Long Guo be so fast? Think too much. People from the Dragon Kingdom are liars. Don't pay attention to them. Nowadays, technological progress is slow. How can they make technological breakthroughs in a bad environment? Is the rocket recyclable or the missile recyclable?" But the director of the space agency didn't think so. He said, "Now the only explanation is that they are working on the rocket, but it is not recoverable. The rocket detected before failed to recover, but the missile that did not fly very high was recovered successfully. They are indeed developing rockets and missiles at the same time." General Chris still agrees with this explanation. Although the Dragon Kingdom is not as good as them, it is still among the top powers in the world. It is relatively easy to recover missiles, but it is difficult for rockets. None of them can do this. General Chris asked again, "Can you contact Moscow?" "Oh, I'll give it a try, but I'm not sure." "Does the general have anything to do with him?" the director of the space agency asked. "Ask what's going on with their reusable rockets. I know the situation there." There has been considerable progress. The recycling rate can now reach 40%, but if you want to reuse it, you still need to study it. Is that so? Director Mike, can you tell me a little bit about NASA's recent plans? Chris asked again. The Dragon Kingdom is already building rockets, they can't fall behind. But he was not in this field, so he could only ask. Director Mike chuckled and said, "This is true. Let me give you some tips. We are already researching space solar energy. I believe we will be able to cooperate with Moscow soon." Is it a space power station? Everyone looked at Director Mike in surprise. The space power station project is very good. Yes, someone is already doing research. Dragon Kingdom will only be stepped on by us. Don't worry. When the space power station is developed, it will be the time for us to harvest the world. By then, no one will be our opponent. Director Mike said confidently. Ha ha ha, if that's the case, then we can rest assured. Chris smiled. If nothing happens, I'll go back first. I heard that a rocket is going to be launched over there in Sakura country, so I have to go and take a look. Oh? H3. Yes. I wish them good luck. Their aerospace technology is much better. I hope they can surpass the Dragon Kingdom this time. Chapter 38. Now on the other side. The news that Sakura country is about to fly its new rocket for the first time quickly spread across the internet, which also attracted the attention of many netizens from other countries. This made the people of Sakura country completely excited. The social platforms of Sakura country are full of news about the first flight of the new rocket H3. After all, in their view, it is considered a major space country, with dozens of satellites in the sky. Sakura country released a video of the H3's first flight on social media. He also introduced the new technology adopted by the rocket to netizens. It is even stronger than the previous generation H2A. The rockets of Sakura country have a private Dragon and H2A. And H3 is a brand new version developed by the Sakura country Aerospace Research and Development Agency, so this makes the people of Sakura country extremely emotional. Because the new rocket is about to fly for the first time tomorrow. On the Sakura country's social video platform, most of the videos are about the first flight of the new rocket. There are tens of thousands of under any video. Yet, our new version of the rocket is finally going to fly for the first time. It must be successful. Who dares to say now that we are not the second largest country in aerospace? Congratulations, our Sakura country has never been a weak country in aerospace. Defeat Dragon country's aerospace. Haha, I saw on the internet that Long Guo also tested a rocket. After listening to expert analysis, I realized that it was fake. What kind of bullshit rocket is it that dare not announce its first flight? I also saw it. One person even analyzed that it was a missile. In fact, it was nothing. Missiles were recovered in a place like that. Do you know what aerospace is? This is a happy moment for us Sakura Kingdom space fans. We have waited for several years and finally waited for the first flight. By then we will definitely be able to surpass Dragon Kingdom. The Aerospace Research and Development Agency is powerful. After the launch, we will become the world's second largest aerospace power. At this time, many people from Sakura country can be seen parading on the streets of Sakura country to celebrate the first flight of the new rocket. There were even a lot of promotional stickers posted. It can be seen that public sentiment is very high. A reporter came to the street with a cameraman, preparing to interview the people on the street. He found a young man and said, "Hello, excuse me, can I interview you with a question?" The young man said enthusiastically, "Okay. What do you think of this new rocket's first flight?" The young man smiled and said, "This is a milestone in Sakura country's aerospace history. I am very happy and very optimistic, because after this time, Sakura country will become the second largest country in aerospace. I am also very grateful to the country's aerospace research institutions, because of them we can hold our heads up internationally. But I recently heard that the Dragon Kingdom is also developing a new type of rocket. Although I don't know whether it is true or not, I want to say that we can compete. Let's see who can have the last laugh." After finishing speaking, the young man looked at the camera with a mocking look on his face. The reporter smiled and said, "Thank you for your answer." After interviewing another person, the reporter found an old man with grey hair and asked, "Excuse me, do you have any unique insights on the first flight of our new rocket?" The old man stopped, his face became serious, and said, "The first flight of the new rocket is a national event. It is no exaggeration to say that after this first flight, our Sakura country will become a major aerospace country, surpassing the Dragon country. Sakura country must win." The reporter smiled and said, "Thank you for your answer. It's okay. As the people of Sakura country, we are happy from the bottom of our hearts to see that our country has made progress in aerospace." After a few brief words, the old man left. The reporter faced the camera and said, "Hello, viewers, I am a reporter from Matsumoto Station. Everyone can see that this rocket took off for the first time, whether it is military fans or ordinary people. They all have trust in aerospace research and development institutions, which was not common in the past. Now everyone is looking forward to the first flight of the new rocket, and public sentiment has reached a peak. This proves that our country is making progress and is heading towards the world's aerospace power. However, the people believe that this first rocket flight can become the second aerospace power in one fell swoop, even surpassing that Eastern country. The public believes, and scientists from the Aerospace Research and Development Agency also believe that this first flight of the rocket will be recorded in history and become a solid milestone in the history of my country's space flight. It also means that our Sakura country will announce to the world at this moment that we are officially entering space." The reporter spoke impassionedly, and the mood was as high as the people on the street. Because this is what they have been waiting for several years, and this time they finally got it. At this time, the grand event in Sakura country also quickly spread on the internet, attracting blessings from foreign netizens. Sakura country has the best rockets in the world, and neither Bangsa country nor Dragon country can produce them. Sakura country is number one in the world in aerospace. No one can compare. Congratulations to Sakura country for becoming the world's second largest space country. You are worthy of being from Sakura country, people from Dragon country can only brag. Bless Sakura country for becoming the world's second largest aerospace country. Is it a slap in the face? The low-cost H3 is about to be tested. Dragon Kingdom's rocket is almost dead, right? I also saw the video of your test on the internet. What is it? CG? We are very good at making comics. CG is not as good as you. Haha, what is the Dragon Kingdom rocket? It should have been eliminated a long time ago. The H3 has outdone the Dragon Kingdom in terms of engine technology. I heard that they are also doing something, why don't we compare and see who owns it? Rockets are even more powerful. Chapter 39. At this time, the news that Sakura country is about to fly its new rocket for the first time has completely become popular around the world. One of the reasons is because of the Dragon Kingdom. The news that Long Guo has developed a new rocket and a suspected new missile has also caused quite a stir on the international internet. Two by two, they quickly became popular. On the largest international social platform, the head of the Sakura Country Aerospace Research and Development Agency tweeted, "Sakura Country will test fly the new rocket H3 tomorrow. The technology used in this new rocket is much improved than the previous generation. We are very confident in it. This marks the progress of Sakura Country's aerospace industry and also represents Sakura Country's aerospace industry. Technology and engine technology are constantly improving, so let's wait and see." Several pictures of the rocket launch base were also attached below the tweet. As soon as this tweet was released, it quickly attracted the attention of many netizens. The Chicken Country sends a congratulatory message. I wish the Sakura country good luck and defeat the dragon country as soon as possible. Awesome! I have to say that Sakura country has always been a very strong country. Whether it is military or economical, it is not comparable to other countries. Our country is too small and we need to learn from Sakura country. As expected of the overlord in East Asia. After the successful first flight of this rocket, it can really surpass the Dragon Kingdom. Congratulations, netizens from Asan Kingdom sent congratulatory messages. I wish Sakura country a successful first flight. Dragon Kingdom is not good at this. It launches a rocket and is still hiding. Unlike Sakura Kingdom, it is not only strong but also not hiding. Don't join in the fun from Dragon Kingdom. Sakura Kingdom's H3 rocket of this generation is very powerful. The engine is at least several decades ahead of Dragon Kingdom's CZ series rockets. Haha, you know what? If you publicize it in such a big way, aren't you afraid of turning into a monkey? Among them, there are also many Dragon Kingdom netizens who are confronting them there. Of course, the result was still quarrels and abuse. Haha, you people from the Dragon Kingdom can only brag. Do you know what technology is used in Sakura Kingdom's rockets? If something happens to Sakura country's rocket, I will eat shit in public. Their technology is very mature, okay? There are at least dozens of satellites on it, right? I'm laughing so hard. We still have more than 100 satellites in the sky. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are really speechless. If you want to launch it, you can launch it. What kind of suspenseful case will it cause? I don't think it is. There is false propaganda. Sakura country is also a strong country in heavy industry. A few decades ago, you couldn't even compete with our maritime forces. Do you want to be able to compete with them in aerospace? Did you just get access to the internet? This is the old calendar. Open your dog eyes and take a good look at the Dragon Kingdom. The people from the Dragon Kingdom are jumping out now? The Sakura Kingdom is launching a rocket tomorrow. Aren't you also developing it? Why don't you just launch it? I feel like it's a failure and you don't dare to announce it. The comment section has been completely ruined. Even the Bangsa country, which is at odds with Sakura country, came out to defend Sakura country. Long Guo is somewhat isolated on this social platform. A netizen from the Dragon Kingdom also posted a post, which attracted many replies from other netizens from the Dragon Kingdom. I will not comment on Sakura country's first rocket flight. Just live in your own world and be happy. And those of you from other countries have just gained access to the internet? In what age are we now? Are we still superstitious about the last century? The Dragon Kingdom is just keeping a low profile. Let's see if it doesn't scare the shit out of you when it comes out with its big killing move. And why do you think this H3 is more powerful than Dragon Kingdom's rocket? What else is there to say about the engine hitting the streets of Long Guo? If you are not well educated, don't speak out. It is nothing more than an improvement on the previous generation. It just changed the casing. It is not even as good as the parameter data of the previous generation. Are you so impressive? Funny? Below are all enthusiastic netizens from the Dragon Kingdom cheering for their support. Yes, they are so angry to see them. In what age are they still superstitious about the Sakura country? I even saw people from the beautiful country cheering for them. Have they forgotten the pearl? Alas, we don't have any definite news in Daxia right now. Is that video a rocket or a missile? Indeed, as long as we issue a news bulletin or something in the country, will these people still jump like this? Don't worry, no matter how bad things are in Daxia, it won't be worse than Sakura country. At least in my opinion, domestic rockets should be under development and will be available to everyone soon. Yet, we won't be disappointed. I think this is at least a test flight of a recyclable rocket. Can Sakura country's H3 be recycled? What's there to be proud of? In addition to Long Guo netizens, other foreigners are also paying attention to the post and posting. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are making fun here again. Why are you everywhere? Who doesn't know that you like to brag? If you have a rocket, bring it out. What you said above is correct. If you have some, why don't you take them out? Sakura Country's rocket is the successor of the H2 series of rockets. It is 63 meters long and has a takeoff weight of 574 tons. It can carry the Blue Star synchronous transfer orbit. The capacity is 7.9 tons and it carries an optical satellite. What do you have? The bickering and name-calling continued. The time has come to the next day. The day has come for Sakura Country to launch its rocket. Chapter 40. Sakura Country announced that the first flight of the new rocket will become a milestone for Sakura Country. And it will conduct a global live broadcast for the first time. At this time, there are live broadcasts about the first flight of Sakura Country's new rocket on all major social media, news media, and other platforms. In the safe area outside the rocket launch base, many people from Sakura Country have gathered. Everyone looked excited and took out their cell phone cameras to start filming. There were also reporters outside interviewing these excited people. In the launch base, there are also real-time images being broadcast live. The audience there comes from all over the world. Congratulations, congratulations! I wish the Sakura Country rocket a successful takeoff. Good guy, you really broadcast the first flight live. This confidence is worthy of you. Sakura Country. It's hard not to support it. This rocket is used to carry optical satellites, with a takeoff weight of 574 tons. Blue Star's synchronous orbit carrying capacity is 8 tons. As a person from Sakura Country, I am very proud at this moment. I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. This is truly a milestone for Sakura Country. Congratulations! Asan Kingdom sent a congratulatory message. Looking at this rocket, it looks domineering. Even the people from the Dragon Kingdom dare not come to see it, for fear of being slapped in the face. There is no news from the Dragon Kingdom. I guess they are scared. Their aerospace capabilities are not comparable to the Sakura Kingdom. Came from all over the world, most of them expressing congratulations. But there are also some who stand in a neutral state and maintain the mentality of enjoying the show. And on the other side, the head of Sakura Country's Aerospace Research and Development Agency was holding a press conference. Reporters from various countries gathered in front. Excuse me, some people claim that after the first flight of Sakura Country's new rocket, it will surpass Dragon Country in the aerospace field. Is this true? A reporter asked, putting the microphone in front of the person in charge. The person in charge smiled and said, "This is a bit exaggerated. As an East Asian country, Dragon Kingdom is also very powerful, but this rocket has gathered all our efforts, so there will be some progress in aerospace. As for whether it transcends the Dragon Kingdom or not is still unknown." How could these reporters not understand what the person in charge Gang Ben meant? That is to say, this rocket has made progress in the field of aerospace, and Dragon Kingdom was almost the same as you before, so does it mean it surpasses Dragon Kingdom? The reporter continued to ask questions in order to grab the headlines. The person in charge just smiled and said nothing, and the meaning was already very obvious. The reporter knew the answer, so he did not continue to ask questions. He just smiled and said that the answer was about to come out. Another reporter came forward and asked, "How confident are you as a national aerospace exploration and research institution that this rocket will fly for the first time?" There must be confidence in this aspect. After all, this rocket adopts the highest technology currently, can reach the Blue Star synchronous orbit, and has a carrying capacity of 8 tons. This is our effort, so the successful first flight is only after the launch. Question. The person in charge, Gang Ben, nodded and said, "Some people are saying this time that the Dragon Kingdom will also launch rockets. What do you think of them?" the reporter asked again. The person in charge smiled and said, "They are also very powerful in aerospace. It is normal to launch rockets. I don't pay much attention to them, so I can't answer your question. Although declined to answer the question. But in the reporter's ears, the answer was already there. Not paying much attention. In other words, I don't care at all. The fundamental reason for not caring is that this rocket is rich in high technology, and their aerospace exploration agency has great confidence to surpass the Dragon Kingdom. Any more questions? What do you think this rocket will bring to Sakura country after it is launched? Another reporter asked. The person in charge said bluntly, it will improve its international status, play a great role in the scientific and technological progress of our Sakura country, and also play a great role in our astronomers studying the universe. At the same time, it also shows our imagination of space and our confidence in conquering space. At present, launching a rocket that can reach the Blue Star synchronous orbit is the first step of our projects in space. After hearing this, the reporter opened his mouth into an O shape, then turned to face the camera and said, "Our aviation director said that we, the Sakura Congress, will go to space to carry out projects next. This is a very ambitious goal in the world. Cheers to our country's astronauts." At the same time, among the Long Guo New Energy Research Institute, Lin Ye's roommates Wang Mingming and Zhang Long were also watching the live broadcast of Sakura country's first flight in the laboratory. When he saw the face of the Sakura nation, he suddenly became angry. Damn, these people are so arrogant. Aren't they just an H3 rocket? Our old Lin is just trying to beat him up. Yeah, I've read so many and I'm almost mad. They say our Dragon Kingdom is too backward, and they also like to lie to people, damn me. Now the project seems to be completed. We no longer produce new solar panels that are launched into space. The three people chatted angrily. Wang Mingming thought for a moment and said, it should be soon, within the next few days. Right now, I'm at the first scene of the rocket's first flight, and I'm already preparing for launch. At this moment, a voice came from the scene in front of him. The three people continued to look with angry eyes. It must be the Sky Monkey. At this time, the sound of countdown came out. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1, 0. JAXAH-3 rocket, ignite. The rocket in Sakura country had not yet left the ground, but the next scene made the audience watching explode. Chapter 41. As the countdown ended, the rocket was seen emitting a large amount of smoke and was obviously igniting. Immediately, jets of flame emerged from the smoke. The huge roar of the engine came out. The people of Sakura country, who were watching and frowning, cheered at this moment. Awesome! Finally the first flight. I'm so excited. Sakura country is second in the aerospace world. Take off. Woohoo! Take off. Our new rocket launched successfully for the first time. From now on, Sakura country's aerospace industry will be ranked first in the world. As expected of us, this rocket is so shocking. It's the first time to see a rocket take off at such a close distance. It's really shocking. The people of Sakura country started dancing with excitement, their faces filled with excitement. The reporters at the back were also quite excited, facing the camera and announcing to the world. As you can see, our latest generation rocket in Sakura country has been successfully ignited. This indicates that Sakura country will become the second largest aerospace country in the world. It's a milestone in Sakura country's aerospace history. As the people of Sakura country, we are proud of this. Proud. Open the champagne. The viewers watching in the live broadcast room also sent congratulations. It's amazing. It's been successfully ignited. It's flying into space and surpassing that dragon country that likes to lie. Asangwo sent a congratulatory message. Congratulations on the complete success of Sakura country's aerospace industry. Have you seen the Dragon Kingdom next door? This is the real rocket, your CZ rocket is no longer working. What's the comparison? If Dragon Kingdom has this kind of rocket, it won't be blown up to the sky. One thing to say is that the engine thrust of Sakura Country's H3 rocket is much greater than that of Dragon Country. It is not of the same level at all. The ignition was successful, and Beautiful Country also sent congratulations. Congratulations to Sakura Country on the successful ignition and launch. At this time, there are many people supporting the Sakura people all over the world, cheering for them. Whether on social platforms or in military live broadcast rooms, scenes of the Sakura Country rocket launch are being broadcast. And make his own predictions about Sakura Country's future aerospace. The successful first flight of Sakura Country's rocket will herald the improvement of its international status and the development of its aerospace industry. It is really a country that cannot be underestimated. According to officially announced data, this rocket can transport an 8-ton satellite into the Blue Star synchronous orbit. This is indeed a milestone in the history of spaceflight. Congratulations to Sakura Country for officially entering the space age. And on site, people from Sakura Country were already cheering, and some even took out champagne to celebrate. They were all in high spirits, and it was much more lively than their holiday. At the Sakura Country press conference, the head of the Aerospace Exploration and Research Institute also clenched his fists. This is a new breakthrough. A new breakthrough for Sakura Country Aerospace. The first flight of the H3 rocket was successful. And Sakura Country will enter the era of space research at this moment, and subsequent projects can be carried out smoothly. The carrying capacity will reach 8 tons. We will continue to study in the future to strive for the Moon's carrying capacity to reach 8 tons and transport our lunar probe up there. Today is a historic moment for our Sakura nation's aerospace industry. Let's cheer. The person in charge, Gang Ben, said to the camera with an excited expression. The reporter also continued to report. According to the head of the Aerospace Exploration and Research Institute, other space projects have been prepared before this, and the successful first flight of this rocket will herald that Sakura Country will officially study space and other things beyond the Blue Star in the future. Planet. At this moment, watching the rocket slowly leave the ground and take off into the sky, as a Sakura countryman, like ordinary people, I am very excited at the moment. We want to thank our country. On the other side of the ocean, people from the National Space Administration are working overtime watching the live broadcast. The screen showed that the rocket had slowly left the ground. Mike, the director of the space agency, smiled and said, "Sakura Country's technology is quite good. Although the carrying capacity of this H3 rocket is not as good as ours, it can indeed rank high." Everyone nodded. The strength of this island country cannot be underestimated. Although this island country attacked them in the past, that is all in the old history. It can be seen that the island country is among the best in the world in terms of industry and economy. They are our allies. Seeing the successful first flight of their new rocket, congratulations to them. We will have another strong ally in the aerospace field in the future. Yes, many countries are already researching in the field of aerospace. The future of mankind is also in outer space, not this little blue star. Congratulations to them, they are much stronger than the Dragon Kingdom who can only lie to others. A group of space agency executives expressed their admiration. Director Mike looked at his assistant and said, "Send a congratulatory email to their space agency to congratulate their new rocket on its successful first flight." "Okay, Chief Mike." Everyone continued to watch. However, the screen suddenly shook. In the picture, the rocket left the launch pad, and after it reached a certain height, it started shaking. After that, the orbital flight path became completely crooked. Head towards the vast ocean. Chapter 42. What happened? NASA Director Mike's eyes suddenly widened and he stared at the rocket in the picture. As the director of a space agency, he naturally knew that the rocket would deorbit if this happened. Everyone immediately looked at the screen and stared at the rocket on the screen. In the picture, the trajectory of the rocket is getting more and more deviated, and the flames sprayed from the tail are getting smaller and smaller. Judge by their years of experience. The second stage of this rocket didn't light up. Hiss! What's going on? How could such an accident happen? The director of the space agency also became puzzled. Logically speaking, Sakura country's aerospace capabilities are not weak. How could this happen? The second stage is not ignited, which means that the rocket will fall directly. Other senior executives also said this. Good guy, is this rocket going to fall into the sea? This is the second stage that didn't light up. There must be something wrong with the electrical system. It's really over now. I'm a little confused. Sakura country's aerospace strength is not weak. Why does this happen to the new rocket? Ignore it, it has something to do with us anyway. If the new rocket fails, they will still have to buy it from us, so why not do it? Everyone smiled, a little shocked, but not much. If there is a problem with Sakura country's rocket, it has nothing to do with them. Even in their subsequent launch plans, they no longer have rockets and can only buy them from them. NASA Director Mike shook his head and said with a smile, it's careless. The whole world is watching, but it doesn't matter. No matter what, we are the ones who benefit. No matter which way you look at it, they are not at a loss. Yes, but they are a bit embarrassed. In front of the whole world, it is really disappointing that the rockets have such a problem. Whatever, as long as this kind of mistake doesn't happen, let's go back first. It's unexpected. It's rare for them to be so confident, but in the end it crashed mid-launch. Everyone was chatting intentionally or unintentionally, and continued to stare at the screen with nonchalant expressions on their faces. When this happened, they knew without even thinking that the rocket was going to crash into the sea. Now on the other side. Sakura Country Rocket Launch Base. The sudden situation in the rockets caught everyone present by surprise. What's going on? Why doesn't this rocket fly? Is it a little crooked? No, this should be because the orbit is like this. How could our Sakura country's aerospace have such a problem? It looks a little crooked. This should be the new track of the Aerospace Exploration and Research Institute, right? Why don't I feel good? This rocket is getting more and more crooked. It seems that the power is not enough. The people of Sakura Kingdom also became nervous. The rocket seemed to be stalling, its trajectory was getting more and more crooked, and there was a faint tendency to fall. When the frontline reporters saw this, they immediately reported the situation to the audience in front of the screen. Hello, audience friends, it seems that there was an accident with the rocket and there was a problem with the flight track. But I think this should be the flight track design of the aviation agency, right? After he finished speaking, the barrage in the live broadcast room immediately started. It's not good. It's getting more and more crooked. It won't fall into the sea. What are you talking about upstairs? How is it possible? Sakura country's aerospace capabilities are still very good. How could such a low-level mistake happen? Good guy, this is really going to crash. No matter how severe the angle is, the rocket will crash. No, 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 I expected so much, and this is the result? Don't, Sakura Kingdom relies on you to surpass Dragon Kingdom. It won't crash. It should be a problem with the track. It will pull up after flying a certain distance. At this moment, both the audience in front of the screen and the people of Sakura country at the scene were worried. Even if the rocket's trajectory is already ridiculously crooked. They also felt that this was the Aviation Administration's track design and there would be no accidents. And in the Rocket Launch Center, in front of the big screen, a group of aerospace engineers from Sakura country stared at the big screen. An old man who looked to be in his 60s was the chief designer of this rocket. He stared at the big screen and said, "This is because the second stage engine did not ignite. There is a malfunction in the electrical system." What? The person in charge of detection immediately widened his eyes. He thought this was some new design just now. Unexpectedly, the second stage rocket did not ignite? Isn't that going to crash? Impossible. Quick, try to see if you can control it and ignite it manually. The chief rocket engineer immediately ran to the operating console and began to operate, constantly giving instructions to the rocket, trying to ignite the second stage rocket, and then correct the trajectory. Then, after trying some times, the rocket's trajectory continued to become more and more crooked, and it was impossible to save it. What's the status of the rockets now? He asked anxiously. The condition is very bad. The second stage rocket has not ignited and is out of control. The trajectory cannot be corrected and is about to crash, the person in charge of the detection said immediately. Shut up, why can't I be saved? The chief commander looked serious and continued to try. Before he could make any move, a detective shouted in horror. It's not good. I fell into the sea. Chapter 43. Diddy diddy. At this moment, an extremely harsh siren sounded in the entire rocket launch heart. Everyone stopped what they were doing. Looking at the picture on the big screen, I saw that the rocket finally couldn't hold up and fell directly towards the sea. No. The chief designer of the rockets held his head in his hands with a look of disbelief on his face. The rocket actually fell down. All is lost. The other staff members covered their mouths in horror, also in disbelief. The new rocket they had been preparing for many years just fell into the sea. This is impossible. What is the problem? It's really over this time. People all over the country are looking at us, but we. It's over, it's really over. Outside the rocket launcher. The people of Sakura Kingdom watched in horror as the rocket fell from the sky. Not even time to react. The next moment, he fell directly into the sea. Boom! Only a bang was heard, and smoke and light rose not far away. Almost at the same time, the lively scene suddenly came to a standstill. It was as if the air had stopped. Everyone stared in disbelief at the smoking rocket in the distance. Someone dropped the champagne in his hand and didn't notice it. The excited expression softened, and then turned into confusion. The rocket just fell down? Oh my god! How is this possible? How could my great Sakura Kingdom's rocket fall down? A voice suddenly broke out from the crowd. Everyone was immediately heartbroken, as if they had lost something. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. This is not our Sakura country's rocket. It must not be. How could this happen? How could a good rocket suddenly fall down? Wasn't that the new orbit just now? I can't believe it. What did I see? Why did our rocket fall down? Ah! What's going on? Was the rocket shot down? Is there something from another dimension playing tricks? Howls erupted from the crowd. Obviously he couldn't believe the sudden fall of the rocket. They were very confident before launching, but now it suddenly fell, which was simply unexpected. However, now the entire Sakura country is in complete chaos. The faces of the people are no longer excited, but angry and sad. At the press conference, Gang Ben was completely confused. He also saw from the picture that the rocket had crashed into the sea. There was an explosion just now. At this moment, dozens of reporters had gathered in front of him, all with angry expressions on their faces, wanting to question the head of the Sakura country's Space Exploration Research Institute. Mr. Gang Ben, what's going on? Why did the rocket suddenly fall? Don't you give everyone an explanation? Mr. Gang Ben, is it possible that the rocket was taken out for its first flight before it was fully manufactured? Mr. Gang Ben, the crash of the rocket has made the people's mood drop to the bottom. How do you respond to this? The rocket failed its first flight and fell into the sea. What do you think of this? Mr. Okaben. After hearing these words from the reporter, Gang Ben suddenly felt his head pounding and tears welled up in his eyes. It's completely over now. The rocket they launched in front of the whole world suddenly fell into the sea at this moment. No one expected it. The rocket crash was an accident, not a technical problem on our part. I just hope everyone can look at it rationally. This is the way of scientific research, and we move forward through constant trial and error. Gang Ben organized his language and said so. The arrogant and proud expression before was gone at all, but instead he shrank back. He knew what it meant when the rocket failed on its first flight. And he will also be abused and ridiculed by the people. There are also sarcasm from entrepreneurs, and even the economy of Sakura country will be greatly affected. The reporters asked relentlessly, as if they wanted to grab the headlines. Has the National Space Administration made the public fully aware of the failure of the first flight? A reporter immediately asked. Gang Ben had no choice but to answer, the public has high expectations for the new rocket, but technology is improving. Now I don't know which link caused the problem. The public should treat it rationally and not get too excited. Mr. Okamoto, have you ever thought about the failure of the first flight? I saw you were very confident just now. How do you feel now that the first flight has failed? Another reporter asked eagerly. Gang Ben burst into tears after hearing this question. He didn't expect that the first flight would fail. Moreover, this generation of rockets has been studied for a long time, and God knows there will be problems and crashes. You said before that Sakura Kingdom's aerospace industry will surpass Dragon Kingdom and become the world's second largest aerospace country today. Is this still true? Another reporter asked. Gang Ben Yuku didn't dare to say it, and said, I never said such things, it was you who said it yourself, and our aerospace engineering is comparable to that of the Dragon Kingdom. Gang Ben had completely broken his guard. A group of reporters surrounded him and asked him all the things he had said before. The crash of the Sakura country rocket quickly became a hot topic on major social media and news media around the world. It attracted many discussions among netizens. Chapter 44. Due to the popularity of the previous Sakura country rocket's first flight, and the direct crash this time, the rocket crash was pushed to a climax. Even the Dragon Kingdom was affected. On one of the world's largest social video platforms, the live video of the Sakura country rocket crash dominated the hot search, and it was retweeted everywhere. In the comment area, netizens from various countries were discussing it even more heatedly. Good guy, why did it suddenly crash? Wasn't it fine before? It's really outrageous. A big space country like Sakura country will crash its rocket. Then aren't we completely hopeless? Fake, there was such a fuss before, why did it crash all of a sudden? Impossible. Dragon Kingdom is laughing this time. It won't stand and surrenders. Sakura Kingdom is too miserable. I feel that the celebration is too early and the enthusiasm is also very high. This wave of losses is heavy. Dragon Kingdom is hiding, and they just come out with some false news. Although Sakura Kingdom has crashed, at least it dares to make its first flight in front of the public. The loss is not big, right? The cost of their rocket is only half of the previous generation. It can be said that this technological breakthrough is awesome. It is probably because the second stage rocket did not ignite. The damage is not big. There is an optical satellite in this rocket. It is completely destroyed now. Everyone is celebrating. He was so arrogant before, but this time he has turned into a flying monkey. Yet, why did you become a sky monkey? I think you are like stars sinking into the sea. Haha. People from the Dragon Kingdom, please stop talking. You are all hiding, you are not as good as the Sakura Kingdom. Boom, bang. With the appearance of Long Guo netizens, the comment area became even more noisy. Some people feel pity for Sakura country, and some feel sad for Sakura country. There are also people who complain about Sakura country. People from the Dragon Kingdom have the nerve to come out? How can you be any better? Their aerospace skills are about the same as yours. You probably didn't dare to announce it after it crashed. Haha, I just laughed. Those in our country are missiles, not rockets at all, and rockets with monkey behavior like Skywalker will not appear in Sakura country. Is there a possibility that this Sakura country is not a rocket, but a missile or an intercontinental missile? Funny. It's truly a craftsmanship. The rocket started bowing as soon as it was launched. This is not a rocket, this is clearly a missile. Netizens from the Dragon Kingdom came out to argue with it, which attracted rebuttals from netizens from other countries. The people of the Dragon Kingdom have gone too far. What do you say about the aerospace spirit? The failure of the Sakura nation's aerospace industry heralds the failure of the global aerospace industry. Yet, why are you teasing others? How can you be better? Do you dare to announce the launch of a rocket? Don't dare. Isn't it just a rocket that failed? What's the big deal? Do you dare to launch it? People from the Dragon Kingdom, please stop speaking here, you won't be able to please me. It's ridiculous. Just hide away. People dare to announce it. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are shameless. Our rocket failed on its first flight. This is your fault. With the appearance of a large number of netizens from Sakura country, the comment area gradually changed its style. This is the work of the people from the Dragon Kingdom. Someone has confirmed that they used Qigong to affect our rocket launch. There is video to prove it. The comment was immediately upvoted and included a link to the video. International netizens turned to that video to watch it. In the video, there is a civil science expert from the Sakura Kingdom who is educating netizens on how despicable the people of the Dragon Kingdom are. Using Qigong, it caused problems with their rockets. Then there are some graphic records and so-called evidence. After netizens read it, some believed it, but some felt it was not scientific. This is a bit much, isn't it? How could the Dragon Kingdom have such magic? The people of the Dragon Kingdom are not only cunning, but they also use such despicable means to compete. It is really shameful. Actually, this is just to mock the Dragon Kingdom. They mocked them for not daring to launch rockets. They also made some false news and kept it secret. I think they also failed to launch. That's right, you all don't dare to launch. The Sakura country and your aerospace skills are nowhere to be found. It's so funny that you are still a Qigong master. I think you are just not very good at it, yet you still caused a fuss. Now you must have made a fool of yourself. Haha, people from the Dragon Kingdom just like to lie. Do you dare to launch rockets in front of the whole world? If not, just shut up. The quarrel on the internet continued, but the target gradually turned to Long Guo. Among them is the public relations officer of Sakura country who is trying to suppress the news that their rocket failed on its first flight. Let the attention of netizens around the world shift to Long Guo. Information about Dragon State's test flight and launch of rockets and its deceitful tactics gradually emerged, gradually turning the heat to Dragon State. However, Sakura country's rocket launch failure also caused the stock price of its company to plummet. Their aerospace departments also publicly apologized to the people of Sakura country. The leader of Sakura country also issued an announcement. The H3 rocket number 1 launched today was destroyed due to ignition failure. We took the initiative to order it to be destroyed. In response, the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science and Technology set up a task force. We are sorry, but it is not over yet. Failure is the mother of success. We respect the participants. Work hard and look forward to the next challenge. Once the announcement was issued, it attracted the concern of countless netizens, praising Sakura country for its popularity, and even condemning Dragon country. A senior executive of Beautiful Country also issued an announcement, which instantly attracted the attention of many netizens. I heard that Long Guo also has a launch plan this year. I am looking forward to Long Guo's rocket launch. Chapter 45. This announcement immediately attracted the attention of netizens around the world and expressed their opinions. Yes, we are also looking forward to Dragon Kingdom's rocket launch. Where are the netizens from the Dragon Kingdom? Why don't you speak out? You are still trolling people in the Sakura Kingdom. Why don't you speak up when it's your turn? Support, since Sakura country can't do it, then you must do it. I remember you said before that you also have a launch plan this year. Ha ha ha, the beautiful country did the right thing this time. The netizens of the Dragon Kingdom are so mouthy that no one in the world can say anything about them. They can be so arrogant and slanderous. They can't really be said. Now that they take practical actions, you will be mute. Yet, it's hard not to support beautiful country. Aren't the netizens from Dragon Country quite good at making jokes? Let's see who among you is better. The failure of our rocket launch was caused by the Dragon Kingdom. They have a Qigong master. Hey, I just saw a lot of people from the Dragon Kingdom laughing and saying that our first flight failed. I would like to see what your Dragon Kingdom launch will be like. Sakura country dares to announce it to the world and conduct its first flight. It doesn't matter if it fails. Our leaders have said that failure is the mother of success. However, Dragon country is timid and will only give advice. Sakura country is much better than you. Below this announcement, there are netizens from all over the world. Many people support Sakura country, many people support beautiful country, and some support Dragon country, but they are relatively small. And because beautiful country also came out to make an announcement, Dragon country was put on the fire this time. Almost all netizens around the world were paying attention to Dragon country's developments. Some netizens even made a prediction post. Since everyone's interest is so high, let me make a prediction post. Everyone can vote. I heard from the leaders of beautiful country that Long country has a launch plan this year, and they seem to have one, too. Let's see which one is stronger. Aren't the netizens of Long Guo very good at telling? We would like to see how much you weigh and whether you can compare with Sakura country and beautiful country. Dragon Kingdom vs Sakura Kingdom. Dragon Kingdom vs Beautiful Kingdom. This post quickly attracted a lot of attention, and netizens from all over the world voted for it. It didn't take long for it to become obvious that support was coming. Dragon Kingdom, 100,000, versus Sakura Kingdom, 1 million. Dragon Kingdom, 50,000, versus Beautiful Kingdom, 5 million. Obviously, most people support Sakura country and Beautiful country. The section is also very popular. Haha, Sakura country aerospace is almost the same as Dragon country. Although the first flight failed this time, based on the experience, it will be able to surpass Dragon country next time. But can Dragon country also compete with Pretty country? Let's not talk about Sakura Kingdom and Dragon Kingdom. There is not much difference between the two, but how do you compare Beautiful Kingdom and Dragon Kingdom together? Isn't this bullying Dragon Kingdom? Beautiful Kingdom's strength is recognized as the best in the world, right? There's no comparison at all. Good guy, are there still 50,000 people supporting the Dragon Kingdom? Are you looking down on the beautiful country or something? There is no doubt that the Dragon Kingdom will not be able to compare. How do these compare? The most powerful rocket of beautiful country has a carrying capacity of 45 tons in lunar orbit and 118 tons in low Earth orbit. Let's compare it with Dragon country. Yes, beautiful country is the strongest country in Blue Star. It is the strongest in all aspects, and its aerospace industry is unique. Not every country can compare with it. In the comment area, people from Sakura country also came to comment. However, they think they can't compare with the beautiful country, but they think they can compare with the Dragon country. And compared with the beautiful country, there is no suspense in the Dragon country. It can be said that now the beautiful country of Dragon and Sakura has been promoted and attracted global attention. And on the other side, beautiful among NASA. They were also having a meeting at this time. The director of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration put the things on the internet on the big screen, and then said, "What do you think? This time we and the Dragon Kingdom and Sakura country are considered global hot spots." A gray-haired engineer said, "I think it's good. This is our opportunity to completely conquer the Sakura Kingdom. It's time for the Dragon Kingdom to teach them a lesson and let them know what the gap is. Yes, don't we still have a launch plan? Let's make it public to the world at that time, so that the world can re-understand what technology is. Isn't the space power station still under research? NASA Director Mike heard these words and said, a week later, there is a launch plan, but it is not a space power station, it is a spy satellite. They are still developing the space power station project. It will not be announced directly, after all, this thing is top secret. Space power stations can be said to be the best source of energy currently. Not only is it clean, it's also efficient. After analysis by their professional team, the beautiful country can use space power stations to harvest the world. The benefits it brings are very objective and can even directly enhance national strength. Then you will become a truly unshakable overlord. Even if the Bear Country and the Dragon Country join forces, it won't work. Hey, let's compare with them, so as to give other small countries a little technological shock, and at the same time, alert the countries that are our enemies. The old man said with a smile. Then let's take advantage of this opportunity. It's time for Dragon Kingdom to suppress it. Chapter 46. However, on the other side. Among the Long Guo Academy of Dragon Science. Lin Ye put down the book in his hand and checked the progress of the analysis. Ding! Technical analysis of space elevators and related fields is in progress. Analysis progress remaining, 1 day. Related space elevator field, analysis of nanomaterial technology completed. There's only 1 day left, it's almost over. Lin Ye stretched himself out and said to himself. Since that meeting, he has been reading a book, while Mr. Liu and the others were busy with the necessary procedures for rocket launch. Lin Ye strictly controls the manufacturing process. There will be no problems, but Mr. Liu and the others are very cautious and will continue to check the rocket's problems to avoid accidents. During this time, Lin Ye kept reading. I also thoroughly understood the nanomaterial technology in my mind. The analysis progress of the space elevator is only 1 day away. Xiao Lin. At this moment, Mr. Liu and his assistant came over immediately. Lin Ye stood up and said, Mr. Liu. Xiao Lin, everything is ready, it will be launched tomorrow. Mr. Liu said excitedly. Lin Ye raised his eyebrows and said, that's great. He is also looking forward to this day, after all, he is the project chief engineer of the space power station. Mr. Liu added, but we may not be able to hide it this time. People at home and abroad are paying special attention to us. Logically speaking, this space power station project must be kept confidential, and it will not be too late to make an official announcement later. But who knew that Sakura Country's rocket turned into a cannon and exploded not long after it took off? Then coupled with the domestic video some time ago, my Lin Guo probably also interfered with it and shifted the focus to Long Guo. Almost the whole world is watching. To be precise, I was waiting to see the joke. What should I say? I remember, didn't the rocket in Sakura Country explode yesterday? Lin Ye didn't pay much attention to what was happening on the outside world's internet. Mr. Liu waved his hand and said, it's hard to explain. It's probably the grandsons of Mimi Country who are causing trouble. But it's okay. Just announce it. Lin Ye nodded and said, don't worry about them, even if they know it, they can't learn this technique secretly. Well, that's right. Xiaolin, your technology is really too advanced. Without your guidance, it would have taken us more than 10 years to study it. Mr. Liu said with a smile. Forget it, let's not talk about it for now. There is a meeting to be held at 5 o'clock later. Xiaolin, remember to come over then. Old Liu said. Okay, then Mr. Liu, please walk slowly, I will be there in a moment. After bidding farewell to Mr. Liu, Lin Ye flipped through his phone, read for a while, and then headed towards the conference room of the Academy of Dragon Science. And at this time, A piece of news released by the official space agency immediately became a bombshell on the internet. In view of the recent news and rumors about our new rocket on the internet, the Space Administration has clarified that the rocket we developed will make its first flight on April 9, which is tomorrow, and the launch site will be at the Dachang Rocket Launch Base. Please be sensible. Treat it and don't cause international conflicts. Our country has always been known for its etiquette. I hope you understand. The new rocket model has a new name, Haoyi-1. The official release of this information is a reply to the announcement from Beautiful Country. Also, since the whole world is paying attention, and this rocket project is relatively large, it is difficult to hide it. And with the beauty of the country, satellites will definitely be used to monitor it. However, no one knows about the Sunday project in the rocket. The external publicity is the test flight of the new rocket, and the specific parameters of the rocket will not be announced. The announcement will only be considered after the next generation rocket is successfully developed. So there's nothing wrong with that. However, the official news caused an uproar on the internet. Damn it, it's really fake. Why did the rocket launch so quickly? Haoyi number 1, this name. It's amazing. Awesome, I thought it would take at least a while. So was that video last time real or fake? We won't really have recyclable rocket technology, right? Sakura Kingdom just fell, let's launch rockets and make my country awesome. Ha ha ha, look at what those people said to us. The rocket in Sakura country crashed, but they still have the nerve to touch us. Unexpected, extremely unexpected. Haoyi number 1, when I hear this name, I feel so weird. Breaking news, now the whole world is paying attention, seeing that we are really confident this time. Some people said before that the video was fake. This time the official announced it directly. Let's see if you have anything to say. Almost at the same time, the official news quickly spread across the internet. The heat is ridiculously high. People who pay attention to these things are almost confused. Military fans and aerospace fans seem to have ushered in spring. Faced with questions from foreign netizens, they failed to wait until H20, but this time almost the whole world paid attention to the Dragon Kingdom rockets. And the official released the news of the rocket launch. This made them extremely happy. This news quickly spread abroad, causing an uproar abroad. Is Long Guo really going to fly its new rocket for the first time tomorrow? Chapter 47. The news that Long Guo was going to launch a rocket immediately spread to various foreign websites. It caused an uproar. Almost at the same moment, this news quickly occupied the top of the list on all major platforms. Even foreign media began to rush to report on it. I just received accurate news that the official space agency of the Dragon Kingdom has announced that a new rocket will make its first flight tomorrow. The rocket will be named Haoyi-1. Is the launch of Dragon Country's rocket related to the failure of Sakura Country's rocket's first flight? What will be the final result? We are following up quickly. The comment section has already fallen, and they were all shocked by the news of the Dragon Kingdom rocket's first flight. Fake. How can the Dragon Kingdom be so fast? It's real or fake? I really can't understand this. The Sakura Kingdom has just failed in its first flight, and the Dragon Kingdom is about to make its first flight? Is it really because of the stimulation of the beautiful country? Is it true? How come Dragon Kingdom is about to launch its first rocket flight so soon? Why do I feel that it is not real at all? Both the Dragon Kingdom and the Beautiful Kingdom are gone. Let's see who will win in the end. But I believe that the Beautiful Kingdom will win. I don't know what to say. How dare the Dragon Kingdom dare to join? The Beautiful Country has said that it will join in, but the Dragon Kingdom still dares to go. Awesome, I want to see how much Long Guo weighs. Their netizens are so bragging that they don't even draft a draft. At this time, there was overwhelming news on the internet, which can be said to be truly global attention. Number officially announced that a new rocket will fly for the first time tomorrow. Number Number the beautiful country speaks out, and the dragon country responds. Who will win in the end? Number Sakura country's first flight failed, and Dragon Kingdom followed them on their first flight. Did they get into trouble with them? Number vs Sakura, number vs number. There are endless video posts of all kinds. The netizens of Long Guo also became excited at this moment and published posts on the internet. Dragon Kingdom's new rocket has made its first flight. This news is really exciting at this time. Faced with the ridicule from other countries and Sakura Kingdom, we can only say, sorry, we accept the challenge you issued. Let me give you another analysis. This time Long Guo's new rocket is named Haoyi 1. Currently, Dragon Kingdom's aerospace aspects are all named according to Dragon Kingdom's traditional myths. For example, the moon exploration is called Chang'e Jade Rabbit, which is all related to the moon. And this new rocket is named Haoyi 1. Everyone in the Dragon Kingdom must have heard the story of Haoyi shooting the sun. I feel that the name of the new rocket is based on this illusion. In other words, this rocket is related to the sun. We can't guess what it is specifically. We can only wait for official news. We can only say one thing here, a project related to the sun. Not long after the post was published, it attracted the attention of many netizens, including netizens from Long Guo and other countries. Let me go, this analysis is really true, Haoyi number 1, Haoyi shot the sun. Sure enough, it is related to the sun egg. This official wave is really giving us a boost. On such an international social platform, it is simply untenable. It's all here to ridicule. Solar project. Could it be a solar probe? It's really cool. It's going to lift Sakura country up and hammer it. The author's analysis is very good, and it is the best in aerospace industry. Solar project. Haha, you people from the Dragon Kingdom know how to brag, and you are still planning the sun project. Don't even leave the launch pad, and the rocket will explode. As this comment appeared, people from outside Tianbo, including people from Sakura country, emerged. You are used to bragging from the Dragon Kingdom. If you want to return to the Sun Project, even the beautiful country, the world's largest aerospace power, can't do it. How can you do it? Haha, why is Haoyi shooting the sun from your Dragon Kingdom? This is clearly from our Bangsa Kingdom. You are so shameless and despicable. Just blow it, I want to see if your rocket can leave the launch pad. As we all know, the Dragon Kingdom likes to brag. The video that was released before was fake. Some experts were hired to analyze it. It was a new type of missile. But let's go ahead. The new missile is strange. The Dragon Kingdom is so backward, how could it possibly have this kind of technology? With such arrogance, the beautiful country doesn't dare to get involved in the solar project. It only dares to detect it outside. Haha, don't worry about it being a CG animation by then. Impossible, Dragon Kingdom is definitely going to start deceiving people. How long has it been since Sakura Kingdom's first flight failed? How long has it been since Beautiful Kingdom's demise? Dragon Kingdom has a rocket to answer the challenge? Is it such a coincidence? In the comment area, most of them were targeting the Dragon Kingdom, thinking that it was impossible for the Dragon Kingdom to have such technology. He also thinks that Long Guo is lying and telling lies. The people from the Sakura country were extremely unanimous in their speech. Dragon Kingdom is also going to make its first rocket flight? It's coming soon, everyone is just joking, don't fool us. Haha, our rocket launch failed because of the Qigong master of the Dragon Kingdom. Someone has already analyzed it. I just laughed. Our rockets all failed their first flights. Can Long Guo's rocket succeed? I'll just eat it quietly. If Long Guo's new rocket succeeds in its first flight, I'll stand on my head and eat shit. The online dispute continues. However, this time it was on the other side. Beautiful NASA conference room. At this time, it was already full of people. On the big screen in front of everyone was the official news released by Dragon Kingdom. Mike, the director of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, smiled lightly and said, "I didn't expect that Dragon Kingdom would make its first rocket flight right now. Things are getting more and more interesting. What do you think?" A rocket engineer said, "Dragon Kingdom is just bluffing, Hao Yi number 1, what nonsense. What do you think? It's a joke. Dragon Kingdom's aerospace level is far inferior to ours. After a while, when our rocket is launched, we will know who is number 1. Dragon Kingdom is really brave, but I don't know if it's true or false this time." After all, not long after the Sakura Kingdom rocket was launched, they developed a new type of rocket. Are they targeting the Sakura Kingdom? After all, they have a feud. Even after so many years, many people from the Sakura Kingdom still don't like the people from the Dragon Kingdom, although I don't catch a cold too much. Everyone was talking to each other. Obviously, the first flight of Long Guo's new rocket surprised them, but that's all. Because in their opinion, the aerospace level of the Dragon Kingdom is not as good as theirs, and is similar to that of the Sakura Kingdom. When a new rocket takes off for the first time, the probability of failure is very high. The director of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration smiled and said, "Maybe, the people from the Dragon Kingdom actually have a few brushes. We will see if they are true or false. Anyway, it will be tomorrow." This made him a little suspicious. What the people of the Long Kingdom said was false, or it was true. After all, the people of the Dragon Kingdom have said a lot in recent years, and even asked their country to dismantle extremely important production lines. I think they're on the same level as Sakura country, nothing worth paying attention to. Yes, this competition can be seen from the support rate, I think so. Sakura country's first flight failed, and theirs wasn't much better. Everyone continued. NASA Director Mike said, "Actually, I don't care how their rocket is, because it can't compare with ours. What I mainly care about is the purpose of their development of this rocket." Hear this. Everyone frowned and thought. When it comes to the uses of rockets, this aspect is relatively broad. There are rockets specially made for GPS satellite launches, rockets specially developed for lunar exploration projects, and Mars projects. How the rocket is specifically designed and manufactured still needs to be determined based on demand. After all, if you are in space, you are no longer on Blue Star. Every detail needs to be done right. For long-distance projects, the rocket must be large enough, have enough fuel, and have a large load capacity. In short, the aerospace industry, rockets, and satellites are interconnected and cannot be careless. It's hard to say, they now have lunar projects, as well as solar and Mars exploration projects, and the rockets they target seem to be different. As for this rocket, I don't know. It should be near-Earth engineering. The lunar and solar projects have failed in recent years. They have consumed too much money. They can't be so stupid, right? Everyone thought and said, giving different opinions. A satellite engineer said, "How about we use a spy satellite to go above them and take a look?" The director of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration shook his head and said, "It's meaningless. I can't tell what the specific purpose is. If they find it, it's hard to explain. Let's wait until they launch it." The man nodded and said nothing. Director Mike thought for a while and said, "I saw on the internet that some of their people have analyzed it. The name of this rocket comes from the myths and legends of the Dragon Kingdom, which is the same as the previous name. This new rocket is Hou Yi number 1. In their mythology, there is an allusion about Hou Yi shooting the sun. In layman's terms, it means that there was a man who shot down the sun with an arrow. And they also know about the projects in the Dragon Kingdom. It is named after their traditional myths and legends, and there is a certain inevitable connection." Listening to Director Mike's analysis, everyone suddenly felt funny. "Director Mike, are you trying to say that their rocket is used to shoot down the sun?" Director Mike shook his head and said, "Shoot down the sun, what are you thinking? Maybe their new rocket is related to the sun, maybe it is a solar detector. But isn't that already there?" Someone asked in confusion. "Related to the sun, I can't think of any other project other than a solar probe, and it's even more impossible to go to the surface of the Sunday. Solar project, invisible." Everyone frowned in thought. Is there a possibility that they just like to brag? The naming of shooting the sun is all hidden from the public eye. Don't you think it's strange? It's only been a day since the Sakura country rocket failed on its first flight. They are about to launch right after. This speed is too fast. Another aerospace engineer analyzed and said. NASA Administrator Mike said, "It's not impossible, but we also need to be on guard and not let them profit from it." Yes, it's always good to be on guard. Dragon Kingdom will eat them sooner or later. If we don't talk about this, we are number one in the world in terms of aerospace and technology, and they can't copy it. Everyone thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out the result, so they felt there was no need to worry too much. NASA Director Mike also nodded. Long Guo did not publish the rocket data, so there is a certain probability that it is false. But there is no need to worry, even in space, they are still the overlord. Other countries cannot develop a rocket with a Mars carrying capacity of 48 tons. It involves too much technology. By the way, Director Mike, how is the progress of our space power station project? A rocket engineer? The teacher asked. Director Mike smiled lightly and said, "The current conversion rate of new solar panels has reached 35% and can be produced in batches. The overall project is still under experimentation. It is estimated that within a few years, our space power station will be deployed in space, and by then our dominance in space will be equally unshakable." Hearing this, everyone smiled and nodded. Other countries are still studying rocket launches, and they are even carrying out space power station projects. Why are they playing with the beautiful country? Okay, it's another meaningless meeting. Please let me know when Long Guo launches the rocket. I have to leave beforehand. A rocket engineer stood up, said something and left. Yes, Director Mike, just let us know when the time comes. I would like to see how much the Dragon Country's rocket weighs and whether it can compare with the Cherry Blossom Country. Walk slowly. Time flew by. Dragon Kingdom. 0. Researchers participating in the Sunday project and national leaders have arrived at the rocket launch base, the Dachang rocket launch base. 3 kilometers away from the launch base, it was already surrounded by people from the Dragon Kingdom. It was a huge crowd and it was very lively. There are no less than 100 reporters, who are watching the rocket launch base in the distance. A reporter stood in front of the camera, pointed to the towering rocket in the distance, and introduced impassionedly. "Good evening everyone, it's time to go to Beijing. It's 8:25 p.m. I'm now 3 kilometers away from the Dachang rocket launch base. It's not completely dark yet. Everyone can see that in the direction of my finger, there is an upright rocket. This is the officially announced new rocket, Haoyi-1. This new type of rocket is towering. Since the official data has not been released, we can only guess that it is a project related to the Sun. This first flight of a new type of rocket is very important to our Dragon Kingdom. We learned that the first flight of a neighboring country's rocket failed. We feel sorry for you. The aerospace industry is left to us. Just go explore." At this time, both the people watching outside the rocket launch base and the audience watching the live broadcast were extremely excited. This rocket is so big. What kind of project is this? I'm so excited. The internet has been talking about us these days. Now the official live broadcast of the rocket's first flight is live. Let's see if their faces are swollen. Haoyi-1, a historic moment. I really want to know if this is a satellite or some other project. The launch is about to begin. It's already dark. So excited. My eyes are filled with tears. How Yi-1 will make its first flight successfully. According to the live broadcast, this rocket is at least more than 100 meters high. What kind of project is this? Is it a solar probe? It was so fast, I didn't even react. Only foreign people made that list. Our country is about to fly a new type of rocket for the first time. Love it. At the rocket launch base, officials are also conducting a simultaneous live broadcast of the launch at this time, and you can clearly see the entire rocket. In the command center. As the chief design engineer, Lin Ye is also responsible for directing. All the staff, as well as engineers and academicians, stood in front of the huge screen with great excitement, looking at the picture displayed above. I looked at the time and saw that it was already 9 o'clock. Then I raised my commander and said, "Attention, all units." Everyone's expressions immediately became serious and solemn, and their spirits were doubled. Because this is a historic moment for the Dragon Kingdom, Zuyu Project. 10. 9. 8. 3. 2. 1. Ignition. Chapter 48. As Lin Ye shouted, "Start the fire!" At this moment, everyone in the Long Kingdom, including academicians and engineers, became nervous. In the command room, Lin Ye and all the staff stared at the data displayed on the big screen, and their palms became sweaty. Ignition successful. As the program prompt sounded, everyone in the cemetery became excited. Ignition successful. Mr. Lu and Mr. Ma both had tears in their eyes. Success. Old Lu. Mr. Ma almost hugged Mr. Lu and said excitedly. Mr. Lu smiled with tears in his eyes and said, "Old Ma, be more mature and act like a child. You haven't taken off yet." Yes, it cannot affect the work of Tongzi. Mr. Ma wiped his tears and looked at Lin Ye, who looked serious, with a surge of respect in his heart. If there is such a person in the Dragon Kingdom, it's time to welcome him. Great rejoicing. This is his evaluation of Lin Ye. At this time in the outside world, the spectators who were watching in the distance of the rocket launch base watched a huge bright light light up from the rocket launch base. My heart also became suspended. Ignition successful. I suddenly felt like there was sand in my eyes. Is this my problem? Woo, the ignition was successful. I'm so excited, I won't be a member of the Dragon Kingdom in the next life. What we are doing now is for the future since ancient times. Listen to this dragon's roar. All the people of the Dragon Kingdom cheered. Suddenly, the huge roar of the rocket engine came, accompanied by huge light and smoke, slowly leaving the ground. Everyone was extremely excited at this moment. The reporter faced the camera and introduced loudly to the audience in front of the screen. It's 21:11, Beijing time. As you can see, our Hao Yi-1 has been successfully ignited. The barrage in the live broadcast room immediately went viral. Congratulations to 353. That's awesome. Thank you to our scientists for letting us hear the roar of the dragon. This scene is so shocking, more shocking than any rocket takeoff I have ever seen. Wow! My country is so powerful. This big rocket is so surprising. What a powerful sword. Where are the people from Sakura country? Why don't you come and take a look? Don't you think we are bragging? Yes, we are CG. People all over the country unite to deceive the whole world. Listen to the dragon's roar. Listen to the dragon's roar. Listen to the dragon's roar. The next barrage is almost all about listening to the dragon's roar. At this moment, people across the country are united and proud of their country. From the difficult era to the present, the Dragon Kingdom has become a country that can independently develop and explore spacecraft. And on the other side, on the live broadcast platform of the external network, the live broadcast screen was transferred, and many netizens were watching it and expressed their opinions. What's so awesome? Sakura country is also flying, but is it useful? It hasn't crashed yet. Dragon Kingdom is really not lying. Based on the reference analysis, this rocket is at least 100 meters above the ground. I just don't know what kind of project it is. Just take a look, people from the Dragon Kingdom still like to do CG. So what if I can fly? I can't compare to the beautiful country. What is the thrust-to-weight ratio? It won't be very low, right? So the parameters of the new rocket will not be announced? The Sakura country has announced it. Why? Almost at the same time, the news of the successful ignition of Long Guo's new rocket, Yingjiang, immediately caused an uproar around the world. The global media was in an uproar. Dragon Country actually launched a rocket and successfully ignited it. Among the beautiful NASA. This meeting was held not only by people from NASA, but also by people from the Ministry of Defense. Even Musk, the CEO of SpaceX, came with a professional team to congratulate Daxia's space exploration technology. Everyone looked serious as they watched Dragon Kingdom's large rocket dragging its tail flames slowly into the sky. Director Mike frowned and said, according to the analysis of the intelligence department, their rocket is at least 130 meters high. It is a heavy rocket. Defense Minister Stephen said, what's going on? What have you been doing these past few days? Why is there such a fuss when Dragon Kingdom launches a rocket? He was on vacation a few days ago and did not pay attention to the information from other countries. And isn't launching rockets into space a normal thing? This meeting urgently called him back. Director Mike explained, in the past few days, Sakura country has flown a new rocket for the first time, and then it crashed, which caused a lot of heat around the world, and now the world's spearhead is pointing at Dragon Country. Dragon Country Sakura country rocket. The day after the launch failed, the first flight of a new rocket, Yingjiang, was announced. After hearing this, Stephen frowned. Is this provoking an international incident? In his opinion, this is completely an international issue, and it is right to turn to him to solve international problems. A rocket engineer from NASA said, this rocket is a heavy-lift rocket. I don't know what their ultimate destination is. Low Earth orbit, or Blue Star geostationary orbit. To manufacture such a large rocket and fly very far, the technical difficulty is not low. And can the Dragon Kingdom do it? Unknown at the moment. Masco raised his eyebrows and said, although this rocket is a heavy rocket, according to the information I have, it is in low Earth orbit at most and cannot go very far. One of his engineers also echoed, although the Dragon Country's aerospace level is at the forefront of the world, it is not as good as our beautiful country. It is not surprising that it has developed a heavy rocket, but if you want to develop a heavy rocket that can fly very far, this is difficult. And as the mass of the rocket increases, the fuel required will inevitably increase. Therefore, making the rocket bigger only looks bigger, but the carrying capacity cannot be improved much. If you want to improve the carrying capacity, you can only start with rocket materials and fuel. If the fuel mass can be reduced while the thrust generated remains unchanged, this situation is possible. But as far as I know, there is no new breakthrough in Long Guo's fuel, and it still uses traditional aerospace fuel. After a wave of analysis, everyone nodded thoughtfully. That's right. Their rocket is up. At this moment, NASA Director Mike stared at the screen. I saw the flame accompanied by extreme brightness and extreme roar, leaving the launcher and flying towards the sky, and the speed was getting faster and faster. It seems they are going to make the first flight successfully. Director Mike said with some surprise and confusion. Masco smiled faintly and said, it's hard to say, it hasn't been long since it started flying. The Sakura country also flew very high, and the second stage was not lit and was forced to crash. He already knew the reason why Sakura country's first flight failed. It was an electrical system failure that caused the second stage rocket to fail to ignite, and then the people at the space agency were forced to let the rocket crash and fall into the sea. I think Dragon Kingdom shouldn't be this bad, right? A rocket engineer thought for a moment. NASA Director Mike Deo said, the level of Dragon Kingdom is not bad in the world, but they lack a lot of key technologies. If they want to research more advanced rockets, they can only study it step by step. And these technologies are in their hands. If Long Guo wants to make a breakthrough, it can only do a little bit of research. It is impossible for leapfrog technology to appear. Masco said, if you think about it, has this so-called Hao Yi No. 1 rocket appeared in the Dragon Kingdom before? Well, there is indeed no rocket of this type. It is a heavy rocket. It should be a brand new model, said the rocket engineer. That's okay, Long Guo is just trying. It's still unknown whether the first flight can be successful. If the first flight fails, we don't know when the next go-around will be. Mars smiled and said, by then our recyclable rocket technology will have matured, and they are still researching it. He has full confidence in the recyclable rocket they are developing. They have made considerable progress and will be fully mature in a few years. But you have to spend a lot of money to get in. After hearing this, NASA Director Mike smiled slightly but did not speak. Their space power station project is still under study and needs to rely on Musk's new rocket, recyclable rocket. If there are no recyclable rockets, the cost of the space power station will be very high and it will not produce benefits. There will be a loss. With recyclable rockets, if you launch once and then reuse the rocket, the cost will be greatly reduced. By then, the space power station will be barely profitable. Minister Stephen said, is there anything else you want me to do this time? He felt a little less needed. And he couldn't quite understand what these people said. The so-called alternate lines are like mountains. General Stephen, you are the Minister of Defense, and now 3 countries are in dispute. Isn't it an international conflict? Massia said with a smile. But this is aerospace, and I can't control it. Could it be that I have someone shoot down his rocket? Stephen said jokingly. No, you need to understand this matter. For the future, Sakura country has a space program and needs to use our rockets. Use this to completely conquer Sakura country. We still need to rely on General Stephen for this. NASA Administrator Mike said. Stephen waved his hand and said, okay, then you can decide for yourself. Why is aerospace related to national defense? It's okay, General, I will make arrangements. Director Mike said. Well, how long will this rocket keep flying? Stephen asked again. About 10 minutes. It's not going to the Moon or Mars. It's probably in the orbit of Blue Star. The director of the NASA looked at the big screen and said. At this time, there was no sign of the rocket in the big screen broadcast, except for the sound of the engine roaring. Seeing this, the director of the space agency took out an internal phone and walked out. Start the spy satellite, position it according to the coordinates, monitor the Dragon Kingdom rocket orbit, and see what they are going to do. Okay, Director. After finishing speaking, NASA Director Mike put away the phone and walked into the conference room again. Not long after, a picture turned around. It was a picture monitored by the beautiful country's spy satellite, and the flight trajectory was predicted based on the direction of the rocket. Everyone looked at the big screen. Is this? Musk stared at the monitoring screen and then looked at Director Mike. Director Mike smiled and explained, this is the prediction map of Dragon Kingdom rocket. Guess where he will go? But Masco understood. This is a satellite detection screen. Masco thought for a while and said, outside the atmosphere. He felt that the Dragon Kingdom rockets could only go so far. Minister Stephen said, I don't understand, you can just play. I guess it's going to low Earth orbit, a rocket engineer said. I guess it's going to fall in a minute. A satellite engineer said. Director Mike smiled slightly and said, then I guess the synchronous orbit. Let's wait and see. The lottery will be drawn later. Everyone stared at the data displayed on the screen. At this time, in the Dachang launch base, Lin Ye and a group of academicians stood behind the big screen and looked at the data displayed on it. All aspects of the rocket's data are very stable and within the predictions of previous Lin Ye research reports. We will reach the target orbit in 3 minutes. This speed is too fast, the director of the space agency said in surprise. In all his years of work, he has never seen such a fast rocket. Mr. Ma laughed and said, "Don't even look at what kind of fuel is used. This is definitely a technological breakthrough." In his opinion, the speed has not increased much, but the fuel utilization rate has been higher. According to the original design, it can carry 500 tons of satellites to geostationary orbit and 200 tons of Moon. This is unprecedented. The most important thing is that the thrust of this rocket is only 3,000 tons. Flying into space carrying a space power plant of up to 500 tons. This is the benefit brought by the breakthrough of fuel. You know, the beautiful country also has rockets with a thrust of 3,000 tons, but its carrying capacity is less than half of Yingjiang. In fact, the highlight this time is not the rockets, but a space power station. Daily projects. If this is announced, Dragon Kingdom will become the world's #1 space power at the moment the space power station is docked. This is no exaggeration. Mr. Liu laughed and said, "Young man Lin is really a surprise. I will die with no regrets in this life." Now Long Guo Aerospace has a new successor, and this successor is also very talented. How could he not be happy? Everyone looked at Lin Ye again, with respect in their eyes. Lin Ye said, "Old Liu has lived to be 100 years old. Where is this? I can let you see our Dragon Kingdom entering the space age. Even space tourism. Mining the planet." After hearing this, everyone was very helpless. If it were someone else who said it, they would just smile and forget it. But according to Lin Ye, it is possible. "But, I don't know when it happened." Mr. Ma smiled and said, "Young man Lin is also ambitious, Mr. Ma, I support you." The national leader also said with emotion, "It is true that heroes come from young. Today is an eye-opener for me. The Dragon Country is lucky to have you." The emergence of Lin Ye undoubtedly directly promoted Long Guo's aerospace industry for at least 50 years. This was something no one expected. The promotion took only 3 months. Who dares to believe that 5.8 Lin Ye is still a freshly graduated new energy college student? He could write a biography and be remembered forever. "Commander Lin, we have 1 minute to reach the designated track." At this moment, an aerospace engineer turned to look at everyone and said. Everyone immediately stopped laughing and became serious. Now is also a critical moment. "Okay, everyone, focus on this and get ready to activate the reverse thrust system." Lin Ye began to direct. Outside the rocket launch base. At this time, the people from the Dragon Kingdom who were watching did not leave, they were still waiting at the scene. But the rocket can no longer be seen or heard. But what is strange is that it seems that the rocket is not classified. "I don't know where I am now." The reporter looked at the camera and said. "Hello, audience friends, it is now 21:07, Beijing time. The rocket is no longer visible. It is estimated that it has left the atmosphere. The latest situation is awaiting our official notification, please be patient." There was a burst of cheers in the live broadcast room. There are also many foreigners mixed in. This rocket is a bit strange. It doesn't seem to be classified, right? And where is it going? The first flight should have been successful. It should be a success. Much better than Sakura country. What kind of bullshit rocket is this? Is it unclassified? Or did it crash somewhere else? Laughing. The thunder in Long Guo is heavy but the raindrops are small. It must have crashed. However, the next moment, the official suddenly announced the news, which directly attracted attention at home and abroad. Yingjiang has arrived at the scheduled orbit. Separation is in progress. The next step is to recover the rocket. Chapter 49. Yingjiang has arrived at the scheduled orbit. Separation is in progress. The next step is to recover the rocket. As the official news was released, it instantly detonated the whole world. Outside the rocket launch base, someone among the onlookers suddenly shouted, "Damn it! The star arrow separated," and they said they wanted to recover the rocket. This shout immediately attracted everyone's attention. "What did you say? Rocket recovery? How to recover such a big rocket? What's going on? Real or fake, rocket recovery? Where did you see that?" Everyone gathered around and looked at the man holding the mobile phone with curiosity. They all planned to leave. After all, the rocket has taken off and there is nothing left to see. But when they heard someone talking about rocket recovery, they were a little confused. "Look! The official has released the latest rocket news. The rocket is really going to be recycled," the man explained to everyone with an excited look. Everyone was stunned for a moment, quickly took out their mobile phones and opened the official account. Hao Yi-1 has arrived at the scheduled orbit. Separation is in progress. The next step is to recover the rocket. There was a prompt as soon as I opened it. When I saw the message, everyone was stunned for a moment. Star and arrow separation, rocket recovery. Holy shit! This is official information, which means that the star and arrow are currently being separated, and the rocket will be recovered later. Is it really an official account? It couldn't have been sent by mistake, right? This rocket has already gone up to space, how can it be recycled? It's real, it's a real official account, I really want to recycle the rocket. It's awesome, holy shit, surprise. No need to leave, let's take a look at rocket recovery later. This is a technology that is not available in the world at present. I hope it can succeed. Hao Yi-1 is a new type of rocket. Is it really a recyclable rocket? But how can such a big rocket be recycled? No, we have to wait and see. Everyone was shocked and suddenly felt a little incredible. Regardless of the recycling technology or the size of this Hao Yi number 1, it is very difficult to recycle it. Even Musk, who has invested heavily in the beautiful country, has not fully mastered this recycling technology. Not to mention the recovery of large rockets. But the official has now announced the news that the rocket will be recovered next, and everything seems so dreamlike. The reporter on the side also saw the news and immediately reported. "Viewers, I have received the latest official news. The rocket is currently in the process of star-arrow separation. According to official reports, the rocket will be recovered next. This heralds a new breakthrough in my country's aerospace technology. Praise our country. I wish the recycling process a complete success." The reporter looked excited and said loudly. The barrages in the live broadcast room are also filled with questions. What's going on? This rocket seems to be too big. It's not easy to recycle it. Awesome, caught off guard. Milestone. Dragon Kingdom is bragging again. Let's not talk about such a large rocket, but let's talk about recyclable technology. Beautiful countries don't have this kind of technology, but you do? Are you kidding me? What are you bragging about? Recycling the rocket, let's wait and see the joke. The launch of the rocket is nothing, but the recycling explosion is really a joke. Where are you foreigners from, can you get out? What does our recycling of rockets have to do with you? Open the champagne at halftime, it will definitely fail, wait and see the show. Now in the country, the people are very nervous and their emotions are running high. Because this is a new attempt. Recovery of large rockets. It's something that no other country has. Regardless of whether it failed or not, this was a very bold attempt. At this time the other side. Beautiful NASA. As soon as the director of the space agency came out of the space agency, he received a phone call. What's going on? Director Mike frowned. As soon as he stepped out, his assistant called. Did you forget to take something? Director Mike. Something big happened. His assistant said in a scary voice. What happened, the director asked with a puzzled look on his face. Dragon Kingdom officials just announced that they will carry out rocket recycling next. Come back soon. The assistant explained immediately. What? Rocket recovery? Director Mike was stunned for a moment and his tone was extremely surprised. Wait a minute, I'll be right back. Do you think you want everyone who just had the meeting to come back? Okay, Chief Mike. The phone hangs up. Director Mike stood there, a little dazed. Dragon Kingdom wants to recycle rockets? Are you crazy? Recovered from space to the ground? Do they have this technology? But this was the official news announced by the Dragon Kingdom, and he had to pay attention to it. After all, Long Guo can be considered their opponent. He thought for a second, and then immediately walked back to the conference room. At this time, only his assistant was in the conference room, and the others had left not long ago. Let me see. Director Mike immediately operated the computer and saw the official news released by the Dragon Kingdom, which was translated. The stars and arrows are separated. What kind of project is this? Seeing the first item, Director Mike frowned deeply. Then look at the second one. It is to recover the rocket. Crazy, Long Guo is crazy. Aren't you afraid of making a joke around the world? Director Mike smiled and shook his head. This kind of news is indeed shocking. Because Long Guo's aerospace technology is not as good as theirs, they are all conducting rocket recovery experiments. The most important thing is that it is still a large rocket. Can this be recycled successfully? He has been the director of NASA for so many years and has personally witnessed many rockets taking off, crashing, etc. He knows a lot about recyclable rocket technology. The recovery of small rockets is relatively easy to say, and there is a probability that they can be recovered. But large rocket recovery? None of them dared to try, but Wu Guo actually dared to try. Then we can only wait for it to crash. That's not clear. I just felt a little surprised, so I informed Director Mike. The assistant said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He had just informed the others who had just left. NASA's rocket engineers, satellite engineers, and Musk's rocket team. Director Mike sat down and asked, did you pass them? Yes, Director Mike, we have already been notified. The assistant nodded. Director Mike suddenly felt a little funny. They actually held several meetings for Long Guo Aerospace. Director Mike? What's going on? Why did you suddenly call us back? We have already made up our minds. Is there anything else? Hasn't the Dragon Kingdom already analyzed it? Is there anything we can't talk about together? Not long after, a group of people walked in from the door with deep doubts and looked at Director Mike. Director Mike smiled helplessly and said, please come back, please. Just now, the Dragon Kingdom officially announced that it will recycle the rocket. This thing, isn't this just? Masco waved his hand easily and stopped abruptly in the middle of his words. Surprise immediately appeared on his face. Director Mike? You said that Dragon Kingdom is going to recycle rockets. Masco actually found it a bit incredible. Everyone else was also stunned, staring at Director Mike in surprise. Director Mike, are you kidding me? Does Long Guo have recycling technology? That was a large rocket just now. The technical difficulty of recycling it is not ordinary. Are you kidding, or is Long Guo kidding? We don't have any clue to recover the large rocket. Long Guo, are you kidding me? Everyone was immediately dumbfounded. Those gathered here now are still the top in the aerospace field. How could they not know how difficult it is to recover large rockets? It is simply as difficult as climbing to the sky. In their view, Dragon State's recycling of rockets is tantamount to making a joke in front of the world. It's as stupid as a kid saying that he can develop controllable nuclear fusion. Director Mike projected the official news from the Dragon Kingdom on the big screen and said, see for yourselves, it is indeed the official news from the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone looked over. As expected, it was the official Dragon Kingdom, the Dragon Kingdom Space Administration. But they really thought it was incredible. Dragon State openly carries out rocket recycling? Hehe, Long Guo wants to lose his standing. We don't dare to say that the rocket recovery can be 100% successful. This is still a large rocket. Masco smiled and shook his head. He knew that Long Guo was trying something experimental, but trying it in front of the public was tantamount to playing with fire and burning yourself. Failure to recycle under global attention means the same fate as Sakura country. If the stock market plummets, the economy will be affected, and it may even disappoint the public and attract reviling. Generally, when they launch rockets, they will only announce it if they ensure that there will be no accidents. Because aerospace is linked to international status. A rocket engineer said disdainfully, Dragon Kingdom has made such a big step, aren't they afraid of losing their eggs? If small rockets can be recycled, I can temporarily believe that they have this technology, but large rockets will undoubtedly lead to self-destruction, and it is simply impossible. Actually, recycling is doomed to fail. What is their project? They are still separating the satellites and arrows. A satellite engineer said curiously. Director Mike smiled and said, Long Guo won't let us feel at ease this time. We'll figure it out later. Let's wait until our satellite goes over to see what the specific project is. After saying that, Director Mike immediately made a phone call and asked the satellite in synchronous orbit to rush over and take a look. Otherwise, you would know what kind of project they are. Now that the rocket is being recovered, the mood of their citizens is very high, and they seem to have great trust in their country. Chief Mike said. The rocket engineer said, the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. The Dragon Kingdom is not only roasted on the fire by the whole world, but also roasted on the fire itself. It is really stupid. This makes me wonder, are they really our opponents? While talking, everyone sat down. This time we have to wait and see the Dragon Kingdom's rocket recovery. Shit, after all, they are considered a major space country. We still have to pay attention to any new developments, right? Director Mike took a sip of water. Forget it, let's just watch the fireworks. The rocket engineer wiped his face, obviously very dissatisfied. What time is it now? Time to go back to bed. They had not slept all night, and now it was dawn. But he was called back by the director and had to watch the fireworks show performed by Long Guo. To be honest, he not willing. Because it is impossible for the Dragon Kingdom to recycle large rockets, it is destined to fail. Chief Mike, can I have a cigar here? At this time, the silent Minister Stephen asked. Please. Director Mike said. He then looked at Masco's team and asked, Mr. Masco, please ask the team to analyze the feasibility of recycling the rocket. You are experts. Masco reluctantly agreed. His team controlled the computer in front of him and made calculations based on the Haoye-1 data held by NASA. After a while, the results came out. Musk looked at the feasibility displayed on the computer, and then said, Director Mike, the probability of recovering this large rocket is 0. If there is nothing else, I think I can. Let's go now. I've seen enough fireworks. No problem, walk slowly. Director Mike heard Masco's data report, and the big stone hanging in his heart completely fell. Because Masco's team has made great technological breakthroughs in recyclable rockets. What about us? The NASA engineer also wanted to leave, but his family was still waiting for him. Director Mike smiled and said, just wait a moment, it won't be long before we just treat it as a fireworks show. Okay, I really don't know why Director Mike is so sensitive. No matter how hard Long Guo tries, it will be difficult to surpass us. At this time on the international dating platform, the news that Long Guo was going to recycle the rocket was like a bombshell that completely exploded internationally. The aerospace departments of various countries are closely following the latest official news from Dragon Kingdom. Even their defense department leaders are watching. The comment section of the forwarded Long Guo 027 message has been flooded, with tens of thousands of replies in just a few minutes. What kind of joke is Long Guo? At NASA. Does a recovered rocket fall directly from the atmosphere? This is also called recovery. Excellent upstairs. Material recycling will prevent it from wandering in space, right? That's probably the case. Recycling is recycling, but it must be reusable. We can't just say recycling. If it falls on Blue Star, it is also recycling. Dragon Kingdom has taken too big a step forward. Isn't it better to play steadily and steadily? I don't understand. I hope the Dragon Kingdom will fall. There is no way our Sakura Kingdom will be defeated. Our wizards from the Sakura Kingdom have been dispatched to crash the Dragon Kingdom's rocket. Let's watch the show. There is a high probability that it will crash and be recycled. It will definitely not be usable. Even the beautiful country dare not say that it will be recycled. The Dragon Country is really floating. How can you recycle a large rocket? It has run out of fuel. How can it be recycled? The space agency of the beautiful country also issued an announcement. Let's wait and see. Beautiful country's launch plan is ahead of schedule. Wish us the best after 7 days. This announcement attracted widespread attention and support from many netizens. The situation gradually escalated. Long Guo Launch Base. Command Center. Everyone looked at the data feedback and became nervous. Looking at the data simulation screen, the rocket and satellite slowly separated. Until they were completely separated, everyone took a deep breath, as if they had just exercised. Success! All the staff, including academicians and engineers, had extremely excited expressions on their faces. This is a historic moment. Dragon Kingdom's space power station was successfully separated from the rocket. Boy Lin, aren't you nervous at all? Mr. Liu was quite surprised to see Lin Ye's calm expression. Lin Ye smiled and said, "Our technology is quite mature, this is all expected." For him, the technology in this area is already very mature, and every step is expected and predicted. Everyone looked at Lin Ye with excitement. The biggest contributor to Zuri project. Dragon Kingdom will completely become a space power at this moment. And it's also an energy powerhouse. The energy receiving base stations on the ground have also been deployed and are waiting to receive energy for the first time. Lin Ye looked at the staff and said, "The rocket is far away, start the reverse thrust system and start recovery. Start the satellite power system and start orbiting." Yes. The staff's expressions became serious and focused, and they began to issue instructions to the satellites and rockets. The satellite power system has been started and is entering orbit. Successfully entered orbit. The rocket reverse thrust system is activated and is changing orbit. The orbit change is successful and it has successfully entered the scheduled recovery orbit. The voice of the broadcast continued to be heard, and the data returned showed that everything was normal and running according to the predetermined program. Success! Suddenly, the command center burst into warm applause. With the official announcement of rocket news, the outside world has caused a huge disturbance. Chapter 50. I can't believe it. We accomplished 2 feats in 3 months. This is all thanks to Lin Ye Tongzi. Lin Ye Tongzi is really a god. Lin Ye Tongzi, on behalf of the people, thank you. Once the space power station is put into use, our country's electric energy will be greatly relieved. Thermal power generation and nuclear power generation can also be alleviated, protecting the domestic ecological environment. It's hard to imagine that in just 3 months, I feel like I've experienced 2 centuries. The space power station was just a concept at the beginning, but now it's launched. It's like a dream. A group of scientific researchers and academicians said with great excitement. Make fists with both hands and feel very inspiring. The leader came to Lin Ye again, held Lin Ye's hand with both hands, and said excitedly, "Lin Ye Tongzi, thank you. These 2 feats of yours will be remembered by the people, a milestone in aerospace, and a true achievement of the Dragon Kingdom. The founder of space. Lin Ye said sternly, the chief's words are serious. This is the result of everyone's hard work. As a member of the Dragon Kingdom, these are what I should do. I am also very happy to see the country become prosperous and strong. Rejuvenation of a strong country is also my long-cherished wish. When everyone in the command center heard this, they were immediately in awe. I got goosebumps all over my body. The road to rejuvenation as a powerful country has not been their long-cherished wish. But as a young and super talented person like Lin Ye, he is always a hot prospect no matter where he is. It can be said that the sales of this space power station and recyclable heavy-duty launch vehicle alone are enough to buy 2 countries. And such a person was born in the Dragon Kingdom. What a blessing for the Dragon Kingdom! The leader's eyes were red, and he said, there are people like Lin Ye Tongzi in Long Guo, so why not be happy? It's time to be happy. Research scholars such as Mr. Ma and Mr. Lu looked at Lin Ye as if they saw hope for the future. They know it better than anyone else. Even if there is no space power station, only the recyclable heavy-duty launch vehicle is enough to make Dragon Kingdom 2 centuries ahead of the world in aerospace. And more projects can be carried out in space. After all, rocket transportation is indispensable for space exploration. If it's a space power station, that's quite impressive. Energy issues have been plaguing the world. Now that only the Dragon Kingdom has a space power station, sustainable energy issues will no longer be a problem. Once energy freedom is achieved, the level of science and technology will also advance rapidly. Lin Ye is nothing less than the founder of the next technological advancement in Dragon Kingdom. Guide. Boy Lin, you have understood my biggest wish all along, and you will die without regrets. Mr. Ma said with a sincere smile. Mr. Lu also echoed, I don't even dare to dream about the current scene. In this century, the Dragon Kingdom has the ability to obtain energy from outer space. It's really like a dream. Lin Ye faced the 2 academicians and said, Mr. Ma, Mr. Lu, we can all see it after Dragon Kingdom enters space and goes to the moon to build a base for long-term living. You can all see what the future will be like. With tears in their eyes, Ma Lao and Lu Lao looked at each other and smiled. Lin Ziazi is really more and more pleasing to the eye, and it is almost impossible to find any shortcomings. If I have to say it, the only drawback is that it doesn't pay attention to rest. The body is the capital of revolution. They don't want Lin Ye to get sick because of this, because the future is still long. Dragon Kingdom still has a long way to go. Young people like Lin Ye are needed as leaders. Without further ado, Lin Ye Tongzi, just ask for any conditions you have. We can all agree. The leader spoke. It is really difficult for the country to reward a person with such outstanding achievements. The academician's honors are already small. Lin Ye's request can only be met unconditionally. Lin Ye thought for a while and said, I don't have any conditions, as long as it meets my scientific research needs and manufacturing needs. Is he short of money now? No shortage. Academician Long Guo and his colleagues previously proposed in their research that Lin Ye should be given an annual salary of 100 million yuan every year. There are also various subsidies, various reimbursements, etc. Real money is just a meaningless number to him now. Does it lack status? There is no shortage of this. The people in front of him are all the top scientific researchers and academicians in the Dragon Kingdom and even in the world. And the identity of the leader is even more unusual. The Dragon Academy must obey their command. After hearing Lin Ye's words, everyone smiled helplessly. This is to ask you to provide conditions other than scientific research work. The leader said, there must be no problem with this. Do you have any other qualifications? In addition to scientific research? Not yet, I'll think about it. Lin Ye hesitated and said. Okay, you can think of it anytime. Except that you can't pick up the moon and stars in the sky, you can still do other things. The leader said jokingly. Reporting to the leader, the satellite is already operating in orbit and is in good condition. At this moment, the staff turned around to report. After hearing this, everyone calmed down their excitement and got into work mode. Lin Ye looked at the big screen, glanced at all the data, and said, "Issue the separatist satellite command." Yes. The staff started to get busy. Separation in progress. The separation is completed and the connection with the Zuri is completed. All sub-satellites are operating normally. Reports came out one after another, and everyone looked excited. Lin Ye said, "Expand the solar wings." The satellite's solar wings are unfolding. The expansion is completed, the cooling system is started successfully, the signal connection is successful, and the identification system is connected successfully. The running track is normal, the speed is normal, the power storage device is normal, and the heat dissipation is normal. Drop. The space power station is deployed. Hearing this sound, everyone cheered. Success. Dragon Kingdom's first space power station. No, this is the first in the world. Okay. The space power station project is successfully completed. Another great feat from Dragon Kingdom. In an instant, the entire command center was filled with thunderous applause again. It went so smoothly, I can't even imagine that we developed a project that was still under development in other countries in just 3 months. That's not true. I don't want to think about who the project chief engineer is. A milestone, this moment is worth recording. We have officially entered the space age, right? Isn't that true? Have you ever seen a country that can absorb energy from outer space? Everyone cheered and felt happy. At this moment, the Dragon Kingdom has become the world's largest aerospace power. Recyclable heavy-duty launch vehicles and empty power stations. It all heralds the imminent rise of the Dragon Kingdom. Diddy. The Haoyi-1 rocket entered the atmosphere, the engine was shut down, and the orbit correction system intervened. At this moment, the sound of the instrument reporting came again. Everyone smiled helplessly. I almost forgot about rocket recycling. Start the recovery. Enter the stratosphere and start the reverse thrust system. The total recovery time will be 10 minutes. Lin Ye looked at the aerospace engineer responsible for issuing the instructions and said, "Yes. Lin Ye has already tried to recover rockets once. The technology is very mature and recovery is only a matter of time. However, everyone takes it very seriously. After all, this rocket is not classified. This means that what the rocket looks like when it is launched is what it looks like when it is recovered. The technology involved in recycling unstaged rockets is very advanced." However, the system tone rang in Lin Ye's mind. Ding! Technical analysis of space elevators and related fields is completed. Finally the analysis is done. Lin Ye was delighted. When the space elevator is built, rockets won't even be needed. What is needed is a spacecraft. Even space tourism is possible. The space elevator involves nanomaterials and space station base station technology. This all requires strict control. After all, one end needs to be linked to the space base station, and the other end needs to be linked to the blue star. Both ends need to be strictly controlled, otherwise they will easily fall off. The next moment, Yin Huang's knowledge entered Lin Ye's mind. Lin Ye felt a little dizzy and unsteady on her feet. Upon seeing this, Mr. Ma and Mr. Lu immediately went over to help Lin Ye. "Boy Lin, what's wrong with you? Arrange a helicopter and send him to the hospital immediately." All the scientific researchers suddenly panicked. Lin Ye shook his head and said, "It's okay, he'll be fine soon. The knowledge input was too fast and I didn't react for a while, so I got dizzy. I just need to integrate it." "Oh, let's go to the hospital for a checkup," Mr. Ma and Mr. Lu said worriedly. Lin Ye is really working hard these days, running back and forth to give guidance. "It's okay, it's already fine," Lin Ye said. That energy has passed, so I no longer feel dizzy after buying. Lin Ye Tongzi, the body is the capital of revolution, you should go to rest first. The leader also said with concern. Yes, Chief Master Lin, you can go and rest, and leave the rest to us. We can handle it. Chief Master Lin, please go and rest. Everyone also advised. Lin Ye had no choice but to agree and said, okay, I'm going to take a rest. If you have any questions, just tell me. He also wrote about the space elevator project, as well as theoretical techniques and so on. With the support of Mr. Lu and the leader, Lin Ye left the command center, got on the helicopter, and headed for the nearest military base. Mr. Ma finally breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Lin Ye and the others leave. Lin Ye was finally willing to take a good rest. Otherwise, why would I suddenly feel dizzy? Mr. Ma is responsible for the subsequent rocket recovery work. At this time, the rocket is falling at an extremely fast speed, and the orbit correction system continuously corrects the orbit, always keeping the rocket in a stable attitude, making it easier to start the reverse thrust engine for recovery. If the orbit deviates and the rocket loses balance, it will be impossible to correct it. Attention all units, we are about to reach the stratosphere. At the same time, the Space Agency once again announced the status of the rocket. Haoyi-1 has entered the atmosphere and is currently in stable condition. The estimated recovery time is 10 minutes. As NASA announced the news of the rocket recovery, everyone watching outside the launch base stood up. Looking forward to it, I took out my shooting equipment to record this historic moment. The reporter stood in front of the camera and continued to report the situation to everyone. Hello, viewers, according to the latest official news, Haoyi-1 has now entered the atmosphere, and the recovery time is estimated to be 10 minutes. Let us look forward to a complete success in rocket recovery. This will be a historic moment. A milestone for Dragon Kingdom's recyclable rocket. You can see that the friends at the scene are very excited and are waiting for the moment when the rocket appears. Let us look forward to it. We look forward to another feat achieved by national scientists. At this time, there are already viewers from various countries in the live broadcast room. Awesome! It has entered the atmosphere. The success rate of this recovery is really high. Excited, I feel proud. The journey of mankind is not the sea, but the sea of stars. I am in tears at this moment. Tears. The country is really great. The development of aerospace technology is mankind's challenge to the space and universe. This is epic. This is a historic moment that our generation can witness. Thank you, country. I hope the recycling can be successful. Where is it? Where is the recovered rocket? Impossible, our Sakura Kingdom doesn't have this kind of technology, how could your Dragon Kingdom have it? You can't be cheating. It's hard to comment. Recycling rockets is not that easy to recycle. Masco's technical team is the best in the world. They have failed too many times. You have succeeded once and for all. Fang Night Tales. Crash. It will definitely crash. The key is whether it can still be used after recycling. If it can't be used, what's the point of recycling? Recycling is to save costs, not recycling for the sake of recycling. The barrage was posted one after another, and the netizens of Long Guo seemed not to care about the of foreign netizens. After all, facts speak for themselves. Even if it fails, it is still a new attempt by the country and it can accumulate experience. Just succeed next time. Among the Sakura Country Space Exploration Research Institute, their senior executives and Mitsubishi engineers all gathered in a conference room, watching the broadcast, and fell into deep thought, their faces extremely ugly. How could the Dragon Kingdom be like this? They are actually researching recyclable rockets. Gang Ben just frowned. The success of Dragon Kingdom's rocket launch has already slapped them in the face. If the recovery is also successful, it means that they will never be able to surpass Dragon Kingdom. Humph, it's just a bluff. As the world's largest scientific and technological country, beautiful country can't develop it, but dragon country can develop it, said an aerospace engineer from Sakura country. They are full of hatred for the dragon kingdom now. Just after the launch failed, Long Guo announced the first flight of its new rocket, and it was so successful. This slap was given in front of the whole world. Gang Ben said, the only country that has the technology to recycle rockets now is the beautiful country. I don't know about the bear country for the time being, but how can the dragon country have it? Everyone expressed their opinions. This is Qianniu's experiment in the dragon kingdom. There is a high probability that it will overturn. There is nothing to worry about. Besides, hasn't the beautiful country already extended an olive branch? They will help us complete the next launch plan, so Dragon Kingdom should forget it. Haha, if we can't make it, they can't make it either, so don't worry too much. Our level is not much different from theirs, so overturning is normal. Anyway, with their technology, I don't believe they can successfully recycle it. I would believe it if it were a beautiful country. After all, they have the best technology. Everyone talked with disdain, thinking that Long Guo was just bluffing. In fact, they don't think there's anything wrong with failure, but it's different in front of the whole world. The president of Mitsubishi sighed and said, this time the rocket failed on its first flight, our stock price plummeted. Most of the orders were cancelled. Rocket orders were very few to begin with. This time it's even gone. After hearing this, Gang Ben was really helpless. The H3 rocket was improved from the previous generation and had a high success rate. However, the electrical system failed so badly that it was forced to crash halfway through the flight. Moreover, they have also been criticized by the public and inhumane by the media. During the interview, he was asked about breaking his defense. This directly caused the local economy of Sakura country to drop a bit, which is a huge loss. Let's take a look first. Anyway, it's not bad to watch a fireworks display in a few minutes. They say the fireworks in Dragon Country are very beautiful, and I also want to see if they are beautiful. It must be beautiful. Such expensive fireworks must be beautiful if they are set off in front of the whole world. In front of the whole world, the beautiful country is participating, and the Dragon Country still dares to be stubborn. I really don't know who is the overlord of Blue Star. After the Dragon Country's fireworks show this time, orders will probably decrease. There are many, and the negative effects are also great. Everyone laughed and said, looking at the broadcast screen. Next moment, the roar of the engine and the huge light came from high in the sky. Gang Ben's eyes widened with disbelief on his face. Impossible. Chapter 51. How can this be? Gang Ben's eyes widened with disbelief on his face. That rocket was recovered. Other engineers immediately stood up and stared at the broadcast. I saw that the bright light was getting louder and louder, and the roar of the engine was getting louder and louder. It's scary. The rocket does not fly towards the sky, but slowly falls to the ground. This is already very obvious, it is recycling. Impossible, this must be fake. How could Long Country have this kind of rocket recovery technology? This is a lie. This is not the rocket that flew up. As the picture became clearer and clearer, everyone present opened their mouths in disbelief. They saw that the rocket was not graded, but very complete. What it looks like when you fly up is what it looks like when you come down. This is completely unreasonable and impossible. Ha ha ha. I knew absolutely impossible. This rocket is still intact. How can it be retractable? This is simply animation. Gang Ben's hanging heart finally relaxed. He has never seen such a large rocket, what it looks like when it flies up, and what it looks like when it is recovered. Other engineers also ridiculed, what a recyclable rocket, but he actually used G animation to deceive us. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are all liars. Ha ha ha, I was worried that they really had rocket recovery technology, but I didn't expect to fake it. All of them were relieved inside. Rocket launches are not even classified into different grades, so how can we talk about recycling? People from the Dragon Country, as expected of you, in order to show off in front of the public, you didn't even understand this logic. It's really ridiculous. At this time in the beautiful country's space agency conference room, everyone's previous thoughts of leisurely watching the show were gone, and everyone frowned and stared at the broadcast scenes. In the picture, the outline of the rocket can be seen clearly. Although it is a little shaken, the appearance of the rocket can still be seen clearly. The entire rocket is slowly descending. Director Mike took a deep breath and said, "Are you kidding?" A rocket engineer frowned and said, "The rocket they launched was not classified." He had noticed before that the Dragon Kingdom's Hao Yi number 1 did not seem to have fallen off. It seems so. What the rocket looks like when it goes up is what it looks like when it comes down. Isn't it really unclassified? An aerospace engineer said in horror. They have been in the aerospace industry for so long, and they have never seen such a large rocket take off without stages. And it's also recyclable. Simply unbelievable. The director of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration exhaled heavily and said, "No, no, no, Dragon Kingdom has indeed launched a rocket, and our satellite has detected it. It seems that the Dragon Kingdom really has more advanced rocket recovery technology." 023. Director Mike believed that he was not wrong. You won't even think that there is a problem with the satellite. The Dragon Kingdom really has this kind of recyclable single large rocket. At this moment, there was a trace of panic in his heart. He smelled a crisis. It's impossible, Director Mike. Can an unstaged rocket break out of the atmosphere? Think about it carefully. Do the people of the Dragon Kingdom like to brag? The rocket engineer was a little puzzled. This was simply unbelievable. It is impossible for a large unstaged rocket to break out of the atmosphere. Others also agreed with this view and looked at Director Mike in confusion. Director Mike threw the hat on the table and said sternly, "This is so true. As the director of NASA, doesn't he have the ability to distinguish this thing?" Director Mike, you. Everyone was shocked. They had never seen Director Mike get so angry. Director Mike took a deep breath and said, "The footage they relayed matches the data monitored by our satellite. How could this be false? Dragon Kingdom really developed a large recyclable rocket, and it reached the Blue Star synchronous orbit without any need for classification. He hates that iron cannot become steel. Forget it if it's fake. But it's true, and you still don't believe it. Isn't that super stupid?" Sometimes, Director Mike himself feels that the people under him are too arrogant. Everyone thought carefully and recalled what happened before. I was suddenly shocked. It seems to be a real match. Dragon Kingdom really has this super advanced technology. Crazy. Must be crazy. This is too exaggerated. How could it be possible to catch up so quickly? Everyone's eyes changed from calm and puzzled to horrified in an instant. You know, how much money does it take for the Dragon Kingdom to truly develop? Not many years at all. Not even a fraction. Their beautiful country has been developing for hundreds of years, and finally they were caught up by the Dragon Kingdom in the rocket field. It's simply appalling. Hiss. Director Mike, this. The rocket engineer also panicked. He couldn't accept the bloody fact. It can be said that he cannot accept the people of the Dragon Kingdom surpassing him in the field that he is proud of. This Dragon Kingdom is really a blockbuster. Now its aerospace status in the world will definitely rise. The aerospace engineer frowned tightly, feeling panicked and numb. Director Mike took a sip of water with a complicated expression. Agfi. I was indeed confused before, thinking that the sailing level of the people from the Dragon Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom was about the same. He misjudged it. Dragon State's aerospace level has actually always been at the forefront of the world. Together with them, the beautiful country and the furry bear country are both great aerospace powers on the blue star. Only now did he realize himself. The Dragon Kingdom is really not simple. The retractable large single rocket is also real. He had no doubts. And this time, with global attention, Dragon Kingdom's aerospace status will inevitably improve, thereby increasing rocket orders. They, Daxia Aerospace, have always relied on advanced technology. They are the world's #1 in technology and have sold many rockets at high prices. He also made a lot of money for beautiful country. However, after this battle, the United States aerospace status will inevitably be affected, and aerospace-related orders will decrease. Just like Sakura country. This is what really gives Director Mike a headache. Keep reading and ask everyone to come to a meeting immediately after reading it. Director Mike scratched his head and said. Then continue to look at the broadcast screen. At this time, the figure of the rocket was getting bigger and bigger, and it was estimated that it was less than 200 meters away from the ground. The huge roar of the engine pierced my ears. The Haoyi #1 rocket slowly fell. Less than 50 meters away from the ground, he opened the landing gear next to him and slowly landed on the ground. A large amount of smoke, dust, and light shrouded the rocket. Director Mike clenched his fists. Dragon Kingdom's single large rocket completed its first flight even though they didn't believe it. The first flight was successful. This matter is indeed worthy of happiness, but it is not worthy of their happiness. The Dragon Kingdom is their mortal enemy. Awesome! My country! Damn it, this is so FG stupid. What kind of technology is this? Can a large rocket without classification be recycled? If I hadn't been there, I would have thought it was fake. It's so shocking. At this moment, the sound of people from the Dragon Kingdom cheering and jumping came from the screen. Even if they couldn't understand it, they could still hear the excitement of the people from the Dragon Kingdom. This sound made Director Mike feel more and more irritated. He took the remote control and suddenly turned off the content broadcast on the big screen. Immediately afterwards, Director Mike looked at everyone with a complex and solemn expression. Let everyone come to the meeting immediately. If anyone dares not to come, he will never come again. He now needs to find a way to save the beautiful country's aerospace status. Now there is only one way. The only solution he could think of was a space power station. Although some countries have basic theories about space power stations, they are basically still in the PTT stage, and their beautiful country's experiments have made some progress. Once the deployment is successful, the international aerospace status will be improved even higher than that of Dragon Kingdom's rocket. After all, rockets still need to consume fuel, but space power stations draw solar energy from space to generate electricity. And energy is also a necessity that every country needs. There are even some countries where electricity is not fully connected. In addition, the space power station itself brings a strong sense of technology to people, so it is a good choice to enhance the international status of aerospace. After a while, the senior officials of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, as well as the team responsible for the Space Power Station project, have all arrived. Everyone looked at Director Mike with some confusion. Director Mike explained solemnly, according to the latest news, Long Guo has mastered the technology of recyclable large rockets, and has successfully tested and recovered them. Everyone's eyes widened in an instant. They all know that Dragon Kingdom's first flight of a new rocket has attracted global attention. But the first flight was successful and the recovery was successful. This was something they really didn't expect. One by one, they spread their hands and felt incredible. Director Mike, has Dragon Kingdom really succeeded? A senior NASA executive asked. Director Mike nodded, well, it has been confirmed for me. They succeeded. They succeeded in front of the whole world. The status of aerospace will be very high in the future. We need to take measures to prevent Dragon Kingdom from stealing the limelight. There are also major space order. Everyone looked at Director Mike's serious expression and did not dare to neglect, and became serious. Then what do we need to do? Someone asked urgently. The Dragon Kingdom has surpassed them in the rocket field, which is difficult for them to accept. Director Mike didn't answer him. He looked at the person in charge of the Space Power Station project and asked, "Where is the progress of the Space Power Station project now?" "Well, Director Mike, the Space Power Station is not yet enough to generate benefits and is still in the experimental stage," the person in charge replied. Director Mike thought for a while and said, "Can it operate stably? For example, in space, it can run stably." The person in charge replied, "It is not difficult to operate stably, but because some technologies are still in the process of breakthroughs, maintenance costs are high and conversion efficiency is very low. If the current space power station is used to generate electricity, it will lose a lot of money. Stable operation is not difficult, in fact, it is the same as the previous satellite. Satellites all have solar panels as their energy source. It is to replace the function of the satellite with a solar power generation function and a power storage function. Even for such a small change, if we want to generate benefits, many aspects of technology must be improved, otherwise we will only suffer losses." Director Mike thought for a while and said, "As long as it can operate stably, for our aerospace status, the loss is nothing." "Well, then superior. Do you know?" the person in charge asked. "I will communicate. If the Dragon Kingdom occupies this space status, the losses will only be greater. Do you know? The beautiful country relies on its reputation as the overlord of all blue stars and the #1 in military technology, and has obtained a large amount of funds by selling equipment. Once the status is shaken, it will be greatly affected. Very detrimental to them. Yes, let's finish it as soon as possible. How long will it take to launch?" "After a week, show off as fast as you can." "A week? That's a bit too fast, it's not enough time at all." Everyone was shocked. "This speed is too fast. Don't you already have the rocket? Speed up the progress and put the power generating satellite into it. If you have any questions, come to me, you must be quick." "Director Mike, that's okay, we'll try our best." The person in charge hesitated to speak. He was not worried about big problems, such as a rocket crash. This did not exist. After all, rocket technology was already very mature. It's just that the Space Power Station satellite has many minor problems, and it can't produce benefits, and it will lose money. There is also only a part that can be launched up at a time, and it cannot be large scale. Go and get busy. In a week, I want to see the rocket under the launch pad. I will communicate other issues. Take action. Go as fast as you can. Long Guo has been holding back for so many years to build a recyclable large-scale single rocket. It successfully flew for the first time in front of the whole world. We must also take action. Okay, Director Mike, it's up to you. Now on the other side. Among the Long Guo Dachang rocket launch base. Hao Yi-1 has landed successfully without any damage. The people outside cheered and were proud of their country. Be proud to be a dragon countryer. The emotions of most people in the Dragon Kingdom have reached their peak. At this age, they witnessed a historic moment. Awesome, my country. Aren't you waiting to see our joke? Now you will become a joke. The people at the scene almost started dancing, while the reporters reported impassionedly and crazily, as if the louder the sound, the greater the reputation of Long Country. Even so, some people still think this is fake. How can Italian rockets go into space without being classified? Is there any leftover fuel for you to recycle? Are you kidding me? But the explanation is useless. The following facts will make them shut up and look up to the Dragon Kingdom, unable to touch the existence of the Dragon Kingdom. In the command center, Mr. Ma immediately called Mr. Liu to report the good news. Old Liu, our Hao Yi #1 was recovered successfully. Good. On the phone, Lao Liu's tone sounded like he had been greatly wronged and was finally angry. It's not easy. 3 months, a huge miracle. With global attention, this bad breath is finally gone. Yeah, it's not easy. I'll hang up now. I still have things to do here. Lu will have a nice drink with you when he comes back. Okay, go ahead and get busy, I'll be here to help you right away. In a military base, Lin Ye is in a fully equipped reception room. He is writing related reports on space elevators and basic theoretical technologies. After writing the formula for nanomaterials, he stopped writing. No, we have to analyze one more first. Lin Ye suddenly remembered the system. The system can only parse one at a time, so it cannot be left idle. So he turned on his computer and searched online. At this stage, he can't find something that is very science fiction. After all, the more difficult it is to realize, the more days it will take to analyze it. Ding! Technical analysis of gravity space city and related fields is in progress. Remaining analysis progress, 450 days. The system prompt sounded, and Lin Ye was a little helpless. He just clicked it by mistake. Why did he end up in the space city? It seems to be quite consistent. With the space elevator and the establishment of a space city, space tourism will also be possible and generate benefits. It can be regarded as benefiting the people. Many people also have dreams of going into space. Lin Ye is one of them. Is Mr. Lin here? At this moment, Mr. Liu's probing voice came from outside the door. Lin Ye walked over and opened the door and said, Mr. Liu, come in first. What can I do? Why aren't you asleep yet? Mr. Liu asked helplessly. Well, I'm fine now. I'm fine. I'm just writing something. What are you writing about? Why is your body so important? Mr. Liu said in a reproachful tone. New project. What? Mr. Liu was stunned for a moment, put down the notebook on Lin Ye's desk, and his eyes suddenly widened. Space Elevator, Nanomaterial Technology. Chapter 52. Mr. Liu exclaimed with disbelief in his eyes. He turned to look at Lin Ye and said with some uncertainty, Boy Lin, this must be a guess, right? He couldn't believe that the space elevator was just an idea in science fiction works, and it was very difficult to realize it. Among them, materials are a difficult problem to solve. But now, if it were anyone else, Mr. Liu would basically not be able to watch it because he simply couldn't do it. And now, it is written by Lin Ye. He didn't dare to confirm for a while. Lin Ye explained, well, how to put it, this is not a conjecture, but it can be realized. Relevant research and technical barriers that need to be overcome have basically been solved. After hearing this, Mr. Liu suddenly widened his eyes and said tremblingly, Boy Lin, this is no joke. The space elevator is a conjecture in science fiction. Do you know how many technical difficulties you will face if it is realized? He felt like he was in a dream at the moment. A space elevator, according to theory, can be built. But technical challenge. Current technology simply cannot meet that requirement. And there are materials. It can be said that many great human projects are limited by materials. It is simply too difficult to break through. Lin Ye added, the problem is basically solved. The nanomaterial I am writing now is strong enough and light enough. Even if it extends into space, there will be no breakage problem. Now Long Guo has developed nanomaterials, carbon nanotubes. But the final area is less than 1 meter, which is not enough for a space elevator. The new nanomaterials he wrote are not only capable of elongation, but are also lightweight. Hiss. Boy Lin, when did you study this? Mr. Liu really didn't dare to think that Lin Ye could even develop such an extremely advanced technology. Is this still a human being? Just take this time to build the space power station project. Lin Ye explained. Mr. Liu covered up the shock in his heart and sighed, Boy Lin, you really don't dare to say that you are good. Your body is the capital of the revolution. Without you, I wish I could live a few more years and give more to the Dragon Kingdom. Technology has brought about some progress, and now we really have no regrets about dying. He couldn't help but admire Lin Ye's spirit and IQ. Space power stations and heavy-duty recyclable rockets are already amazing. It is simply unimaginable that space elevators are still being developed now. Lin Ye smiled slightly and said, Mr. Liu, just relax, you will have to go to space in the future and experience life in space. Okay, I'm just waiting for you to take me to space. Mr. Liu cried with joy. He had worked in the aerospace field for most of his life, but he had never been to space. When I was young, I couldn't go to space because my body didn't meet the standards. Now that he is old and his body is not as good as before, he just thinks about it. Let those young people go to space. No problem, it's settled, Mr. Liu. Lin Ye said. Liu Lioxi smiled and nodded. Boy Lin, can I see your research direction on nanomaterials? Mr. Liu asked curiously. The aerospace field also has particularly high requirements for materials, and he can understand the research directions related to materials. Lin Ye nodded, walked over, took the notebook, and handed it to Mr. Liu. It's okay, Mr. Liu, you can read it as you like. Mr. Liu took it and looked at it carefully. Not long after, Mr. Liu's pupils suddenly shrank, and his hands holding the notebook trembled. The composition of nanomaterials written by Lin Ye, the formula is perfect. And the theoretical support is also very good. It's not difficult to implement. This is a brand new direction. Different from carbon nanotubes, this material is lighter and strong enough. This, Boy Lin, you are really amazing. Mr. Liu couldn't help but feel a sense of horror crawling from the soles of his feet to his back. This set of theoretical formulas and research directions are enough to create the high-strength materials needed to support space elevator cables. Another major breakthrough. If I let Lao Ma and the others know, they won't be able to faint immediately. Mr. Liu said with emotion. The shock he had felt in the past 3 months was far more intense than what he had experienced in most of his life. Currently, I have only written about the research theories related to nanomaterials, and I haven't had time to work on the space elevator yet. Lin Ye explained when he saw Mr. Liu turning to the back. No hurry, no rush. Do you know what will happen if this theory of nanomaterials is made public? Mr. Liu closed his notebook and looked at Lin in surprise and asked. Lin Ye hesitated for a moment and said, what caused it? Enough to start a war. Mr. Liu has no doubt that this theory can bring about this effect. Because what currently stumps mankind is not just quantum mechanics, but also materials. It can also be said that the area that hinders human progress is also materials. Once new materials are available, both in daily life and in military weapons, they will be significantly improved. In short, wherever high-strength materials need to be used, they can be significantly improved. And this set of nanomaterial theories written by Lin Ye can directly transform the entire country across centuries. It can even determine the fate of mankind. How can this not cause a Blue Star War? Lin Ye hesitated. It seems, it's a bit ahead of its time. After hearing this, Mr. Liu's eyes suddenly twitched. Is this a bit ahead of its time? It was simply centuries ahead of its time. Well, sure enough, the world of genius is not something ordinary people can imagine. Boy Lin, you must pay attention to your health from now on. Rest when you can, stay healthy when you can. Don't be tired. Don't rush into the space elevator for a while. We'll talk about it later. Mr. Liu said in a serious tone that although nanomaterials are important, Lin Ye's body is even more important. He is a veteran, and his body is the capital of revolution. The older I get, the more I want to live longer. It is good to bring some insignificant progress to the country in these limited days. It is simply unimaginable that people like Lin Ye can bring major technological breakthroughs to the country at a young age. inestimable. It's even more important to take care of your body. Lin Ye said helplessly, "It's okay, Mr. Lu, don't worry, I'm really fine, I know my physical condition, it's fine. That's it, you should rest when you should. Don't work too hard. Just leave the grassroots work to us." Mr. Lu couldn't say anything to Lin Ye. "Mr. Lu? What happened just now?" At this moment, a middle-aged man with the rank of senior colonel came over and looked at the two people with a confused look on his face. "It's okay, I'll just come and take a look." Mr. Lu handed the notebook back to Lin Ye, looked at the senior colonel and waved his hand. "Okay, if you need anything, you can tell me at any time." The colonel saluted Mr. Lu. After hearing this, Mr. Lu felt that something was really going on, so he said, "I have to return to the rocket launch base later. Boy Lin will rest here first. Whatever he says will be whatever he says." The colonel was stunned for a moment, then turned to Mr. Lu and said, "Yes, Mr. Lu." At the same time, he was also wondering who this young man was. The Dragon Academy and the leader personally sent them here to rest? This identity is simply extraordinary. Who could it be? He couldn't think of it. He could not have imagined that there was no one in the country who was treated like this. Mr. Lu turned to look at Lin Ye and said, "Boy Lin, just stay with this news. I'll go to the rocket launch base first. If you need anything, just ask him. Don't bother, I'll go there too. I'll go back when I'm done with it." Lin Ye said. Now that he has new technical analysis, he doesn't want to be idle. Finish parsing as early as possible before parsing the next one. "Is everything okay?" Mr. Lu stared at Lin Ye with some uncertainty. "It's okay." Lin Ye stretched his muscles and felt very energetic. Mr. Lu nodded slowly, "Okay, if you have something to say, you must say it. You can't hold it back." "I know, Mr. Lu." Lin Ye couldn't help but smile. He also knew that Mr. Lu and the others were worried that he was too tired. But is Lin Ye still unclear about his own body? Very good. Although it looks very busy, it is actually not busy. I sleep and eat every day, and I am in a good mood. Colonel Cao, please arrange a helicopter to send us there. Mr. Lu looked at the senior colonel and said, "Yes." Colonel Cao immediately arranged for his men to prepare the helicopter, and he himself led the way for Ye and Lu Lao. He was just too curious. Who is this young man? But listening to Mr. Lu always calling him Lin Ziazi, he must be named Lin. It seems that someone named Lin is working above. But it's not like he has such an identity, right? He really couldn't figure out where the problem was. Sure enough, people cannot be judged by their appearance. It's not easy to be treated like this, it's really not easy. Soon, under the leadership of Colonel Cao, Lin Ye and Lu Lao came to the helicopter that had started. Before Mr. Lu went up, he was stopped by Colonel Cao. Upon seeing this, Mr. Lu asked Lin Ye to go up first, then looked at Colonel Cao and said, "What's the matter?" Colonel Cao was a little embarrassed, so he leaned into Mr. Liu's ear and said doubtfully, "Mr. Lu, I want to ask this young man." "Don't ask if you shouldn't ask." Mr. Lu laughed it off and got on the helicopter. Colonel Cao could only smile awkwardly. Although he knew not to ask casually, the identity of this young man made him too curious. Without thinking much, he climbed up and sent the two of them there personally. When I arrived at the rocket launch base, I contacted the people there and finally got permission to land before coming down. Farewell to the military helicopters. There are already people waiting there for Lin Ye and Lu Lao. Soon, we arrived at the command center. "Boy Lin, why are you back again? Are you feeling well?" Seeing Lin Ye coming over, Ma Lao immediately stepped forward and asked with concern. "It's okay, it's already fine." Lin Ye replied. "That's great. That's great." Mr. Ma looked at Lin Ye uncertainly and felt relieved when he found that nothing was wrong. I almost fainted just now. How far is it going? Lin Ye stepped forward and looked at the big screen. Mr. Ma laughed and said, the rocket was successfully recovered. Now it is waiting to cool down. The data shows that it can be reused. Rockets can be reused, which is a huge breakthrough. The space power station has also started to officially operate. It is receiving solar charging. Everything is normal. According to the budget, the first transmission can be carried out in 1 day. Mr. Ma added again. That's no problem. The rockets will probably use it next time. Lin Ye said. No hurry, we have to go back tomorrow. Now the whole world is paying attention to us, we have to hold a meeting or something. Mr. Ma said with a smile. Lin Ye nodded thoughtfully. There are basically no problems with the space power station, and there will be nothing else to do next. At most, it will focus on transmitting electrical energy from space to the ground for the first time. And he has to prepare the space elevator. Lu Liadao, I just don't know what the higher UPS say. After all, the space power station is not small, and it will definitely be observed by other countries. Among them, the beautiful country will probably observe it first, because they are afraid that they will be mediocre in space. About this question, it's really hard to say. If a beautiful country causes trouble in space, it will be difficult to solve this problem. After all, in space, if there is a problem with the space power station, it is easy to quibble. Mr. Ma also thought about this issue, but it seemed that he had never thought about it. If the beautiful country knew about it, wouldn't they be able to jump in? According to their mentality, it is inevitable to cause trouble. And when things happen in space, it's really hard to guard against. Lin Ye said, there is no need to worry about this problem. Have you forgotten that the space power station has an early warning function? It can not only play the role of energy transmission, but can also be used as a monitoring satellite. It was originally designed to prevent this. Mr. Ma and Mr. Lu remembered. They almost forgot about this. A space power station is essentially a large satellite. It has an early warning function. But early warning is in space. If a beautiful country comes to force it, there is no way to prevent it. Ma Liadao, it would be great if there was a weapon in the space power station, which could guard against incoming enemies. Defense weapon? The space power station itself can also be used as a defense weapon, right? Lin Ye asked suspiciously. Ma Lao and Lu Lao were stunned at the same time. It seems that the space power station is not designed with this function. As a defensive weapon. The two of them asked in confusion almost at the same time. Lin Ye explained, the space power station has two energy transmission methods, one is laser beam and the other is electromagnetic wave. The laser beam has unprecedentedly powerful energy, and it is easy to destroy a small meteorite. 27. In other words, the space power station can also be used as a weapon, integrating detection and attack. If an unknown target approaches, the early warning function will automatically monitor the target orbit to calculate the threat to the space power station. If it can threaten it, then it will early warning. At the same time as the early warning, the laser emission device will be aimed at the threat target. At that time, only a command will be given to the space power station to eradicate the threat. After listening to Lin Ye's explanation, the two of them suddenly understood. Yes. The laser beam used to transmit energy contains a huge amount of energy. Hiss. It seems that it can really be used as a weapon, and laser cutting can cut through extremely hard objects. Not to mention the powerful laser beams of the space power station. Boy Lin, you are so thoughtful. The design of this space power station is simply wonderful. Mr. Ma praised sincerely. Mr. Lu still has another worry. When transmitting energy from space to the ground, it would be too obvious if lasers were used. A laser shot down from the sky, just thinking about it makes me feel. The laser itself is invisible, but there are many particles in the atmosphere, which form a light path and become visible to the naked eye. Those who didn't know thought it was some strange phenomenon. But don't worry too much, after all, the laser beam can be used as a weapon, no one dares to use it easily. I don't know about the beautiful country. We can only take one step at a time. Afterwards, the three people gave instructions to the staff who stayed at the scene, and then immediately went to the Dragon Science Academy. Now whether it is on the internet or internationally, everyone is discussing Dragon Kingdom's launch of rockets today. There are even other countries that want to purchase Dragon Kingdom's new rockets and help them launch satellites. The Dragon Kingdom needs to explain this matter, that is, about the rocket, and what kind of satellite the rocket carries. Otherwise, there will be great pressure from public opinion. After arriving at Long Academy, it was already getting late. Everyone went to rest. Mr. Liu went to the office of the Dean of the Academy of Dragon Science alone. At this time, the Dean was in the office, looking at the latest news released by the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. The beautiful country will launch a satellite in 7 days. This satellite will carry the latest research results in a space power station. As soon as this news was released, it attracted widespread attention around the world. Chapter 53. Boom, boom, boom. Is the Dean here? Mr. Liu knocked on the door and asked. Enter. Dean Chi Baoping's voice came from inside and he walked in. Old Liu? What's wrong? Everyone has rested, haven't you rested yet? Dean Chi Baoping said with some surprise. I have something important to say. Mr. Liu sat down and said. What's important? Dean Chi Baoping spoke in confusion. At this time, is it about the rockets? Dean, do you know about nanomaterials? Mr. Liu recalled the contents of Lin Ye's previous notebook and asked with some alarm. Nanomaterials? I know. Chi Baoping became even more confused. Why are you asking this suddenly? Mr. Liu looked at the door and said, Boy Lin is working on something new again, nanomaterials. What? Lin Ye Tongzi is working on nanomaterials. The Dean was a little uneasy. Yes, I have seen his theoretical formula, and it is completely feasible. Mr. Liu said excitedly. Isn't this impossible? Carbon nanotubes? Dean Chi Baoping asked in surprise. Another nanomaterial was developed in such a short period of time? No, it's not carbon nanotubes, it's a brand new nanomaterial. Although I'm not a material science student, I still understand a little bit. That set of theoretical formulas can completely reproduce nanomaterials. Mr. Liu said with a serious face. Dean Chi Baoping was stunned for a moment, then raised his hand and said, Wait, you wait first. Why does this sound a little wrong? Brand new nanomaterials? Not even carbon nanotubes. So what kind is this? Old Liu, this is no joke. It has been difficult to make progress in materials science. Even if we have developed carbon nanotubes, they are still less than 1 meter in length and it is difficult to make them longer. Dean Chi Baoping stared at Liu Liadao with some uncertainty. Oh, actually. Carbon nanotubes are not the point. Boy Lin wants to build a space elevator. Mr. Liu said in a low voice. What the hell? A space elevator? Isn't this a conjecture in science fiction? It's completely impossible to figure out. Dean Chi Baoping frowned. The space elevator is much more difficult than the space power station. Although it can be done in theory, the materials required and the various technologies required are difficult to break through. At least the current possibility is very small. It can be said that it is definitely science fiction nowadays. I'm not sure, and you don't want to think about who is building this space elevator, Boy Linear. Mr. Liu has great confidence in Lin Ye. Although it is a bit science fiction, the theoretical technology of nanomaterials has been implemented. He believes that Lin Ye is really serious. Dean Chi Baoping also became a little embarrassed and said, Space elevators and nanomaterials sound possible, but it is too fast. The contempt brought by rockets and space power stations has not yet begun to show up. No matter if he's quick or not, I think if Mr. Lin does it, we have to support him. Mr. Lu said. That's right. Is that nanomaterial really good? Ding Qi Baoping asked. It's really good. I was shocked when I saw it. According to his theory, the feasibility is at least 90%. Mr. Lu explained. Ding Qi Baoping took a deep breath and exclaimed, My dear, what kind of genius is this? 3 months ago, he only had theories. 3 months later, the space power station was sent to the sky. Now he is studying the space elevator. Tisk tisk, that's amazing. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. How old is Lin Ye? 20-something years old. How long did it take to make? 3 months. Astonishing. Mr. Lu solemnly said, the nanomaterial is already certain. If the experiment fails by then, the direction of his theory is completely correct. Okay, I get it, so where is the theory now? Let me see. Ding Qi Baoping was also quite curious about this set of theoretical techniques that Mr. Lu said was awesome. It's still in his hand. I haven't taken it and haven't finished writing it yet. Lu Lao said. It's not finished yet, so let's wait. If it works, we won't have to build a space elevator, and then the rocket won't be needed. Ding Qi Baoping said thoughtfully. Mr. Lu smiled and said, we won't be able to guarantee it. We'll talk about it later. But I know this, so I'll give you a heads up in advance. That's definitely no problem. Talents like Lin Ye are rare in 1,000 years, so we have to take good care of him. Qi Baoping grinned almost to the back of his ears. That's necessary. Mr. Lu said proudly. Ding Qi Baoping smiled happily. I haven't felt so refreshed in a long time. Let's not talk about this for now. Dean, what were you looking at just now? Aren't you taking a rest? Mr. Lu asked again. Ding Qi Baoping smiled and said, the beautiful country is anxious. Their space agency has released a message saying that in a week, a rocket will be launched, which is also a space power station project. What? Are they crazy? Mr. Lu was a little surprised. You're not crazy. This time our rocket successfully made its first flight in front of the whole world and was successfully recovered. This affects the aerospace status of the beautiful country. Ding Qi Baoping analyzed. Then if we announce the news about the space power station, they will go crazy? Ah! Haha! Mr. Lu laughed. I can even imagine the beautiful country's expression after knowing that our space power station has been deployed. Ding Qi Baoping laughed. Indeed, let's be really tough when we talk in the future. Beautiful country is my request. Mr. Lu said as if he was vomiting angrily. Well, don't worry, we have to appear at tomorrow's press conference. There is a lot of commotion on the internet right now, and the public opinion is not small. There are even a lot of rumors in Sakura country. Ding Qi Baoping changed his face and became serious. I see, isn't it a new type of rocket? Just publish the data. Then there will be orders for satellite launches. Let's just sit on one rocket and get money. The beautiful country will definitely see a sharp drop in orders when the time comes. Mr. Lu said with a smile. According to theory, the lifespan of Houyi's 10 strings is about the same as that of a fighter jet. One rocket can meet many launch needs. If we manufacture a few more units, we can almost monopolize the global aerospace business. Although we will benefit, you also know that the people in beautiful country will definitely interfere with it. There will inevitably be some conflicts. We need to pay attention to this. Ding Qi Baoping is worried about this issue. Let's talk about this later. We can't always be afraid of them causing trouble, because the empty power station can also be used as a weapon. Lu Liadao said. Use, as a weapon. Ding Qi Baoping was stunned for a moment and looked at old Lu in astonishment. Lao Lu smiled and explained, yes, use it as a weapon. Old Lu, are you sure you haven't been drinking? How can a space power station be used as a weapon? Those sub-satellites can't rush down, right? Ding Chi Baoping sniffed it with his nose. Why should I drink? The space power station has two energy transmission methods, one is laser and the other is electromagnetic wave. The laser beam contains huge energy. Why can't it be used as a weapon? Lao Lu said quite proudly. My dear, it seems true. In the blue star synchronous orbit, global strikes can be achieved. Ding Chi Baoping was shocked. He had never thought that it could be used in this way. This was already designed when Lin Ye designed the space power station. Mr. Lu added. After hearing this, Ding Chi Baoping became even happier and said, if Lin Ye were here, I would definitely kiss him a few times. This is too thoughtful. But this is really science fiction as a weapon. I have never even imagined it. A huge laser beam is shot from space to the blue star. Justice is coming from the sky. The more Ding Chi Baoping thought about it, the more frightened he became. Not only could this solve the problem of electricity consumption, it could also be used as a weapon. It was simply a genius design. Mr. Lu laughed and said, I'm still a young man. You bad old man, please don't kiss her. Ding Chi Baoping said, I'm just kidding, even if I want to kiss him, I won't let him. Okay, I won't tell you anymore, I have something else to do, so I'm leaving first. Okay, go ahead and don't forget the press conference tomorrow. No problem, just do your business, Dean. After saying that, Mr. Lu left. The Dean began to process the documents. Now on the other side. With the beautiful information released by NASA, it directly detonated the internet. The beautiful country will launch a satellite in 7 days. This satellite will carry the latest research results in a space power station. There is also a rendering of the effect below. Once released, it attracted widespread attention from all walks of life. Major media outlets around the world have forwarded and reported on it. And the internet is also in chaos. On a large global social platform, the news that the beautiful country's space power station project will be launched in 7 days quickly made the headlines, suppressing the popularity of the Dragon Kingdom's large recyclable rocket. The discussion in the comment area was extremely heated. This is the end of the beautiful country. Let's see what the Dragon country will do. The space power station, this thing is simply science fiction. Good guy, Long Guo has PD off brother Blue Star, he's directly building a space power station. As expected of a beautiful country, Weixin Kingdom support it. The space power station is more awesome than the large recyclable rocket. Haha, the Dragon Kingdom's large recyclable rocket is just a scam. Our Sakura Kingdom's military experts have already analyzed it. This beautiful country is awesome and deserves to be the largest country in the world. Can you please analyze it? What is this space power station? Some people don't understand the space power station, so some people made an explanation video. A space power station, as the name suggests, is a power station that generates electricity in space. In Blue Star, solar energy is used to generate electricity. A large part of it is absorbed and refracted by the atmosphere, so the efficiency is not high. There are also changes in day and night, cloudy and sunny changes, and power generation cannot be continued all the time. But it is different in space. Not only is there no influence from the atmosphere, but there is also no influence from day and night. It can continue to generate electricity. Of course, the energy is much greater than on the Blue Star, and the efficiency is extremely high. Then convert this electrical energy and send it to the surface of the Blue Star. The surface receiver is converting it and utilizing it. It can be said to be a perfect substitute for controllable nuclear fusion. This wave of launches from the beautiful country means that their technology has matured. Can create very high benefits. As far as I know, many countries are studying the space power station, including the Dragon Kingdom, but there is no progress. It requires extremely high technological breakthroughs. It seems that the beautiful country has made a new breakthrough this time. The large-scale recyclable rocket launched by the Dragon Kingdom this time is really no match for the space power station. In any case, the beautiful country is the overlord of the blue star. It is difficult to shake its position. The Dragon Kingdom will definitely lose this time. Not long after this video was released, it attracted a lot of attention. Good guy, you are so awesome. If you can transmit the energy from space to the Earth, will the beautiful country really want to enter space? Science fiction, the beautiful country has always been very sci-fi. Their F-22 fighters and B-2 bombers are very sci-fi. It's like alien technology, and the Dragon Kingdom takes the lead. Let's compare it to a Blue Star synchronous orbit recyclable rocket. It's really incomparable. Ha ha ha, the Dragon Kingdom has really provoked the beautiful country. It just used a sci-fi thing like a space power station to crush it without any regard for martial ethics. Tisk, tisk, technology still depends on the beautiful country. The Dragon Country is nothing, not worth mentioning. How should I put it? Beautiful country has done a good job this time. Long Country has successfully recovered its large rocket. Its international aerospace status will definitely be improved, and beautiful country will also be affected. But now, the beautiful country took out the space power station project and immediately crushed it, and its international aerospace status cannot be shaken. It made me laugh so hard. Sakura Country, H3 First Flight Dragon Country, you are not as good as me. Dragon Country, Hao Yi-1's first flight was recovered successfully. What are you talking about? Sakura Country, first flight failed. False. Yes. It's all fake. Beautiful country, space power station, you are all hot chicks. Big Brother is over. Other countries can retreat. Don't count on the Dragon Kingdom. It's a science fiction thing like a space power station, just crush it. In all walks of life, the news released by Beautiful Country directly suppressed the popularity of Dragon Country. Countries that originally planned to discuss cooperation with Long Guo to launch satellites hesitated because of this. Because at this time, if the beautiful country wants to build a space power station, it must find someone to cooperate. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that space power stations bring greater benefits than large rockets. Moreover, the beautiful country has established a space power station, and its status is even more unshakable. If it rashly reaches cooperation with the Dragon Country, it will inevitably be counterattacked, and the gain will not be worth the loss. Just choose the beautiful country. Although it is more expensive, it is safer and more technologically advanced. Many of their countries have benefited from beautiful countries and have a certain military strength. The aerospace status established by the Dragon Kingdom was immediately destroyed by the beautiful country's space power station. At this time, on the social platform of Dragon Kingdom, some people also analyzed the space power station of beautiful country. Space solar power station, I remember it was proposed a long time ago, but it was all under research and there was no substantial progress. Beautiful country is very fast this time. If it doesn't come up, our aerospace status can be significantly improved. I hope the country can be safe. The beautiful country obviously has no good intentions in this wave of 4.1. Space power stations are also a clean and sustainable energy source that is a perfect substitute for nuclear fusion. The future market is too big. Beautiful countries have priority in occupying it. Other countries are probably still at the PTT level. As for Duan, I have to say that we still need to work hard, so let's stop talking and go read and study. This post attracted the attention of domestic netizens shortly after it was published. Well, I was always happy when Hao Yi-1 was successfully launched and recovered. Now, the beautiful country has built a space power station. It was really caught off guard and blocked our road again. It's so hateful. The emergence of space power stations is indeed a future trend. Now that the beautiful country has developed it, it will definitely be used to harvest the whole world. How long will it take for us to catch up? This wave really hit us accurately. I have to say that they are really awesome. They have even built a space power station. Sure enough, they haven't released anything new in these years. It turns out they are stuck here. I can only say one thing, it is indeed a beautiful country. The space power station is really science fiction. The next day, in a large auditorium, hundreds of reporters from various countries, as well as domestic reporters, were already waiting in a lively atmosphere. Not long after, the academicians and engineers participating in the daily project slowly came in and took their seats under the escort of the guard. Sitting in the middle are Mr. Ma and Mr. Lu, with their names and honors in front of the table. Reporters held cameras and microphones and rushed to ask questions. A foreign reporter asked, "I would like to ask Academician Ma, I saw your announcement earlier that the satellite and Arrow are being separated. What is your country's space project after the rocket is launched? What kind of satellite is it carrying?" Chapter 54. After hearing this, Mr. Ma smiled and said, "It is not convenient to disclose this for the time being. Can you reveal a little bit?" The reporter became even more curious. "No, sorry, next question." Mr. Ma's face became serious, and the reporter didn't know what was going on and asked no more questions. However, in the eyes of the netizens watching in the live broadcast room, something was wrong. Isn't it some newly developed satellite? I can't reveal it, it's just too advanced. It's too advanced and it's impossible to reveal even a little bit of information. Curious, what is it? It should be a solar exploration satellite. The rocket is called Haoyi-1. It is really an advanced solar detector. Netizens in the live broadcast room began to speculate. Generally speaking, the aerospace engineering will not hide too much, it will be announced, but now it is not disclosed at all, obviously there must be very advanced technology in it. Then I would like to ask Academician Ma, can you disclose the parameters of this rocket? Another reporter asked. Ma Lao laughed and said, "This Haoyi-1 heavy-duty carrier rocket has a thrust of 3,000 tons, a low Earth orbit transportation capacity of 500 tons, and a lunar transportation capacity of 200 tons. The most important technological breakthrough is that it does not need to be classified and can be recycled and reused." After Ma Laogang finished speaking, the noise at the scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone thought they had heard wrongly. A transport capacity of 500 tons in low Earth orbit. The moon weighs 200 tons. This is several times more powerful than the rocket with the most powerful carrying capacity in the beautiful country. Really or not, the moon's carrying capacity is so strong. Hey guys, this rocket is the highlight. The lunar orbit has 500 tons. Damn it. Headlines. That's awesome, I thought there was only one breakthrough in recycling technology. After hearing this, both the military enthusiasts and aerospace enthusiasts who were watching outside couldn't help but open their mouths with disbelief. A reporter came to his senses and asked with some uncertainty, "Academician Ma, are you talking about future theories, or?" Academician Ma nodded and said with some pride, "Yes, it is the Haoyi-1 that successfully made its first flight yesterday. It has a huge capacity to carry 06 and is currently the only one in the world that can carry more than 200 tons to the moon. Rocket. Click click click." After hearing this, the reporters suddenly widened their eyes and picked up their cameras to take pictures. Horrified. 500 tons in low Earth orbit. 200 tons in lunar orbit. This is simply an astronomical figure. The sound became more complicated. The audience in the live broadcast room was already dumbfounded. I can't imagine it. The moon's carrying capacity is 200 tons. Is this still a rocket? The most important thing is that it is not classified. This can also be recycled. Ahead of time, extremely ahead of schedule. This shouldn't be exposed. Awesome, it turns out I'm superficial. The 200-ton lunar carrying capacity is unique. Even beautiful countries don't have it. I finally got off my tongue. Yes, I feel very comfortable. Damn, those foreigners know how to lick beautiful countries. Among the space exploration research institutions in Sakura country, the person in charge, Gang Ben, and the engineers fell down from their chairs when they heard this. Impossible. This is completely impossible. How can it have a carrying capacity of 500 tons? Everyone also looked ugly and said one after another. Yet, how is this possible? With a carrying capacity of 500 tons, I committed suicide on the spot. Don't say commit suicide, I'll jump from here on the spot. Our country is really good at bragging about its 500-ton carrying capacity. Haha, the people of the Dragon Kingdom are really shameless. Even this beautiful country cannot develop this kind of technology. What are they thinking? This ability is so terrifying. In aerospace, if you want to increase the carrying capacity by 1 ton, the rocket must be enlarged, and the fuel, procedures, etc. need to be changed and rigorously calculated. To reach 500 tons at once is simply a fantasy and absolutely impossible. Gang Ben sat up again, with a look on his face as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. The Dragon Kingdom is really shameless. In order to compete with the beautiful country for aerospace status, it even doesn't hesitate to brag. A rocket engineer chimed in. Their rocket is recyclable, unclassified, and a large rocket. It is completely impossible to carry 500 tons into low Earth orbit. If one of them breaks through, I will believe it. All of them will break through at once. It's a lie. I don't even believe in ghosts. Are you kidding me? People from the Dragon Kingdom just like stacking buffs, right? Another person also said, it is not impossible, unless they have a breakthrough in fuel, but fuel breakthrough is more difficult than recyclable technology. This is absolutely impossible. The people of Long Guo are lying. We must expose their lies. After hearing this, Gang Ben stood up and said, yes. We must expose the lie. It is not a wise move to deceive the whole world. Again, even the beautiful country, a world-recognized technological power, can't do it. If the Dragon country wants to, it will take a few hundred years. After everyone calmed down for a while, they began to analyze. Gang Ben was the first to say, Dragon Kingdom successfully made its first flight in front of the whole world with its recyclable and unclassified rocket. This undoubtedly improved their aviation status a lot. This will inevitably cause dissatisfaction with the beautiful country. Their aerospace status is unshakable, so they released news that a space power station will be established in 7 days. The space power station is a situation where everyone only has PTT. The beautiful country has developed it. It is undoubtedly a huge breakthrough in aerospace. In this way, it can consolidate its unshakable aerospace status and scientific and technological strength. And the Dragon Kingdom currently has only one recyclable rocket that can be compared with it. It must be incomparable. The space power station is at least a century advanced. The technology used is also absolutely top-notch. In order to prevent its aerospace status from being damaged, Long Guo can only brag. Anyway, except for them, no one knows the specific parameters of the rocket, so we can only speculate. After Gang Ben's joint analysis, everyone felt that this was the case. Apart from this, Dragon Kingdom has no other way to stabilize its aerospace status. Even so, the shock brought by rockets with inflated values is still not as shocking as the beautiful country's space elevator. However, he wants to expose Long Guo's lies. Let the Dragon Kingdom be completely defeated. Don't even think about deceiving the world and gaining aerospace status with just one mouth. The Dragon Kingdom is really shameless, even more shameless than the Bangsa Kingdom. They dare to brag about anything. It truly explains what it means to be shameless and invincible, right? Then what do we do? Expose their lies. Everyone began to think about countermeasures. Gang Ben thought for a while and then said, then cooperate with them. Let's personally build a 500-ton object for them to transport. If it doesn't work, it will prove that they are lying. Hey! This will cost a lot of money. Someone rejected the proposal. They can't do things that waste money. Gang Ben said, it's okay. The parameters of Long Guo's rocket are fake. As long as we transport 500 tons of things up there, they will definitely not dare to agree. In his opinion, it is impossible for the Dragon Kingdom to agree. As long as he refuses, it will be done and said to the whole world. Everyone lowered their heads and thought for a while. I think what Gang Ben said makes sense. The Long Guo rocket's ability to carry 500 tons is false and cannot be promised. Let's do it this way. You go to the public relations and public opinion of the Dragon Kingdom, and I'll go find the director of the space agency of the beautiful country. Good. Beautiful NASA. It was nighttime, but Director Mike and the engineers were in the conference room. The Long Guo rocket has a carrying capacity of 500 tons? Are you kidding? A rocket engineer seemed to have heard a huge joke. Director Mike just smiled. Unexpectedly, he released information saying that the space power station would be built in 7 days. Dragon Kingdom's recyclable rockets are no match for our space power station after all. Now their true nature has been exposed. They are liars. Dragon Kingdom are all liars. An aerospace engineer added. Director Mike, what's going on over there at the space power station? Someone asked again. 7 days is too short. Don't worry, I have already communicated with my superior. He agrees with our approach, strongly supports it, and can launch into the air. Director Mike waved his hand. They all attach great importance to their international status and cannot tolerate any infringement. Now that it has been released, Long Guo has begun to deceive, and the effect is remarkable. At this moment, Director Mike's assistant walked in, looked at Director Mike and said, Director Mike, I have your phone number. Who's calling? It's Oka Ben from Sakura country. Gang Ben? What does he want from me? He said he has something urgent to discuss with Director Mike. After saying that, Director Mike got up and came to the office and answered the phone. Chief Mike. It's me. Gang Ben said with a bit of joy, Director Mike, I have something to discuss with you. I want to expose Long Guo's deception and use their rockets, so I came here to tell you something. Expose the trick. Director Mike repeated. He didn't expect that Sakura country would also pay such attention. Is it because Launch 3 failed? It's really possible to think so. As soon as they failed to launch, Long Guo succeeded in its first flight, which was a painful slap in the face. Then what are you going to do? Director Mike asked again. Gang Ben said, let their rockets transport us 500 tons of stuff to low Earth orbit. 500 tons, isn't your launch plan next year? When are you going to cooperate with Long Guo? Chief Mike asked. Gang Ben replied, there is a plan to launch a satellite next year, but we won't launch anything this time. This is just a means. We will first create public opinion on the internet, and then go to Long Guo to discuss cooperative launches. If they don't agree by then it proves their crime of lying to the whole world. When Director Mike heard this, he suddenly felt a little interesting. This can indeed be done to destroy the Dragon Kingdom's aerospace status. Because no one will cooperate with a proven liar. It just so happens that they can completely destroy the Dragon Kingdom's aerospace status without any effort. Director Mike said, no problem, you can publicly refuse to cooperate with us first. Then, after Long Guo rejects you again, we can still cooperate. Thank you very much, Director Mike. No problem, we are all a family. After saying that, Director Mike hung up the phone and walked towards the conference room with a faint smile on his face. The Dragon Kingdom is really in trouble now. If two angles attack the Dragon Kingdom together, can the Dragon Kingdom still survive? Director Mike, what does Gang Ben want from you? Someone asked. Director Mike smiled and said, "They are going to expose Long Guo's lies and let the whole world see Long Guo's face." After hearing this, public, everyone looked at each other and smiled. This Sakura country is very nice and loyal. They all thought about doing things for their master. Dragon Kingdom is really bragging. Let's see how they end up. It's absolutely impossible to shake our aerospace status. Not long after, a batch of information that Long Guo was a liar immediately appeared on the international network. It quickly attracted the attention of melon-eating netizens. Dragon Kingdom is a liar. Their rocket does not have a carrying capacity of 500 tons at all. It is absolutely impossible for a single rocket to carry 500 tons of cargo to low Earth orbit, even the atmosphere can't break through. The following is the data we calculated. Long Guo is a liar. Please read it. This message is followed by a string of data. The Data Bureau analyzed what level of fandom is needed to achieve the carrying capacity, recovery capacity, non-classification and other technologies mentioned by Long Guo rocket. After netizens saw it, they suddenly became angry. Dragon Kingdom is indeed a liar. It is completely impossible to add these technologies together. Even the beautiful country can't do it. I don't believe it. The moon has a carrying capacity of 200 tons. Can it still be recycled? This is absolutely impossible. Let's boycott the Dragon Kingdom together. Let me just say, there is no way our Sakura Kingdom will lose to the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom is really a liar and their level is lower than ours. There has been a lot of talk on the internet about Long Guo is a liar. There were even a lot of about boycotting the Dragon Kingdom. At the same time, Beautiful Country issued a statement. We cannot build a rocket with a carrying capacity of 5,397 tons in low Earth orbit mentioned by Long Guo for the time being, but we can study it. This statement ignited the emotions of international netizens. As the holder of the rocket launch record, Beautiful Country cannot do it. How can Long Country do it? Boycott. I remember that the Beautiful Country has a rocket with a thrust of 3,000 tons, but the carrying capacity is far from as high as that of the Dragon Country. The rocket of the Dragon Country is also 3,000 tons. How can it be achieved? Fraud. Those who say you are liars, please provide evidence. Can you prove it with just a bunch of data? Just because you can't do it, it doesn't mean that we in the Dragon Kingdom can't do it. Haha, the people from the Dragon Kingdom are here to wash the ground again. It's disgusting. The Beautiful Country is the holder of the transportation record. 200 tons in low Earth orbit and 60 tons in the moon. It's still the kind of thing where you just go and never come back. What about yours? Even if it has a large carrying capacity, can it still be recovered? It's still a single body, and the thrust is also 3,000 tons. It's a dream. Almost at the same time, the space agency of Sakura Country also released a message on the international network. We in Sakura Country have decided to cooperate with Dragon Country and transport 500 tons of satellites to low Earth orbit in the hope that Long Guo can cooperate with us. Awesome, Sakura Country is out to crack down on counterfeiting, it's hard not to support it. I'm laughing so hard. Is this a sign of cooperation? It's obviously here to cause trouble. Long Guo doesn't dare to agree to it. Do you dare to come out and agree to it? Aren't your rockets capable of carrying 500 tons? Come out and agree. Business is coming. The order has come to my door. Do you dare to agree? Big liar. Let's resist together. Sakura Country has done a great job in cracking down on counterfeiting this time. Well done, Dragon Kingdom can only brag, but reality will expose their true colors. They dare not agree. Boycott Dragon Kingdom's aerospace. Dragon Kingdom. At the press conference, reporters were still asking questions. A foreign reporter looked at the message sent by the editor on his mobile phone and immediately asked, Academician Ma, Academician Lu, Sakura NASA just released information. claiming to cooperate with Long Guo to launch a 500-ton satellite to low Earth orbit. Do you accept this order? Facing the launch order from Sakura Country, Academician Ma and Academician Lu, do you accept this order? Please answer me, thank you. Academician Ma, Director of the Sakura National Aeronautics and Space Administration requests to speak with you. Mr. Ma took the phone over and answered it. This kind of phone call usually has a translator, so he can understand it. Dear Mr. Ma, our Sakura Country is interested in cooperating with you to launch a 500-ton satellite to low Earth orbit in the near future. Can we cooperate? It can be about funding. We can also pay for the gas. Mr. Ma and Mr. Lu smiled at each other. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that Sakura Country was up to something, but they couldn't decide. Seeing the two people hesitating, the doubts in the minds of all foreign reporters were completely dispelled. Long Guo was indeed lying. We took this order. At this moment, Qi Baoping, the president of the Academy of Dragon Science, strode over and said loudly. Chapter 55. We have accepted this order from Sakura Country. Qi Baoping, the president of the Academy of Dragon Science, strode over and said with a serious face. Everyone was immediately attracted by the sound. Taking a closer look, this person is the president of the Academy of Dragon Science. Dean Qi Baoping walked up to Mr. Ma, took the phone, and said, Mr. Okaben, we have accepted this order from Sakura Country. What? Did you answer it? Gang Ben on the other end of the conversation was a little incoherent. Why did Long Guo pick up? Aren't they lying? How could he accept it? Or is it that they know the launch plan for next year, so they launch it next year? A series of questions popped up in Gang Ben's mind. This is a bit inconsistent with his planned development. Yes, you heard it right, Mr. Gang Ben, we picked up. Dean Qi Baoping repeated. Mr. Ma and Mr. Lu looked at each other and smiled. At this moment, Sakura Country was really in trouble. However, when the reporters heard this, they immediately widened their eyes and almost went crazy. Long Guo actually picked up, it's unbelievable. Could it be true? Sakura Country's launch plan is next year. And where can I find a 500-ton satellite? Damn it! Dragon Kingdom picked up. Hello, audience friends. I am a reporter from beautiful country. We are on the scene. The president of their Academy of Sciences has placed an order from Sakura Country. This news spread like an explosion, causing a wave of exclamations on the internet. What? What's going on? How could Long Guo accept this order? Aren't they lying? It's impossible. According to the way things are going, Dragon Kingdom will definitely not accept this order. Regardless of the hatred with Sakura Kingdom or lies, it should be accepted. Did we hear it wrong? Isn't it true that the Dragon Kingdom forced its way in, and then asked the Sakura Kingdom to surrender on its own, because their launch plan is next year, and they don't even have a 500-ton satellite? How can this prove that the Dragon Kingdom is lying? I have to admire it. Dragon Kingdom is so high-spirited. You really know yourself and your enemy and you will be victorious in any battle. The plan of the Dragon Kingdom to take over the Sakura Kingdom is self-defeating. Now it really can't prove that the Dragon Kingdom is lying. Unless it is made of hard steel, other things weighing 500 tons can be used to prove it. If you don't dare to use hard steel, then the Dragon Kingdom will win and the Sakura Kingdom will be completely defeated. Long Guo is really shameless. He really dares to accept it. There's really nothing we can do about it. At this moment, the internet is almost full of news about Dragon Kingdom taking orders from Sakura Kingdom, which is like a bombshell and unexpected. Because according to common sense, our country has no reason to pick it up. But the Dragon Kingdom still chose hard steel, and the Sakura Kingdom failed. At this time in the beautiful NASA, Director Mike couldn't help but feel interesting after hearing the news. I didn't expect that the Dragon Kingdom would really dare to accept it. They are not afraid of the Sakura Kingdom's failure. They will not launch satellites, but they will give you a rocket to transport something weighing 500 tons. Director Mike smiled sarcastically. But this is also in line with the style of the Dragon Kingdom. If you don't play your cards according to common sense, this wave of Sakura country is asking for trouble, riding a tiger with difficulty. A rocket engineer said, if Long Guo really dares to take over, then let Sakura country fight hard until the lie is exposed, but it must be done quickly, without giving Long Guo time to breathe. I'm afraid that Long Guo will say to wait a few years before doing research and development. I really couldn't tell at that time. If the speed were faster, Long Guo would not be able to come up with a rocket that could carry 500 tons to low Earth orbit. Humph, Dragon Kingdom is struggling in vain. Waiting for our space power station to take off, everything is in vain. We are still the first in space. An aerospace engineer snorted coldly. Don't worry, I will contact the Sakura Kingdom right away and ask them to fight the Dragon Kingdom to the end. We support them. The Dragon Kingdom will definitely not be able to produce this kind of rocket. Director Mike said something, then got up and went to the office. At this time, in the Sakura NASA conference room, Gang Ben's face was extremely ugly, as if he had eaten a fly. Dragon Kingdom just accepted their order to carry 500 tons. This caught him off guard. Director Gang Ben, what's going on? What's going on over there in Long Country? Someone asked. Gang Ben's face trembled and he said, Long Guo accepted our order. What? When did this happen? It's impossible. Aren't they lying? How could they dare to accept it? How dare they? Yes, do they really have a 500-ton launch vehicle? This is ridiculous. Everyone was also confused. According to reasoning, it was impossible for Long Guo to agree. But now I just agreed. Gang Ben explained, they did not have a rocket carrying 500 tons, but they agreed, and it was difficult for us. Things did not develop as we expected. Everyone frowned deeply. It seems so. Where can they find a 500-ton satellite to expose Dragon Kingdom's lies? Long Guo accepted the order, and then the decision-making power came to their side. If they give up the order, it will not be able to prove that Long Guo is lying, and they will be slapped with a big label, which means that Sakura State is cowardly, and it also shows Long Guo's aerospace status in disguise. If they don't give up the order, how can they send a 500-ton satellite to the sky? Next year's launch plan does not include a satellite of 500 tons. Moreover, they still have to pay the launch fee of 500 tons, which still cannot prove that Long Guo is lying. It can be said that after the Dragon Kingdom agreed, the Sakura Kingdom was unable to get off. Then what should we do? Why don't we give up? It doesn't matter even if we get a reputation. After all, Long Guo has agreed. We really have no choice. Give it up. We have decided not to get involved in this matter. Let the Dragon Kingdom and the beautiful country handle it on their own. Anyway, the beautiful country will launch the space power station in 6 days. We can just use their rockets then. Everyone shook their heads. Judging from the current situation, giving up is the best choice. Originally, they had no intention of launching anything, and they only wanted to deceive the Dragon Kingdom by cooperating with the Dragon Kingdom. But the Dragon Kingdom agreed, and it became difficult to handle. Gang Ben also hesitated, and things went wrong. I have already told the Dragon Kingdom that I will reply to them after the discussion. Gang Ben said. Long Guo suddenly agreed, so he couldn't say no again on the phone. We can only delay the strategy first and find other reasons before giving up. This can save some dignity. Mr. Okaben, I have your phone number. It's from the beautiful country. At this moment, an assistant rushed in from outside the door, looked at Gang Ben and said. Gang Ben's eyes suddenly lit up, are you sure it's from the beautiful country? Sure. Okay, everyone, please wait for me. I'll take a call. Gang Ben ran all the way to the office and answered the phone. Hello, Mr. Director Mike. It's me. Do you have any instructions? Gang Ben asked. Director Mike said, I have seen the news. Long Guo has agreed to your order, right? Yes, Director Mike, we are discussing this matter. Gang Ben smiled flatteringly. Well, I understand. You just have to fight to the end on this matter. We, the beautiful country, support you. The Dragon Country doesn't even have a 500-ton launch vehicle. As long as you fight to the end, they will defeat themselves. Director Mike suggested. Gang Ben hesitated for a moment and said, Mr. Director Mike, do you mean to continue cooperating with Long Guo? Yes, if you continue to cooperate with the Dragon Kingdom, they will eventually show their flaws. The beautiful Congress supports you, just do it. Okay, Mr. Director Mike, then we will continue to cooperate with Long Guo. Mr. Director Mike, don't forget our launch orders for next year. Our satellites still rely on your rockets. Gang Ben finally breathed a sigh of relief. With the support of the beautiful country, his confidence instantly increased. Because the beautiful country is not only strong in national power, but also recently launched a space power station. It is undoubtedly the world's #1 in aerospace. They will definitely benefit from cooperating with the beautiful country as soon as possible. No problem, the space power station will let you participate when the time comes, but remember that the Dragon Kingdom does not have that kind of rocket. This is called a bluff in the Dragon Kingdom. As long as you continue, it will be self-defeating. Remember to be quick. The shortest time within the time limit. Don't give them a chance to react. Thank you very much, Director Mike. Well, let's do this first. After hanging up the phone, Gang Ben's eyes rekindled his fighting spirit, and the beautiful country promised to let them participate in the space power station. This undoubtedly gave him great protection. Dragon Kingdom. We must expose your lies and show them to the whole world. With excitement, he returned to the conference room again. Everyone looked at the excited expression on Gang Ben's face. Director Okamoto? How's it going? Everyone stared at Gang Ben curiously. Director Mike from the National Aeronautics and Space Administration called just now. Let us continue to cooperate with Long Guo. They will give us the greatest support. Gang Ben said loudly. Really? The beautiful country still dares to support us. The beautiful country is going to launch the Light of Human Technology space power station recently. With their support, we will definitely benefit. Everyone said in surprise. Gang Ben smiled faintly and said, also, the beautiful country promised us to also participate in the space power station. As soon as these words came out, everyone was immediately horrified. Let Sakura country also participate in the space power station. This caught them by surprise. You can say that. Once Sakura country also participates in the latest project of the beautiful country, the space power station, it means that the aerospace status of the beautiful country will also improve. And it comes with all kinds of benefits. Sakura country's aerospace business and heavy industry companies can benefit from this and increase orders. Mr. Okaben, is it true or not? Some people think this is too dreamy. The latest technology allows them to participate. Really? Gang Ben said excitedly. Okay. Then let's continue to cooperate with the Dragon Kingdom. Anyway, the lie is self-defeating, and we can't lose anything. We can still connect with the beautiful country's space power station. Be the first country to cooperate with the beautiful Hyuxia space power station. Everyone also became excited. This is how it is said that one person can attain enlightenment, chickens and dogs can ascend to heaven. Without further delay, we will go discuss it with the superiors immediately. They went to the top and held a meeting. After a unanimous decision, we will continue to cooperate with Long Guo. Many people in Sakura country also petitioned to allow Sakura country aerospace to continue cooperating with Dragon country. It has also become quite popular online. Some people even started to march. Promise to Dragon Kingdom. Promise to Long Guo to expose their lies. Requesting the Space Exploration Agency to agree to Long Guo. They will never come up with a rocket that can carry 500 tons. Seeing these people on the street, Gang Ben's heart finally relaxed. We have the support of a beautiful country, as well as the support of the people and our superiors. Dragon Kingdom will definitely reveal its true colors this time. Immediately afterwards, he released the latest news in the name of the Sakura Country Aerospace Exploration and Research Institute. We have decided to continue to cooperate with Long Guo to transport 500 tons of things to low Earth orbit. Not long after this news was sent out, it aroused widespread optimism. I'll go, this is hard steel to the end, Sakura Country will win this time. That's what we have to do. Dragon Kingdom definitely doesn't have a 500-ton launch vehicle. As long as we cooperate with them, the lies will be exposed. Sakura Country is awesome, I praise you. This is the right choice. If Long Country dares to agree, just continue with them, they will definitely show their flaws. The popularity immediately rose, and more people supported Sakura Country. At this time, the press conference was held in Long Guo. Qi Baoping, president of the Academy of Dragon Science, once again received a call from Sakura Country. Hello, Mr. Qi, we in Sakura Country will continue to cooperate with you. Oka Ben's voice came from the receiver. Dean Qi Baoping smiled and said, no problem. He has received instructions from his superiors to cooperate with Sakura Country and the conditions are as high as possible. We have the conditions, because the launched object must be sent to low Earth orbit as soon as possible, and it weighs 500 tons, so the faster, the better. How long can it be the fastest on your side? Gang Ben said. Dean Qi Baoping looked at the data sent by the launch center and said, it can be launched in 1 week. Gang Ben was stunned when he heard this, and continued, 1 week? That's okay, this speed is fast enough, but we want to use how you know one. Gang Ben on the other end of the phone smiled sarcastically. He was still exaggerating. Do you think we are accountants? You are too careless, we have received support from many parties. There is no problem with these conditions, but we also have requirements. Dean Qi Baoping said. You said it. Gang Ben said. Qi Baoping smiled and said, the launch of a 500-ton object requires your country to pay 1 billion in funds, and your country also needs to pay for the oil, and there is also the damage cost of Haoyi 1. The total amount is 1.2 billion, which is not Sakura national currency, but US knives. This money is actually enough to build 10 Haoyi no ones. However, Gang Ben on the other end of the phone choked. $12 billion? Are you kidding? He, Nielao Zhao, had already scolded her in his heart, but he still said, no problem. Because he had already guessed that Long Guo would use fees to intercept them. But you need to pay first, and then transport the 500 tons of things you need to transport to us and launch them here. Qi Baoping said. What? Pay first? How can there be such a rule? Shouldn't you pay the deposit first? Oka Ben was a little embarrassed. $400 million was really hard to come up with. I'm sorry, Mr. Gang Ben, because the rocket is too advanced and the things your country transports are heavy, we can only pay first. Qi Baoping said. No problem, if the launch is not successful, you can get a refund. Gang Ben bit the bullet. The Dragon Kingdom was blocking their way and making them retreat in spite of difficulties. They did this deliberately. Refunds available. Qi Baoping originally wanted to say no, but thought that if he said so, he would really be cheating and the reputation of Long Country would not be preserved. Okay, then cooperate happily and the funds will be transferred. Leave it to the transfer method. A pleasure to work with. Qi Baoping hung up the phone. Both Ma Lao and Lu Lao were a little surprised. Good guy, with $1.2 billion US, Sakura Country Aerospace is going to bleed a lot this time. Since these are all open and transparent, everyone knows at this moment that Sakura Kingdom spent $1.2 billion US to cooperate with Dragon Kingdom. Once these news came out, everyone was shocked. How dare the Dragon Kingdom do this? The lion is opening its mouth. Tian'er is a beautiful sword. This is enough to launch thousands of conventional rockets. It's so shameless. They are probably using price to make things difficult for Sakura Country. Sakura Country will continue to cooperate. I don't believe they can carry 500 tons. They can even refund the money if they fail. I just want hard steel. By making such an exorbitant request, the Dragon Kingdom is trying to make things difficult for the Sakura Kingdom to retreat, thereby concealing the lie. In the beautiful NASA, Director Mike was leisurely drinking coffee when he saw a person suddenly burst in. Report to Director Mike, our spy satellite discovered the spacecraft launched by Long Guo Huawei No. 1. Chapter 56. Listening to the aerospace engineers shouting, Director Mike immediately put down the cup in his hand and asked, "Have you found it?" Hard work pays off. Ever since the Dragon Kingdom launched its rocket to separate the stars and arrows, they had used spy satellites to search for them. Sure enough, I found it. Let's see how long your Dragon Kingdom can keep pretending. The aerospace engineer handed the laptop in his hand to Director Mike and said, "Yes, Director Mike." "Okay, let me take a look." Director Mike looked intently. But the pictures and data on the computer made him frown. "Are you sure this is a satellite of the Dragon Kingdom?" In the picture, there is a satellite with a weird shape, which looks a bit like an ordinary satellite, but there are obvious differences. The aerospace engineer replied, "I'm sure, after rigorous calculations, it is this satellite that Long Guo launched, but it is a bit bigger than the space station, and somewhat different from ordinary satellites." After hearing this, Director Mike frowned deeply and said, "Have you analyzed what satellite it is?" "I can't analyze it, and I don't dare to get too close. It's easy to be discovered. But there is a high probability that it is a solar monitoring satellite, which is similar to an optical telescope for solar reading and always faces the sun." The aerospace engineer presented the results of the analysis. "However, because I didn't dare to get too close, I didn't have any detailed picture information. All we can see is that the satellite's optical telescope is very large, long and wide. It is very similar to a super telescope for observing the starry sky on the ground, which is also commonly known as the ground sky eye. Sure enough, that rocket is called Hou-Yi-1. There is a legend in the Dragon Kingdom about Hou-Yi shooting the sun, which is related to the sun, so this satellite is the latest solar observation satellite." Director Mike breathed a sigh of relief. If it is just a solar observation satellite, it is nothing at all and does not pose a threat. They also have such satellites. According to Long Guo's analysis, it is 100% a solar observation satellite, similar to their ground-based Sky Eye. The aerospace engineer has already determined. That is a solar observation satellite. Well, there's no need to continue observing. Just keep the satellites away. We can't let them find any flaws. Director Mike was completely relieved. What will come out of studying solar energy? He was a little worried before because he didn't know what the Dragon Kingdom satellite was. Completely relaxed now. Everything in the Dragon Kingdom is under control. This is all thanks to their spy satellites. Okay, Director Mike, even though that's what I said, this satellite is indeed a bit strange and has a different shape. The aerospace engineer still said. Don't worry, there are many weird-shaped satellites. Just make sure it is a solar observation satellite. Director Mike waved his hand and said. Okay, I'll keep people away right away. The aerospace engineer took the laptop and left quickly. And this time, the phone placed aside rang again. Director Mike answered, Hello. Director Mike, this is Gang Ben. We have agreed to cooperate with Long Guo, but the price they raised is a bit high. It requires a total of 1.2 billion US dollars. Gang Ben said. 1,200 million US dollars? The Dragon Kingdom is really a lion, but don't worry, they will return it. You continue. No matter how excessive the Dragon Kingdom's demands are, they are just to scare you. Don't fall into a trap. Chief Mike said. He already knew the satellite in the sky, and it could never have a mass of 500 tons. I estimate it only weighs 30 or 40 tons. Okay, Director Mike, I understand. The required funds have been remitted. I hope that after the Dragon Kingdom is exposed, the beautiful country can serve as a witness to the Sakura country and accuse the Dragon country. Okaben felt relieved. These are all small things. Just go ahead and do it. The space power station will also let you participate. Thank you, Director Mike. I'll first arrange for 500 tons of cheap metal to be sent to them. Gang Ben said. No problem, let's do this first. After speaking, Director Mike hung up the phone. 2 billions, Long Guo really dares to ask. This is more expensive than us building a few heavy rockets. Director Mike snorted coldly. But let's see how you send 500 tons of cheap metal up there and wait to be criticized by the whole world. Dragon Kingdom. Zuri Project Satellite Control Center. This is a satellite control center specially established for the daily project. In it at this time, a piercing siren sounded. Diddy diddy. The warning red light kept flashing, and aerospace engineers immediately found the source of the alarm sound. Is there a threat? A data observer looked at the data report returned by the satellite and frowned. What is it? The aerospace engineer came over and looked at the big screen and asked. It seems to be space junk. It is in our orbit and has a high probability of collision. The data observer immediately reported. Space junk? Isn't this a spacecraft? The aerospace engineer frowned, and the picture sent back showed that this was a spacecraft, which looked very strange. Probably not. Why does the spacecraft look like this? It looks like it is broken, said the data observer. It doesn't matter if it's broken or not, as long as it's not ours. The leader has ordered that anything that threatens our satellites be eradicated. The aerospace engineer looked at the budget track and said in a deep voice. Because the space power station is too important to tolerate any sloppiness, once the space power station issues an alarm, it means a great threat. Let me ask for permission. The aerospace engineer immediately called his superiors for instructions. Unidentified spacecraft that threatens us. Yes, leader, it may be a broken orbiting satellite with a weird shape. It is in the orbit of our space power station and poses a great threat. Clear it, the space power station cannot tolerate any sloppiness. Yes. The aerospace engineer received the instruction, hung up the call, then looked at the data observer and asked, how much power is the space power station currently storing and charging? 50%. Data observers reported immediately. They all know that the space power station designed by Chief Engineer Lin Ye can not only generate electricity, but can also be used as a weapon. Now the laser transmitting device of the space power station is aimed at the unknown spacecraft, and it will also calculate the orbit and achieve a lock state to ensure that the threat is eliminated with one blow. Charge the laser device once. Charge it to 100% and eliminate the threat, said the aerospace engineer. Yes. The data observer issues the laser recharge command. The laser emitting device is being charged. 1%, 10%, 20%. The cooling system intervenes. Charging completed, 100%. Release. Yes, embarrassing. Seeing the prompts that kept popping up, the aerospace engineer said, release it. Yes. The data observer immediately issued the command. Next moment. In the simulation screen on the big screen, a huge bright light lit up in front of the laser device of the space station. Immediately afterwards, a straight and thick high-energy laser beam flew towards the unknown spacecraft. Boom! The spacecraft that was hit was destroyed instantly and turned into a pile of debris. Since the picture is only simulated based on observation data, high-energy lasers cannot be seen from the side in actual space where there is no dust or air. The laser can be seen on the blue star because there is dust in the air and the light is scattered before it can be seen. Of course there is no sound. That spacecraft was quietly eliminated by the Space Power Station as a threat. Hit! The data observer said excitedly. This is his first time using this ultra-high-tech weapon. Also killed an unknown threatening spacecraft. Thank you, Chief Engineer Lin Ye. The aerospace engineer looked at the screen and marveled. It's so shocking. If used as a space-based weapon to hit the ground, it would be devastating. With current technology, only the ground receiving device of the Long Guo Space Power Station can withstand it. Master Lin Ye is really a god. This kind of thing is so enjoyable, the data observer said with sincere admiration. How much energy is left in the space power station? 49%. The aerospace engineer nodded. The single charge of the laser device is used as a weapon, and the continuous charge is released, which is used for electric energy transmission. A single charge of 100% only uses up 1% of the power reserve. This is simply a big killer. To know. In addition to the main satellite of the Space Power Station, there are also 1,000 sub-satellites flying in other orbits. If they were all connected to the main satellite of the Space Power Station, and the power output was continuous, it would be absolutely terrifying. Keep watching, I'll report it. Afterwards, the aerospace engineers reported the results and successfully eliminated the threat. And on the other side, among the beautiful country's space agencies, Director Mike was reviewing documents in his office when a man suddenly broke in. It's not good. It's not good, Director Mike. Director Mike was startled when he heard the noise, and an angry expression appeared on his face. Get out. Don't you know how to knock on the door? No. Something big happened. The aerospace engineer looked extremely ugly, but he was scolded by Director Mike, and his face became even more ugly. What's the big deal? The sun blew up. Director Mike raised his head impatiently and said. Our spy satellite lost its signal suddenly. The aerospace engineer said with a horrified look on his face. The signal is interrupted, then again, what? You said spy satellite. Director Mike wanted to continue cursing, but suddenly realized something and widened his eyes. Yes, just when the spy satellite was about to leave according to the instructions, the signal was suddenly interrupted, the aerospace engineer said immediately. After hearing this, Director Mike was shocked. Spy satellites are extremely expensive to build, and there is no reason for sudden signal interruption. Even if it is interrupted, data will be sent to the ground during the interruption. What's going on? Why was it suddenly interrupted? Have you found the reason? Director Mike asked immediately. Nothing was found. There was no reason at all. Suddenly it was gone. Nothing was left. It couldn't be detected at all. The aerospace engineer said in horror. How is this possible? Director Mike was extremely upset. A satellite that had not been in operation for a long time was just gone? And there were no waves at all, and it disappeared inexplicably? Director Mike, isn't it the fault of the Dragon Kingdom? The aerospace engineer asked. This is absolutely impossible. How could the Dragon Kingdom destroy our spy satellite? Launch a missile? This is impossible. If a missile leaves the atmosphere, it will be detected. Director Mike immediately rejected this speculation. But he was certain that their spy satellite was hit by something and was completely destroyed in one fell swoop. Otherwise, there would be no chance of disappearing silently. What could that be? Meteorite. And it's a relatively small meteorite. If it is a large meteorite, it will be detected by other satellites. Only the smaller meteorites will not be detected. Meteorites travel extremely fast in space, and it is very easy to destroy a satellite. It was probably hit by a passing meteorite. Director Mike took a deep breath. The only possible explanation was this possibility. The aerospace engineer said, "It is possible, but it is too weird. Forget it, if it's gone, it's gone. I'll make a report. You can go back and continue working. A similar situation can't happen again." Director Mike sighed and said, "Being hit by a meteorite is really bad luck. Because the possibility of a meteorite impact is very small, being hit can only be a matter of luck. It's just a pity that a spy satellite was lost, and that's all money." "Yes, Director Mike." After the aerospace engineers left, Director Mike looked sad. "However, natural disasters cannot be avoided. I hope the superiors will understand." The press conference has ended. Malao and others have returned to the Dragon Academy. There is a meeting in the conference room. Not many people attended this small meeting. There are Mr. Liu and Mr. Ma, the president of the Academy of Dragon Science, the director of the Space Administration, the leader from above, and Lin Ye. The launch funds from Sakura country have been remitted. Dean Chi Baoping said with a smile. Mr. Liu and Mr. Ma were both smiling from ear to ear. This money is really picked up. A total of $1.2 billion. Thanks to Lin Ye Tongzi, in 3 months, we not only sent the space power station to the sky, but also made a lot of money using Haoyi 1. 11. The leader looked at Lin Ye and smiled. Everyone nodded. Lin Ye's indispensable contribution. Lin Ye said, "It's nothing. People like Sakura country are targeting us. We can't make it go without getting some money from them." After hearing this, everyone laughed. Who knew that such a die-hard Sakura country would think that we were still cheating? Who else would be the loser? Mr. Ma also said. The leader smiled and said, "Presumably there should be the beautiful country as a promoter, otherwise the Sakura country will retreat in spite of the difficulties." He could definitely guess that my Liguo was definitely behind this. Otherwise, not to mention the $1.2 billion, it is estimated that Sakura country will give up the moment it agrees. Because they have no launch plan at all this year, which means that the satellite is still under development, and there will only be a launch plan next year. It's been a week and I don't know what the Sakura Congress will bring here. Satellites are probably impossible. They must be metal. Mr. Liu said with a smile. It's most likely metal. It's okay. There's no problem in transporting 500 tons. Lin Ye said. 500 tons is just the standard for rockets, not the upper limit. Haoyi number 1 can not only be transported up, but can also be recovered. It can be said that this time it is a pure profit. Because the gas money and damage expenses are also paid for by the off-plan property. Transporting metals up there? Sakura country must cry to death, haha. After taking so much money to cooperate, and then transporting a bunch of metals up there, it's really wasted. Mr. Liu shook his head with a smile. This beautiful country's first flight failed, it seems that it was very stimulated. Coupled with the fact that my Meiguo is behind it, it is difficult not to continue to be strong. It should arrive early tomorrow morning. It is expected to be launched tomorrow night. The rocket is already ready. All we need to do is put the things from Sakura country in and fix them, and then debug it. Dean Chi Baoping smiled. Now Sakura country is really going to make a joke in front of the whole world, but we have never made a fool of ourselves before. Because rocket technology is already very mature, it was originally designed to handle different cargo items. By the way, the space power station destroyed an unknown spacecraft today. The director of the space agency said at this time. Everyone was stunned for a moment, with extremely surprised eyes. What? Destroyed an unidentified spacecraft? You sure? Chapter 57. Everyone's eyes were looking at the director of the space agency. He smiled and said, "Really, would I lie to you about this kind of thing? He also just found out about it not long ago. The space power station did destroy a spacecraft. Good guy, we haven't tested the transmission of energy to the ground yet, and the first shot destroyed a spacecraft. Qi Baoping, president of the Academy of Dragon Science, exclaimed. Which country does the spacecraft belong to? Mr. Ma asked thoughtfully. Everyone looked at the director of the space agency suspiciously. There is a country with a very high probability in their hearts, and that is the beautiful country. Beautiful country's spy satellite. Because the rocket launch was not announced and what project was carried out. Of course, the beautiful country doesn't know, so it will send spy satellites to check. It's a broken spacecraft, I don't think so, said the director of the space agency. Everyone heard this. I understood immediately. It's real, it's the beautiful country's spy satellite. As a spy satellite, it also needs to be disguised. It looks like a broken spacecraft drifting in outer space, just a layer of disguise. He is everywhere in this beautiful country, but destroying it can be regarded as a warning to them, and we are also angry. Mr. Ma said with disdain. For so many years, the beautiful country has been causing trouble, and Japan has not seen many people. Now it's just a satellite. The beautiful country will be angry to death when they find out. Ahem. You are asking for trouble. Don't worry about them. They can't find us. The leader coughed a few times and said. Everyone laughed and shook their heads. The Dragon Kingdom now is not what it used to be. If the beautiful country still wants to touch it, it will only make him miserable. So when will the space power station be able to conduct its first transmission to the ground? Mr. Ma asked, looking at the director of the space agency. This is a top priority. For the first time, energy was transmitted with ground reception. If the pilot is successful, there will be no need to wire the electricity in the future. A receiving device will be built directly in the city that needs electricity, and then the laser will be converted into electrical energy, which can be used directly. Very convenient. The director of the space agency said, according to the data sent back, the first transmission can be carried out early tomorrow morning, and both the main satellite and the sub-satellite can be fully charged for docking. Tomorrow early morning? At this time, the Sakura country has just shipped supplies. I'm afraid it will have to be extended later, said the director of the Academy of Dragon Science. Everything came together at once, which was not easy to handle. Everyone nodded, thinking that was the case. Lin Ye Tongzi, can this time be extended? The leader looked at Lin and asked. Lin Ye nodded and said, it can be extended. If the battery is slow to charge, the satellite will automatically retract the solar wings and there will be no problem. That's okay, the day after tomorrow, right? The rocket will be launched tomorrow night. Everything is ready, said the director of the space agency. This time is no problem. After these 2 days, everyone should have a good rest. The leader said. Everyone nodded. After a moment of silence, the leader asked again, how long can the transmission energy be supplied this time? Everyone's eyes turned to Lin Ye. They haven't really calculated this data, but it shouldn't be low anyway. After all, the conversion rate of solar panels is so high. Lin Ye said, energy storage can supply a city with a population of about 5 million for half a year once the energy is transmitted. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. They all thought they heard wrong. Half a year. A city of 5 million people uses it for half a year. Oh my God! Is it so scary? No one expected this result. They thought it was only enough for a small city for 1 day. Hiss, that's incredible. I was still thinking about getting another one, but it seems like it won't be necessary at all now. It won't be long before we run out of electricity. Dean Qi Baoping said in surprise. Originally, he had planned that one space power station would definitely not be enough, and he would build some more to engage in foreign trade and other things to earn foreign exchange. But now it seems that over time, the power will not be used up at all, and it is estimated that it will be enough to operate cities across the country. It may even overflow. It's so terrifying. In this way, it won't be long before our nuclear fission power stations, thermal power stations, wind power, and other power generation methods that have an impact will all be replaced. Mr. Ma said. After hearing this, the leader said, "Don't rush this for now. It will definitely be difficult to replace him all at once, and there will be disputes. Because there are many involved in these power stations, if they are replaced, disputes will be inevitable. You can only take your time. But this space power station is really a complete replacement for controllable nuclear fusion. Controlled nuclear fusion, used as fuel for interstellar exploration. At present, humans can only launch spacecraft on blue stars, so the space power station is really a perfect substitute." Everyone was thoughtful. The leader looked at Lin Ye, thought for a while, and then asked, "Lin Ye Tongzi, what are your plans next? If you have any ideas, you can tell me here." This is an issue that he is more concerned about. As long as Lin Ye makes a request, he can agree and do his best to achieve it. Because Lin Ye is above them, the evaluation is really high. After finishing their work, they will present the honor to Lin Ye in person. Everyone immediately looked at Lin Ye. The mouths of Dean Long Academy and Mr. Lu trembled. Lin Ye smiled and said, "Well, I do have a project next, and I still need the support of the country." "Another project? What project?" Everyone stared at Lin Ye with suspicion in their eyes. "Isn't it some kind of high-tech?" Lin Ye said, "Space elevator." Mr. Ma suddenly widened his eyes and said, "Space elevator? Isn't this thing something from science fiction? It's not easy to do." "Lin Ye Tongzi, this thing is a bit vain," the director of the space agency said helplessly. "A space elevator is simply as difficult as climbing into the sky, and much more difficult than a space power station. It only exists in science fiction." The leader was also extremely surprised and said, "We all support you." Lin Ye said, "It's not difficult. The research report will be finished tomorrow." Old Ma was confused. "Have you finished writing your research report?" Mr. Ma looked at Lin Ye in shock, then turned to look at Mr. Lu, and found that Mr. Lu had a calm face. He couldn't help but asked curiously, "Mr. Lu, I. Hey, the Dean and I already know, and I've read part of Lin's research report. The nanomaterials used in the space elevator have been solved, and I don't know the rest." Mr. Lu laughed and said. Mr. Ma immediately blew his nose and stared, saying, "Okay, Mr. Lu, you knew it but didn't tell me. Don't you know now? It's all the same, all the same." Mr. Lu smiled awkwardly. "Boy Lin, how do you get such a brain? I'm so impressed." Mr. Ma stood up and stared at Lin Ye back and forth. "Space elevator. The research report is almost finished. I bet you not only guided everyone in building rockets and power stations in the past 3 months, but also took the time to research space elevators. Is that human being?" The director of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration was at a loss for a while and didn't know what to say. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes and knew Lin Ye, you wouldn't believe it even to death. But now it has come true. The leader took a deep breath and said, "Lin Ye Tongzi, if you need anything, please feel free to ask. I will ask them all to cooperate with you. Let go of your hands and do whatever you want. I want to see what you can do with the Dragon Kingdom." "Really? Should I really let it go?" Lin Ye asked tentatively. "Yes. You can do it freely. As long as it doesn't involve human life safety issues, it's okay," the leader assured. Everyone heard this. My scalp suddenly felt numb. What will the Dragon Kingdom look like in the future? They simply can't imagine it. Because they don't know where Lin Ye's limit is. It took 3 months to build a space power station, and by the way, I also studied the space elevator in science fiction works. They had no idea what such a person could do to the Dragon Kingdom in the end. Anyway, it won't be any worse than now. Okay, then I have no problem. After these 2 days are over, let's build the space elevator first. Lin Ye said. With these words, he felt relieved. Everyone was expecting and fearing at the same time. After another moment of silence, the leader said, "In that case, let's adjourn the meeting and prepare for tomorrow's rocket launch." As the meeting ended, Lin Ye returned to his room, turned on the computer, played games, and relaxed. After all, it's really tiring to use your brain too much. Others are preparing for the launch of the rocket tomorrow. And at this time, the large transport ship from Sakura country is already on its way, loaded with 500 tons of metal. According to the volume data provided by Long Guo, there are various heavy metals, not just one. In the cab, Gang Ben and his team were among them. "Director Okamoto, are we being fooled?" an engineer asked. Gang Ben rolled his eyes at him and said, "We have the beautiful country and the international community supporting us, what are you afraid of? Everyone on the internet is paying attention to the Dragon country. Are you still afraid that they will eat us? It's hard to say. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are too cunning. What if they use a trick to defraud 1.2 billion and fail to expose them?" said the engineer. "Forget it, after mentioning the Chuanlong Kingdom lie again, we can directly cooperate with the beautiful country's space power station, our aerospace status will be greatly improved, and we can get our money back. International public opinion is not something that one country can bear, including the Dragon Kingdom and the beautiful country." Gang Ben said rather helplessly. He felt that Long Guo was waiting for him to stop. Dragon Kingdom, let's see how long you can hold it. I've transported these 500 tons for you." A sharp look flashed in Gang Ben's eyes. After that, they began to rest. By the time we arrived at Long Guo port, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning the next day. The director of the space agency came to the port and prepared to discuss with Gang Ben. "Mr. Gang Ben, I am the director of the Dragon Kingdom Space Administration. Welcome to the Dragon Kingdom." The director of the space agency smiled. "This is a big benefactor. He is also a great grievance, and he must welcome him well." "Hello, Mr. Director." Gang Benpei smiled and shook hands with the director of the space administration. "Then what to do next? How to transport these 500 tons to your launch site?" Gang Ben asked. The director of the space agency pointed not far away and said, "The car is ready, but Mr. Okamoto still needs to pay the freight." Gang Ben twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "No problem. Let's see how long you can keep pretending." After paying the freight, a dedicated person will board the ship to inspect and confirm that there are no problems before starting loading and transportation. During this period, Oka Ben's people in Sakura country announced the news of arriving at the port of Dragon country. "We have arrived at the port of Dragon Kingdom. Everyone will wait and see." Not long after it was released, it attracted the attention and support of international netizens. "Support the Sakura Kingdom. Hard steel to the end." Our teacher also said that there is no way the Dragon Kingdom has a rocket that can carry 500 tons. We've all arrived at the port. What else can Long Guo say now? Transport 500 tons of stuff up there and let's see how you transport it. Sakura country is a bit too much. What if people really want to have it? I can just watch the show. Are you crazy upstairs? Beautiful country can't develop such a rocket with a supercarrying capacity of 500 tons. Do you think Long Guo can do it? Beautiful country is the holder of the rocket load record in the world. How powerful is its technology? People themselves have said that they can't build it at the moment. Haha, the Dragon Kingdom is just a clown. For the sake of aerospace status, such a cow dares to brag. This time we meet the stubborn Sakura Kingdom. Let's see how you can make it work. Don't do the kind of refunding money and then losing money to buy it off. You have done this trick before. 0. Over time, a whole ship of 500 tons of metal was weighed in a prefabricated room and then transported to the Dachang rocket launch base. Gang Ben's team also followed. At this time, we are at the Dachang rocket launch base. Engineers are already busy loading these metals into the rocket and fixing them. In order to maintain confidentiality, the director of the space agency did not allow Gang Ben's team to have direct access to the rocket. Instead, it was at a distant observation post to ensure that the secret would not be leaked, and the NET's team could personally watch the metal being put in bit by bit. "Mr. Director, can I take a photo?" Gang Ben asked with a smile. "Taking photos? We can't do that. I'm sorry." The director of the space agency smiled and said, "Here, you can see the loading process." Gang Ben nodded. He originally wanted to take a photo and publish it for the world to see. But it's okay. From this perspective, it was impossible to fake it. They could see the metal being put in bit by bit. The director of the space agency suddenly thought of something, and asked with some confusion, "Mr. Okamoto, why do you want to send these metals into space? $1.2 billion is a lot, and it is enough to transport a satellite or something." There is no need to worry, Mr. Director, we have our own arrangements." Gang Ben said with an ugly face. I felt extremely unhappy. A 500-ton satellite. Who has it? But do you have the ability to transport it? Keep pretending and see if your rocket can fly. He was sure that Long Guo was still using tactics and pretended to be calm. Otherwise, we wouldn't have said that we were finally able to transport a satellite. The director of the space agency said with a smile, "I respect you, we are only responsible for transportation." "Oh? By the way, is your destination low Earth orbit? Where will these metals be placed after being transported up there?" After hearing this, the corners of Gang Ben's mouth raised slightly and he said, "It's fine in low Earth orbit. Just find a place to separate." Really? The aerospace director of the Dragon Kingdom is starting to show his flaws. Want to stimulate us in this way? Let us retreat from the difficulties? Impossible. It's quite dangerous to place these things in low Earth orbit, the director of the space agency added. Gang Ben laughed wildly in his heart. He admitted that he couldn't transport it up. Is this a trick? Long Guo is truly a master of liar. This is our need. It would be great if Long Guo can do it. Low Earth orbit belongs to everyone, and we just want to put the metal there. Gang Ben said. No, you misunderstood. What I mean is that these metals are very dangerous floating in low Earth orbit. If you don't want them, we won't separate when we reach low Earth orbit. Recycle them to us, said the director of the space agency. Gang Ben twitched the corners of his mouth and said, as long as you transport 500 tons of stuff to low Earth orbit, I'll give it to you if you want it. Thank you, Mr. Okamoto, for your contribution to Space Surround. Time passed by, and as engineers and workers were busy, 500 tons of metal had been installed. When we arrived at 9 o'clock in the evening, the preparations were already in place. The people of the Dragon Kingdom who came after hearing the news had been waiting for a long time. The director of the space agency found Oka Ben and said with a smile, Mr. Oka Ben, this is an order from your Sakura country. If you allow it, we will launch it immediately. Gang Ben snorted coldly, you are still pretending at this time, Dragon Kingdom. Shoot it. Chapter 58. The time has come to 9 o'clock. At this time, it is outside the Dachang rocket launch base. After hearing the news, the people of the Dragon Kingdom gathered around, holding their cameras high, their faces filled with excitement. Sakura country is really going to lose to Grandma's family this time. We really have rockets with a carrying capacity of 500 tons. That's not true. Who knew? They didn't believe we had it. They're going to launch it now. Let's see if they can do it. It's so shocking. The low Earth orbit carrying capacity is 500 tons, which is an astronomical figure. You must know that our space station is only more than 100 tons, but it still took many times to transport it up and dock it. It is 500 tons at a time. It is simply terrifying. However, reporters also have to follow up on relevant reports. Hello, audience friends, I am currently at the Dachang rocket launch base in Long Guo. This is the second launch since the first flight of Haoyi 1. It has only been 2 days. I can't imagine the efficiency of Haoyi 1. It's so high. But this time, we are cooperating with Sakura Country. Sakura Country transported 500 tons of metal and came to Dragon Country to cooperate with the launch. Everyone must know what is involved. We, Dragon Country, cannot lie to others. Come on, Dragon Kingdom. After being reported by reporters, the situation at the scene has been broadcast on the international network. After seeing it, netizens made their own. Awesome, each one is more awesome than the other, but now it seems that the Dragon Kingdom is confident. Will the Sakura Kingdom win this time? What's the point of winning? If you haven't launched yet, I think you're trying to bribe the Sakura Country. The people of the Dragon Country are cunning. Yes, the people of the Dragon Kingdom are very cunning. They have some military skills and so on. They are using strategies to support the Sakura Kingdom. Don't let them succeed. Our ninjas from the Sakura Kingdom have been dispatched. This time the Dragon Kingdom will definitely pay the price. Expose their lies. Why do I think Dragon Kingdom is serious, while Sakura Kingdom is just joking? Spaceflight has been a matter for all mankind since 1977. Is it necessary to target Dragon Kingdom like this? This is not a question of whether it is targeted or not, the problem is that Long Guo is lying to people. Now, the whole world is paying attention to whether Dragon Kingdom's Haoyi 1 can be successfully launched. This is related to the aerospace status of Dragon Kingdom and the reputation of Sakura Kingdom. After all, Sakura Country and Dragon Country are cooperating, and anyone with a discerning eye can see that they are going to fight. Whether the crackdown on counterfeiting can be successfully carried out is a question that has settled in everyone's mind. As the on-site announcement sounded, everyone's hearts also became suspended. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. As the sound of the announcement fell, a large amount of smoke was sprayed out from under the rocket, followed by a huge bright light. The audience surrounding the launch base started to get excited. Shocking! The rocket carrying 500 tons has been successfully ignited. This is the strength of a big country. Sakura Country just fainted in the toilet from crying. Wow! This is the second time I've seen it, and I'm still shocked. It's a total of 500 tons of metal. Everyone cheered. In the global spotlight, I saw the roar of the rocket's engine getting louder and louder, dragging long tail flames and smoke, slowly leaving the launch pad and heading towards the sky. The speed is getting faster and faster. The roaring sound is getting louder and louder. The bright light is like the sun rising in the sky, making people afraid to look directly at it, and it illuminates dozens of miles around. Reporters on the periphery immediately reported excitedly. Unprecedented. Dragon Kingdom's rocket has successfully lifted off with 500 tons of metal. This is a milestone. Dragon Kingdom has a heavy-duty recyclable launch vehicle. Tears. The barrage in the live broadcast room was even more festive. Awesome! Dragon Kingdom is awesome. 500 tons of metal. I can't imagine it. Sakura Country has fainted from crying in the toilet. It has lost 500 tons of metal and $1.2 billion. It makes me laugh. Where are the people from Sakura Country? Why don't they come to crack down on counterfeiting? Isn't it just 500 tons? Isn't this already done? What? They also lost the cost of transporting the metal. They paid for the freight. I laughed so hard. I got so much for nothing. Sakura Country was disgraced and hemorrhaged. Blood loss. Gang Ben, who was in the observation room, had his eyes wide open with a look of disbelief on his face. His whole body was shaking, including his team. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How is it possible with 500 tons of metal? Gang Ben's eyes were filled with red bloodshot eyes, and he shouted almost hysterically. This is ridiculous. How can Dragon Kingdom's rocket pull up 500 tons of metal? Oh my god, are we really wrong? Dragon Kingdom really has a rocket that can carry 500 tons in low Earth orbit. What did I see? Are we the clowns? The members of his team all held their heads, obviously afraid to accept this fact. However, everything in front of you is real. 500 tons of metal were selected and transported by them. And he even watched it being put into the rocket with his own eyes. Gang Ben gasped heavily and was about to go crazy. Dragon Kingdom, you are lying. This is not your rocket. Gang Ben still couldn't believe it. His belief was also shaken at this moment. Is the Dragon Kingdom really invincible? He did all this with his own hands, but in the end it was himself who got slapped in the face. Director Okaben, calm down. We lost. Long Guo really has a rocket that can carry 500 tons. Although the people in his team looked extremely ugly, they were still reasonable and held back the crazy Gang Ben. After all, stupidity has been doing this. They just obeyed, but who would have thought that in the end, Long Guo would actually fly with 500 tons of metal? Impossible. I won't believe it until it reaches low Earth orbit. They definitely don't have enough fuel. Gang Ben's eyes were dull, and he sat and struggled for the last time. He will not give up until the last moment. I'm going to the monitoring center to see the fire's trajectory. After hearing this, everyone became troubled for a while. Will Long Guo's monitoring center let them in for a look? However, at this time, the director of the space agency came over and said with a smile, Mr. Gang Ben, in order to ensure authenticity, you can take a look at the rocket's altitude data. Look, I want to see it now, take me there. No problem. The director of the space agency smiled slightly, just for this effect. This kind of people will not give up until they reach the Yellow River. Afterwards, the director of the space agency took Gang Ben and his team to the computer room where they could see the height of the rocket. But this time on the other side. Among the beautiful country's space agencies. Director Mike stared at the picture broadcast on the computer, his face looked the color of pig liver, extremely ugly. It's flying. Dragon Kingdom's rocket can actually carry 500 tons. This was a fact that surprised him extremely. Dragon Kingdom's rocket technology completely surpassed them. The carrying capacity of 500 tons in low Earth orbit now seems to be real. If not, the rocket would not be able to fly at all at the moment it is launched. But now it is not only flying, but also flying towards the sky at a very reasonable speed. During this period, it was still accelerating, getting rid of the gravitational influence of the blue star. Let's see again, I haven't even slept a wink since Long Guo was going through so much trouble. Director Mike's eyes were already filled with red bloodshot eyes. First, the spy satellite was hit inexplicably and lost its signal. Second, Long Guo's launch vehicle has reached a capacity of 500 tons. And according to them, the moon's carrying capacity is 200 tons. It really amazed him. Dragon Kingdom has only been developing for a few years, but it has caught up so quickly. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. Come to the meeting right away. Meeting? Director Mike, why do you have meetings every day now? Don't talk nonsense. If you don't come, you will never come. No problem, I'll be there soon. Director Mike stood up with his hat and left the office. Instruct the assistant to prepare the materials required for the meeting. A few minutes later, the conference room was full of people, including the person in charge of the Yingjiang project. Have you all read the news about the Dragon Kingdom rocket carrying 500 tons? Director Mike asked with a serious face. Everyone was surprised. When did this happen? How is this possible? Didn't Sakura country go to crack down on counterfeiting? Isn't it possible? Can there be such a rocket? Will the Dragon Kingdom still be like this? Director Mike, how long have you been without a break? Why don't you go and take a rest? How could there be such a heaven-defying rocket in the Dragon Kingdom? Everyone felt baffled and looked at Director Mike's listless face, which must have been caused by lack of sleep. Maybe I saw it wrong. Director Mike was a little impatient, took the remote control, and played the news at that time. Don't you pay attention to the news except during working hours? Chief Mike asked. Everyone said awkwardly, it depends on the non-working time, but besides work, we have other things to do in life, so we don't pay much attention. It's impossible for the Dragon Kingdom to exist. I think this is just a farce with the Sakura Kingdom. In the end, the Sakura Kingdom will definitely win. Director Mike smiled sarcastically and said, open your eyes and take a good look. Dragon Kingdom's rocket has already launched into the sky carrying 500 tons of metal. It won't be long before it reaches low Earth orbit. Everyone watched with eyes, nose, and heart in silence. After watching the video, everyone's eyes widened. How is this possible? It's 500 tons. Spaceflight is not navigation. Can a rocket fly with such a heavy weight? Is the fuel enough? Dragon Kingdom must be crazy, this is true and false. Didn't Sakura Kingdom go to fight against counterfeiting? Didn't it succeed? Hiss. Dragon Kingdom, this rocket is impossible. After hearing these words, Director Mike said solemnly, now is an extraordinary period. Dragon Kingdom's rockets can now carry 500 tons, and our largest one is only 200 tons. We are twice as far ahead. Our aerospace status will definitely be damaged. Everyone looked ugly and whispered. Seeing this, Director Mike frowned deeply and said, Hawk, how is the space power station doing now? Can you continue to speed up the progress? Hawk replied, it's half done now, and it will take another 4 days to complete it before it can be launched. Director Mike held his head and thought for a while. Then he said, as fast as you want. We don't have much time. This time the Dragon Kingdom is flexing its muscles in the international arena and its aerospace status has been improved. Scientists are bound to join in. We must rob them. There are other countries that will cooperate with the Dragon Kingdom. Let's do it as soon as possible. We can't let other countries cooperate with the Dragon Kingdom. Hawk nodded solemnly and said, yes, if we want to speed up the process, we will need to improve a lot in terms of funds, manpower, and material resources. I will solve these problems, remember, hurry. Director Mike even showed a threatening expression. This is a crucial moment and he cannot be careless. Hawk's face froze and he agreed, yes, Director Mike, I will lead the team to speed up the progress. After finishing speaking, Director Mike looked at the others and said, you guys stay at the space agency for the next few days and keep an eye on all the movements of the Dragon Kingdom. If necessary, just use satellites to steal information. After hearing this, everyone did not dare to neglect and immediately agreed. Dragon Kingdom has already demonstrated its aerospace capabilities. Once such a powerful rocket realizes its business plan, many countries will seek cooperation with them. After all, the success rate is very high. Sakura country lost 1.2 billion. Our country made a huge profit this time. I'm so envious, one person said. Director Mike snorted coldly, what does this mean? The space power station will only make more money. Let Sakura country also participate. Right. Okay. Let's all go to work. I don't want to hear any more news about people saying they don't know what Long Guo is doing. At this time, Hao Yi-1 has reached the stratosphere and is heading towards low Earth orbit. In order to escape gravity, the speed is surprisingly fast. Gang Ben looked at the rocket's altitude data in the computer room, his heart in his throat. Explode quickly. Something is wrong soon. Hurry. There must be not enough fuel. He prayed in his heart that there must be something wrong with this launch, otherwise it would be impossible to prove that Long Guo was lying. And they're going to lose a lot of money. And will be laughed at by the whole world. Who is a good person who spends $1.2 billion to give away a bunch of useless metal? What a big joke. No. Gang Ben looked at the rocket's constantly beating height data, and his voice started to tremble. We are about to reach low Earth orbit. The other team members were all staring at the data, and their mood was not much better than Gang Ben's. It's already 350 kilometers away, and it's about to reach low Earth orbit. Gang Ben stared at the altitude data and screamed. Not long after. 400 kilometers. He was almost desperate. He had reached low Earth orbit 400 kilometers away. The director of the space agency smiled and said, Mr. Okamoto, it's a pleasure to cooperate. The order has been successfully arrived on March 5. Gang Ben stared at the director of the space agency, his lips trembled, and he was filled with regret. He held it in for a long time but didn't say anything. Mr. Director, we were wrong. We wrongly blamed your country. Gang Ben is fine, he just fainted. We are going back to Daxia now. The people on his team just felt extremely ashamed at the moment. The crackdown on counterfeiting failed and they became a joke. I simply can't stay any longer. The director of the space agency smiled and said, well, okay, let's wait until Mr. Gang Ben wakes up. We will see how the rocket is recovered later. Ah. We won't watch anymore, I want to go home. Someone in the team said tremblingly. Look, it's okay. I'll find a car to take you to the dock later, but you have to pay for freight, said the director of the space agency. After hearing this, Gang Ben was so angry that he almost lost his balance. Mr. Okaben? Are you okay? The director asked. I'm fine. Isn't it just $1.2 billion? Not much. Nice Congress to help us with the space power station. So what if you really have a rocket? It's not as technological and economical as a space power station. It's okay. I'll take you to the dock after the rocket is recovered. After saying that, the director of the space agency left. At this time, the whole world is paying attention to the movements of the Dragon Kingdom rocket, and whether it has sent 500 tons of metal into the sky. But as Long Guo released the rocket altitude data, there are still developments. Sakura country's 500-ton metal order has been delivered to low Earth orbit. I hope there will be more such orders in the future and we will have a happy cooperation, laughing. Sakura Nation Aerospace also issued a statement internationally. Our order has been completed. Although there are some minor surprises, it is still worthy of joy. We would like to declare that we have officially reached cooperation with the beautiful country's space power station project. With the news officially released by the two countries, the world exploded. Chapter 59. Dragon Kingdom and Sakura Kingdom both issued announcements, completely setting off a wave of enthusiasm on the international internet. Following the official news released by Long Guo Aerospace, Long Guo netizens congratulated one after another. My country is awesome. Its rocket carrying capacity of 500 tons surpasses the beautiful country in one fell swoop and breaks the world record. Sakura country has fainted from crying in the toilet. 1.2 billion has been wasted. Nothing has been done, and 500 tons of metal have been lost. They even paid for the freight. This will mark the technological progress of our country's aerospace industry. I haven't experienced such a great feeling for a long time. Have a big drink tonight. The enthusiasm of Dragon Kingdom netizens has reached its peak. And under the official news released by Sakura country, there was even more quarrel. As expected of you, Sakura country, this is all connected with beautiful country, awesome. Although it lost 1.2 billion, it was able to participate in beautiful country's top tech space power station project, which is a good deal. It is not difficult to see that Sakura country actually spent 1.2 billion to participate in the beautiful country's space power station project. This is a business that is sure to make money without losing any money. So, the final winner is Sakura country? As we all know, beautiful country's technology is the best in the world. Science fiction projects like space power stations are about to reach the sky. Although the Dragon Kingdom's rockets are awesome, they are really not as good as the beautiful country's space power station. No matter from any angle, the space power station is much better than the Dragon Kingdom's rocket. Whether it is economical or technological, it cannot be compared. Here, I'm from Sakura country. Only now do I know that our country has thought so deeply. How can I blame you? Participating in the space power station project is definitely very cost-effective. At this time in Sakura country, the gathered people sang their national anthem in front of Sakura country's space building. They even held various signs with the words "Long Live Sakura Country" written on them. They were originally here to scold the Sakura Air Agency. But I saw the news was announced. Being connected with the beautiful country's space power station, they immediately felt that the 1.2 billion spent was well worth it. After all, everyone knows that the beautiful country's technology has no rivals in the world. Whether it is the heavy lift rocket or their space shuttle 06, they all mark the beautiful country's technological advancement and development. Support aviation agencies. Support Gang Ben. Gang Ben did the right thing this time. Although someone from the Dragon Kingdom defrauded him of 1.2 billion, I think it was worth the money. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are so cunning. They can obviously carry 500 tons, so who else wants to defraud us of our money? They are so cunning. Yes. Although this money is nothing to the space power station project, it is very unpleasant to be deceived by Long Guo. Support. Dragon Kingdom, please return our people. We don't need your Haoyi number 1. We won't use it in the future either. Dragon Kingdom. Among the Dachang launch base. At this time, the rocket has reached low Earth orbit and is adjusting its attitude and starting to recover. And this time it was carrying 500 tons of metal recycling. Because if these metal fragments are placed in low Earth orbit, they will pose a considerable threat to the ground and even pose a threat to satellites in the sky. Start recycling. Mr. Ma stood behind the aerospace engineer, looking at the data above and said, "Yes, start recycling. Haoyi 1, the attitude is normal, the data is normal, the temperature is normal." As aerospace engineers report, the rocket begins to leave low Earth orbit, enters the atmosphere, and begins free fall while maintaining its attitude. When it reaches the stratosphere, the rocket turns on its reverse thrust engine again and sprays out a long flame to offset the force caused by heavy acceleration. When it landed at a height visible to the naked eye, the rocket's engine began to increase its power. The roar echoed through the sky. The bright light even illuminated a place with a radius of dozens of miles. The speed of the rocket also became slower and slower, until it was close to the ground. It opened the landing gear and landed steadily on the ground. "Stop the engine," Mr. Ma said again. "The engine has been shut down, the cooling system is involved, and the temperature of the external insulation material is stable." Watch a series of prompts pop up. Mr. Ma finally breathed a sigh of relief. Carrying 500 tons of metal, it returned to the ground. This is incredible. Whether it is the technological breakthrough or the craftsmanship of the rocket, it is extremely shocking. If this had happened before, he wouldn't have dared to think about it. What kind of genius is Lin Ye? At such a young age, where are the limits? The doubts in Mr. Ma's heart also arose from this. "Check how much fuel is left," Mr. Ma asked. The aerospace engineer checked it and said in surprise, "Half of it is left." "It's all within the calculation, Mr. Lin, what a miracle. The rest is up to you." Mr. Ma sighed and left. Now on the other side. Gang Ben sighed several times. He finally saw the rocket of Dragon Kingdom. It can really carry 500 tons, and it can be recovered successfully. Mr. Gang Ben, the car is ready. Pay the driver the fare and you can go to the dock. The director of the space agency said with a smile. I understand, thank you. Gang Ben concealed the shock on his face and said calmly. Come with me. Then, the director of the space agency took Gang Ben to the place where the car was prepared. Mr. Director, today I saw the Dragon Kingdom's rocket, but I think this is not necessary, because we have participated in the beautiful country's space power station project and have reached cooperation. It will be launched in a few days. Gang Ben said in a calm tone. The director of the space agency smiled slightly. Congratulations to you, it's a blessing in disguise. Space power station? Why don't you look up? We are all already working. Tomorrow we will be able to transmit electrical energy for the first time. The laser beam that passes through the atmosphere will surely be very shocking. Thank you, Sakura will remember today. Oka Ben smiled. The director of the space agency shook his head. Get in the car. Gang Ben turned his head and saw a small truck parked there, and was stunned for a moment. Just let us sit here. His lips twitched. The director of the space agency said helplessly, all other vehicles have taken a break, and now we can only find this vehicle. There are many of you, and it is just enough to sit in the truck. He was helpless. No other vehicles could pull these people, so we had to find a truck to transport them reluctantly. Gang Ben gritted his teeth and said, okay, just sit down. Then, Gang Ben led his team to the pickup truck. Just as he was about to get in, he was stopped by the driver. Pay first. What did you say? Gang Ben didn't understand. The director of the space agency smiled and said in English, let you pay first. After a change in payment, the driver agreed to pick these people up, but they were not allowed to sit in the passenger seat. Just let's sit in your pocket. Gang Ben was in a hurry to return home, so he could only make do with it. But after getting in the car, he discovered that the car was used to pull pigs. Although it had been washed, it still smelled bad. The driver didn't care at all, humming a song and pulling the people towards the port. The director of the space agency looked at the vehicle going away, shook his head and smiled. Director Gu, why are you here? Where is Oka Ben from the Sakura Space Agency? At this time, Mr. Ma looked at the director of the space agency with a puzzled look. Mr. Ma, they have just left. Director Gu said. Forget it, let's go back to the Dragon Academy first. Just leave the rocket to their engineers and let them practice it. The technology is very mature. Mr. Ma waved helplessly and said. These people really come and go like the wind. Nothing was gained from 1.2 billion. When I left, I still left in a truck. Director Gu nodded and called to arrange a special flight. Sakura country is also involved in the beautiful country's space power station project. It seems that space power stations are indeed the future trend. Director Gu and Malao talked while walking. Sakura country is also involved? Why didn't I hear about it? Mr. Ma said with some confusion. The announcement was made not long ago, Director Gu said with a smile. Mr. Ma waved his hands indifferently and said, ignore them, our space power station is working, and tomorrow night we will carry out the first transmission of energy. Compared with us, they are still far behind. Yes, the beautiful country is targeting us this time, and their space power station is probably not much better. Director Gu said. Director Gu, please don't compare my Liguo with Boilin. Boilin has such a developed mind. The technology used in our space power station is at least 2 centuries ahead. Mr. Ma is quite familiar with the scientific research industry. Not to mention the aerospace industry. Beautiful country is just messing around, don't worry about them. Director Gu nodded, remembering everything before, and said, Lin Ye Tongzi is really unexpected. I wonder when the space elevator will be built. Mr. Ma shook his head and said, it's not clear yet. Let Mr. Lin take a good rest for a few days. Yes, it's time to take a good rest. It's been a busy 3 months. During the conversation, the two of them had arrived at the private plane, got on it and headed to the Academy of Dragon Science. After arriving at Long Academy, go straight to the conference site. As soon as I entered the conference venue, I saw that it was already bustling with people, more than 500 people. Lao Ma, Lao Gu, come and sit. Mr. Lu waved to the two of them. Director Gu walked over, sat down, and asked, what is this? Let's watch first. Old Lu smiled. Mr. Ma and Director Gu both nodded. As the leader entered, everyone became quiet. Mr. Ma and Director Gu were shocked. B. The leader stood on the stage and looked at the crowd and said, I'll keep it short. I've called you all here today about Lin Ye Tongzi's decision to award him awards and honors for his outstanding achievements. Everyone nodded. The leader continued, after a unanimous decision, due to Lin Ye Tongzi's outstanding achievements, it was decided to personally award the 6 awards and honors to him. Respectively, they are academicians of the Academy of Sciences. Meritorious Service Medal for 2 bombs and 1 star. The highest National Science and Technology Award. August 1st Medal. The title of Reform Pioneer. National Honorary Title of People's Scientist. Please invite Lin Ye Tongzi to come on stage to award the honor. Some of them didn't know who Lin Ye was, but when they heard that the country's 6 highest awards and honors were all awarded to the same person, their eyes revealed deep shock. How many people have come through the ages to be able to win 6 of the country's highest level honors together? Moreover, the awards are given internally and are not made public. One can imagine. This person should be the chief designer of the recent rocket. But so many awards all at once is really unexpected. Lin Ye smiled slightly and slowly walked onto the stage amidst the horrified eyes of everyone. Lin Ye Tongzi. The leader shook hands with Lin Ye and then began to hand out awards and honors. After that, Lin Ye gave his acceptance speech and so on. After publishing, thunderous applause sounded from the audience and echoed throughout the entire auditorium. After, the leader added, after a unanimous decision, the country's highest aerospace award, the Lin Ye Award, was established specifically in the name of Lin Ye Tongzi. I hope you will encourage you to move forward and build the country home. Realize mankind's great space dream. The audience burst into applause again. To name the highest aerospace award is an extraordinary achievement. The people below looked at the young man on the stage in shock. Afterwards, some issues were discussed, and the internal award ceremony was completed. Awarded personally by the leader. After the award ceremony, the leader expressed condolences to Lin Ye and then left. Because besides this matter, there are other things that need to be dealt with. Boy Lin, you are so amazing. Mr. Ma said, looking at Lin Ye with envy. Lin Ye shook his head helplessly. He felt that these awards were of little use to him. As long as there are no restrictions on him. Congratulations to Mr. Lin. Mr. Lu, the Dean of the Academy of Dragon Science and others all came over and congratulated each other. Thank you all. Lin Ye thanked, it is only because of your help that I am what I am today. Thank you very much. Hey, we're not worth mentioning. Everyone waved their hands. In terms of merit alone, no one can compare to Lin Ye. Okay, let's all take a rest early. Don't disturb Lin Ye. Tongzi is resting. Tomorrow we have to go to the first space power station to transmit energy to the ground, the Dean said with a helpless smile. Okay, Boy Lin, you can rest. We won't disturb you anymore. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Afterwards, everyone dispersed. Lin Ye also returned to the room and put the medal away. Forget it, let's finish the last part of the space elevator first. Lin Ye started writing a research report and took a break after finishing it. The next day, Lin Ye didn't get up until noon. Now he is in an unrestricted state. Even if he does nothing, no one will complain about him when he sleeps every day. I even felt that Lin Ye should rest like this. If Lin Ye hadn't refused, they would have wanted to find someone to take care of Lin Ye's food, clothing, housing, and transportation. The real thing is to put out your hands and open your mouth. After resting in the Dragon Academy until evening, everyone went to the ground receiving device. On arrival, a receiving device as big as a football field can be seen sitting on the ground. The surroundings are strictly controlled. There aren't many people in the area. This is for safety reasons. Because this high-energy laser beam is very dangerous, the receiving device can only be located in sparsely populated areas. In a specially built command post. Everyone looked at the device outside and couldn't help but feel shocked. The shock brought by technology. It's unimaginable that we have taken the first step to draw energy from space and use it on Blue Star. I can't even imagine what the future of spaceflight will be like. The Dean of the Academy of Dragon Science said in amazement. He has been the Dean for so many years and has never been shocked by the so-called technology. After all, he is exposed to it every day. But looking at the device designed and manufactured by Lin Ye, he was really shocked. From now on, it's hard to say. Lin Ye Tongzi will reach the limit of our Blue Star with just a little effort. What do you think? Mr. Ma looked at the Dean and said with a smile. Time passed little by little. Because it was not made public this time, there was no one around to watch, only their internal staff. Wait until all programs are ready. Everyone came to the command podium, and they could clearly see the appearance of the entire receiving device directly in front of the command podium. Lin Ye held the commander and said, "Is the sub-satellite connected?" Report to the chief engineer, the connection has been completed, the data is normal, the cooling system is normal. After listening, Lin Ye looked at the data sent back by the ground receiving device and said, "Start the ground receiving device. Turn on the self-test." Yes. The ground receiving device has started up and started self-test. The receiving equipment is normal, the transmission equipment is normal, the cooling system is normal. Lin Ye held the conductor and said loudly, "Start transmission." Yes. The next moment, a huge terrifying laser beam fell from the sky. Chapter 60. The equipment is working fine. The ground receiving device is ready to receive. The receiving device has started up. The maximum power of the cooling system is turned on. In just the blink of an eye, a huge energy laser beam fell from the sky. It's as thick as a small car. It is falling straight on the ground receiving device. Everyone stared at the high-energy laser beam not far away, their faces looking horrified. From the high-energy laser beam, they felt an extremely strong sense of fear and threat. Shocking! This is so shocking! The eyes of the Dean of the Dragon Academy were full of surprise. Although I knew it beforehand, looking at it now, it is still extremely shocking. It's also the shock brought by technology. I can't imagine that our current energy transmission method has reached this point. Lin Ye Tongzi is really a god. Is this the power of technology? If it is used as a weapon, I don't know what can stop it. One thing has two uses, Lin Ye Tongzi is indispensable. Technology is shocking. I finally experienced the feeling I had before the beautiful country. Everyone's eyes were full of horror and deep shock. At the same time, some people lamented that such a small human being in the universe can create such a technology that is almost devastating to the world. Energy begins to shift. The line is transmitting. Conversion rate is 90%. The instrument continuously broadcasts prompt sounds and all equipment is operating normally. Seeing this, Lin Ye also showed a touch of relief in his eyes, his hard work paid off. The space power station is ready to operate. The benefits will be long-lasting, and it is also the first step for mankind to step out of space and obtain energy from space. Ha ha ha, Lin Ye Tongzi is really a great talent. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed this kind of technology. Director Gu burst out laughing. They witnessed history today. A turning point in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. People in the future will remember this moment. I will also remember the name Lin Ye. Transmission countdown, 5 minutes. At this time, the announcer sounded again. Everyone looked intently. The method of high-energy laser transmission is very efficient, and this energy transmission only takes 5 minutes. It can supply energy for a city with a population of 5 million for half a year. This is simply a miracle. However, now on the other side, in the city closest to the ground receiving device, someone saw the beam of light falling from the sky. They felt incredible and suddenly raised their heads and stared. There was deep horror in his eyes. FK. What the hell is that? Following a horrifying shout, the people who heard it within the range immediately followed the eyes of the person shouting. I saw a huge beam of light falling vertically. What the hell? What the hell is this? Damn it! Here, what's going on? What is that beam of light? Did my eyes get blurred? Awesome! What is this? An astronomical phenomenon? Or a god descending to Earth? It's not like a god has come down to Earth. What the hell is this? As more and more people looked up, their eyes were extremely shocked. It's like seeing a god, it's incredible. Someone immediately took out their mobile phones to take pictures and record this extremely exciting moment. It's so bright. Why hasn't it disappeared yet? A god descended to Earth. Where is that direction? Hurry up and take a photo. I've never seen this phenomenon before. Could it be the end of the world? God's punishment? Oh my god! What the hell is that? I've never heard of, nor seen, such a long beam of light. You can't see the end at a glance. This is coming down from the sky. Isn't it true that the gods of our Dragon Kingdom have descended to Earth? Sounds of horror rang out frequently, and more people were attracted by the beam of light falling from the sky. In almost a short period of time, the news of seeing the beam spread throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom like a bombshell. In a news media, the reporter who was about to get off work was suddenly called back by the editor. Editor-in-chief? I'm off work, what else do you need from me? The reporter looked at the editor-in-chief helplessly. He has been working overtime until now and is just about to leave. Is there anything going on? Quick! Hurry up and get out with your camera. Take a walk. The editor-in-chief took the camera and quickly rushed to the rooftop with the reporter. The reporter looked confused. Editor-in-chief, what are you doing? Why did you drag me here? The reporter looked sad. Could it be that the editor was crazy? Look. What the hell is that? The editor pointed in one direction with a horrified look on his face. The reporter frowned. The editor-in-chief never used bad words. What's going on? He looked in the direction of the anchor's finger. All of a sudden, his mouth opened into an O shape, and his eyes were extremely shocked. What is this? The reporter said tremblingly. I saw a beam of light connecting from the sky to the ground. This picture is simply incredible. Hurry! Start filming. This is big news. Whether you can become a regular employee or not depends on it. Hurry! The editor quickly turned on the camera and started filming. Even his breathing was quickened. He can guarantee that if this is broadcast, it will definitely cause a huge shock. It will definitely explode. Because he should not be the only one to see such a terrifying beam of light. The reporter immediately calmed down, got into the mood, adjusted the angle of the camera, and captured both the other person and the beam of light. Good evening everyone. I am our reporter. Now you can see that on my left, a beam of light appears. It connects from the sky to the ground. This is a magical phenomenon that has never happened before. I can't imagine whether this is an alien invasion or a deity coming down to Earth. This is definitely the most incredible picture ever. These are absolutely real. We are now on the first shooting scene. Absolutely real. This beam of light is really shocking, I have never seen it before. I don't know how long it will last. Let's all see what happens next. The reporter spoke impassionedly, and then looked towards getting the beam. The hands of the editor holding the camera were shaking slightly. He has been an editor-in-chief for so many years and has seen everything. I've never seen anything like this before. He doesn't understand what's going on. Anyway, it feels amazing. Maybe this is an unprecedented discovery, maybe it's aliens, or maybe it's an extremely rare astronomical phenomenon. As the shooting time lengthened, the beam of light became much fainter. The reporter immediately reported, "As you can see, the light beam has faded a lot now. I don't know what will happen next, whether the light beam disappears or there is an alien invasion. Everyone, look! The light beam is dimming at a speed visible to the naked eye. No. It's almost invisible. Disappeared. The light beam disappeared. It's amazing. What kind of phenomenon is this? It lasted for 4 minutes from the beginning of the shooting. It should have been longer than this before. I can't believe it. What on earth is this? Are aliens really invading? Or are they aliens absorbing energy on the blue star? We hope that astronomers can solve the mystery as soon as possible. This may be a major discovery for mankind. The beam has now completely disappeared. We will take this video and ask authoritative astronomers in the country to analyze what is this phenomenon. Everyone can continue to pay attention." After the reporter finished speaking, his body was already soaked with sweat. Regardless of his identity as a reporter or as a human being, he found that beam of light so incredible. Just like the divine punishment and magic in the movie. Horrible, magical, gorgeous. The editor-in-chief took a deep breath and said, "Oh my God, this is so shocking. What on earth is this beam of light?" He filmed the entire process. Looking at it from the current perspective, there is no way to explain it. What is this? Editor-in-chief, this is definitely headline news, it will explode, the reporter also said with excitement. If not working overtime. He probably missed this opportunity. Yeah. Let's go. Go back immediately and post the video. Good. The two went back immediately, came to the editorial department, copied the captured video, and then uploaded it. That's the title. Just now, a huge beam of light suddenly appeared in Dragon Kingdom and lasted for 4 minutes. This kind of anecdote can obtain large amounts of traffic without any processing. Sure enough, as soon as the anecdote was reported, it attracted the attention of many people. In just 1 minute, there were over 1,000. Damn it, I saw it too. What on earth is this? Can anyone explain it to me? Oh my God, it's really weird today. Everything has happened. Dragon Kingdom's new rocket made its first flight, helped Sakura Kingdom launch the rocket, and now it's a huge beam, it's simply outrageous. I saw it too. It lasted for at least 5 minutes. I don't know what it was, so I came to the internet to find the answer. How can I understand this? The gods have descended to earth. Brother understands that he fainted in the toilet from crying. I checked the information and couldn't find anything related at all. What the hell is this? Where is this place? Is there anyone nearby? Are there aliens under the laser? It's very possible that aliens have come to Blue Star to draw energy. This must be an extremely rare astronomical phenomenon. How can there be such things as ghosts and ghosts? I guess it's because the universe is so vast and full of wonders. Isn't it normal to have this kind of phenomenon? Although it's not common, we've seen it now. Let an astronomer explain what this phenomenon is. It looks like aliens and gods descending to Earth. At this time, the internet is already full of videos about that beam of light. There are almost all angles. This amazed the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom. There seems to be no record of this magical phenomenon in history. Generally speaking, whether it is a meteor passing by or a meteorite impact, the country will report it. And this time the beam. It seemed to come out quietly without any warning. As a result, the discussion on the internet became even more heated, even overshadowing the popularity of Hao Yi #1 of the Dragon Kingdom. A 5-minute video was only released for a few minutes. In a short time, the number of likes has reached 500,000. It can be seen that the beam of attention is very high. Awesome, what is this phenomenon? I heard it was some kind of divine punishment. It can't be true. It lasted for 5 minutes, it's amazing. The sky was all lit up. I really wanted to know what it was. I saw it too at the time. I was stunned on the spot. I have never seen anything so bizarre in my life. Good guy, this matter has become popular all over the country. Does anyone know about it? Come out and explain it quickly. I studied astronomy, but I have no way of verifying it, and I have never seen what this is. Is there any astronomy expert who can explain it? I'm really curious, is this a man-made or an astronomical phenomenon, or is it an astronomical phenomenon? Want to talk about aliens? How is it possible that it is man-made? Such a large beam of light is so bright and can be seen clearly. It is shot from the sky. No one has a telescope to see? Where is the end? Are you crazy? Who dares to use an astronomical telescope to look at it? You must be blind. And this happens without any warning. If you have an astronomical telescope, you can't take it out immediately. In a short period of time, the news was like a raging wave, sweeping across the entire Dragon Kingdom network. It has even spread abroad. Coupled with the previous popularity of Dragon Kingdom, this incident has directly reached a climax. The title of this video is, "A Magical Phenomenon Just Happened in Dragon Kingdom, Light Beams Fell from the Sky and Lasted for 5 minutes." It's definitely not a special effect, it's very real. Below is a 5-minute video. There have been thousands of Dragon Kingdom? Why is it Dragon Kingdom again? After watching this video, it is a bit fake. First of all, this beam of light comes from the atmosphere, and it is too bright. It is not an astronomical phenomenon at all. Dragon Kingdom, why is it you again? What is this phenomenon? It can't be aliens, right? Aliens are visiting you. Fake, it's true. Dragon Kingdom's rockets are alien technology. Otherwise, how can we explain this beam? I've analyzed this, right? It's not synthetic, nor is it a special effect. Dragon Kingdom. That's what I'm saying. You Dragon Kingdom used special powers to knock over our Sakura Kingdom's rocket. That's awesome, I've never seen this kind of astronomical phenomenon. It can't be fake, right? It's absolutely true. I am also in the Dragon Kingdom, I am a foreigner, and I saw it with my own eyes. It's true. It's amazing. Is there any astronomer who can explain, Qian Zhao? I think this phenomenon is very abnormal. I also pay attention to astronomy, but I have never seen such a description. It is very strange and seems to be aliens. It's the Dragon Kingdom again. Why are there so many things going on in your Dragon Kingdom this year? There are even beams of light falling from the sky. This news almost caused a global outbreak. Therefore, it has also attracted widespread attention from all walks of life around the world. Among the beautiful country's space agencies, Director Mike frowned, looking at the news spreading on the internet, and fell into deep thought. What is this? Because their satellite observed a point, but the source of this beam is not clear. Maybe this comes from the universe. Director Mike said. An astronomer shook his head and said, "It's impossible. The light beams are very neat and don't diverge. If they come from the universe, then we can only say that they were sent by aliens." Aliens? Is this possible? Director Mike asked the hall in return. The astronomer said, it's hard to say. The universe is so big and there are too many unknown things. Although no signs of extraterrestrial life have been found so far, this possibility cannot be ruled out. Director Mike said, but how long ago was this beam of light emitted? This should be observable. In the universe, light is invisible until it reaches our atmosphere. It is scattered to the extent that it is visible to the naked eye, which means that this beam is at least within the solar system, and at most it cannot exceed the Milky Way. The possibility that Director Mike said is not ruled out, because when our satellite observations and ground observations reacted, the beam had disappeared and was only observed in the atmosphere of the blue star. The last moment of the beam, said the astronomer. Forget it, we didn't see it here. The video came from the Dragon Kingdom. The beam must have landed in the Dragon Kingdom. Let's wait for the Dragon Kingdom's official explanation. Netizens from the Dragon Kingdom went to the official space agency, astronomical bureau, and other institutions to leave messages one after another, wanting to know more. Official explanation. What is this? Yet, what on earth is this? We are inexplicably panic. Chapter 61. Ground Receiving Device Command Post. At this time, all the energy has been received, and the high-energy laser beam has disappeared. In 5 minutes, so much energy was transmitted. The efficiency is ridiculously fast. Director Guo of the Space Administration sincerely admired. Can't believe this is ours. Mr. Liu also said with a smile. The shock brought by these technologies is really too strong. Space Power Station. First successful transfer. Lin Ye looked at the crowd and said, this is nothing. There will be something better than this in the future. I have finished writing the research report on the space elevator. When can it be started? The Dean of Long Academy said helplessly, Boy Lin, why don't you take a few days off first? You are really busy during this period, and everyone can see it. Blind, this is nothing. It's not heavy physical work. It's just using your brain and it doesn't bother you. Let's just get on with it. Lin Ye waved his hand and said. There are still 400 days left in the progress of Gravity Space City. Everyone looked at each other, feeling very helpless in their hearts. People are so irritating. It took people 3 months to send the space power station to the sky and it was successfully operated. Only a few days later, the research report on the space elevator was written. The word super genius is not enough to describe him. The president of the Academy of Dragon Science said with a smile, okay, since you want to do it, Mr. Lin, then we will accompany you to do it. Tell me how to do it. Yes, although we all want you to have a good rest, after all, you are still a young person who prefers to play. In that case, let's let it go. Bullshit. What a space elevator. I want to see what it looks like. Everyone also said this one after another, with extremely determined expressions on their faces. I will definitely continue to work on the space elevator with Lin Ye. Okay, let's go back and read the research report first. If it works, we will immediately set up a project and form a team and start working on it. Ye said with a smile. For him, his fun is to go to space and tinker with high-tech things. Hey, it's not too late. Let's go back and leave it to these engineers. The president of Long Academy is also very curious about what the space elevator design Lin Ye said is like. After all, there is only one concept in this kind of science fiction. It is difficult to achieve. Basically, technology needs to achieve leap-forward breakthroughs. I'm also very curious about the space elevator. Let's go back and study it, calculate the feasibility, and start the project. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement. There is quite a sense of ambition. After that, Lin Ye explained some precautions to the engineers here, and then the dean contacted the special plane 620 flying to the Long Academy. A group of people got on the special plane and headed towards the Academy of Dragon Science. The people at the command post said goodbye to these big guys and finally breathed a sigh of relief. With these big guys present, the sense of oppression is really too strong. Oh, it can't be compared. People talking about it are like space elevators. An engineer said helplessly. Especially that young man. When talking about this, it is as easy as eating and drinking. They knew Lin Ye, after all, he was the chief designer of the space power station. I just feel like I can't compare, I'm not on the same level at all. Hey, what's the point of comparison? Aren't we all from the Dragon Kingdom? If he can really build a space elevator, our country can really realize space tourism in a short time. Yes, I don't know how long it will take to build it. The space elevator is more difficult than the space power station. After all, it needs to connect the ground and space. What should we use for such a long rope? Nanomaterials, anyway, this kind of thing is not something we can care about. Let's check the receiving device first. The two walked back to the command post while chatting. On the plane, the president of Long Academy received a dedicated call from his superiors. Leader? Do you have any orders? The dean asked. Look at the internet. The high-energy laser beam for energy transmission was photographed. Now almost the whole world is paying attention. People in the Dragon Kingdom also left messages on the official website, hoping that someone can come forward and explain this. I understand, leader, let me think of a way. Well, if you can't hide it, then just announce it directly. I'm afraid other countries will use this as an excuse to target us. The leader said. Okay, let's think of a solution. Hang up the phone, the president of Zhejiang Academy of Sciences. The dean said with a helpless smile, the high-energy laser beam shot down by our space power station has become popular on the internet, and has attracted global attention in a short period of time. Everyone nodded after hearing this. They had already guessed this result. After all, laser transmission is invisible in space. But once it enters the atmosphere, the dust in the atmosphere will scatter the laser light, making it visible. It can be seen even from the side. It is understandable that it is called a miraculous phenomenon. After all, this has never happened before. Director Gu took out his mobile phone and looked through the reports and statements on the internet. Then he said to everyone. Well, I checked, and there are currently 3 most supported theories on the internet. One is aliens, the other is gods descending to Earth, and the third is divine punishment. Among them, aliens, AGJ, have the highest support rate. Some people combined our recent Haoyi one with a forced interpretation, saying that we were helped by aliens. Others say that aliens are drawing energy from the blue star. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help laughing. What the hell is alien technology? This is human technology, okay. Director Gu also continued. Most of the people who support the gods descending to Earth are foreigners. In addition, some people in the Sakura Kingdom previously claimed that it was the people with special abilities from the Dragon Kingdom who took action, which caused their rocket to have problems and crash. After passing it on for a few times, it became the god of the Dragon Kingdom descending to Earth. Speaking of this, Director Gu couldn't help laughing. Good guy. The gods came down to Earth and pulled them out. If this is not explained, it will probably become another unsolved case. As time goes by, various versions of rumors will emerge. This is not conducive to development. What else? Mr. Ma also became interested and looked at Director Gu and asked. Everyone also looked at Director Gu, wanting to hear if there was anything more outrageous, which would be a good way to relieve their boredom. Director Gu continued, the last one supports divine punishment, because the Dragon Kingdom offended the Sakura Kingdom, so their gods sent down divine punishment to punish the Dragon Kingdom. Ah! Ha ha ha! Everyone laughed. How closed-minded is this news? Does anyone support this? It's outrageous. There are still people who believe this. Shit, you can just take it as a joke. Doesn't everyone in Sakura country know about the nature of urine? What about divine punishment? These people have big brains. Director Gu shook his head and sighed. The current situation is that as long as something that is not understood appears, the first thing most people think of is strange events and alien invasions. There's nothing we can do about it. It seems we really need to explain it, otherwise it won't be good if it causes a bad impact. The president of the Academy of Dragon Science said, yes, think of a way. If you can't hide it, forget it. You can announce it directly. Even the beautiful country can't do anything with the space power station. After all, it is very powerful when used as a weapon. Everyone nodded and began to think. It's really hard to hide this. After all, energy transmission will be carried out in the future, so aliens can't always be here, right? Even during the day, such a high-energy laser beam is visible. The beautiful country has also issued a statement. At this time, Director Gu said. Everyone looked at him. He continued, NASA has issued a statement that the high-energy laser beam this time came from the solar system, not from the universe. This comes from the solar system. Their satellites really didn't observe it completely, otherwise they would have locked into the synchronous orbit of the blue star. Mr. Liu said with a smile. Everyone nodded. Generally, light from the universe can be detected. This is why humans can see the universe hundreds of millions or even billions of light years away. Because the beam is in space, although it cannot be seen by the naked eye, it can be detected by instruments. The light visible to the naked eye in space can only be seen when the light shines directly into the eyes. In other words, if you look at the light from the front in space, you can see it. Of course, your eyes have to be able to handle it. Not to mention looking at the sun in space, even in a blue star protected by the atmosphere, one does not dare to look directly at the sun with the naked eye. It is normal for my Meiguo to be able to detect it. Let's announce it directly. It will save you the guesswork. Even if someone knows about it, they won't be able to copy the technology. After all, this is a leap forward. The Dean of the Dragon Academy also said. There's no need to hide it. I think that's the case. I'm guessing what the rumor is, and it's causing unnecessary lies. Director Gu suggested. Everyone nodded and agreed with this proposal. The president of the Academy of Dragon Science looked at Lin Ye and asked, Boy Lin, what's your opinion? We mainly follow your opinion. Everyone looked at Lin Ye. Lin Ye said indifferently, Dean, do whatever you want, I don't care. Okay, let's make the decision like this. We'll prepare the materials when we get back and announce it directly. The decision was made. When they arrived at Long Academy, everyone was busy, and an internal meeting was held on time at 10 o'clock. Director Gu went back to the space agency and worked overtime overnight to prepare relevant materials to reveal the truth about the laser beam. The dean sat in the office and dialed the phone number of an academician. Hey, Tu Chen, are you asleep? No, Dean, what's the matter in the laboratory? Come over to my office. There is a new research project that needs your help and participation, said the dean. What project? The other party was obviously stunned. The dean smiled and said, it's a space elevator. What? Space elevator? Are you kidding me? Dean, are you going to drink tonight? The other party's tone seemed helpless. I really didn't drink. It's true, the chief engineer is still Lin Ye. The dean continued. The other party pondered for a moment and said, the space elevator is just something in science fiction, not a joke? Don't be joking, Mr. Dean. Are you kidding me? I am very serious. This project is also directed by Lin Ye Tongzi. What? Isn't he in the aerospace field? This can't be a joke. The space elevator is too science fiction. It is completely impossible in reality. I dare not say it hundreds of years later, but it is absolutely impossible to make it now. The other party also explained to the dean. I know what you want to say, about nanomaterials. I heard Mr. Liu say that Lin Ye has already solved this problem. It's decided, don't worry, just come here first. Hey, let me come over here and come to the office to find you. Okay. After hanging up the phone, the dean smiled helplessly. This professor is the professor who developed carbon nanotubes in Long Guo. He is also an academician, academician Chen Hua. Not long after, I saw a middle-aged man wearing glasses walking in. At this time, he was actually academician Chen Hua. Dean, I'm here. Chen Hua sat down. Mr. Chen, it's really a space elevator. Am I going to lie to you? The dean said helplessly. Chen Hua explained, Dean, the space elevator is really something only in science fiction. It is not just a matter of materials, but also many aspects, such as operation issues, stability issues, and air pressure issues. Questions and so on. Lin Ye, I know him. I saw him during the award ceremony. He is really amazing. He is the #1 person in Blue Star in aerospace, but space elevators and rockets and satellites are completely different. Heavy. This is not a field at all. I have studied nanomaterials for half my life, and finally developed a carbon nanotube, and it is less than 1 meter. You have to know that from the ground to the Blue Star, the orbit is hundreds of thousands of meters away. What material can hold such a long rope? There are also a series of issues such as weight, temperature in space, atmospheric temperature, wind speed, etc. The dean listened to Chen Hua's words and said, Mr. Chen, listen to me first. Okay, I'll listen to you first. I just don't want to waste time. Chen Hua looked at the dean. The dean then said, Lin Ye is now a national-level figure. You don't know his past, do you? What was the original design purpose of the space power station? What? It only took him a month to submit the assignment for the new Energy Research Institute, and he solved all the problems. The dean explained. Then it took us 3 months to build the space power station and send it to space. Not long ago, the first energy transmission was successful. After hearing this, Chen Hua's eyes flashed with astonishment. He had never heard of these things. In 1 month, the problem of the space power station was solved. It took only 3 months to reach heaven. Lin Ye Tongzi is a great man. He deserves those awards, and even those awards are not enough to reflect his achievements. Chen Hua said with sincere admiration. That's right, the superiors have also told him to let him go boldly. The dean finally smiled. But Chen Hua said, Dean, although this is the case, I still want to say that there is no need to study the space elevator in depth, because it is not feasible and has no future. It will only be a waste of time. Hey, all those words I just said were in vain. The dean was quite helpless. This is what these old scholars are like. If you admire him, you really admire you. But in his field, if you don't believe it, you don't believe it at all. It's true. Before Lin Ye Tongzi built the space power station, did the country also have this project? Have. Yes, it proves that this is feasible and has a basis. But space elevators have only appeared in science fiction novels. There is no proof or basic research on this kind of thing. How? What? Isn't this a fantasy? There will be a meeting later. Then you can take a look at Lin Ye Tongzi's research report and you will know whether it can be realized. Dean, have you read his research report? Are you so sure that it's feasible? The dean froze for a moment. He hasn't really seen it yet. No matter what, let's go to the meeting first. The dean didn't know what to say. After all, the person in front of him was an academician in materials science, the first in the country. Oh, okay, I'll have a meeting with you to see if he can solve the problem of materials. If it's just empty talk, then I'll leave immediately. I'm still busy. Then, the dean took Chen Hua to the conference room. At this time, everyone is already waiting here. Chen Hua also found a seat and sat down. Everyone looked at Chen Hua and smiled, saying hello. They also guessed that Chen Hua would come to the meeting. After all, the space elevator involves nanomaterials. Okay, let's get started. The dean said. Lin Ye put the research report on the table and said, "You can take a look. This is the research report on the space elevator and the demonstration of overcoming technical problems." "Mr. Chen, let's take a look," the dean said. Chen Hua nodded with a calm expression, then took it over and looked through it. Research report on space elevator project. Nanomaterial-related technologies and basic theories. Chen Hua frowned when he saw this, and then looked down. After a few minutes, his eyes were horrified, and he suddenly raised his head to look at Lin Ye. Chapter 62. Academician Linear. How long did it take you to research this? Chen Hua looked at Lin Ye with horrified eyes and asked with trembling lips. Everyone's eyes are also very enthusiastic. It seems that this space power station will be completed. Because they all know that the person reading the research report now is an academician who has made great achievements in materials science. Lin Ye thought for a while and said, "It didn't take much time, it was researched while working on the space power station." What? Chen Hua looked horrified. Did he research it while working on the space power station? This is outrageous. He saw that the formula theory about nanomaterials was very mature and had very high feasibility. This is no longer a research argument. This is a completely tested research report. And very detailed. Oh my God, I was so blind, I almost missed the birth of a miracle. Chen Hua regretted it very much at this time and refuted the dean's words at that time. Now it seems that academician Lin not only has super abilities in aerospace, but also in the field of materials science. What kind of genius does this have to be? Unparalleled genius. The president of Long Academy smiled and said, "Old Chen, do you understand now? Why do we support Lin Ye in doing this? Oh my God, I can't imagine it. This is really wonderful. Academician Lin is so shocking." According to this new set of nanomaterial theories, the ropes required for the space elevator can be completely extended. This is the conclusion Chen Hua came to after reading it. At first, he thought he was already among the top people in the world in nanomaterials. Lin Ye only had outstanding abilities in aerospace, so he didn't care. Now it seems that he was wrong. He couldn't be more wrong. Lin Ye really seems to be an all-around genius. Tell me more details, old Chen. Mr. Liu also knows some materials science, but he doesn't study it as deeply as Chen Hua. Chen Hua took a deep breath and said, "If academician Lin's nanomaterial theoretical technology is realized, the ropes required for the space elevator will no longer be a problem, and they will also be very light and very strong. It can be used not only in ropes, but also in many aspects, such as mechas, aerospace, aviation, ships, weapons and ammunition, etc. Any industry involving the field of materials science can undergo qualitative transformation. What a great invention this is! Mankind will progress for at least 3 centuries at this moment." Chen Hua said with great shock. In fact, what he said was quite conservative. You can say that. Most of the limitations of human technology are due to material limitations. For example, controllable nuclear fusion will be very simple if there are materials that can withstand temperatures of hundreds of millions of degrees. If this kind of material existed, humans wouldn't think of other ways to circumvent technology that needs to withstand such high temperatures. This is materials science. An indispensable ladder for human progress. After everyone heard Chen Hua's words, they were shocked. Some of them did not understand materials science, but they heard what Chen Hua said. The ladder of human progress is at least 3 centuries ahead. This is really a great invention. And this invention was born in the Dragon Kingdom. Hiss. Let alone the space elevator, this technology alone can exponentially improve most areas of humankind. Great wisdom, human progress really requires breakthroughs in materials. Academician Lin will be forever. This meeting seems to be a turning point that determines the fate of mankind and the fate of the Dragon Kingdom. With this kind of super strong nanomaterials, no country in the world can catch up. Everyone looked at Lin Ye in shock. As for Mr. Liu and the president of the Academy of Dragon Science, they had learned about the space elevator project in advance. But no in-depth study was conducted. For example, if they were asked to look at the theory of nanomaterials, they wouldn't think so much about it. And through what academician Chen Hua said, they still feel the shock brought by technology. The shock brought by Lin Ye. In the eyes of outsiders, this may not matter, but in the eyes of professionals like them, it is nothing more than a ladder that determines the fate of mankind. Ha ha ha! I finally found it. At this moment, Chen Hua's hands holding the research report were trembling, and Wei was very excited. He is happy. I have studied materials science for most of my life and have developed nanomaterials and carbon nanotubes, but currently I can only make them less than 1 meter in length. I have been looking for other research directions and trying to make carbon nanotubes longer, but after researching for a long time, there is still no progress. However, the research direction in academician Lin's report suddenly enlightened me. Thank you very much, academician Lin. Although I did not research this, I am still very happy because I see the progress of our Long Guo people. We Long Guo people have promoted the progress of science and technology. Speaking of which, everyone couldn't help but sigh. Since the development of the Dragon Kingdom, most science and technology have been developed based on foreign foundations, and there have been few major scientific and technological advances. In other words, there are few breakthroughs that can serve as a basis. But now it's different. The Dragon Kingdom not only surpassed the world, but even directly improved its technology to several centuries later. What an exciting thing! Finally, I no longer have to touch others to cross the river. It's not easy. Thank you Lin Ye Tongzi for the surprise he brought to our Dragon Kingdom. This is a great gift. We, the people of Dragon Kingdom, will remember you. Yes, for the country and the people. Everyone cried with joy, and their emotions had reached their peak. Lin Ye also said, we are all from the Dragon Kingdom, and we are all working hard to make the Dragon Kingdom prosperous and strong. I am also very happy to be able to contribute to the science and technology of the Dragon Kingdom in my lifetime. Everyone looked at Lin Ye with tears in their eyes. If back then, there were people like Lin Ye in Long Guo, why not worry about it? Where will it be sanctioned by other countries? At that time, there was a craze for studying abroad, but some people never came back after going there. These are all pain points. After that, there was silence for a while. The Dean of Long Academy of Sciences was the first to break the silence and said, okay, let's calm down our emotions first. Nanomaterials are only a small part of Lin Xiaozi's project. Let's look at the other ones. Everyone nodded. Chen Hua's eyes turned red as he continued to read the research report on the space elevator. After you don't have to worry about the materials, the next technical theory will be easier to learn. Space elevator. One end needs to be connected to the space base station, and the sun needs to be connected to the ground. The other end of the link to space must be in the blue star synchronous orbit. In other words, the end of the link to space must be consistent with the ground and maintain a straight line. One more thing is, the force in space must also be stable, otherwise it will be unbalanced. And these are all written in industry research reports. Even the locations for establishing space base stations have been indicated. It can be said to be very detailed. Not only that. After solving these problems, we still have to face another problem. That's what the elevator relies on to operate. As for Chen Hua, he doesn't have much attainment. So he handed the research report to the Dean of Long Academy and said, Dean, regarding the force required for a space elevator, my research is not very in-depth. I have read it before and there are not many problems. After hearing this, the dean immediately understood what it meant. So he said, I'll take a photo of the content above and project it on the screen, so everyone can take a look. Lin Ye added, if there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me and I will answer it for you and try my best to help you understand it. Everyone nodded. After that, the dean projected the content on the screen for everyone to study and discuss together. When you see the elevator drive, everyone suddenly understood. This is not a rocket thruster, but an electromagnetic calendar. Use electromagnetic force to pull the space elevator up or down. The research report also pointed out the connection point with the space power station, that is to say, the space power station can be docked with the space elevator base station. Great overall. Hiss. The generation of electromagnetic force also has a source, which is the electrical energy of the space power station. Everyone looked at Lin Ye and had to admire his ability. The overall design of the space elevator has a total of 6 ropes as links between the ground and space. The car is also used as the carrier. Different from traditional cars, the carrier body of the space elevator must be able to withstand low temperatures, and must also be able to dissipate heat, insulate, etc. It can be said that the space elevator car is an enhanced version of the space station. It has all the functions it should have. Lin Ye's research report has clearly pointed out all the imaginable problems. Can't even see any holes. Everyone stared at the content on the screen. When they reached their relevant fields, they took out their notebooks and started recording solutions to relevant technical difficulties. Because they not only need to learn the above technology, but also learn the way of thinking about researching this technology, in order to carry out the next work. After all, Lin Ye is only one person, and the space power station project is too huge, so he will definitely be too busy. Academician Lin, how much load can this space elevator carry? At this time, Chen Hua asked a question that everyone was extremely concerned about. The load can be determined by adjusting the electromagnetic force and the strength of the car. That is to say, in theory, as long as the strength of the car and the nanorope is high enough, the upper limit of the load can be determined by adjusting the electromagnetic force. In theory, it can be unlimited. After hearing this, everyone felt incredible. That seems to be the case. Theoretically it can be infinite. Just adjust various parameters. Can you have a specific value? Chen Hua asked directly. Infinity is a theory. He is more concerned with specific numerical values. Lin Ye said, the specific value, the current temporary design is 20 tons. 20 tons, what is this? 20 tons. Everyone suddenly widened their eyes. 20 tons. What is this concept? It's simply outrageous. The average freight elevator can only carry a few tons. How can a space elevator carry a load of 2,000 tons at such a high distance? This is an extremely surprising number. As Mr. Liu and Mr. Ma in the aerospace field, they know what this means. It means that the rockets can be eliminated. If you want to transport instruments or cargo to space, you only need to use the space elevator. And it doesn't consume any fuel, only electricity. And electrical energy is obtained from space. Excluding the cost of the space elevator and space power station, it's totally free. In terms of electrical energy, with space power stations, it is only a matter of time before there is surplus. Then this excess electricity can be used to run the space elevator. Thinking of this, everyone looked horrified. Could it be that Lin Ye figured it all out? In other words, the things he is developing now are all interconnected. Hiss. At this time, a question arose in everyone's mind. What is Lin Ye's ultimate goal? Is everything you are doing now developing towards that ultimate goal? Everyone wanted to ask, but still held back. Because this time it's just a guess. Lin Ye said, yes, it is currently 20 tons. If you want to increase it, you will need another daily project. After everyone heard this, they were all numb. 20 tons is enough. The key is that there aren't that many things sent to space. Ahem. Brother Lin, let's do this for now. 20 tons is enough. If there is a need later, it won't be too late to do it again. The Dean of the Academy of Dragon Science coughed and said. Lin Ye smiled and nodded. He thought 20 tons was not enough. Okay, let's continue watching. After that, the Dean led everyone to continue to study, during this period. When people didn't understand, they asked Lin Ye, and Lin Ye answered them one by one. It lasted until late at night, and everyone had mastered the basic theory of the space elevator. The president of Long Academy stood up and said, "It's so late today, everyone has worked hard. I'm here to announce something. This space elevator project has been officially approved. Lin Ye Tongzi serves as the chief designer. Other Tongzi are responsible for helping Lin Ye Tongzi complete the research and manufacturing of the space elevator project. I hope everyone will fully cooperate with Lin Ye Tongzi's work." Everyone stood up. They all said in unison, "Yes. We will fully cooperate with Lin Ye Tongzi's work." Lin Ye also stood up and thanked, "Thank you all, let's work together for the prosperity of the Dragon Kingdom and for the dream of human exploration of space." The president of Long Academy of Sciences said again. Humanity's first huge space elevator project has been officially approved. Okay, let's talk about this. After we go back tonight, everyone should have a good rest for a few days. When I prepare everything needed for the follow-up, the space elevator project can officially start. After saying that, everyone had dispersed. The dean needs to sort out a series of things such as funds, procedures, production lines, delivery rooms, etc. in the future. After all, this is a brand new project, there is nothing ready to use, and it needs to be rebuilt. The other side. As time goes by, the strange news about the appearance of light beams in Dragon Kingdom has caused quite a stir around the world. Not only scientists, but also people in the field of astronomy and mysticism are all starting to study it. Analyze carefully. Astronomers said that this is an extremely rare astronomical phenomenon. Since the time observed by NASA was very short, only a moment, it is difficult to define. Then he sent a message asking the space agency of the Dragon Country if it had observed anything. Mystics say that this is human beings destroying the Earth, a divine punishment from the Creator, and the first country to be punished is the Dragon Kingdom. Civilian scientists said that this was aliens coming to Blue Star to absorb energy. Dragon Kingdom had already reached cooperation with aliens, otherwise there would not have been such a shocking technology as a heavy-duty rocket carrying 500 tons. In short, there are different opinions on the issue of Dragon Kingdom's beam. There are many people who support every FA study. What on earth is it? Why don't you explain that Dragon Kingdom is the place where the incident happened? As I said, this is divine punishment. Heavenly punishment. Especially human beings. Haha, it's obviously an astronomical phenomenon, it's just that it hasn't been studied yet, and it's God's punishment. It's really strange. Why does everything happen to Long Guo? Now everything is said. Can Long Guo give an explanation? Where did the laser land? What was there where it landed? Shit, aliens are just aliens. This strange phenomenon can only be explained by aliens. Otherwise, how can we explain it? If it comes from the universe, the space agency of the beautiful country can observe it. However, just when the international discussion is extremely heated, a statement and a picture officially released by Long Guo Aerospace directly detonated the global internet. In view of the fact that the strange light beam was discovered in the Dragon Kingdom last night, which caused quite a stir internationally, our space agency had no choice but to respond. This is the first time that our Dragon Kingdom space power station has transmitted energy to the ground. The transmission method used is high-energy laser, which causes this strange phenomenon. Please believe in science and don't be surprised. Chapter 63. Following the official announcement from the Long Guo Space Administration, domestic netizens were dumbfounded. What? Is this an official account? How can we have a space power station? Good guy, the official statement is not surprising. Space power station. Isn't this something that the beautiful country is working on? It's a fake official account. How is this possible? That thing was created by the energy transmission of the space power station. Such a terrifying beam of light, you told us it was a space power station? The official explanation is very unreasonable. It is impossible to create a laser of this level. Here I go, this is the official account. We don't really have a space power station, do we? The netizens of Long Guo were extremely surprised, some were doubtful, and some were convinced. After all, that beam of light is really incredible. The official announcement was quickly forwarded by netizens. At this time, a few thousand online viewers gathered in a professional blogger's live broadcast room. The blogger who was chatting with water friends was stunned when he saw the barrage. Anchor, go and have a look. An official announcement has been made. It is said that the previous beam was caused by our space power station. Yes. Yes. Go and see if the official announcement is true or false, and whether it is a reason to solve the beam problem. Anchor, go quickly. Looking at the barrage, the blogger said, Official? Space Administration. He opened his phone and looked at the official account of the space agency. Sure enough, there was an announcement made 5 minutes ago. He checked it carefully and was suddenly shocked. Good guy. It's really official. The source of the beam is the energy transmitted from the space power station to the ground. The water friends in the live broadcast room immediately asked. The anchor is real or fake? Why do I feel like it's a little bit unreal? Yes, host, don't you understand this very well? Explain the space power station and that beam. Analyze whether this wave from our space agency is real or fake. Seeing the request from the audience in the live broadcast room, the blogger smiled slightly and said, Don't worry, everyone, I will check it online and I will explain it to you later. After finishing speaking, the blogger immediately went online to check everything about the Long Guo space power station. I quickly found the announcement, which was issued a year ago. It was mentioned above about the development of space power stations. Seeing this, the blogger couldn't help but be stunned. It was released by a state media a year ago. Based on the above content, it can be judged that this project is still in the PTT stage and no substantive research has been carried out. But it is unknown whether there was any research during this year. After all, space power stations are more than just a technological breakthrough. What's more, it will take breakthroughs in many technologies to achieve this. For example, transmission problems, solar energy conversion problems, etc. If these problems can be solved, then a space power station can indeed be built and sent to heaven. Was it sent up by Hou Yi on the first? The blogger is thinking about this question. Hou Yi 1 is a new rocket developed by the Dragon Kingdom, and its last flight was also its first test flight. Projects as important as the space power station should not be included. If you want to use it, use other models with more mature technology. Thinking of this, the blogger immediately checked the recent launch records of other rockets. However, no rocket was launched during this period, only Hou Yi 1. The blogger concluded. The problem with the light beam this time may be that the country is still studying it, but it was explained this way due to the pressure of external rumors. After all, there are a lot of wars in the country. So this time it's war terror? Anyway, this thing is in heaven, and no one can confirm it. But a year ago it was still in the PTT stage, and a year later it was just empty running? There are many time points that do not match up. All I can say is, half true and half false. Officials deliberately concealed the real information. Okay, everyone is waiting. The anchor will now explain to everyone whether this official wave is true. The blogger said again. The barrage started immediately. I think it's half true and half false. After all, this thing cannot be verified, and the official may also be trying to explain this mysterious beam incident before saying it is a space power station. Yes, how else can we explain this thing? Such a big beam of light, so bright, and it lasted for 5 minutes, it's outrageous. When the official statement was released, wasn't there a accompanying picture? Is there a picture upstairs? Why didn't the official explain it right away? It took so long to explain it. Maybe it was in a picture. Let's just treat it rationally. The blogger watched the barrages go by one after another, and then said, as for my opinion on the official statement issued by our space agency, I think it is true. Why? Because we all have rockets that can carry 500 tons to low Earth orbit. It is not too much to have a space power station, right? Although he didn't know whether it was true or not, since the official said so, he had no choice but to go with what the official said. It's not good to dismantle the official channel. But the water friends in the live broadcast room started posting the barrage again. What the hell, we have a space power station. This is impossible, blogger, what are you talking about? It's a bit unreliable. If it's a space power station, why not announce it directly? It's announced at this time. It's not obvious that it wants to suppress the beam incident. Don't you understand upstairs? The anchor is cooperating with the official deception. Although we are already very strong, the space power station involves many technical problems after all, which cannot be easily solved. Yes, there are too many issues to consider in space power stations. If the efficiency of power generation in space is then transmitted to the ground, it is not as efficient as solar power generation on the ground. What's the point? The blogger didn't know what to say for a while. There must be an official reason for what the official said. Everyone, please stop arguing. This is nothing to argue about. Regardless of whether it is true or false, since it is said by the official, it is true. There is no need to argue. And in conjunction with the data from beautiful countries, doesn't this just prove this point? The blogger said sincerely. The official deliberately concealed it, that is, it is probably under research. I want to use a space power station to transfer the heat away. And in line with the conclusion made by the beautiful country, the beam comes from the solar system and will not go further than the Milky Way. Isn't a space power station a good way to explain it? Also very reasonable. After all, the beautiful country's space power station is also on the cusp of the storm at this time, so it would be a good way to use it to divert the heat. The viewers in the live broadcast room also agreed with the blogger's statement. Indeed, the mysterious beam is difficult to explain in a short time. It is possible that some important secret was discovered, so the space power station was used to divert the heat. The blogger is right. Since the official said so, it makes sense. Maybe this mysterious beam is more important than the space power station. Then I still don't know where the mysterious beam of light comes from. Damn it, it's true. Everyone's perspective has been shifted to the space power station now, and they are all questioning whether we have a space power station. The officials are very clever. This explanation is impeccable. In fact, we don't have a space power station. We use the beautiful country's space power station to divert audio and video and cover up the heat of the mysterious beam. Oh, after all, it's still a lie. I thought we had a space power station, so my happiness was in vain, woohoo. Seeing these barrages, the blogger smiled knowingly and said, well, since it is officially released, it is good to take it seriously. We don't have access to these things anyway. Does it matter? It doesn't matter anymore. What's important is that this is official. After answering this question, the blogger chatted with netizens about other questions. And successfully diverted his attention. But at this time, it caused a different wave of enthusiasm on the internet. The official statement issued by the Long Guo Space Administration was forwarded and quickly attracted the attention of international netizens. Fake, the Dragon Kingdom is really shameless, isn't it? The beautiful country just announced the news of the upcoming deployment of the space power station, and now you are saying that you already have one. Liars, Dragon Kingdom is a liar. It even has a space power station. The beautiful country just announced the news not long ago. You have already launched into space. How ridiculous! You are indeed a liar. Want to rely on deception to compete with a beautiful country? Impossible. Dragon Kingdom is so good at talking. You have caught up with me all the time, right? We admit that your rockets are very strong, but the space power station is a spacecraft that the beautiful country is about to deploy. You have all launched? Let's go. What's the joke? Haha, it truly proves the virtues of the Dragon Kingdom. Not to mention whether the laser beam is man-made or not, can your technological level compare with that of the beautiful country? Don't brag about 43 here. Ha ha ha, in the words of your Dragon Kingdom, it's the most ridiculous thing in the world. You even have a space power station, why don't you say that the moon in the sky is also yours? The sun is also yours. 11. Foreign netizens scoffed one after another, claiming that no one would fall for the trap again and believed Long Guo's lies. But this time on the other side. Beautiful NASA. Director Mike was also shocked when he heard the news. What kind of behavior is this in the Dragon Kingdom? Was that laser beam released by their space power station? Director Mike smiled helplessly. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Long Guo is lying. A new rocket has just been developed on the front foot, and the space power station has been launched on the back foot? What about this liar? It was obvious that he was hiding the truth about the beam. The laser beam in the video cannot be made by humans at all, and it is obviously not the so-called space elevator of the Dragon Kingdom. What is Long Guo hiding? Chief Mike realized something was wrong. Why does Long Guo hide it? Because it involves major secrets that cannot be announced. The space power station is used to divert attention. He has seen this kind of little trick a lot. Long Guo also often plays this kind of trick to confuse the public. Director Mike picked up the phone and dialed a number. Call everyone to the conference room for a meeting immediately. Call Professor Demi's astronomy here too. Okay, Chief Mike. After hanging up the phone, Director Mike smiled coldly, stood up, and left the office, heading towards the conference room. Not long after, people participating in this meeting arrived one after another, including astronomer Demis. What's going on this time, Director Mike? How many meetings have we had? Isn't it because of the Dragon Kingdom this time? An aerospace engineer frowned and said. Director Mike looked serious and said, yes, it's because of the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom issued a statement about the beam, claiming that it was their space power station. High-energy laser beam. After hearing this, everyone in the conference room was immediately stunned. Immediately a burst of laughter broke out. Ha 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 ha. I'm laughing so hard. What kind of trouble is this in the Dragon Kingdom? Their space power station? This is simply outrageous. I think we can't deal with us. I said that on purpose. If Dragon Kingdom has a space power station, I will jump off here on the spot. Long Guo is so shameless. You can even say such things. They clearly know that we are about to deploy a space power station, and they still say that. Are they disgusting us? Everyone said one after another. Astronomer Demis said with a smile, that beam of light is absolutely impossible to be created by humans, but I checked a lot of information and did a lot of calculations. That beam. The beam still doesn't understand, it's very mysterious. Dragon Kingdom should know something, so it took the space power station as an issue and deliberately concealed the truth about the beam. After listening to Demis's words, Director Mike smiled slightly and said, Professor Demis is right, Long Guo deliberately concealed, diverted attention, and covered up the secret of the beam's truth. After finishing speaking, he looked at the others and said, you have been diverted and your attention has been diverted to the space power station of Dragon Kingdom." After everyone heard this, they immediately shut their mouths. It seems really. I have to say that Long Guo's wave is very high. They were all diverted and looked at the Dragon Kingdom as a joke, so the problem of the light beam naturally became important. "Director Mike, are you saying that this beam of light is not simple, and that in order to divert international attention, Long Guo would not hesitate to brag but also conceal it?" asked the 10 people. Director Mike nodded and said, "Yes, that beam of light landed in Dragon Kingdom, and we don't know what it is at all." Demis frowned and said, "Dragon Kingdom's move proves that the light beam is of great value. It is also possible that Dragon Kingdom already knows the secret of the mysterious beam, which involves the universe. We cannot sit still and wait for death, we must reveal the secret of the beam from Long Guo's mouth. Otherwise, this will become a hidden danger for us, and will also trouble scientists who study celestial bodies and the universe, and is not conducive to the development of science and technology." Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. In this way, they were even more curious about what the light was. "Director Mike, have you checked all the areas in the Dragon Kingdom? Have you found any places where the suspected beams landed?" Demis asked. "Well, I've looked at it with other 2.3 spy satellites, but I didn't find anything suspicious. It seems that the Dragon Kingdom has hidden the secret of the beam." Director Mike nodded. "Hey, what on earth is this beam of light?" Demis said anxiously. "It's definitely not a simple secret that even the Dragon Kingdom has to hide. Have you analyzed the results of that close-up picture of the beam?" Director Mike asked. Demis said, "The picture is fake. If you come into contact with the beam at such a close distance, people will be blinded or burned to death. How can it be real?" After hearing this, everyone fell into silence again. After a long time, Demis said again, "The secret of the light beam is very important. We must know it. Maybe it will threaten the entire blue star. We cannot let the Dragon Kingdom take this secret for ourselves." However, Director Mike's eyes suddenly lit up after hearing this. Demis had already reminded him of the solution. That is to unite other countries to question the Dragon Kingdom in the name of Blue Star Crisis. "Okay, Professor Demis, I will take care of this matter. I will definitely pry open the mouth of the Dragon Kingdom and let them tell the secret." "Well, we are all waiting for your news. This matter is very important. The light beam may really affect the fate of mankind," Demis said. Director Mike nodded, "Okay, I'll do it right away." After saying that, Director Mike went to the office, reported the matter to the United Nations, and forced Long Guo to tell the secret of Guang. After doing this, Director Mike asked someone to publish a statement of condemnation on their official international account. It caused a huge response on the internet. Dragon Kingdom intends to use our space elevator to conceal the Blue Star beam incident. After research, we found that the beam will seriously threaten the safety of all mankind and even Blue Star. We strongly condemn Long Guo's behavior of concealing the truth and not taking the fate of mankind into consideration. We strongly demand that Long Guo announce everything about the Blue Star beam incident. Chapter 64. We strongly demand that Long Guo announce everything about the Blue Star beam incident. As soon as Beautiful Country's announcement was released, it attracted the attention of netizens around the world and almost caused an international explosion. "I'll go. There's definitely something going on here." Beautiful Country even posted the message personally this time. "It's true, is the Dragon Kingdom concealing the truth of the matter? The Blue Star beam incident is about the entire Blue Star incident. How can the Dragon Kingdom hide it? Support the Beautiful Country. The Dragon Country must hand over the truth about the Blue Star beam. You can't make fun of the lives of all Blue Stars. It has to be a beautiful country. We were almost misled by the Dragon Kingdom and diverted our attention. No wonder the Dragon Kingdom said that it was the laser emitted by their space power station. It turned out to be to hide the truth. They are all liars after all. The beautiful country has the most advanced observer in the world. It must have observed something that involves the safety of the entire blue star. Otherwise, it would not have issued a public document asking the Dragon Country to hand over the truth about the blue star beam incident. The Dragon Kingdom is really shameless. This is a matter of concern to the entire human race. It may not be easy to get the beam, otherwise the beautiful country would not be like this. We strongly demand that the Dragon Kingdom hand over the truth. Strong request. This is a matter for all mankind, not for your Dragon Kingdom. In a short period of time, the announcement issued by the beautiful country directly caused an uproar on the international internet, and everyone denounced the Dragon Country. Let Long Guo hand over the truth about the blue star beam incident. A certain group of small countries also began to pay close attention to this matter. After all, it was a global issue, not just a matter for the Dragon Kingdom. He also issued a document requesting Long Guo to announce the truth about the blue star beam incident. This incident was also spread to the country. It also caused quite a shock in the country. Netizens spoke one after another and expressed their opinions on the matter. Good guy, the beautiful country is not a human being. It is obviously using other countries to force us. It's so shameless. What you said above is wrong. The blue star beam incident happened in our country, and this phenomenon has never happened before. That's why I want to know what happened. However, deliberately concealing this will indeed be condemned. Is this a sense of crisis? I think the beautiful country just wants to know where the beam is, 06, so it takes advantage of other countries. Really shameless. Speaking of which, do we really have a space power station? I think light beams belong to astronomy at this time and should be announced for everyone to study together. This will help mankind study the universe. Below the discussion thread, there are different opinions and opinions. Some people also saw that this was the beautiful country forcing the official Dragon Country to announce the truth about the beam. What the heck, our country's space power station is still in the PTT stage. I guess there hasn't been much research yet. The official statement is just to confuse the public. But if you talk about it, I also want to know what it is and whether it will be given to blue people. Stars bring disasters, maybe they are really aliens. Don't even think about the space power station. It won't be possible for at least 5 years. The country is doing this. It's obvious that the beam is not simple, so it uses the beautiful country to divert attention. Let's just support the country. How can we take advantage of all mankind? Are you kidding me about the fate of Daxia? If it is really dangerous, our country would only wish it happened in other countries. Well, that's what it is, but I'm very curious about where the beam came from. It lasted for 5 minutes. In the live broadcast room of a live broadcast blogger. It was midnight, and there were more than 30,000 viewers watching online. The barrage is all about letting bloggers interpret my Liguo's actions this time. When the blogger looked at the news on the official website of Beautiful Country, he couldn't help but shook his head, looked at the camera and explained. Everyone must know what the Beautiful Country is up to this time, right? That beam of light hides a big secret, but it will definitely not harm all mankind. Otherwise, how could the official conceal it? It is better to solve this kind of matter jointly. So everyone, please don't make wild guesses. The Beautiful Country is just jealous. They really want to know what is hidden behind the beam. They are also quite smart and have not been diverted. 11. Anyway, it seems now that the secret behind the beam is not simple. And it will be of great help to our country, so it will not be made public. Doesn't the Beautiful Country also engage in technology blockade and technology monopoly? Why don't they publish the core technology? So everyone knows what the ingredients are, right? The blogger made an explanation at this time based on his own knowledge. After listening to this, the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly realized. What the anchor said makes sense. Pay attention, pay attention. Beautiful Country and the others are disgusting. They do one thing in front of others and another behind their backs. It's best not to be fooled. That's right, there is a big secret behind the light beam. It won't threaten the world, but it will be of great help to us. It is too advanced to be displayed. Really, the beautiful country is so disgusting. It has monopolized and blocked technology on us, and now it still has the nerve to force us? How shameless! Support bloggers. Boycott pretty country. But this time on the other side. Director Mike and others were in the conference room, looking at the voices on the internet, and couldn't help but smile sarcastically. Dragon Kingdom? Do you still want to play with us? Will we fall into the trap? Now the people are supporting us and boycotting the Dragon Kingdom. Next, I will contact my superiors to report the matter to the United Nations, strongly condemn the Dragon Kingdom's behavior, and ask them to reveal the truth behind the beam incident. Director Mike smiled confidently. With joint condemnation, Long Guo still wants to cover up? It's simply a fantasy. The Dragon Kingdom really has no place to hide. Let's unite and condemn the Dragon Kingdom in the name of endangering Blue Star's security and destroying the country's peace. The Dragon Kingdom can't escape. I have to say that we almost fell into Dragon Kingdom's plan this time. Thanks to Director Mike's wisdom, otherwise we may never know the secret behind the Blue Star beam incident. It's so dangerous. Dragon Kingdom is so insidious. We must know what is behind the beam. Everyone became excited. Our country was definitely going to fail this time. That's it for now, I'll contact my superiors immediately. Say it. Director Mike returned to the office, dialed his superior's phone number, and then talked and informed his superior of the incident. Then tell the solution. His superiors were shocked, agreed immediately, and quickly contacted the Secretary General of the United Nations. Convene the United Nations Security Council immediately. Mike, you are participating in the meeting as the representative party at this time. You must let Long Guo tell the truth behind the beam incident. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Director Mike sneered, Dragon Kingdom, let's see how you deal with it this time. He put down the phone and began to prepare materials to denounce Long Guo at the United Nations meeting and force Long Guo. And at the same time, the United Nations Secretary General investigated the cause and outcome of the incident and was shocked. What Long Guo did this time is so infuriating. No matter what the Blue Star beam incident is, it is related to the entire Blue Star issue. How could it be concealed and diverted so easily? He said somewhat angrily. This has seriously violated the purpose of the United Nations. It will destroy the peace between countries. He couldn't just watch this happen. Secretary General, Sakura country, Bangsa country, Shiva country, and some other countries have sent letters, strongly condemning Dragon country's behavior of not paying attention to Blue Star's safety, and asking them to disclose the truth behind Blue Star's beam. At this time, the assistant looked at the United Nations Secretary General and said, Okay, Long Guo has offended the public this time, let's see how they explain it then. Immediately issue a statement and convene a United Nations meeting. This meeting is open to the world. The Secretary General of the United Nations said immediately. Yes. The assistant started to get busy. The Secretary General began to prepare materials related to the meeting. Not long after, an announcement issued by the United Nations quickly attracted the attention of netizens. A United Nations meeting is now being convened. The content of this meeting is about the truth behind the Dragon Kingdom's concealment and deliberate diversion of the Blue Star beam incident. It has received condemnation and requests from many countries. This has seriously endangered the public safety of Blue Star. It also undermines peace and stability among countries. Violates the purpose of the United Nations to maintain international peace and security. This meeting will be open to the world. The announcement from the official United Nations account immediately caused an uproar. I'm going, the United Nations has come out. It seems that the Dragon Kingdom is really hiding the truth about the beam this time. Strongly condemn Long Guo. This is an extremely irresponsible behavior. If there is a problem, who will be responsible? Support. The behavior of the Dragon Kingdom is simply too bad. How can such a thing be concealed? The blue star beam incident is not simple. The main reason is that it's so bizarre. NASA said that the beam of light came from the solar system. It was either aliens or an event in the solar system. The beam of light fell on the blue star, which means it is very dangerous. The United Nations has been alerted. This matter seems not simple. Let's see what the Dragon Kingdom has to say. What else can they say? As a permanent member of the Security Council, you are hiding such a thing. No wonder it has been criticized and condemned so much. When will it be held? I'm waiting to see how Long Guo explains it. It should be held online, but under the current circumstances, it cannot be held offline. At the same time, in the Dragon Kingdom, the announcement issued by the United Nations quickly attracted the attention of netizens who stayed up late. Good guy, the beautiful country is not a human being. It brought this matter to the United Nations. It's not simple. Beautiful country is clinging to it. What does the light beam have to do with you? If there is danger, will we hide it? The first one is that our country is in danger. I don't know. I guess the meeting will be held soon. I saw the announcement. An online meeting will be held immediately. Countries are already present. We are still in the middle of the night, and it is daylight over there. I don't know how it happened. The beautiful country is so shameless. It is possible to do such a thing. Shit, this is not the normal operation of the beautiful country. Let's see how the officials respond. After all, the blue star beam has been labeled as a global hazard. I'm afraid it won't be easy to solve. The beautiful country is so shameless. What does it have to do with them? We'd better not hand over the truth, otherwise we will suffer a loss. At this moment, many Dragon Kingdom netizens have gone to the live broadcast of the global public meeting. Both domestic and foreign media are reporting on this matter. There's almost global attention. However, on the other side, Director Gu had just finished his work and went to bed when he received a call from his superior. Hey, leader. He answered immediately. Keep guessing in my mind. What happened recently? After all, calling at this time is probably not a trivial matter. The matter of the high-energy laser beam of the space power station has been reported to the United Nations by the beautiful country. An online meeting has been held to condemn us. They asked you to explain to them by name. After hearing this, Director Gu was stunned for a moment. What? Will this also attract the attention of the United Nations? Isn't it a technological breakthrough? As for that, a United Nations meeting was also held. Leader, this matter. I didn't expect that this would happen. Director Gu said with an apologetic tone. I don't blame you for this. If I do, blame those insidious villains from beautiful country. I have already made preparations. You are the representative of this meeting. Go directly to the Dragon Science Academy. The online meeting location is over there. Just explain this clearly. Director Gu said, Leader, don't worry. I know what to do. Well, I'll leave it to you. The people in beautiful country are really good at getting things done. You've worked hard. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Director Gu couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. Beautiful country is too sensitive. What is this beam of light about? Isn't it from the space power station? Going to the United Nations meeting is really good at looking for trouble. He got up from the bed, put on his clothes and left immediately. When 720 arrived below, the assistant had prepared everything. Heading towards the Dragon Academy. Soon after, Director Gu arrived at Long Academy. The Dean of Long Academy came over with someone. The two looked at each other and smiled, feeling speechless. This beautiful country will cause trouble if it catches the slightest loophole. This is not good for us, right? The Dean of Long Academy took Director Gu to the office where the online meeting was held. What? Who knows what's going on? Beautiful country is really good at figuring things out. I'm ready to go to sleep. God knows what happened. Director Gu also said helplessly. They don't suspect that we are diverting our attention, right? I heard that the light beam incident has made a big fuss internationally. The Dean also said. That's it. After all, the beautiful country also wants to build a space power station. Forget it, ignore them, just explain the space power station when the time comes, and let them see the technology of Dragon Kingdom. The Dean shook his head and smiled. Not long after, a group of people have arrived at the online meeting location. The meeting will be held online and will be broadcast live around the world. Director Gu was sitting in his seat, and there was a sign in front of him that said Representative of the Dragon Kingdom Conference. He turned on the camera and looked at the picture on the big screen in front of him. The 5 major council members are already present. Seeing this, the Secretary General of the United Nations said, "Since everyone is here, the meeting has been officially convened." After waiting for a while, the United Nations Secretary General added, "What is Long Guo's intention to conceal the blue star beam incident this time?" Many countries have sent letters condemning this matter, demanding that the truth behind the beam be disclosed. Fang Mike, the representative of beautiful country, spoke first. In the screen, Mike said coldly, "After our monitoring and analysis, the beam that landed in Dragon Country this time came from the solar system, which is very close to us and is extremely harmful. In addition, the violent activities of the solar system stars will threaten the blue star. Safe, my Liguo expresses its condemnation of Long Guo's behavior of concealing the truth. This not only endangers the peace between countries, but also seriously violates the purpose of the United Nations. We demand that the Dragon Kingdom disclose the truth about the beam." Director Mike looked at Director Gu on the screen and said with a serious expression. At this time, the representative of the country where the sun never sets also spoke out, "We support the beautiful country. We condemn the Dragon Country and demand that the Dragon Country disclose the truth behind the blue star beam. Because this is not only a safety issue, but also a problem of human exploration of the universe. They cannot monopolize the truth about celestial bodies, which seriously violates the purpose of scientific research disclosure." Immediately afterwards, except for the Maoxiang Kingdom, which remained neutral and did not speak, other countries condemned the Dragon Kingdom. And the netizens who were watching also denounced Long Guo. The Secretary General of the United Nations looked at Director Gu and said, 3 of the 5 major council members have condemned Long Guo, and others have also made such demands. After investigation, we found that Long Guo did conceal this matter. Why should Long Guo hide this matter? We ask the representative of Long Guo to explain. Representative of the Dragon Kingdom, please speak. Chapter 65. Now, many countries and many netizens are denouncing the Dragon Kingdom. They were all looking at the representative of the Dragon Kingdom, waiting for him to make a speech. Let's see how Long Guo explains it. Things that endanger the world must be concealed. Dragon Kingdom wants to harm Blue Star. It chooses to conceal such an important matter? It's so cruel. The Blue Star beam incident is definitely not simple, otherwise how could the Dragon Kingdom conceal it? There must be a secret behind it. The Dragon Kingdom has committed a serious crime this time. It has offended almost half of the country. How can it continue to mess around in the future? As a permanent member of the Security Council, it would conceal a collective incident. I really don't understand it. Everyone's eyes were looking at Director Gu. Director Gu smiled faintly and said, "Why are you so funny? Our Dragon Kingdom has always told the truth. The beam we got came from our Dragon Kingdom space power station." After hearing this, not only the global audience, but also the representatives of the United Nations exploded in an instant. What? You've already reached this point, and you're still diverting your attention. People from the Dragon Kingdom are indeed well deserved. What are you talking about? How could that beam of light be artificial? And your Dragon Kingdom cannot have a space power station. This is an incident about the entire Blue Star Collective. I hope the Dragon Kingdom will not make a mistake. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are so shameless that they really don't care about Blue Star's public safety. Condemn. Strongly condemn the sanctions against the Dragon Kingdom. 3 of the representatives of the 5 permanent members of the Security Council broke through their defenses directly, and they were all outraged by the attitude of the Dragon Kingdom representative. In an instant, he stood up and pointed at Director Gu on the screen and cursed. And netizens on the international internet are just like these people, furious. Long Guo is so shameless. They are still lying at this time. The more they do this, the more complicated the beam will be. They must make it public. Otherwise, everyone's safety cannot be guaranteed. This has seriously violated the purpose of the United Nations. We are all human beings, how can we hide things at the macro level? It's so shameless that I can hardly stand listening to it. Are there aliens behind the glory? Is it worth the Dragon Kingdom lying under the pressure of more than half of the world's countries? Awesome, Long Guo, are you still quibbling? Sure enough, everything said on the internet is correct, the people of Long Guo are all liars. Needless to say, the light beam must be a very advanced discovery. Whether it is beneficial to their country or harmful to Blue Star, it must be announced. Otherwise, it will destroy the peace and it is likely to start a war. We, the Shiva Kingdom, strongly condemn the Dragon Kingdom. The beam incident is announced. Strongly condemned. International netizens have expressed support for the beautiful country and are blaming the Dragon Country. After netizens in Daxia learned this, they are also supporting the Dragon Kingdom. Haha, I think you are just jealous. What kind of threat? If there was a threat, the Dragon Kingdom would have announced it long ago, otherwise the first country to be harmed would be the Dragon Kingdom. Yes, the beautiful country is really disgusting, and those netizens have been blocked and don't even know it, so they are still condemning it. I condemn you. They are all crazy. It seems that beautiful country made this move well. Our representative of Dragon Country is now riding a tiger and is in a difficult position. Do we really want to say it out? Yes, the light beam must be a very advanced discovery, otherwise how could such a country be so excited? It's really shameless. What about when the beautiful country imposed a technological blockade? Why didn't anyone come out to support us? We have made new discoveries, and you are jealous, right? What a double standard! Netizens were filled with indignation, yelling at those who were pro-beautiful country and supporting Long Country. At this moment, the Secretary General of the United Nations snorted coldly and said, "At this time, your Dragon Kingdom, are you still lying? The space power station is obviously a space project that the beautiful country is about to deploy, how can it be yours? Representative of the Dragon Kingdom, please answer seriously. This is not a joke. The light beam comes from the universe, not from your Dragon Kingdom. Matters in the universe are related to the safety of the entire Blue Star. Representative of Dragon Kingdom, you have to think carefully about what it means to undermine international security. For the universe, Blue Star is a whole. I hope you won't be obsessed with it. If there is any harm, we will face it together, but if you hide it, you are irresponsible to Blue Star." Director Fang Mike, the representative of beautiful country, said coldly, "Dragon Country is really capable of endangering the public safety of Blue Star. Now it is not a dispute between countries, but a dispute between you, Dragon Country and the entire Blue Star. As Mr. Secretary General said, this is a cosmic event, not a national problem, but a problem for Blue Star as a whole. Please give us a reasonable explanation from the representatives of the Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise you will face serious consequences. We can do anything for the sake of public safety." After Director Mike finished speaking, a trace of pride flashed in his eyes. No matter what it is, if the Dragon Kingdom cannot explain it, then it will face a blockade from the entire Blue Star, and then it will be able to solve an opponent without any effort. Why not do it? They just want to know, what is that beam of light? Because this beam of light is so bizarre. It has never been recorded in almost the entire history of cosmic observation. It is a completely new and unknown event. Even the Dragon Kingdom has to deliberately hide it, even if it is rivaled by more than half of the countries in Blue Star. This is absolutely very important. Probably very ahead of its time. This kind of thing must either be made public or owned by their beautiful country. Otherwise, no other country can imagine it. Representative of the Dragon Kingdom, please take it seriously. The Secretary General of the United Nations looked at the representative of the Dragon Kingdom again. Director Gu was helpless and looked at the Dean aside. The Dean smiled and shook his head. Here, he heard the beautiful country's abacus being made loudly. But that beam was really emitted by the space power station. Director Gu insisted on the truth. What kind of blue star beam incident, what kind of cosmic incident, these do not exist. This beam is a high-energy laser beam. It is used for energy transmission and does not cause any harm. Are we not allowed to develop new technologies? Energy. I maintain my statement, no matter what you think, but that beam of light does not come from the universe as you think, but from the space power station in the synchronous orbit of the Blue Star. I hope you won't be led by some people. After finishing speaking, Director Gu glanced at Director Mike. As soon as these words came out, Director Mike of the beautiful country immediately shouted loudly, "Representative of the Dragon Country, what are you doing? Please answer directly, what is the beam? Where does it come from? Will it cause harm to Blue Star? Why do you deliberately conceal it? We hope Long Guo can give an explanation instead of bragging." The representative of the Sun never sets also echoed, "The space power station project was first proposed by the beautiful country and will be deployed in the next few days. Didn't your Dragon Country just develop a new rocket? How can there be another space power station project? Power station? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at if you tell such a big lie? If you must hide the secret behind the beam, for the sake of Blue Star's public safety, we can only go to Dragon Kingdom to investigate on our own." Everyone laughed angrily. You can think of all these ridiculous reasons. This is also taking the control of public opinion to the extreme. Long Guo insists on biting, and they really have no choice for the time being but to continue to put pressure on Long Guo to make Long Guo relent. Tell the truth behind the beam. And the netizens in the live broadcast room were also completely off guard. Dragon Kingdom is so shameless. What kind of space power station do you have? Can you speak without thinking? As the world's largest country in science and technology, Mileway has not even had a ministry review. You already have it. You will really put a mark on your face. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are like this. They are all liars and like to lie. Even if they are condemned by so many countries, they will not let go. My teacher has already said that that beam of light cannot be created by humans. He analyzed the beam of light in the video and found that the energy contained in it cannot be created by humans at all. It can only come from the universe. According to the beautiful countries, according to calculations, it comes from the solar system. There is such a terrifying light beam. If it explodes to the Blue Star, none of us can escape. If you know, you can take precautions in advance and find ways to solve it. If you hide it, you will only be disliked by others. I checked and found that the Dragon Kingdom space power station was only in the PTT stage a year ago, while the Melee Kingdom established a study 5 years ago. In 1 year, the Dragon Kingdom has developed such a huge project of the space power station. This totally impossible. Facts have proved that Long Guo is lying. The beam must be very advanced, so they want to hide it. Netizens denounced Long Guo's behavior and even caused a sensation by posting on the internet. The media in various countries immediately began reporting. The actions of the Dragon Kingdom were once again pushed to a climax, and the gimmick of the Dragon Kingdom's intention to destroy Blue Star aroused a huge response. Even those who didn't understand the situation were dissatisfied with Long Guo's behavior after learning about it. Because this is destroying the peace between countries and deliberately provoking war. Director Gu was helpless and simply continued, okay, that's aliens coming to absorb energy. Do you believe it? And our Dragon Kingdom has alien technology. We can destroy Blue Star in 1 second. Do you believe it? If you believe it, it's true. Aliens have entered the Blue Star territory and everyone can escape. After hearing this, Director Mike suddenly frowned and said, "Are you, Dragon Lady, treating us like monkeys? Please don't change the subject on behalf of the Dragon Kingdom. We are asking what is that beam of light?" The Secretary General of the United Nations also choked, his face turned green, and he said in a deep voice, "Representative of the Dragon Kingdom, please answer the question carefully. If we can destroy the Blue Star in 1 second, can you and I still sit here?" Foreign netizens who watched the live broadcast were also offended and criticized Long Guo for being shameless. The Dean of the Academy of Dragon Science, who was sitting next to Director Gu, was holding back his laughter and secretly gave Director Gu a thumbs up. An engineer looked at the Dean and whispered worriedly, "Dean, is this really no problem? What if?" The Dean also smiled softly and said, "No problem, that's all I should say. Don't worry, it's okay." The engineer nodded. He was worried that Director Gu's words would completely anger those people. In the scene, Director Mike looked at the representative of the Bear Country and asked, "Representative of the Bear Country, don't you say something? The Dragon Country is making fun of public safety and destroying world peace." Fang, the representative of Maoxiang Country, glanced sideways at Director Mike and said, "We have the right to remain silent." After hearing this, Director Mike snorted coldly. If it gets the support of the Bear Country, the pressure on the Dragon Country will be even greater. Won't come out either. The current stalemate situation. Upon seeing this, the Secretary General of the United Nations asked, "Representative of the Dragon Kingdom, this is not a joke. Please answer carefully, what exactly does the beam bring? You have seriously violated the regulations. We have violated the purpose of the United Nations, and if you don't answer, we have the right to enter your Dragon Kingdom to investigate." Director Gu snorted and said coldly, "Then what do you want to hear? I'll tell you. I don't believe this or that. What do you believe? Do you believe in gods? Do you believe in divine punishment?" As soon as these words came out, everyone at the United Nations froze for a moment. Even netizens watching the live broadcast didn't know what to say. What do they believe? The key is that they don't know what it is, so what should they believe? Director Mike's face turned green, he pondered for a moment, and said, "Representative Fang of Dragon Kingdom, you are trying to change the concept. Both of the two things you said are unbelievable. You definitely don't have a space power station." The representative of Sun Never Sets also echoed, "Yes, Dragon Kingdom is changing the concept. Please answer directly. After research by our country's scientists, humans cannot create this kind of extremely powerful energy. Of laser beams. And could it be such a coincidence? The beautiful country has just announced that it will deploy a space power station, and you have already completed the deployment. Is this possible? We have also studied space power stations, but they are all. It's still in the PTT stage. As far as I know, you are also in the PTT stage." Hearing this, Director Gu snorted lightly and said with a serious face, "You don't believe it, what can we do? Just because you can't make it, it doesn't mean that we can't make it. How old are you? By the way, Dragon Kingdom has already developed." When Long Guo netizens heard this, they immediately came to support Director Gu. Be tough. This is how the Dragon Kingdom should be. We are no longer what we used to be. Tears. Director Gu made me cry. We are no longer a country that allows others to bully us. We have developed. Director Gu said it well. Long Guo has stood up. There are people who believe in the beautiful country's conspiracy. They are also drunk. I'm afraid they have united to let us announce the new discovery of the beam incident. Director Gu is awesome. We support you. In an instant, the barrages in major international live broadcast rooms were immediately flooded by Dragon Kingdom netizens. All of them came to support the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, they all also know that the Dragon Kingdom is facing almost half of the countries on Blue Star. With such huge pressure, only unity can win. In the past, relying on the national unity of the Dragon Kingdom, they also defeated those powerful national coalition forces on Blue Star. This is still the case. Dragon Kingdom is really great. This is already an ultimatum. Director Mike said coldly through clenched teeth. This made him not expect that Long Guo would have to hide it under such huge pressure. That beam of light is absolutely extraordinary. The more Long Guo was like this, the more curious he became. At this time, the Secretary General of the United Nations pondered for a moment and said, "Representative of the Dragon Kingdom, since you said that the beam was caused by your Dragon Kingdom space power station, how come you have a space power station? And what kind of working principle can create technology that cannot be created by current human technology?" Yes. You keep saying that you have a space power station. Although I don't believe it at all, in order to expose your lies, I would like to ask you how you can prove that you have a space power station. Don't try to divert attention. Director Mike's face was extremely ugly. He doesn't believe that Long Guo has a space power station at all. I didn't ask before because I was afraid that my attention would be diverted and my focus would be on the space power station instead of the mysterious light beam. Once there is doubt about Long Guo's space power station, it will be very unfavorable for the subsequent questioning. Because then you enter the rhythm of Dragon Kingdom. Director Gu looked at the Dean of the Academy of Dragon Science. The Dean smiled and shook his head, motioning to Director Gu to turn his head sideways. Director Gu did as he was told, and the Dean said something in his ear. Director Gu suddenly understood and gave the Dean a thumbs up. He looked at the camera and said, "Since the representatives of the beautiful country are so extreme and are sure that we do not have a space power station, then we will use the same high-energy laser beam to launch into your territory and let you verify the truth for yourself." Fake. Excuse me, the representative of beautiful country, do you dare to give me the coordinates? Chapter 66. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Director Gu's words directly made netizens in the United Nations in the live broadcast room widen their eyes. Good guy, Long Guo is trying to show off its beautiful country. You asked Director Mike if you dared to give me the coordinates. The Dragon Kingdom is too strong. I wonder where their confidence comes from? Are they going to do the same thing again? It's probably a threat. If the Dragon Kingdom hard steals and the beautiful country doesn't dare to agree, then it proves that the beautiful country is cowardly. Our country really has a space power station. Here. What are you afraid of? After all, it's hard steal. It's impossible for Dragon Kingdom to have a space power station, and it's impossible to create such a powerful beam. Yes, there is no need to be afraid. Now nearly half of the countries in Blue Star are condemning the Dragon Kingdom. They are repeating their old tricks. Support the beautiful country. Netizens in the live broadcast room were directly off guard by Long Guo's actions, and they were bound to fight against Long Guo and make Guo to the end. Not only that, they even felt that Long Guo was bluffing. Trying to intimidate the beautiful country and make the beautiful country retreat. Representative Fang of Dragon Kingdom, what do you mean by this? Director Mike stared at Director Gu and asked. Director Gu smiled and said, "Don't you want us to prove it? You give us a coordinate, and we will shoot the laser beam produced by the space power station to the coordinate position so that you can prove it." Do you think you don't dare to do this? Fang, the representative of the sun never sets, snorted coldly, representative of the Dragon Kingdom, please stop bluffing, you will never have a space power station. In his opinion, the Dragon Kingdom was doing the same thing as the Sakura Kingdom before, fighting hard to the end and forcing the beautiful country to give up. Director Mike said with sinister eyes, "Hey, why don't you dare? Since you want to prove it, then prove it to us. I want to see what your dragon country's so-called space power station is. Can create laser beams that humans simply cannot create." He decided to fight against Long Guo hard steel to the end. He is also extremely confident that it is impossible for our country to have a space power station. It is even more impossible to create such a terrifying laser beam. The Secretary General of the United Nations also said, "In that case, Dragon Kingdom, let's start proving it. Prove that the laser beam comes from your space power station, not prove that you have a space power station. I hope you will not change the subject." Finally, after many decisions, it was unanimously agreed to let Long Guo prove it. Next, Director Mike immediately made a phone call. "Hello, Director Mike? Do you want the coordinates of our place?" A voice came from the receiver. Apparently the person opposite also knew that a United Nations meeting was currently being held. "Yes, I want the coordinates of your place, and I want them now. I want to see what tricks Long Guo can play," Director Mike said angrily. "But there are people living at the coordinates here. If it's 390. The person on the phone was obviously worried. Director Mike said, "I will be fully responsible for anything that happens. It is absolutely impossible for the Dragon Kingdom to have a space power station, and they will never be able to build that kind of laser. Okay, let me put the coordinates somewhere further away." The man on the other end of the phone was still a little worried. Soon, a coordinate was sent to Director Mike's cell phone. He put the coordinates in front of the camera and said, "This is the location coordinates. Within the territory of our beautiful country, let's all witness the so-called high-energy laser beam of the Dragon Kingdom. If it cannot be manufactured, we, the beautiful country, will join forces with other countries to personally go to the Dragon Kingdom to investigate the Blue Star beam to solve the hidden dangers it brings to Blue Star." Representative Fang Dao said, "I agree." Gallic Chicken Representative, "We agree too." Representative of the Bear Country, "We have the right to remain silent." The Secretary General of the United Nations looked at Director Gu and said, "Where is the Dragon Kingdom?" Director Gu said, "We have no objections. We have received the coordinates of beautiful country." "Okay, then Long Guo, let's start your proof," said the UN Secretary General. "Under the witness of so many people and so many countries, it is absolutely impossible for the Dragon Kingdom to cheat. Because once cheated, the United Nations has the right to fulfill its obligations and let other countries join the Dragon Kingdom to investigate the truth of the Blue Star beam incident." Director Gu wrote down the coordinates. Then he took a picture, sent the picture directly to the ground command center of the space power station, and then made a phone call. "Hey, Director, we have received the coordinates. They are in Germany. How much energy is currently stored? Is it enough to fire a laser beam once?" Director Gu asked. "Report to the director, that's enough." "Well, I'll leave it to you next. How long will it take?" "Report to the director, we will launch at the coordinates in half an hour." "No problem." "Yes, Director, I promise to complete the mission." This launch does not reach the space above the coordinates of the beautiful country, but launches the laser diagonally to the coordinates in the distance. After hanging up the phone, the director of Long Academy looked at Director Gu and smiled. This time the beautiful country is really going to fall. Not only does the Dragon Kingdom really have a space power station, but the laser is also emitted by the space power station. The power is not small. If you get too close, you risk being blinded. Director Gu looked at the screen and said, "Our space power station is already being deployed." In half an hour, the laser beam will be emitted in the beautiful country. You must observe it carefully and don't deny it when the time comes. After finishing speaking, Director Gu looked at everyone at the United Nations with a cold expression. Director Mike snorted coldly, "It's so mysterious, I don't know what you are going to do for half an hour. Dragon Kingdom had better not cause trouble, we will wait for you for half an hour." Representative Fang said. The Gallic Chicken Representative Fang also looked like he was watching a show. Being targeted by beautiful country, Long country will not end well this time. And in his opinion, Long Guo was using this half hour to think of other ways to solve the matter. That's why it takes so long. For them Gaul chickens, it's just a matter of sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. And you can also learn the truth behind the Dragon Kingdom beam incident. He also doesn't believe that the laser was emitted by the Dragon Kingdom space power station, because astronomers and physicists have proven that mankind's current technology cannot create such a laser. It won't be possible within 100 years. The beautiful country has also verified this. All show that humans cannot create it, and that the light beam comes from the universe. And at this time, as the incident unfolded, the news that the Dragon Kingdom would conduct experiments in the beautiful kingdom immediately swept through the major networks. Almost all media outlets are reporting on this. Number and Wuchang, 3 of the countries will bet against each other, who will win and who will lose. Please stay tuned. Number shocking, Dragon Kingdom actually made a bet with half of the countries in the world in order to conceal the truth behind the blue star beam. Number whether Long Guo has a space power station has been certified by authoritative experts, it is impossible. Number what is the truth behind the blue star beam? The destruction of mankind and the progress of human science and technology? What is the truth behind it? Number even has to find reasons to hide the truth about the beam incident at all costs, which is enough to prove that the beam is not simple. It is likely to come from alien life. Number alien life and the Dragon Kingdom have reached a cooperation and will replace Blue Star. They are being besieged by all mankind. Number there are also various topics emerging one after another, all about the beam incident in the Dragon Kingdom. Under each topic report, there are from netizens from all over the world. It takes half an hour, isn't it just delaying time? Haha, I think it's just delaying time, and launching it into the beautiful country's territory, just deliberately looking for excuses to delay time. It's really awesome. Is it true that Dragon Kingdom doesn't even make drafts when bragging? Such a violent laser beam, let alone man-made, is considered rare even in the universe. It can't be so powerful. What is behind this? How come no one has explained it until now? The Dragon Kingdom is also vague, saying that it comes from the space power station. How can such a thing be possible? Yes, the Dragon Kingdom just relies on its mouth. It thinks it's a big deal when it has a new rocket. It dares to say anything. The space power station belongs to the beautiful country, and they will never have it. In Daxia, netizens of Long Guo were all confused. Why did the official agree? Could it be said that we really have a space power station? Good guy, we don't really have one, do we? We also have something more advanced than the space power station? So we just announced it directly. As we all know, the announced ones are all backward, but in fact there are more advanced ones on the road of research and development, and they have probably been developed. This is unscientific. When will we have a space power station? And look at the United States, their space power station seems to be electromagnetic wave transmission. The heat dissipation of laser transmission is a big problem. I think it's a bit mysterious. It shouldn't be true. The country should be thinking of other ways, so that's why it's holding them back. I think so, there is still half an hour, I won't sleep tonight. Let's see how our country survives this siege. I see some bloggers have analyzed it, and there is a high probability that it is not possible. The country should be thinking of ways to solve this matter. There must be something very important behind the beam, so it is not announced. Domestic media are also forwarding major news, but the marketing accounts spreading rumors have been directly blocked. And this half hour. In the huge country of Dragon Kingdom, a large number of netizens were watching the picture attentively, waiting for the country's solution in half an hour. Time passed by minute. Just the last minute left. At the United Nations Online International Conference, Director Mike sneered and said, "Dragon Kingdom, there is still one last minute. Where is your space power station? Where is the laser it emits? Where is it?" Director Gu smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, isn't there still 1 minute? Are you so anxious? Humph, let me wait and see what tricks you are going to play." Director Mike folded his hands, obviously a little impatient. For him now, every second is torture. Because you can do a lot of things in half an hour, and new changes are likely to occur. And seeing the Dragon Kingdom representative being so confident made him feel that the Dragon Kingdom must be looking for some way to deal with it. The Galactic Chicken representative also urged, "Hurry up, there are still 30 seconds left, where is the laser beam? Isn't it possible that you are taking advantage of this period to think of other ways? This is absolutely impossible. No matter what happens next, we will not believe it. I think they are delaying time on purpose." Director Mike and the other two representatives said angrily. The Secretary General of the United Nations picked up the stopwatch in his hand and said, "There are still 10 seconds left. If you, the representative of the Dragon Kingdom, cannot prove it, we will take sanctions and enter the Dragon Kingdom to investigate personally. For the sake of world peace and Blue Star public safety." Director Gu remained calm and ignored. And in the live broadcast room, netizens seemed to have completely seen Long Guo's face. "Good guy. This is delaying time on purpose, half an hour is already up. Hey, I knew that Long Guo was stalling for time, and I don't know what the hell is going to happen next. Dragon Kingdom is so shameless. You lied in such a meeting. You really don't care about the safety of Blue Star. In the future, the space agency of beautiful country will not release information about meteorites. Let everyone panic every day. Delay it. It's already here. Let's see what Long Guo does. This time they are completely in trouble. Some are happy and some are sad." Netizens in the Dragon Kingdom were very worried because they didn't know whether there was a space power station in the Dragon Kingdom. Is that laser man-made? Everything is unknown. The Secretary General of the United Nations watched the time return to 0 at the last second, and then said, "Representative of the Dragon Kingdom, the time has come. What else do you want to say? If the beam incident is announced now, the truth behind it, we can cancel the agreement." Director Mike and the other two representatives all jumped into the case and angrily accused Long Guo of stalling for time. Director Gu calmly picked up a stopwatch, put it in front of the camera, and chuckled, "Secretary General, your watch is 1 second slow." The Secretary General of the United Nations was stunned and said, What? There is no way my watch is slow. Stop playing tricks. The Dragon Kingdom is just stalling for time. Let the Secretary General decide. We have to enter the Dragon Kingdom to investigate personally. Director Mike said with a ferocious expression. The Dragon Kingdom is indeed stalling for time. But Long Guo's specific solution was beyond his imagination. Because in his opinion, Long Guo has no room for counterattack. Okay, the Dragon Kingdom has offended the public. We strongly demand to enter the Dragon Kingdom to investigate the beam incident that threatens the safety of Blue Star. Sun never sets. Representative Fang Angry Hung Sheng said. However, this time it was on the other side. A high-energy laser beam falls from the sky. It shot diagonally at a certain place in the beautiful country. The laser was not only thick, but also extremely bright during the day. If a person looked directly at it at a close distance, his eyes would probably be damaged. Will be seriously injured. This beam of light fell from the sky, as if there was a bug in the blue star. It was extremely abrupt and weird. And people from the beautiful country were immediately attracted. What is this? Isn't it really a laser fired by Dragon Kingdom? Fake, what the hell is this? How can this laser be so bright? Fortunately, it's so far away that part of the light is scattered, otherwise my eyes would be blinded. It's brighter than the sun. Is this man-made? It's so sudden. I feel like the world is ending. Dragon Kingdom. Could it be that it was launched by Dragon Kingdom? The high-energy laser beam was fleeting, lasting only 2 seconds, and entered the beautiful country diagonally. The place where the laser hit had been burned into a scorch, and 10 deep pits as big as a basketball court emerged. The ground was melted, and the red material like magma was steaming. It's chilling. At this time, the beautiful NASA has completely exploded. What was that just now? It couldn't really be a laser beam from the Dragon Kingdom. Impossible, how is this possible? How can such a high-energy laser beam be created by humans? I feel fear from the beam. A group of aerospace engineers froze in place, as if their worldview had been washed away, their eyes were stunned and at a loss. Did our satellite observe it? Where did it come from? One astronomer asked immediately. No. No, the laser only lasted for 2 seconds. But the data observed within the territory was intercepted for a short period, less than half a second. There should be video. We didn't have time to monitor the data, but the video was being filmed all the time, so there should be surveillance cameras that captured it. An aerospace engineer immediately looked at the data on the big screen and said in horror. If this laser falls on the space agency, the entire space agency will be penetrated and burned. The astronomer's eyes widened and he immediately called Director Mike. What's going on? Could it be that? Director Mike, it's true, there really is a high-energy laser beam falling on the coordinate point. Chapter 67. The entire United Nations meeting. All eyes were on Director Mike. Director Mike looked serious, his eyes widened, and he said in disbelief. What did you say? Say it again. Director Mike, the laser really landed on the coordinate point. Next moment, Director Mike's cell phone slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. Impossible determines impossible. How could that laser beam be man-made? Director Mike looked in disbelief. This news was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue, exploding in his mind. My head is buzzing. Upon seeing this, the Secretary General of the United Nations immediately asked, Representative of the beautiful country, what's going on? Could it be that the Dragon Country really fired that beam of light at the coordinate point? The Sun Never Sets Representative Party and the Galactic Chicken Representative Party also stared at Director Mike nervously. This is not true. Director Mike still couldn't believe that it was the phenomenon caused by Long Guo. Simply unbelievable. Even though Director Mike didn't admit it, everyone still understood the meaning. The laser beam did land on the coordinate point. Could it be that there really is a space power station in Dragon Kingdom? Everyone felt extremely frightened. When did our country become so powerful? Have we already developed technologies that transcend the world? The United Nations Secretary General's expression changed, and he looked at Director Gu and said, Representative of the Dragon Kingdom, can you explain how you did it? Many scientists say that humans are currently unable to create such a laser beam. But now, the facts have been proved. What Long Guo said seems to be true. Director Gu smiled slightly and said, I'm sorry, this involves confidentiality, so I have no comment. After finishing speaking, Director Gu shook his head and smiled. Long Guo has been telling the truth from beginning to end. It is really sad that these people are being used as weapons by a beautiful country without even knowing it. The UN Secretary General frowned and thought. By this point in the meeting, it was already clear. Get conclusion. The Blue Star Beam incident was man-made. It was caused by the Dragon Kingdom. Can When did Dragon Kingdom deploy its space power station? This issue is magnified in the minds of everyone in the United Nations. And at this time, the internet has completely exploded. Not only did Long Guo spend half an hour to prove the existence of the space power station, but also the reason behind the beam incident. Impossible. How is this possible in the Dragon Kingdom? Have they cheated? They have such high-end technology. Crazy. How come the Dragon Kingdom has everything? This is unscientific, aren't they very backward? The beautiful country's space power station hasn't even launched yet, but the Dragon Kingdom has already deployed it. It's ridiculous. How can the Dragon Kingdom be so powerful? Overwhelming the beautiful country. Does it mean that the Dragon Kingdom wants to break the myth that the beautiful country is the world's #1 in science and technology? No way. We don't believe it. Unless the video is released, it will be Dragon Kingdom's plan. While everyone was making a fuss on the internet, someone took a video of the laser beam and posted it online. Caused a huge sensation. In the video, an extremely bright beam of light flashed past. In the beautiful daytime of the country, it appeared to be unexpected. The brightness was not even inferior to that of the sun. The beam only lasted for 2 seconds and then disappeared. Immediately afterwards, the photographer's screams were heard in the video. Why is this? The beam of light emitted diagonally. Dragon Kingdom has high-end technology. Is this really real? Why doesn't it feel real to me? Isn't the Dragon Kingdom just a few years old? Why does it already have a space power station? Oh my god, if this is used as a weapon, the threat is too big. It can be attacked on a global scale. Is the Dragon Kingdom about to rise? This is completely impossible, student. It is impossible for humans to create this thing. It has extremely powerful energy. How can it dissipate heat? It is seriously suspected that the Dragon Kingdom and aliens colluded. Otherwise, humans would not be able to create this kind of beam. As netizens in other countries broke their guard, public opinion gradually turned to conspiracy theories. An extremely eye-catching topic, quietly blowing up the entire internet. Number colludes with aliens and will rule Blue Star. Number high-energy laser beams come from aliens and are impossible for humans to create. Number. The most important thing is that these two pieces of news were released by authoritative organizations. It immediately caused a huge response on the internet. That's really possible. No one has seen the space power station, but the beam has been seen again. What is the source of the beam? Aliens? Could it be that there are still aliens in the solar system? Haven't they all been detected? There can be no advanced civilization. It's really hard to say, what if the aliens are at other latitudes, or human technology can't detect them at all? I can't believe it. Didn't you say that the beautiful country was dealing with aliens before? Now it's dealing with the Dragon Country people? Ridiculous. What is all this going on? United Nations meeting site. Director Mike stood up with difficulty and said with an extremely ugly face, I don't believe this is caused by your space power station. How do you prove that there is a space power station? When this question was raised, everyone's eyes turned to Director Gu. Director Gu said calmly, aren't you going to investigate the truth about the light beam? We have proven that this is the scientific research result of our Dragon Kingdom and does not come from the activities of celestial bodies in the universe. As for the space power station, is it related to the issue you want to know? Director Mike took a deep breath and said angrily, of course it does matter. We don't know what the thing that emits the beam is. What if it's an alien? Do aliens with such advanced technology pose a threat to Blue Star? Fang Yat, the representative of Gall Chicken, said, aliens are a matter of the entire Blue Star. With such advanced technology, they pose a great threat to Blue Star. We have the right to know. Representative Fang's face was ashen as the sun never sets, and he bravely agreed, yes, this is also a matter of concern to all mankind. At this time, the president of the Academy of Long Science and Technology appeared in the camera. He smiled sarcastically and said, "We have no comment on these matters." Everyone in the United Nations was choked and didn't know what to say for a moment. "Secretary General, the truth behind the beam has been revealed. I think there is no need to continue the meeting. Now is our country's rest time," the director of Long Academy said. The Secretary General of the United Nations smiled apologetically, and then announced, "The theme of this global conference has been resolved. The light behind the beam was caused by the technology of the Dragon Kingdom, which can be regarded as an explanation for everyone. The meeting ends here. I wish world peace and let's work together to maintain the safety of Blue Star. We also ask everyone to abide by the purposes of the United Nations and hope everyone knows it." After saying that, the connection was cut off directly. The president of Long Academy said, "These people just don't like us. They want to dig out everything and just ignore them." Director Gu also smiled helplessly. Who knew that announcing a space power station would lead to these things? It was even condemned by almost half of the countries in Blue Star. Why not condemn the beautiful country? You can tell with your own feet that it was the beautiful country that was obstructing and adding fuel to the fire, and other countries followed suit. Ignore them, let's continue our project. The space elevator will be officially launched in 2 days. They won't be able to breach the defense then. The director of the Academy of Dragon Science smiled. "Well, I'm really looking forward to seeing what kind of shocking research Lin Ye's rule can produce," Director Gu said with a look of fascination. "With the space elevator, our country will become a real aerospace power. Whether it's transporting satellites or cargo, it's very convenient. After all, this is a big project, and you can't hide it even if you want to. For example, the space elevator is such a magnificent project that extends from the ground to space, so it is difficult not to be discovered. It's like a huge rope is running out of the Blue Star." The president of the Dragon Academy of Science and Technology said helplessly, "Let's look at it later. The space elevator is already a great surprise. It has made the Dragon Kingdom's science and technology progress for at least 3 centuries. What will the beautiful country think of it then? I'll probably be scared to death." Director Gu also laughed. "Well, okay, now that the meeting is over, let's go back and rest, and work hard on the space elevator project in 2 days." After that, everyone left the meeting site. At this time, the netizens of Long Guo were already very excited, and all the bad energy in their hearts had been discharged. "Awesome! We have a space power station. And it can also fire such powerful lasers. What is this if it's not a space-based weapon? Good guy, that's really awesome." That beautiful country representative, his face turned green. "I was laughing so hard. We have really risen. It is only a matter of time before we achieve energy freedom with things like space power stations. Ha ha ha, what a relief. It's so funny how the beautiful country is deflated this time." The other side. Director Mike looked at the blacked-out picture in front of him, his face looking ugly for a while. Fake. How is this possible? There is no way there is a space power station in Dragon Kingdom. Laser is definitely not something that a space power station can emit. Director Mike slammed the big table, but his energy level was already full. Because this time, the Dragon Country slapped their beautiful country hard in the face. Because the laser is fired into their territory. "Mr. Director, please calm down first. We have no way to sanction them." The assistant on the side consoled them. Director Mike cursed, "How can I calm down? The Dragon Kingdom is sitting on our necks and shit." At this time, Director Mike's phone suddenly rang. He was about to throw the phone away, but when he saw the number, he immediately answered it. "Mike, how did you do this? Where did the Dragon Kingdom's lasers come from? This is a naked threat." A hysterical voice came from the phone. Director Mike immediately explained, I didn't expect that Dragon Kingdom actually has the ability to emit lasers again. We should monitor where it comes from. Then we can take a series of other measures to counter Dragon Kingdom. Humph, do you still have the nerve to tell me, when did Dragon Kingdom launch the space power station? The other party asked. I'm really unclear about this. Didn't they succeed in the first flight of their new rocket last time? The other party asked again. But theirs is an optical satellite, it seems to be used to detect the sun. Both sides were silent for a while. The other party said, now our aerospace status has been seriously affected, and many countries have hesitated to fix it. Kim cancelled the launch order. We are now closely monitoring the Dragon Kingdom and our space power station, deploying them as soon as possible, and attracting other countries to cooperate. Yes. I will investigate clearly and deal with it. Well, I'll give you one last chance. The phone was hung up. Director Mike looked a little solemn. It is not yet known whether there is a space power station in Dragon Kingdom, so we need to go to the space agency to investigate. After thinking about it, he immediately set off for the monitoring center. Director Mike, the source was not detected, the aerospace engineer explained with some fear. Director Mike's eyes suddenly widened. What are you doing for food? The source of the laser has not been detected. It was too sudden and the laser lasted too short. Ah! Calm down, Chief Mike. Director Mike felt as if he had eaten a fly and said, use all available satellites and monitor every move of the Dragon Kingdom. Report any abnormalities immediately. Yes. After the explanation, Director Mike returned to the office, thinking about countermeasures. Not long after, an idea popped up. The Dragon Kingdom's possession of this laser seems to have violated the purpose of the United Nations. Because if this kind of laser could be controlled, it would be unimaginable as a weapon. This seriously affects the world balance. It has also become a weapon that can threaten the public safety of Blue Star, which is absolutely not allowed to exist. Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom is also suspected of colluding with aliens. Collect some more evidence, or events, or technologies from the Dragon Kingdom that threaten world peace. In this case, it will be very easy to sanction the Dragon Kingdom. Force the Dragon Kingdom to destroy it. If it is not destroyed, it will mean war. The Dragon Kingdom doesn't want to be an enemy of the world, right? Thinking of this, Director Mike couldn't help but reveal a sinister smile. You have large rockets, so what if you have that kind of laser? It's not that I don't dare to be the enemy of the world. And we can use the world to coerce. Director Mike immediately ordered his assistant, saying, from now on, you will be responsible for collecting all evidence and incidents that threaten world peace in the Dragon Kingdom. Today's high-energy lasers, as well as hooks. Both of these can be used as evidence to raise serious suspicions of aliens. We must strangle the Dragon Kingdom, restrict its development, and not let them monopolize it. Yes. Director Mike. Actually, we can carry out assassinations and eliminate their scientists. The assistant whispered again. Director Mike's eyes suddenly widened and he shouted angrily, crazy. If they discover this, it will be tantamount to starting a war. Use your brains. Use your righteousness to suppress them. He didn't dare think about assassination. What age is this? And the other side's scientists must be strictly protected. If the other party is so good and just assassinates, it is impossible to create something that makes them afraid. Not to mention that the opponent also has a controllable high-energy laser beam. There are many other reasons why assassination would never work. I understand, Director. One more thing, you contact other departments and ask them to restrict the purchase of high-end materials in Long Guo, as well as the introduction of some high-end equipment. There are many things that Long Guo cannot produce. Yes. After the assistant left, Director Mike immediately made a phone call. Hello, Chief Mike. Speed up the speed and deploy empty power stations in the shortest possible time. Yes. Director Mike, it can be completed the day after tomorrow. It can be completed the day after tomorrow. Can it be launched the day after tomorrow? It should be okay. Then launch the day after tomorrow. We must race against time. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Director Mike finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Dragon Kingdom is not invincible. Just wait, I will personally pull you down and trample you under my feet. The beautiful country is invincible. The position is unshakable. 2 days flew by. Everything needed for the space elevator, including factories, materials, equipment, laboratories, talented researchers from all fields, etc., has been prepared under a large-scale mobilization. Lin Ye, as the chief engineer of the project, personally guides the work of the researchers. Now you just need to give an order and construction can officially begin. Lin Ye stood on the stage, looked at the excited Long Guo scientific research engineers below, and said loudly, "The space elevator project has officially started. We hope everyone will cooperate sincerely." Bang bang bang. As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted from the venue. The trumpet has sounded. Next, under the guidance of Lin Ye, the space elevator project was in full swing. On the other side, the international network is boiling again. Because the beautiful country's rocket carrying the space power station project has been placed on the launcher and will soon be empty.